Hello guys, like this video now for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Endless Continent, Eastern Region, the Imperial Palace of the Qin Empire. I will never go against the flow again. In the luxurious palace, Qin Zheng let out a cry of despair and suddenly sat up from the bed, with lingering fear and regret in his pupils. I secretly blamed myself for going against the flow. He was originally a college student and his family was not well off. In order to reduce the burden on his parents, he also worked part-time to earn his own living expenses. So, he rode an electric scooter to deliver food during his spare time every week. Thinking that he was an amazing driver, he thought of taking a shortcut by going in the opposite direction to complete the task as quickly as possible. Sure enough, I was hit. If I get disabled in the accident, it will not only fail to reduce the burden on my parents, but will probably increase their burden. This made him regret to the extreme. It's true that you will pay the price for not obeying traffic rules sooner or later. Qin Zheng laughed. I haven't recovered from the moment I was knocked away. At this moment, a clear and beautiful voice sounded, "Your Majesty is awake." Your Majesty? Qin Zheng was stunned. He turned his head and looked towards the bed. Several maids in ancient costumes were waiting there, and all around were antique palace furnishings. Where is this? Ah! Before he could figure out the situation, countless unfamiliar information suddenly flooded into his mind. He pressed his temples in pain and kept hearing cries of "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" For a long time, I traveled through time and became the Emperor of the Qin Empire. After seeing the memories clearly in his mind, Qin Zheng was a little confused. Does time travel really exist? Moreover, he traveled through time and space and became an emperor who ruled the world and slept drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman. This collision actually brought him to the peak of his life. But this Qin Empire is not the Qin Empire in history. This is a fantasy world called Endless Continent. The continent is vast and is divided into 3,000 territories. There are 300 states in one territory, and each state has 1,000 to 3,000 counties. The Great Qin Empire was located in the eastern region, but it only governed 1,800 counties and occupied the land of 2 states. It was also one of the largest empires in the eastern region. In Qin Zheng's memory, the territory of a county was equivalent to the area of the earth, which shows how huge the Qin Empire was. However, this does not mean that the power of the Qin Empire is terrifying. This world is dominated by spiritual practice. Above the ordinary mortal warriors, there are also cultivators who practice qi, build foundation, true essence, transform the sea, refine the spirit, embrace the elixir, the primordial spirit, the Dharma image, the broken, and the celestial being. This is also a cruel world where strength and sex are respected. After learning about this, Qin Zheng calmed down a lot. The Qin Empire was indeed a huge behemoth for ordinary people, and the emperor was indeed powerful and supreme. But in the eyes of the sect, he is just a chess piece being played with. He, the emperor, is just a puppet. Because behind the Great Qin Empire sits a gigantic force, the Lingzi sect. Lingzi sect is one of the most powerful forces in the eastern region, with a terrifying foundation. There are countless strong men in the refining spirit realm, Baodan realm, and Yuan Shen realm. It also has a terrifying Dharma realm strong man in charge. If it cannot be broken, the celestial being will escape from the world, and the strong one in the Dharma realm will be the strongest one. One Dharma image rules the world. Therefore, with Lingzi sect as its backer, the Great Qin Empire is also firmly established in the eastern region. Backer? He's just a vampire. Qin Zheng sneered inwardly. To put it bluntly, the Great Qin Empire is a tool used by the Lingzi sect to seize the resources of the people of the world. Provide them with excellent disciples. Even the taxes and resources of the Qin dynasty would be harvested and taken away, and the few leftovers would keep this behemoth from collapsing. The Qin Empire lasted for 800 years. How powerful it once was! But it could not withstand 800 years of harvest, and no matter how strong it was hollowed out. So, today, only an empty shell of the Qin Empire remains. Internally, treacherous ministers are in power and control the court. Externally, the feudal lords were divided into different factions. Bandits are rampant and vicious gangsters are running rampant. The country is already on the verge of collapse. The one who felt aggrieved was him, the emperor. It is the people of the Qin dynasty who suffer. However, he did not receive any mercy from Lingzi sect. Instead, they became even more aggressive in their exploitation, as if they wanted to squeeze out the last bit of value before this empire collapsed. For them, the worst outcome is a change of dynasty. Who cares about the common people, about him as the emperor, and about the life and death of this country? Even the predecessor. It was just because the tax collection was difficult to meet the requirements of Lingzi sect, so he argued with the people of Lingzi sect for a few words, was frightened by the other party's true qi pressure, and died of anger. I thought I could get whatever I wanted, but I didn't expect that I was just a tool. These damn termites! Do I have to continue to act like a grandson and compromise even after becoming an emperor? Qin Zheng felt a little aggrieved. What he longed for most was the majestic and domineering power of the first emperor, a magnificent empire built by one man, spanning the heavens and the earth, dominating the world, and making all the people in the world submit to him. But now he is living worse than an emperor of a fallen country. In fact, he would soon become the emperor of a fallen country. Because the Qin Empire had reached a point of no return, just like a dying patient, with no power to save it, and all one could do was watch it collapse. Even if someone with an iron fist comes, it will be difficult to change this situation. The court, the princes, the people of Qin, and other empires eyeing the border all understood this and were waiting to see the moment of his collapse. Congratulations on entering the Endless Continent. The attribute soldier reincarnation pool has been activated successfully. Suddenly, an information template appeared in Qin Zheng's field of vision. Identity: Qin Zheng, Emperor of the Qin dynasty. Attribute soldier reincarnation pool, light and shadow attributes / level 1. Note: a level 1 light and shadow reincarnation pool can breed 10 light and shadow attribute soldiers every day. It will take 500 blood crystals to upgrade to the next level. Note: upgrading the attribute soldier reincarnation pool has a certain chance of obtaining special skills and special soldiers. Blood crystal, 0. Exotic crystal, 0. Number of attribute arms, none. Attribute soldier reincarnation pool? Light and shadow attributes? A lot of introductory information flooded into Qin Zheng's mind, and his pupils froze, revealing an expression of disbelief. It's really incredible. Soldiers with light and shadow attributes can hide in the light and walk with the light, or hide in darkness and shadow and accompany the darkness. They are invisible and traceless, and can kill people invisibly. Used for assassination, it is so powerful that it is abnormal. Just imagine, the light and shadow soldiers hide in the shadows behind the enemy and suddenly launch an attack. Who can withstand it? No matter it is day or night, attacks can happen anytime and anywhere, even the strongest person cannot withstand it. It's simply an assassination weapon. More importantly, the attribute soldier's reincarnation pool can breed 10 light and shadow attribute soldiers every day, which means that in the future, he will have a steady supply of these terrifying attribute soldiers serving him. Qin Zheng got excited just thinking about that scene. The attribute reincarnation pool has sufficient energy. Do you want to breed soldiers? The options of yes and no appeared on the information template. Qin Zheng chose yes without thinking. How powerful are the light and shadow attribute troops? It also made him look forward to it. Chapter 2. Your Majesty, are you all right? The serving maid asked cautiously. Qin Zheng didn't say much, but ordered, "You leave. No one is allowed to come in without my order." After hearing this, the palace maids dared not disobey. Qin Zheng's identity as the emperor of the Qin Empire still has a certain deterrent effect on ordinary people. After the palace maids left, a huge jade pool appeared in the palace. The pool was filled with moonlight like water, and as the waves rose, 10 balls of light flew out. 10 rays of light fell in front of Qin Zheng's bed, revealing 10 soldiers wearing silver armor. From head to toe, every detail is covered in armor. Only a pair of shining eyes are visible. Meet the master. The 10 branches of the military bowed respectfully. It was Qin Zheng who created them. To them, Qin Zheng is the creator god, the only one. Totally loyal. Light and shadow attribute arms, 10. Initial level, 5th level of foundation building, energy upgrade level available. Skill, light and shadow. Used for assassination, can assassinate anyone below the sea transformation realm, has a chance to assassinate a strong person in the sea transformation realm. The higher the level of the soldier, the stronger the attribute ability, there is no upper limit. An information template about light and shadow attribute soldiers appears. The information that Hua Haijing can be assassinated made Qin Zheng even more excited. The initial realm alone is the 5th level of foundation building, which allows assassinations beyond the level. If the level is raised, wouldn't it be possible to kill even the gods? With them, there is no need to worry about the failure of Lingzi sect. Show us what you are capable of. Qin Zheng ordered. The 10 types of soldiers hid in the darkness without hesitation, as if they had disappeared from Qin Zheng's sight in an instant. Not even a shadow. There is no breath either. They can't be seen or touched, but they all exist. A natural-born killer. Qin Zheng has finally witnessed the horror of the light and shadow attributes. With the protection of these 10 light and shadow attribute soldiers, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief for a while. Since there is a light and shadow attribute, there should be other attributes, right? Also, how do I obtain blood crystals and alien crystals? Qin Zheng suddenly thought of. Here. A reminder sounded in my mind. The attribute reincarnation pool contains all the attributes between heaven and earth, such as light and shadow attributes, killing attributes, time, space attributes, etc. Consuming the alien crystals can randomly activate other attribute reincarnation pools. Blood crystal can kill enemies, monsters, etc. The attribute reincarnation pool will automatically sense and extract. Alien crystal, produced when enough enemies are killed. Also available when expanding territory. Blood crystals can improve the attribute reincarnation pool level, nurturing more powerful and more numerous troops. The alien crystal is used to evolve and activate the reincarnation pool to produce new attribute soldiers. Qin Zheng also understood this explanation. Not only does it have the attributes of light and shadow, it has all the attributes between heaven and earth. Need alien crystals to evolve and activate. The attributes of light and shadow are already abnormal enough, what about the attributes of time, space, and soul? Can you control time and space? Can you control the soul? If he possessed these soldiers with incredible attributes, who in this world would he be afraid of? And what Qin Zheng didn't expect was that after the attribute reincarnation pool was upgraded, not only could it breed stronger attribute soldiers, but the number of soldiers bred would also increase. Now spawns 10 per day. If it is upgraded, it will definitely exceed 10. As for killing enemies to obtain blood crystals. His enemy. The Qin Empire has many enemies. In the court, there was a group of treacherous and powerful officials who were respectful to him on the surface, but secretly did not take the royal family seriously at all and were extremely corrupt. The princes who guarded the border areas, relying on the power of the sects behind them, had long stopped listening to the royal family. As long as the empty shell of the Great Qin Empire was shattered, they would be the first to destroy it. These people controlled the huge army of the Qin Empire. If it weren't for the Lingzi sect's suppression, they would have rebelled long ago. Among the people, bandits and violent gangsters were causing trouble. The people complained and transferred their anger to him, the emperor. The most hateful thing is, each sect in the empire is superior to others and tramples on the imperial power. They think they are cultivators and trample on ordinary people like ants. This is what Qin Zheng can't tolerate the most. Thinking of this, his eyes became sharp. The Qin Empire was already on the verge of crumbling and was heading towards its twilight. Once this empire collapsed completely, he would be the first to be crushed to death. He will die miserably. But there is a reincarnation pool for attribute soldiers, but Qin Zheng wants to give it a try. Ordinary iron-blooded tactics are not enough. Then use the most ruthless one. Kill all the enemies, kill them all, kill them until the blood engulfs the empire, gathers into a vast ocean, and dyes the entire sky red. Destroy all these sects and cut off any trace of their inheritance. Don't even give them a chance to hide like mice. Crush them under your feet. As for those treacherous ministers and bandits, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they should be torn into pieces by 5 horses. They must be made to endure the most brutal punishment. Anyway, I have died once, so if you don't accept it, just fight. Stop killing with killing. Everyone is afraid of killing. Only in this way, perhaps we can stop the empire state building from falling. However, Lingzi sect is one of the most powerful forces in the eastern region, with hundreds of thousands of disciples alone. Its foundation is too difficult to shake. We have to wait until we develop more attribute arms and more powerful attribute arms before we can be guaranteed. Moreover, there are many powerful sects in the empire, not just Lingzi sect. The number of cultivators added together is at least tens of millions, or even more. If we want to kill them all and trample them underfoot, the power required will not be achieved overnight. Each of the feudal lords has more than 1 million soldiers. To eliminate them, it will require precise deployment. First, I need to clean up the imperial court and the bandits, get more blood crystals, and improve the attributes of the reincarnation pool, so that I can quickly achieve my goal. As for the enemies outside the empire, Lingzi sect can still deter them, which can buy me some time. Qin Zheng quickly made goals and plans. Lingzi sect wanted to squeeze out the last bit of value from the Great Qin Empire, and this also bought him some time. Now all that's left is to get the blood crystal. Qin Zheng got up. 10 light and shadow attribute soldiers hidden in the dark can intimidate the Huahe realm and are enough to protect him. You know, the Qin Empire spent a lot of resources to support 12 priests, but they were only at the sea transformation realm. Someone come! He shouted. Outside the palace. The personal eunuch Zhang pushed the door open and walked in, kneeling on the ground respectfully. Qin Zheng likes this feeling. He doesn't like meeting people from sects in his own empire, because the other party is arrogant and looks down on him. Summon King Zhan to an audience. Qin Zheng ordered. Wang Zhan is the head of the Wang family and also the imperial censor of the Great Qin Empire. The Qin Empire implemented the system of 3 dukes and 9 ministers. The Wang family and the Bai family have a history of 800 years with the royal family, and intermarriage is a major support for maintaining the existence of the royal family. Without the 2 families to control the court, the royal family would be in a much more difficult situation. Understand the court first, then clean it up slowly. This court must be wiped out. Promise. Zhang received the order and immediately turned around and left. Chapter 3. Your Majesty. Imperial Censor Wang is waiting outside the palace. Xian. The palace maids changed Qin Zheng's clothes. At this moment he was wearing a black dragon robe. A flat crown on the head. There is an ancient sword hanging on his waist. Your humble servant Wang Zhan pays respect to your Majesty. After a while, Wang Zhan, dressed in heavy court robes, walked in and bowed respectfully. No need to be polite, my lord. Qin Zheng quickly became familiar with the etiquette between the monarch and his subjects. He waved his hand and the palace maids tactfully left the hall. Wang Zhan looked up. Look at Qin Zheng. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Now Qin Zheng is dressed in a serious and solemn manner, with his hand on the hilt of the sword. He actually looks a bit domineering, which is a little different from the past. Besides, this hall is different from before. It actually gave him a strong sense of oppression and crisis. It was as if something was staring at him. Makes him a little creepy. You know, although he is in the court, he has cultivated a 4th level true essence. In the sect, he is not very powerful, but in the empire, he is a real master. It made him feel the pressure, which shows how strange this change is. However, Wang Zhan was also steady and experienced. His expression remained unchanged as he asked, I wonder why your majesty summoned me. Qin Zheng walked forward and looked at Wang Zhan. Tall and strong. Calm and sharp. Although he is in his 40s or 50s, his hair is already grey. The eyes and face are all about the common people. You know, when you reach the true essence realm, your lifespan and blood energy will increase significantly. You shouldn't be so old. But Qin Zheng understood that this was due to the hard work for the Great Qin Empire. Wang Zhan's existence to a certain extent held other courtiers hostage and shared the pressure on Qin Zheng. Carrying so many burdens and pressures on his shoulders made him feel suffocated. Day after day, even the Zhenyuan realm can't bear it. This old minister is too tired. For a long time. Qin Zheng said slowly, My lord. Tell me, who can I trust in this court? When Wang Zhan heard this, his pupils turned strange. He immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty. I am loyal to your Majesty and have no second thoughts. I know. Qin Zheng held the sword in his hand and silently looked at the map of the empire on the palace wall. His eyes were sharp as he said, So, I threw this question to you. You tell me who I can trust. I think I need to do something, otherwise, this empire of 800 years will really collapse in my hands. Your Majesty. Wang Zhan's pupils condensed and his expression was filled with disbelief. It turns out that your Majesty had already seen the empire's illness and understood the situation. Speak. Qin Zhendao. Wang Zhan hesitated. He wanted to speak several times. But the words got stuck in my throat. His eyes were filled with resentment, grief, and indignation. How he wanted to tell Qin Zheng at this moment that it was too late. Now the empire is in a terminal and hopeless state and it is difficult to save it. They are struggling to hold on, just hoping to survive and die with this empire. Dealing with these people in the court has exhausted his energy. Not to mention, outside the court, bandits were rampant among the people, and the various princes had their own troops and were independent. The sect also gradually eroded every bit of value of the empire. He is so small. I can't help your Majesty at all. He was sad and angry, but even more desperate. Even everyone who maintained the dignity of the royal family was in utter despair and could only linger on, waiting for the day when the empire would collapse and be obliterated together in the sands of history. How he wanted to tell Qin Zheng this fact. How he wished someone could support this empire. However, reality is scarier than a blade, which not only makes them painful, but also sad. What is your Majesty going to do? Wang Zhan suppressed his inner emotions and asked. He didn't want to attack Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng turned around and said, You will know later. Now I just want to know who can be trusted and who is on the side of the royal family. Wang Zhan was silent for a moment, but did not hide anything. Besides my Wang family and the Bai family, there are also Li Xian Shangqing, Yanqing Weiwei, and Zhao Qi, the left general of the imperial city. Shangqing Li Xian was at odds with both the prime minister and the grand commandant, so we wooed him over. Weiwei Yanqing had been favored by the royal family, and with the Bai family's efforts, he also sided with us. Wang Zhan mentioned some of the names. In the court, there are 4 factions in total. The royalists headed by the Bai family and the Wang family. the Prime Minister's faction headed by Prime Minister Wu Yangxiang, the military power faction headed by Taiwei Chen-Qing, and the national teacher faction. The imperial teacher of the Great Qin Empire is Zheng Xiao, the chief elder of the Lingzi sect. He is a person who has reached the state of refining spirits and has lived for 200 years. He is a godly figure among the people of the empire. Except him, there are also several disciples of Lingzi sect serving him, most of them are in the Zhenyuan realm. As for the 12C transformation realm priests, they were hired purely to intimidate the crowd at the expense of the empire's resources. They look good but are useless. Once the empire cuts off their resources, they will leave without hesitation. Qin Zheng fell into deep thought, thinking for a long time. Just now, he said, Wang Qing, I will give you a task now. Calm these people down on my behalf and let them wait in peace. At the same time, select and train some officials. It would be best if you select them directly from outside the court and keep them waiting for my order. Wang Zhan was puzzled. Even though he had been in politics for so many years and had seen all kinds of calculations, he still couldn't figure out what Qin Zheng wanted to do. Do they naively want to suppress the other factions by expanding their power? I'm afraid this will backfire. If those factions are pushed into a corner, it will probably cause even bigger troubles and aggravate the crisis of the empire. Thinking of this, Wang Zhan reminded, Your Majesty, are you planning to give those factions a warning? Those factions control the military power and most of the court officials. Once they are pushed into a corner, they may rebel. Besides, if we alert the imperial master, the consequences will be even more serious. Qin Zheng sneered in his heart. He had read all the lessons of Huaxia's 5,000 years of history, but he still didn't understand these. As for the national teacher? A strong man in the realm of refining spirit. Let's wait and see. The higher you stand, the more miserable your death will be. Then Qin Zheng said, You don't have to worry about these things, Wang Qing. Just do what I tell you to do. Leave first. Wang Zhan frowned. I was just about to persuade them to stop Qin Zheng from not knowing the importance of the matter and causing trouble. Qin Zheng didn't tell him what he was planning. This makes him a bit passive. But Qin Zheng has spoken. He didn't say anything more and turned and left. These matters must be discussed with the Bai family. Just as Wang Zhan stepped out of the hall, a majestic and domineering voice sounded behind him. Mr. Wang, please give me some time. I will sweep away the frost and wind and rain of the palace for the past 800 years. Wang Zhan paused. Turning his eyes, he looked towards the hall. In the dim light, the figure wearing a black dragon robe and a flat crown on his head made him feel the majestic presence for the first time. My lord, if you have the ability, I will have no regrets even if I die. Wang Zhan sighed inwardly and didn't hold much expectation. Because he knew very well how dire the Qin Empire had become. Wang Zhan left. Qin Zheng would not explain either. Review some memorials. Most of them were caused by bandits and vagrants in various counties. We need money and resources before we send troops to fight. Qin Zheng could imagine how much of the money would be used to suppress bandits. These people never thought about suppressing the bandits, they just wanted to find an excuse to ask for money and then embezzle the money into their own pockets. If these treacherous officials are not skinned alive with the most cruel punishment, the Qin government will not let itself go. In addition, two things caught Qin Zheng's special attention. One is the queen's ceremony. To marry a queen for him. This queen is Nangang Hanjian, the daughter of the Nangang family, a wealthy family in the imperial city. The celebration was supposed to be completed in the next few days. But Qin Zheng was so angry that he lay on the bed, so the matter was put aside. Nangang Hanjian is a woman of unrivaled talent, with stunning looks, and is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. One more thing. There are bandits rampant around the imperial city. There are even practitioners among the bandits. This made Qin Zheng smell something unusual. The imperial city has the imperial master Zheng Xiao in charge, yet there are still bandits attacking us. I'm afraid these bandits have some background, and I don't know who arranged them. Qin Zheng sneered. In order to get the empire to allocate military funds, these people will do anything. That's perfect, let's start with you. Ying Zheng stood up, walked out of the bedroom and headed towards the palace wall. Standing at the highest point, overlooking the imperial city, his eyes were as sharp as knives. Get rid of those bandits. Use the most brutal means to skin them alive. Find out what I want to know. I'll be waiting here. Leave 2 light and shadow attribute soldiers to guard the emperor, and all the rest leave. No trace or sign. Only Qin Zheng can sense it. The light and shadow attribute soldiers are indeed abnormally strong, but how powerful they are needs to be tested. Chapter 4. Imperial City. Weiwei's residence. Yanqing said solemnly, recently, there have been bandits rampaging outside the imperial city, robbing and killing the people of the imperial city, causing panic among the people. General Zhao, do you have any way to deal with them? Zhao Qi, the left general of the imperial city guard, also frowned and reminded, Master Yan, don't you think this is strange? Yanqing's eyes darkened and he fell into deep thought. Zhao Qi continued, with the imperial master in charge of the imperial city, the powerful men from other sects dare not act recklessly, let alone the bandits. Now these bandits are so rampant that they are robbing the imperial dynasty. The reason behind this is probably not simple. Moreover, each family has kept their composure and allowed them to do whatever they want. Lord Yan must be aware of the calculations behind this. When Yanqing heard this, he clenched his fists so hard that they made a loud sound. There was anger in his eyes. These damn bastards are even planning to take over the imperial city just for a little profit. Don't they know that once the imperial city loses its dignity, their good days will be over? Damn it! Yanqing was filled with resentment. It was difficult to vent the anger and grief in my heart. Zhao Qi also sighed bitterly, although I command 10,000 guards, if I act without orders, General Chen will definitely make trouble for me and take the opportunity to report me and seize my military power. These 10,000 guards are considered to be a part of the military force that the royal family can directly mobilize. If all this is taken away, then the royalists will be in an even more passive position. Yanqing also understood this. Besides, there are sect practitioners among those bandits. Even if we mobilize these 10,000 guards, we probably won't get any good results. Zhao Qi said something shocking. Yanqing was shocked. The sect practitioners are also involved. Forget it. Since the sect practitioners are involved, let's wait for the news from Lord Wangzhan. We just need to protect the palace and don't disturb His Majesty. Yanqing sighed helplessly, feeling quite distraught. Once you are associated with the word sect, you can't afford to offend anyone. It makes people feel deeply powerless. This is such a huge empire, but there is no one available. I am watching it slowly. Yanqing's eyes were full of desolation. Seeing the empire in such a predicament, he could only watch helplessly, feeling heartbroken. How he wanted to do something to change the status quo. But he is so small. That feeling of powerlessness made him feel filled with sorrow and resentment. Zhao Qi smiled bitterly and said, Master Yan, I am a Qin man, and I have received the grace of the royal family. As a person in this position, I am ready to die at any time. I believe you are the same. There is no need to say more. Yanqing sighed silently. Looking up at the sky outside the temple, there are layers of dark clouds. Who has the ability to clear them away? Your Majesty. We are really powerless. Outside the imperial city, mountains meet plains. The bandits didn't dare to operate on the plains and could only hide in Yangshan on the west side. Yangshan together with Shaoyang County. If the imperial army attacked, they could retreat along Yangshan mountain without any worries. Yangshan, Fenghe village. This imperial city is so damn rich. If we just rob a few people, we'll have enough to eat for several years. In a spacious house, I saw a fierce bald man with his feet on a chair. He picked up the wine and took a big gulp. The wine came out from the corner of his mouth and spilled all over the floor. There were 7 or 8 burly men standing or sitting around, holding the hammer and carrying the knife. The blood on the blade has not yet dried, many people have been killed. I don't know which master is behind this, but it looks like he is in a high position. Boss. It's very dangerous for the imperial master to be in charge of the imperial dynasty. Why don't we take this opportunity to do a few more orders and leave quickly? The water in the imperial city is very deep. Some are happy, some are worried. The bald man put the bowl on the table with a bang, and sneered at the bandits in front of him. Are you stupid? Doesn't that gentleman know about the existence of the imperial master? Since he dared to ask us to do this, there must be a connection. Maybe that gentleman is the imperial master himself. If they wipe us out, what will they use to ask the emperor for money? Boss, I'm worried that I'll be wasted. A gangster reminded. Hearing this, the bald man began to think about it. He was not stupid and understood these principles. If you are worried about being abandoned after your work is done, there is absolutely no need to worry. A light laugh sounded outside. Then, 4 young men in gorgeous clothes came in. With a dignified bearing. You can tell at first glance that he is an extraordinary person. The invisible feeling of oppression made the air freeze. Greetings, Immortal Master. Seeing the 4 people, even though the bald man was big and strong with the strength of a warrior, he was instantly suppressed and became extremely respectful. Because these 4 people are all masters of cultivation. Although he couldn't tell which sect they were from, he knew they were all powerful and he didn't dare to offend them. Moreover, we dared to rob the imperial city because we relied on them. Fenghe village only needs to take action. When the time comes, I will notify you to leave. I will still need you in the future and will not embarrass you. The purple-robed young man in the lead said with a smile, as long as you listen, you will be rewarded. With the immortal master's words, I feel relieved. The bald man had a smile on his face, but he was worried in his heart. People who practice cultivation are often heartless. How could someone who lives in the underworld not have seen this? You guys should move more these few days and put some pressure on us. The young man in purple reminded. Only by making the imperial city uneasy can the emperor be forced to pay for the military expenses. The bald man said, we have sent people to the city to find out the situation. When he comes back, we will take action. We will definitely not let the immortal master down. That's good. It's just a pity for the emperor. Even though he is in charge of the world and has great power, he is still manipulated by others. Next to the young man in purple was a handsome man wearing a silver crown, who sneered. He likes this feeling. It is easy to make fun of the emperor of an empire. It was as if he was making fun of the entire Qin Empire. The bald man and other bandits did not say much, because this is the immortal cultivator, this is the power of the sect, and the emperor is just a tool. This empire is over. Boss. Not long. A voice came from outside. I'm back. The bald man turned his eyes outside. A man with a pointed chin and monkey-like features walked in quickly and bowed respectfully when he saw the 4 young men. How's the investigation going? The bald man asked. There is no movement in the imperial city. There is no troop movement. It should be that the emperor has not issued an order yet. I guess the decision will be made at the court tomorrow morning. Then hurry up today. The man with the silver crown had a stern expression on his face. He said casually, killing a few more people should be enough to attract their attention. The bald man also became jealous when he heard about the murder. He has killed so many people that he has become addicted to killing. To him, Human life is cheaper than grass. Money, resources, and women are the most important. But they didn't notice that the light outside the door became unusually bright. Sudden. Phew. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing the heart was heard. A bloody sword tip suddenly emerged from the chest of a knife-wielding bandit, piercing through his heart. The sudden change happened between the spark stones, leaving everyone stunned. The situation was not clarified at all. They all turned behind the bandit. There was a shadow flickering. Not good. The purple-clothed young man's expression changed suddenly, and he was the first to react. He raised his sleeves and swung out a burst of energy towards the shadow. With his powerful cultivation of the third level of foundation building, he tore the table into pieces. And he rushed out of the house at high speed. However, he took just one step. The light at the door kept gathering, as if it was running in and quickly filling his pupils. Wait for the moment he reacts. Both legs were cut off instantly. The man fell on the threshold. The purple-clothed young man let out a scream of awe. The three young men with silver crowns were also in disbelief and quickly followed behind. However, the shadows behind them followed, and sword lights flashed from the shadows behind them. One of their feet was also chopped off and they rolled to the ground. What the hell is this? The bald man was stunned. There were so many killers hiding in such a big house, but he didn't notice anything. It's like encountering a ghost. No, it's just like light and shadow, invisible and elusive. He seized an opportunity and prepared to escape from a corner. However, a shadow flashed out from the dark corner, and the sword pierced through the bald man's throat, nailing him to the spot. This time, the bald man's pupils shrank and he finally saw clearly. That's right, it's a shadow. A shadow that is one with the darkness and can hide in the light, this. Phew. Phew. Inside the house, there was a one-sided massacre. In just a dozen breaths, the bandits had no power to fight back and were slaughtered in an instant. Ah! The Silver Crown youths who were not slaughtered screamed and looked back at the house in horror. 8 lights and shadows stand. Real yet unreal. One of the light and shadow soldiers stepped forward, stared at the purple-clothed youth, and said coldly, "Tell me your identities and who ordered you to do this." The purple-clothed young man's face was twisted in pain, and his severed legs were bleeding continuously. He was terrified. His eyes were full of disbelief. These people were too weird and too scary. Not only could they hide in the shadows, they could also hide in the light. This had completely overturned his cognition. Faced with such incredible means, even though he was at the foundation establishment stage, a deity in the eyes of ordinary people, was crushed like an ant. "We are disciples of the Taiji sect. Please spare our lives, Your Excellency." The young man in purple saw the difference at a glance. Can't move at all. Because he didn't even know how many such ghosts existed. Who ordered you to do this? Who is the person you contacted in the Imperial City? The light and shadow attribute soldier interrogated. It's you Taifu and the people from the Imperial Master's mansion. Spare my life. The young man in purple begged for mercy. The light and shadow soldier ignored them. After receiving the information, he ordered the 2 men, "You 2 skin them alive, and the rest of you continue to clean up the bandits." His Majesty's order is to skin them all alive. Your Majesty. When the purple-robed young man heard this, his pupils shrank. That Majesty? The one from Dakin? These terrifying ghosts were sent by him. 6 soldiers with light and shadow attributes turned into light and left the room, then merged with the light, causing the purple-clothed young man and others to freeze their pupils. No, give me a quick death. I am a disciple of Tai Chi sect, no. Suddenly, a series of inhumane and desperate screams rang out in the house, extremely heartbreaking. The young man with the silver crown just grabbed the door frame with one hand and was about to climb out, but 5 of his fingers were cut off by a sword. He let out a sharp scream of awe, completely losing his previous calmness. Yangshan's scream followed. Half an hour later. There is no living thing in Fenghe village. 8 light and shadow attributed soldiers stood in front of the village gate, gazing at the imperial city from afar. Behind. Ancient forests were whittled down to stumps. 700 or 800 bloody bandits were pierced through and stripped naked. But these people did not die. Just endure the pain that is worse than death. Chapter 5. The Imperial Palace. On the palace wall. Qin Zheng held the sword in his hand, staring into the distance with his sharp eyebrows, overlooking the endless rivers and mountains, full of sharpness and ambition. Now that you have it, then keep it well. Energy plus 10. Energy plus 10. Blood crystal plus 1. Blood crystal plus 5. Suddenly, information started jumping on the information template. Qin Zheng's eyes moved slightly. Check it out now. It actually increased by 120 blood crystals. Obviously, the light and shadow attribute troops have completed their mission. But only 3 or 4 hours have passed since they were sent out. Plus, it would probably take quite a while to find the traces of the bandits. It is indeed a bit unbelievable that it ends so quickly now. Moreover, it is only the power of 8 light and shadow troops. What if it is 80, 800, 8,000, 80,000, or even 800,000? Even Qin Zheng didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it was. However, what he still didn't know was that it only took the light and shadow attribute troops half an hour to clear out the bandits. The massacre took less than a quarter of an hour. Most of the time, the task was to skin those bandits alive. Energy enters the body. Suddenly, as the energy flickered, it seemed like a point of light, sinking into his meridians and transforming into pure energy. Powerful forces filled his body, constantly cleansing your essence, tempering your body and blood. Qin Zheng was actually promoted. He has reached the 9th level of Qi training and is about to build his foundation. Practitioners practice Qi, strengthen Qi and blood, and temper their bodies. Then build the foundation of Danshan and store true Qi. This is the foundation building stage. After building the foundation, the true Qi turns into yuan, the quantity changes into quality, and it flies off the ground, which is the Zhen Yuan realm. 1 second ago, Qin Zheng is just an ordinary person. Now, he has actually advanced to the 9th level of Qi training. What's going on? He was puzzled. At this time, the information template prompts. When an attribute soldier kills an enemy, the soldier's reincarnation pool will extract energy and give it back to the master in equal measure. Qin Zheng's eyes lit up. It was a surprise to the extreme. He can actually enjoy the same rewards that attribute soldiers get from killing enemies, which can help him improve. This means that he can improve and advance without having to do it himself. The 8 light and shadow attribute troops bring him so many benefits. After that, there will be 80,000, 800,000, or even more troops. It's really a lot stronger. I didn't expect this surprise. Qin Zheng felt that his whole body was full of strength. His hearing, vision, sensitivity, etc. had improved dramatically, which made him in a very good mood. This time, 120 blood crystals were obtained from the bandit suppression. It won't be long before the light and shadow attribute reincarnation pool will be upgraded, giving birth to more powerful light and shadow attribute soldiers. This is a good start. Evening. The 8 light and shadow attribute soldiers are back, and their strength has obviously improved a lot. My lord. All the bandits will be wiped out. We have already found out that it was ordered by Yuteifu and the Imperial Master's mansion, and the participants include disciples of the Taiji sect. A light and shadow soldier reported back. Qin Zheng frowned. Yuteifu was one of the 9 ministers, in charge of the empire's war horses and armaments, etc. He had a very high status and was also a member of the prime minister's faction. Qin Zheng was not surprised that he gave the order to do so. But what he didn't expect was that the Imperial Master's mansion was also involved. You know, once a large amount of the Empire's taxes are used to suppress bandits, there is no way to hand them over to the Lingzi sect. National Master. There was a murderous look in Qin Zheng's eyes. Turn around and leave. Outside the Emperor's bedroom, there is a palace corridor. Zhang walked away. A team of soldiers in black armor stopped him. Deputy Commander Kong. Zhang saluted the general who was in charge. Kong Shun looked at Zhang coldly. He was tall and looked down at him and asked, "Where is your majesty?" "Your majesty is resting in the bedroom." Zhang responded. Kong Shun narrowed his eyes and a powerful aura pressed down on Zhang, causing Zhang An's face to change suddenly. "Your majesty is not in the palace at all. How dare you lie to me? Tell me, where did you go?" Zhang was suppressed and had no way to fight back. He raised his head in anger and said, "Deputy Commander Kong. This is the Imperial Palace. Where did His Majesty go? It's not your turn to ask for instructions. Please put yourself in the right position." Bang! Kong Shun slapped Zhang hard. Zhang was thrown flying and hit the palace wall, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Dog slave! Kong Shun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He stomped on Zhang An's face with his foot, rubbing it hard, and showing disdain. "You dare to show off your power just because you serve His Majesty? Believe it or not, I will kill you." Feeling Kong Shun's murderous intent, Zhang was also terrified. He understood that Kong Shun could really find a reason to kill him. Even if this is the Imperial Palace. Even if the master here is His Majesty. So, he didn't dare to argue anymore. He begged hurriedly, "Deputy Commander Zhang, please calm down. I don't know where your majesty has gone, and I'm looking for him now." Snort! Kong Shun snorted coldly and kicked Zhang in the abdomen. Zhang groaned and fell into the corner of the palace wall. Kong Shun then turned away. "Hurry and find it. If His Majesty suffers any loss, you will be held responsible." Zhang looked at the departing soldiers, his eyes filled with grief, anger, and hatred. If these people were really worried about His Majesty's safety, he would have nothing to say after receiving such a slap. "Are you really worried?" After spitting a mouthful of blood, he also stood up and looked for it. He could only endure this kind of humiliation silently, and dared not tell anyone, not even the Emperor. Not long. Qin Zheng returned to the Emperor's bedroom. He threw aside the memorial about the Imperial City bandits and picked up the memorial about the Queen's ceremony. No words for a long time. As he learned about the court, he also gained a clearer understanding of the world. A sleepless night. Get all the information about this world clear. It was daybreak. A piece of news suddenly reached the Imperial City. The bandits outside the Imperial City were strangled and skinned alive overnight. Many shouts were heard on the street. The bandits who caused panic in the Imperial City were eliminated overnight. Many spies also rushed over to investigate. Enter Yang Shan. Everyone gasps at the sight. Looking around, there were tree stumps all over the mountain, all pierced with bloody corpses. He seems to have lost all his face. Vultures eating. The blood dried and flowed among the trees. Whoever did this was so cruel. People from all forces felt their scalps tingle, this was being peeled off. Moreover, he died not long ago. Obviously, he endured unimaginable pain during his lifetime. It's so brutal and heinous. Oh my god, look at the middle, I've seen those 4 practitioners before, they are the genius disciples of Taiji sect, and they have also been stripped. Hurry back and report. Many were horrified and rushed back to the Imperial City. Wei Mansion. Yanqing prepared to go to court. Haven't gone out yet. Several men in plain clothes rushed over, their expressions still showing shock. Why are you so flustered? Yan Qing frowned. Sir. Nearly 800 bandits outside the imperial city were all skinned alive and nailed to Yangshan mountain overnight without any warning. What? Hearing the servant's report, Yan Qing's pupils narrowed. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely true. The servant reported back with lingering fear. Even those sect members were skinned alive. They died miserably. The scene was too horrific. The sect members were also killed. Could it be that the Imperial Master has taken action? There was no noise last night. Yan Qing couldn't help but suspect that it was done by the Imperial Master's mansion. After all, only a powerful sect member could kill so many people silently and at once. But it's okay this way. It can be said that it solved a headache. Good. 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 Carefree. Yan Qing felt very happy and walked out with his head held high. Chapter 6. A sudden change occurred in Yangshan, sweeping across the imperial city. Zhao Qi also received the news. After being shocked for a long time, he immediately sent troops to Yangshan to investigate. Mr. Bai, who do you think did this in Yangshan? On the way to court, Wang Zhan asked a 60-year-old man. The old man turned out to be Bai Yu, the old man of the Bai family. He is also the left prime minister of the empire. Although Bai Yu is old, he still walks like a dragon and a tiger, and is extremely majestic. Otherwise, if he showed even a little weakness, he would not be able to shock the other sects. Do you suspect that it was the Imperial Master's mansion that did this? Bai Yu turned and glanced at Wang Zhan. Currently, only the Imperial Master has this ability. Wang Zhan had to admit it. Because killing is not difficult, he can do it easily. But to hide it from everyone's eyes and complete it quietly is not easy. Bai Yu shook his head and said, if it was done by the Imperial Master's mansion, they would have come out to clarify it long ago. According to some news, the Imperial Master seems to be in seclusion at the moment and is unlikely to take action. Besides, I sent people to investigate before, and they caught a person alive. He was mentally ill and said that it was a ghost that walked out of darkness and light. Ghost. Wang Zhan frowned. Bai Yu said, I have sent people to verify this matter. We will know soon whether it is man-made or a real ghost. I don't know if he is an enemy or a friend. Wang Zhan suddenly became serious. This invisible enemy is so scary. Let's keep calm and see how others perform later. Bai Yu reminds. Wang Zhan suddenly said, by the way, His Majesty has suddenly become strange, and asked me to train some officials and appease Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and others. Your Majesty, are you planning to increase your strength? Bai Yu was also surprised. This was what he could guess, as it was used to exclude the other factions. Wang Zhan shook his head and said, His Majesty didn't say anything. However, His Majesty is a little different now. I don't know what the difference is. What do you think about this, Mr. Bai? Since His Majesty has ordered, let's do it. It's just right to arrange more of our people so that we can stabilize the situation. Bai Yu didn't object. In the palace, energy is abundant. Do you want to breed light and shadow attribute soldiers? A day passed. The prompt sounded and Qin Zheng chose yes. The attribute troop reincarnation pool appeared, and 10 light and shadow attribute troop types were born, the same as the previous 10 light and shadow attribute troop types. The difference is that their strength is equivalent to the 5th level of foundation building. The first 10 have already reached the 7th level of foundation building. With the addition of 10 more light and shadow attribute troops, Qin Zheng feels more confident. According to this situation, it won't take long before we have enough troops. However, the troop level is too low, and the troop reincarnation pool needs to be upgraded. Qin Zheng had a plan in mind. 10 light and shadow troops also hid. He also prepared for the morning court session. But Zhang An, who had been serving him, was nowhere to be seen. This made him a little dissatisfied. You know, Zhong'an is his confidant and usually attends the morning court, so how could he dare to neglect him? Where's Zhong'an? Qin Zheng was puzzled. Normally, Zhong'an would have followed behind him. The serving maid stammered, I don't know either. Qin Zheng frowned, stood in front of the bedroom, and said coldly, call him. The palace maid trembled with fear when she heard this. He left in a hurry and came to a back hall. Eunuch, His Majesty wants to see you. The palace maid said. In the back hall, Zhong'an was covering his swollen face and said depressedly, how can I go to see His Majesty in this state? But this is His Majesty's order. The maid was in a dilemma. Hey! You can't even handle such a small matter. Zhong'an thought about it and decided to follow. On the way, he paused and warned the palace maid, don't talk too much later. The palace maid nodded with a slightly strange look on her face. She was beaten but couldn't complain to her master. Even she could feel the frustration. However, she didn't want to get involved. In terms of status, she was not even as good as a finger of Zhong'an, but even Zhong'an had to endure it, let alone her. When we were almost at the bedroom, Zhong'an bent his body and lowered his head as he walked forward. He came to Qin Zheng and knelt on the ground, I failed in my duty, please forgive me, Your Majesty. Qin Zheng looked down. Immediately he ordered, follow me to court. Promise. Zhong'an stood up, tilted his head and hunched his body. Qin Zheng frowned and glanced at him. This behavior was different from usual. Lift your head. When Zhong'an heard this, his face changed slightly, but he had to look up. Then half of his swollen, purple face was revealed. The 5 claw marks are vaguely visible. Qin Zheng's eyes sharpened. Holding the hilt of the sword of power. Who hit me? Qin Zheng's voice sank. Your Majesty, I am fine. Zhong'an. Several palace maids nearby lowered their heads, feeling indescribable grief and anger in their hearts. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, don't tell me you dare to hide my problem. Zhong'an was frightened by Qin Zheng's sudden power and knelt on the ground. Several other palace maids also knelt on the ground, trembling. Compared to before, His Majesty's domineering and fierceness at this moment made them even more awed. Your Majesty, calm down. It was I who offended General Kong yesterday. I deserve this punishment. Zhong'an hurriedly explained. I don't want to meddle in other people's business. After all, he also knows how much pressure His Majesty is under. Qin Zheng's brows turned cold when he heard this. Hearing the words General Kong, he could understand Zhong'an's actions. Kong Shun is a capable subordinate of Lang Zhongling Haozhen. Lang Zongling, one of the 9 ministers, was in charge of palace guards and was 1 level higher than the commander of the imperial guards. He is also the core figure of Taiwei's faction. Even the emperor didn't dare to act rashly. If Zhong'an was killed, the previous emperor would probably be helpless. I guess this servant didn't want to embarrass him, so he concealed it. But things are different now. Qin Zheng did not blame Zhong'an. He also valued the servant's thoughts. I know you're wronged. Get up. Die slaves. As if he was understood, Zhong'an almost cried. This made Qin Zheng very unhappy. This would make him look incompetent. He even dares to hit people around him, that's great. Let's go. Qin Zheng shouted. Then he walked away. A team of imperial guards followed. Zhong'an and others also stood up and followed behind him. They thought they were going to the Qin Emperor's palace to attend court, but unexpectedly they came to Wumen. Wumen is guarded by Kong Shun. This made him feel a little uneasy. General Kong Shun pays respect to His Majesty. Seeing Qin Zheng coming, Kong Shun hurriedly took 2 soldiers and stepped forward, bowing and kowtow. Qin Zheng looked at Kong Shun. It is indeed majestic. With the ability to practice qi, it's no wonder that he serves as the deputy commander. Kneel down. Qin Zheng's words are the imperial decree. Kong Shun frowned. Zhong'an and others' faces changed suddenly. But Kong Shun didn't say much, he could only do as he was told and kneel on the ground. After all, he didn't dare to blatantly disobey the holy words. The two soldiers behind him also knelt down. However he hits you, you hit him back. Qin Zheng glanced at Zhong'an. Kong Shun's pupils shrank, and he was a little bit unbelievable. Even the imperial guards behind him frowned. When Zhong'an heard this, he was also confused, but he hesitated to take action. If you don't dare, I will kill you immediately. After hearing these majestic words, Zhong'an's heart trembled. He looked up at Qin Zheng and then walked in front of Kong Shun. Kong Shun's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Zhong'an, as if to say, if you dare, I will not let you off easily. As a result of this pressure, Zhong'an was forced into a desperate situation. He understood the meaning behind Kong Shun's eyes. But Qin Zheng's orders were more effective. He risked his life. Death would drive him crazy anyway. He raised his hand and slapped Kong Shun on the right cheek, making a pop sound. Kong Shun was furious and suddenly felt murderous. If you dare to move, I will slaughter all your clans. Qin Zheng's majestic voice rang out. Kong Shun's heart trembled for a moment, and he argued, I am just worried about your majesty's safety, I am not wrong. Pull again. Draw until I am satisfied. Qin Zheng seemed not to hear it. A word from the emperor. After slapping him once, Zhong'an let go completely, raised his hand and slapped him hard. His desire for revenge was terrifyingly strong, and the sound of slapping could be heard. Kong Shun's face was bruised until it bled. The soldiers of Wu Men were watching. The imperial guards behind Qin Zheng were also extremely nervous. Kong Shun has terrifying qi training strength. If he were to resist, it would be too great a threat to your majesty. They couldn't figure it out either. Is it necessary to make such a fuss over the matter of a slave and anger those powerful officials and generals? Zhong'an hit too hard. Kong Shun couldn't control his anger, and a huge force couldn't help but sweep towards Zhong'an. Protect his majesty. The imperial guards behind him rushed forward at high speed, staring at Kong Shun closely. How dare you disobey me? Cut off his limbs and hang them on the Wu Men gate as a warning to others. Qin Zheng became increasingly unhappy. If nothing is done, the emperor's majesty will be gone. He pressed on. Kong Shun was also provoked to the point of losing his mind and rushed forward. The imperial guards were terrified, protect the emperor. In an instant, the scene became a mess. At this moment, a flash of light appeared. Kong Shun's feet were cut off instantly, and he suddenly knelt on the ground without anyone noticing. The light and shadow were so fast and so strange that even the alert imperial guards only saw a flash of light. Kong Shun screamed awe and then fell forward, staring at Qin Zheng with crazy eyes. A few imperial guards didn't care what happened and took the opportunity to rush out, suppressing and capturing Kong Shun first. Kong Shun is good at practicing qi. But as his legs were crippled, he couldn't muster much strength to fight back and was soon taken away. Zhong'an and others were still in shock. It only takes a split second. The guards of Wu Men also surrounded them. Qin Zheng held the sword of power and did not even bat an eyelid from beginning to end. Several imperial guards escorted Kong Shun to the front. This is a heinous crime. Break his bones into pieces to serve as a warning to others. Chapter 7. On the Wu Gate. Qin Zheng wore a flat crown on his head. Beaded curtains hanging. There was a sense of sharpness and dominance in his sword-like eyebrows and sharp eyes. Zhong'an and others served respectfully. After a brief moment of distraction, they came back to their senses and stared at Qin Zheng again, with a different mindset. Your Majesty appears even more majestic and untouchable at this moment. In addition, they were even more puzzled as to who had just killed Kong Shun, a master in the palace. In just that bright moment, Kong Shun was ruined. It's incredible. Your Majesty. Minion. Zhang let out a long cry, not knowing what to say. He was so emotional that he knelt on the ground. Having served for so long, he lived very cautiously because he didn't want to cause trouble for his master. But he didn't expect that the master would personally take action just for him, a servant. Look at Kong Shun, who was beaten so hard by Wu Men that he couldn't resist. This is to vent his anger. Having such a majestic and domineering master, even if he is just a eunuch, he is endowed with unparalleled dignity. This was something he had never experienced before. His Majesty has indeed changed, but he is more awed and loyal to him. Under the Wu sect, several imperial guards escorted Kong Shun. None of the other guards dared to move, but some of them left quietly. Stand for a moment. Qin Zheng raised his finger slightly, and a guard holding a hammer suddenly smashed towards Kong Shun's ankle with a crack. Ah! The ankle bone was smashed and the sound was crisp and audible. A heart-wrenching scream rang out from Wu Men. Kong Shun's face was distorted, and his eyeballs seemed to be popping out. Zhang, every Wu Men guard, and even the surrounding imperial guards were all horrified when they heard this. Breaking bones inch by inch is so cruel. Even the imperial guards who took action had their eyelids twitching wildly. After one blow of the hammer, he didn't know whether to continue. After looking at the emperor's back on the Wu Men gate and seeing no decree coming down, he could only bite the bullet and hammer hard on Kong Shun's calf. There was a sudden sound of bones breaking. Ah! Kong Shun screamed more and more miserably. It was heartbreaking to the extreme. The imperial guard raised his hammer again. But at this moment, a general wearing armor and carrying a sword, led a team of more than 10 soldiers and came quickly. The imperial guard paused for a moment, turned to look at the general, his expression seemed solemn. Because the person who came was none other than Lang Zhongling Hozhen. Hozhen glanced at the imperial guards and raised his hand to signal them to retreat. But the imperial guard did not move, nor did he continue to attack, but looked at the Wu Men city wall. Hozhen Li's eyes suddenly fixed, and he turned to look at Wu Men. Immediately, he signaled the soldiers behind him to capture Kong Shun first, and helped him up, not taking the imperial guards seriously at all. Adult. When he saw Hozhen arriving, Kong Shun came to his senses and realized that he was saved. Bang! Hozhen slapped Kong Shun in the face and shouted angrily, "UBD! This is the Imperial Palace, and you dare to be so presumptuous. Even if you are protecting His Majesty, you must know your limits. Didn't I teach you that? I know I was wrong." Kong Shun quickly admitted his mistake. This slap in the face can save your life. He also understands this truth. Hozhen snorted and waved his hand, then walked to the back of Qin Zheng on the Wu Men, bowed respectfully and said, "This humble general, Hozhen, pays respect to your Majesty." Qin Zheng remained silent. It seems that it is just as he thought. Hozhen will not ignore Kong Shun's misfortune. But I'm waiting for you. Zhang knelt on one side, not daring to look at Hozhen. Hozhen is the core figure of the Taiwei lineage. He has enormous power and his influence on the empire is unimaginable. Even the royal family cannot act rashly. What do you want? Qin Zheng asked knowingly. Hozhen stared at Qin Zheng's back and said after a moment's thought, "Your Majesty. Kong Shunqi was worried about your safety and was anxious, so he offended your Majesty. I beg your Majesty to forgive him once. You want to ask for mercy?" Qin Zheng turned around, supported his sword with his hand, and stared at Hozhen with narrowed eyes. Hozhen was wearing a black helmet. Big and majestic. There is a unique and fierce murderous aura from the generals. Awe-inspiring without being angry. Hozhen raised his eyes and secretly looked at Qin Zheng, but saw that Qin Zheng looked calm and unperturbed at this moment, and there was a hint of oppression that he had never had before, which was very different from what he had noticed in the past, and he was also a little surprised. Kong Shun is loyal to your Majesty and has no second thoughts. Previously, bandits were rampant outside the imperial city, and there were also people from the sect involved. He was also worried that these rebellions would endanger your majesty, so he was anxious and acted a little too radically, but it was not a serious crime. This is because I didn't discipline him properly. Your majesty, please show some mercy and hand him over to me for handling. I will surely satisfy your majesty. Hou Zhen bowed. This is my empire. I say he is guilty, so he is guilty. Do you understand? Qin Zheng was cold and extremely unhappy. A mere doctor-in-chief, he actually acted so arrogantly in front of him. Who does he think he is? Your Majesty's handling of this matter may chill the hearts of the court officials. I am also considering your Majesty's situation. Hou Zhen bowed and clasped his hands. The words contain intentional or unintentional hints. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. If Kong Shun is killed and the matter is reported to the Grand Commandant, I'm afraid your Majesty will be very embarrassed. Hou Zhen. You just treat my words as fart, don't you? Qin Zheng was extremely angry. He had already given a warning, but Hou Zhen still dared to disobey. He really did not take him seriously. He walked away, and when he reached Hou Zhen's shoulder, he paused and said meaningfully, if you take him away today, you will bear the consequences yourself. Qin Zheng didn't touch Kong Shun again. We did all this just to lure Hou Zhen and wait for him to fall into this trap. He is already prepared to deal with Hou Zhen. If he took Kong Shun away, the consequences he would have to bear would make him unable to even cry. If he is not taken away, Kong Shun will die miserably. Zhang An stood up and followed him down. Hou Zhen's eyes were also calm, with a fierce light flashing in them. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill from behind him, causing him to tremble instinctively, as if someone was standing behind him. He turned around suddenly, but found nothing. What's going on? He was confused. After making sure that there was no one there, he dismissed the thought and walked down the Wu Men Gate with a frown. However, the light and shadow on the Wu Gate became sparse. Qin Zheng glanced at the miserable Kong Shun and went straight to the court. Hou Zhen walked up to Kong Shun. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Qin Zheng's back, with a slight smile on his lips, not paying much attention to Qin Zheng's warning. If we only consider his position as a doctor, we should indeed think twice. But with the addition of the Grand Marshal, it's different. He directly controls a lot of the palace guards, and the Grand Marshal controls nearly 60% of the Imperial Guards. Even the Prime Minister's faction is afraid of them. He is certain that His Majesty will not touch him. If you touch him, it will definitely cause a shock in the court. As long as he doesn't do anything too outrageous, even His Majesty can't punish him. Kong Shun is the deputy commander. On the one hand, he is responsible for the protection of the Imperial Palace. On the other hand, he is an important chess piece to hold the royalists hostage and must not be lost. I believe that His Majesty should also understand this. If he doesn't understand, the Bai family and the Wang family will tell him. So, he directly ordered, take him away. As for the consequences, he has something in mind. After all, this empire is no longer the same as it was 800 years ago. Yes. Several soldiers escorted Kong Shun away. The Imperial Guards frowned but could do nothing. Hou Zhen possessed a lot of real power and was too difficult to shake. However, this act of disobeying the Emperor made them angry. After dealing with Kong Shun's matter, Hou Zhen also rushed to Qin Huangzheng Palace. Chapter 8. Not long. All the court officials gathered in the Qin Emperor's palace. At the front, Tai Wei Chenqing was over 50 years old, with a rough face, a very long beard, and eyes as sharp as an eagle. The oppression of being in a higher position was extremely strong. Even if he stood there motionless, he could scare some people with bad hearts out of their wits. Next to Chenqing is the right Prime Minister Wu Yangxiang. In stark contrast to Chenqing's roughness, he looked elegant and profound, with cloudy eyes, as if hiding many calculations. Next to them are Wang Zhan and Bai Yu. These are the leaders of the three factions. I heard that there was quite a commotion outside the imperial city. I wonder if Prime Minister Wu Yang has heard about it. Wang Zhan turned to look at Wu Yangxiang. The other court officials listened attentively. They all heard about it. There were 7 or 8 corpses nailed to the nail in Yangshan, all of them were skinned alive and died miserably. And all this is because of the mysterious ghost. What this ghost is makes them all extremely curious. But only Taifu felt uneasy. Wu Yangxiang smiled and said, "These villains dare to act so recklessly in the imperial city. It is best to kill them and punish them severely to serve as a warning to others. However, who did this good deed without leaving his name? If I report this to His Majesty, I'm afraid he will be rewarded." Wu Yangxiang's smile became more meaningful as he looked at Chen Qing. Chen Qing said calmly, "Maybe it was the Grand Master who did it. It's just a small matter like this, and it only takes a thought from the Grand Master." Wang Zhan and Bai Yu were listening and guessing. Right at this moment, Qin Zheng stepped onto the dragon platform, holding the sword of power in his hand, and looked down at his ministers. The ministers looked up, slightly surprised. Qin Zheng was seen wearing a black dragon robe, a flat crown, and a sword that crossed the royal power. He had a sharp and domineering aura that he had never had before. "Knock to the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" All the ministers bowed in greeting. "No need to be polite," Qin Zheng said in a deep voice. "Follow suit." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The ministers stood up. Qin Zheng glanced around, glanced at Yu Taifu and Hou Zhen, without saying a word, and then turned to Wang Zhan and Bai Yu. "If you have something to say, please report it. If not, please leave the court." "Your Majesty." Recently, the bandits in various counties have become more rampant, and the governor of Chuanshan County was even killed. Their arrogance has reached the extreme. I request your order to dispatch troops to strangle the bandits in Chuanshan County, Shaoyang County, etc., so that they will not cause trouble to the imperial city and disturb your Majesty. Chen Qing bowed. "Master Chen." At this time, Bai Yu sneered and immediately stood up and said, "The bandits started at the border. Killing the bandits in 1 or 2 counties is only a temporary solution. In my opinion, we should ask the kings at the border to mobilize troops and eliminate these rebels from the root, so as to solve your Majesty's worries." Qin Zheng listened silently. "I understand Bai Yu's plan. Today, the troubles both inside and outside the empire are difficult to reverse. The internal threat is great, and the external princes are the core concern. Using bandits to hold back the princes can buy the empire a lot of time. And if the vassal kings mobilize their troops, the empire will not have to pay for the military expenses." Chen Qing frowned and said, "It's Lord Bai who has the idea to mobilize troops at the border. Once the border is mobilized, the surrounding empires will probably take the opportunity to invade. Can Lord Bai afford the consequences of that?" "Master Chen." Wang Zhan is ready to argue. At this time, Qin Zheng spoke up, "Just follow what Chen Qing said." "Your Majesty." Wang Zhan and Bai Yu's expressions suddenly changed, and they stepped forward with their hands clasped, ready to persuade them. Qin Zheng interrupted directly, "All right. This matter cannot be discussed any further." Chen Qing, Wu Yangxiang, and others were all surprised and puzzled. In the past, once Wang Zhan and Bai Yu objected to something, His Majesty would have to consider it carefully, and most of the time, he would even discuss it before making a decision. "I've been too happy today." Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and others frowned and were also confused by this abnormal behavior. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu's faces turned red with anger. They were trying their best to help Qin Zheng. Trying to help this empire out of the quagmire. Don't dare to slack off. Now he has been outmaneuvered. This blow was hard for them to accept. They spit out a mouthful of blood, which they swallowed hard. I have reviewed the matters submitted in the memorial and have handed it over to Lord Ouyang for processing. If there is nothing else, we will adjourn the court. Qin Zheng has a lazy attitude towards politics. Since the other party wants it, he will give it to him. See how much these people can get and how long they can keep it. He doesn't need any pointless arguments right now. Nonsense. This is nonsense. Your Majesty. However, Wang Zhan's eyes turned red with anxiety. If he handed all these matters over to Ouyang Xiang to handle, it would be tantamount to letting them do whatever they want. Qin Zheng ignored the two of them and turned to leave the hall. He knows. Given their personalities, they will come soon. I obey your order. Ouyang Xiang bowed and kowtowed, his voice long and loud, "Farewell, Your Majesty." He immediately turned to look at Wang Zhan and Bai Yu, who were so angry that they were dizzy, and said with a smile, "My lords, it seems that His Majesty trusts me more." Chen Kings frowned and fell into deep thought. Today's court made him at a loss. At this moment, he couldn't figure out what His Majesty was thinking. This made him feel a little uneasy. Bai Yu fell backwards in anger, but was supported by Zhao Qi, Master Bai. The court officials stared and looked at each other. "Master Bai, please take care of yourself." Ouyang Xiang bowed and walked out of the hall. "I want to see His Majesty." Wang Zhan's eyes were deep, and he turned around and went towards the palace with Bai Yu. Chen Qing glanced at them and turned away. Hou Zhen followed out. "Master Tai Wei." Hou Zhen called Chen Qing to stop him and reminded him, before the morning court session, His Majesty was angry. Chen Qing asked in surprise, "What happened?" Hou Zhen said, "Yesterday, Your Majesty was out. Kong Shun didn't find Your Majesty, so he slapped Zhong'an, that dog slave. This morning, Your Majesty got angry about this and was ready to kill Kong Shun. Fortunately, I arrived in time to save him." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing frowned and thought deeply. "Your Majesty didn't say anything?" Chen Qing asked. "Nothing." Hou Zhen shook his head and smiled. "I think he is very concerned about the attitude of the Grand Marshal. I guess it will be left unresolved." Hou Zhen's words were very tactful, and the more obvious meaning was that Qin Zheng was afraid of Chen Qing, so he did not pursue Kong Shun. Chen Qing had made His Majesty compromise and give in. Chen Qing smiled faintly and said nothing more. "Many things are best left unsaid. Send some people to investigate the situation in Yangshan, especially the ghost. You must find out the truth." Chen Qing ordered. It was unbelievable that the bandits outside the imperial city were solved quietly overnight. Hou Zhen nodded. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu arrived outside an imperial palace. "Your Majesty, please." Zhang Anho is outside the door. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu also frowned, but without thinking too much, they quickly walked into the imperial palace. In the pavilion of the imperial palace, the maid made tea. Qin Zheng was sitting in the pavilion. "Your Majesty." Wang Zhan and Bai Yu bowed and kowtowed. Qin Zheng raised his eyes and said, "Sit down and have a cup of tea with me." "Your Majesty." Wang Zhan was anxious and wanted to say something, but Qin Zheng waved his hand to stop him, saying, "I already know what you two elders are worried about. But you don't need to worry now, just be a spectator quietly, and then you will appreciate something different." Wang Zhan and Bai Yu were confused and felt very puzzled. Bai Yu said, "I don't understand Your Majesty's decision in the palace." After pouring the tea, the palace maid left. Qin Zheng picked up the tea, blew a puff of hot air, and said lightly, "That resolution can't decide anything. The empire is already seriously ill, so let's make it sicker and expose all the roots of the disease so that we can deal with it more easily. As for those people in the court, I don't even take them seriously." Wang Zhan and Bai Yu frowned and thought deeply about this. They had fought with Chen Qing, Ouyang Xiang and others for so long and were exhausted, but His Majesty did not take them seriously. Where does your Majesty get the confidence from? To be frank, the reason why the empire can still hold on today is not because of Lingzi sect, but because of their hard work. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu looked at Qin Zheng in silence. They all clearly felt that Qin Zheng was different. He suddenly became unfathomable and difficult to guess. But it only exacerbated their worries. Qin Zheng's confidence comes from them. They don't have much confidence, so where does Qin Zheng get it from? Your Majesty, what are your plans? Wang Zhan asked unwillingly. Qin Zheng thought for a moment and reminded them, if you two elders still recognize me as your Majesty, then go back to the mansion and wait. I will give you an answer tomorrow. Hearing this, Wang Zhan and Bai Yu were hesitant. They are afraid that Qin Zheng's situation will be out of control, and then they will be even more passive. After all, Qin Zheng doesn't tell them anything now. They are passive enough. I have no other request, I just hope your Majesty will put the empire first. I will respect every decision of your Majesty. Bai Yu bowed and saluted. That head of white hair shows how vicissitudes of life have passed. This empire is beyond help. This empire would collapse if a little storm came. Now, it is just maintaining its last glory. No one has the amazing means to turn the tide. No one can support it. Even though the one who controls it now is the almighty giant, Lingzi sect. They understand. Everyone in the imperial city understands this. Most people in the empire understand. But so what? They are the ministers of the Qin dynasty. An old fellow who knows his destiny. Man's life is nothing but a pile of dry bones, but they insist on fighting against this unstoppable torrent. Even if my body is torn into pieces, it will just turn into a handful of earth. Why should I be afraid? Your Majesty, do whatever you want to do. Bai Yu calmed down and said no more. Qin Zheng couldn't possibly tell them about the attributes of the troops, so he just asked, also, the two elders, tell me truthfully, how many troops can I still mobilize at the moment? Bai Yu said, the Imperial City Guard has 40% of its troops that can be mobilized, about 80,000 people. Among the 50,000 Imperial Guards, 30,000 are under the command of your Majesty and can protect your Majesty's safety. Although the Marquis' town is powerful, the safety of the Imperial Palace is in danger, and I, an old minister, will not give in. Outside the Imperial City, there are 800,000 black cavalry troops stationed in the surrounding counties. They are the foundation of the empire. 800,000. Qin Zheng didn't think it was a lot. The Qin Empire had more than 1,000 counties and its territory was so vast that the source of troops was unimaginable. The army controlled by Tai Wei's faction is probably more than 1 million. What's even more terrifying is that the princes guarding the border counties, each with more than 1 million elite soldiers, are watching covetously. The two elders go back first. Wait for my order and act accordingly. Qin Zheng planned to clean up the internal situation first. After a short silence, Wang Zhan and Bai Yu decided to wait overnight, so they left without even drinking tea. After the two left, outside the pavilion, 20 light and shadow attributed soldiers appeared silently. Qin Zheng looked indifferent and said casually, behead the Hogenta clan. Leave no one alive. If you keep the life of the Marquis, I will invite all the officials to watch a scene of a corpse being torn into pieces. Chapter 9. The tea is cold. Qin Zheng stood up, looked up at the sky, and wondered what the emperors of Huaxia would do if they were in this situation. Learn from history. In the current situation, only a strong hand can shake the towering trees that have grown from the soil of the empire. No one believed that this empire could be reversed, but he wanted to give it a try. Whether you fight or not, what matters is not the result, but the ability to proudly pat your chest and say in the future, I tried my best, and I deserve to live again. What court and sect? Just wait. At this time, outside the palace, The ghost legend ferments in the imperial city. Apart from guessing that it might be the imperial master's mansion, I couldn't think of anyone else. But the imperial master's office has not come out to clarify so far. This made the ghost legend even more confusing and caused a lot of discussion. Immediately send someone to check if there is any sect behind the Yangshan ghost. Hou Zhen returned home and immediately arranged for the guards to investigate. Adult. Kong Shun came out of the side hall in a wheelchair and said, "There is something I must report to you." "What is it?" Hou Zhen was puzzled. Kong Shun said, "I was captured in front of Wu Men this morning." Hou Zhen frowned, "Keep talking." "At that time, Zhong'an, that dog slave, slapped me in the face. I wanted to take the opportunity to kill him, but just as I was about to do it, my legs were chopped off. But I remember that there was no one else besides the imperial guards protecting Qin Zheng. Those imperial guards were all in the front protecting Qin Zheng and had no way of attacking me from behind. It was as if someone appeared out of nowhere behind me, and then disappeared mysteriously again." Kong Shun tells the story. "I still feel a little scared." When Hou Zhen heard this, his brows furrowed into the shape of a appearing out of nowhere behind you? This reminded him of the uneasy feeling he had at Wu Men. "Are you sure you saw it clearly? It wasn't a sneak attack by someone else?" Hou Zhen asked. Kong Shun shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. Not to mention that my subordinates also have the strength to practice qi, and everyone is watching. I asked the guards of Wu Men, and they only felt a little brighter, but didn't see anything at all. If it is a sneak attack, the one who can do this must be a strong man who has surpassed the sea transformation realm. Could this be the Yangshan ghost?" Hou Zhen sneered, "What a bullshit ghost. It's just a trick to scare people. Qin Zheng has nothing to rely on except Bai Yu and Wang Zhan. When the opportunity comes, he will get rid of those two old men. What else can he rely on?" Then he turned to Kong Shun and said, "Your legs are crippled. You should leave the Imperial Guards first and join the Imperial City Guards. You still have a long way to go. When one empire falls, another will rise." He. Chen Qing. Ouyang Xiang. Kong Shun. Etc. Many people are waiting for that day. And that day won't be too far away. Everyone in the world knows that this empire can no longer hold on, so the world is in chaos. Pairs of wolf-like and tiger-like eyes were staring straight at this huge empire, waiting for the moment of its fall so that they could tear it into pieces and eat it. The torrent is surging, and who can withstand this unstoppable force? Kong Shun nodded. The hatred in his eyes was hidden. The day the empire collapses, the Qin government will also be shattered. At that moment, he will be waiting. Hou Zhen ignored Kong Shun and left. Came to a palace deep in the mansion. Two young men with swords on their backs were guarding outside the palace gate. "Master Tianxu hasn't come out of retreat yet?" Hou Zhen bowed and asked. Although he was one of the 9 ministers of the empire, he did not dare to offend the two people in front of him. Just because they are both from the sect. The word sect is greater than the empire, that's all. The two young men were proud and arrogant. One of them said solemnly, "Dr. Ling, don't worry. Our master will come out of retreat soon. By then, he will be able to enter the transformation sea realm and become a great cultivator." Sea transformation realm. When Hou Zhen heard this, he was overjoyed. Qi training, foundation building, true essence, sea transformation. The Yuan force is like a vast ocean, flying in the air, which is the threshold to becoming a great cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, the gap between each realm is huge, especially as you go further. Even if there is only one realm difference, there are still insurmountable barriers. True Man Tianxu is a powerful figure from the Jiangxin sect and is also the one who supports him behind the scenes. Although he is from the Taiwei faction. But he was unwilling to be inferior to others. The empire collapsed, the Qin dynasty was in chaos, and his chance had come. Hou Zhen didn't interrupt. Turn around and leave. Nightfall. Puff. A team of more than 10 patrolling guards were suddenly beheaded in an instant. 20 light and shadow attribute soldiers have already sneaked into Lang Zongling mansion. 4 guarding each exit. The remaining 16 were silent and blended into the night. A captain of guards patrolled along the corridor. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back and paused for a moment. His natural alertness made him quickly grab the hilt of the knife. He looked down at his feet and saw overlapping shadows under the light. He suddenly drew his sword and slashed backwards, but missed. There is no one behind me. Just as he put away his knife, a bright light appeared in front of him, as if a person walked out of the light and cut off his neck with a sword. A head flew off, with pupils widened in disbelief. In the Lang Zongling mansion, the sounds of beheadings were heard one after another, and all the guards were easily slaughtered. Ah! A scream of fear instantly made the doctor's mansion lively. Many people rushed out of the room upon hearing the noise, and looked outside, frightened out of their wits. They saw blood and heads rolling everywhere, as if a nightmare had descended. Sir! There's an assassin! A guard ran towards the study in panic. Hou Zhen's expression suddenly darkened. Push the door open and walk out. There are corpses everywhere outside and screams are endless. Hou Zhen was angry. He leaped forward and rushed into the courtyard. Looking into the distance, he saw many people running away in terror. However, they did not run for long before a bright sword light flashed and their bodies were separated. But Hou Zhen didn't see anyone. A few guards just ran in front of him, and in an instant, the head flew up and rolled towards him. Shadow. Hou Zhen's pupils shrank as he noticed overlapping shadows behind several guards, but they quickly disappeared. He had a gloomy face, reacted very quickly, circulated his energy, and rushed out of the courtyard. There were corpses all along the way. Hou Zhen's character was strong enough that he could become Lang Zongling, one of the 9 ministers. He had killed so many people that he didn't care at all. But when he rushed to the inner courtyard, looking at the corpses on the ground, his heart suddenly began to bleed, and his pupils became bloodshot. Wife, concubine, son, brother, uncles, etc. were all beheaded. He walked and looked, his whole body trembling. The excruciating pain made his face hideous, but he just looked on without saying a word. The surviving guards and others also came towards him at a very fast speed. Every one of them was like a frightened bird, staring at every corner with fear and nervousness. Adult. The guards panicked. Who did this? Hou Zhen's voice was low, his teeth were broken, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his face was extremely hideous and terrifying. One of the guards said with trembling lips, "It was a ghost who killed people." It was a ghost. They can't be seen or touched, they hide in the shadows. This must be the ghost of Yang Shan who appeared. Yang Shan ghost. Hou Zhen gritted his teeth, grabbed a sword, and slashed at the void with layers of sword energy, which was brilliant and dazzling, as if trying to force out the hidden enemy. Ah! However, when he moved, there were screams coming from behind. The guards were slaughtered one after another. Get out here! Get out here! At this moment, Hou Zhen's mentality was shattered, and his uncontrollable emotions burst out and he let out a roar. The hair on her crown exploded in an instant, as if she had gone crazy. At this moment, he still didn't know who the enemy was or where he was. There is not even a target to counterattack. My lord! Let's retreat! These ghosts are invisible. The guards grabbed Hou Zhen and ran towards the palace deep inside. As long as they get there and there's that person in charge, they can save their lives. However, it was as if the enemy was right next to them. The guards were running and had no time to react before their heads flew off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. In front of the palace. Seeing Hou Zhen rushing in with a group of guards, the 2 young men guarding the palace frowned, and at the same time took a step forward, and the swords on their backs rushed out with a clang sound. "Please ask Master Tiangsu to save my mansion." Ho Zhen rushed to the front of the hall and roared. "No recklessness here." The two young men snorted coldly, preparing to drive Ho Zhen back, but the screams of awe made them hesitate. "Turn your head and look behind the crowd." In the blink of an eye, a lot of corpses appeared. The light and shadow soldiers did not stop. When they received the order, everyone except Ho Zhen had to die, so they continued to slaughter forward. However, at this moment, a vast wave of energy turned into a terrifying storm, which broke through the palace door with a bang and raged towards the entire Lang Zongling mansion. A slender figure slowly stepped out of the hall. With every step, his mountain-like momentum increased sharply, suppressing everything around him. Chapter 10. The storm gradually subsided and everything became quiet and silent. The two young men guarding the palace turned around, looked at the figure in front of the palace gate, and saluted respectfully. Ho Zhen and his guards also stared at this man. A faint and sharp layer of true energy light lingers all over the body. He put his hands behind his back. There is a terrifying sword energy blooming behind him. He looked like a swordsman from another world. The light in those eyes was as sharp and terrifying as the edge of a sword. Anyone who looked at it was instinctively afraid. This person is none other than Master Tiangsu, the strong man from Jiangxinmen. Taoist Tiangsu looked at the miserable Ho Zhen, then turned to look at the corpses on the ground before checking the surroundings. But after a moment, he suddenly frowned. Even though he was in the sea transformation realm, he didn't even sense any enemies around him. Although he is not in the spirit refining realm and does not have the spiritual awareness to see into details, he is in the sea transformation realm and can sense the energy of heaven and earth and tiny changes in air currents. Now he hasn't found anything yet, which makes him shocked. Ho Zhen was much calmer at this moment. The blood-red pupils also looked around everywhere. I kept thinking about who the enemy was. His eyes flickered as if he thought of something. Qin Zheng. He suddenly raised his eyes and shouted into the void, "Qin Zheng sent you here, right?" At this moment, he finally understood something. Yang Shan Ghost. The mysterious light and shadow cut off Kong Shun's feet. All of them come from Qin Zheng. He recalled the warning Qin Zheng had whispered in his ear at Wu Men. What's funny is, he actually thought Qin Zheng was showing weakness to him. It turns out that he has mastered this unknown and terrifying power and has hidden it from everyone. Well, it turns out that the most terrifying person in the court is not the Grand Marshal, not the Prime Minister, nor Bai Yu or Wang Zhan, but him. Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng. Tiangsu Zhenren was also puzzled. It's interesting. But for an empire that is about to collapse, no matter how hard it struggles, it will be useless. The light and shadow attribute soldiers looked towards Master Tiangsu. They could feel a powerful aura suppressing every corner. But they were not afraid. 5 light and shadow attribute soldiers approached Master Tiangsu silently. 2 light and shadow attribute soldiers suddenly attacked the remaining guards. The rest are stationed in several corners where they can provide assistance. With a sudden flash of sword light, the bodies of the 2 guards in front of Ho Zhen were separated. Just at this moment, Master Tiangsu flashed through the air like a ray of sword light and instantly landed beside the corpse. A gorgeous sword net suddenly covered it, and sword energy whizzed around. The huge sword force and energy also blocked the void. The 2 light and shadow attribute soldiers retreated at a high speed and resisted the sword force and vitality, and the figure had to step out of the darkness. This moment, Ho Zhen and the guards were also stunned when they saw the so-called ghost clearly. It was actually armor covering every gap on the soldier's body. True Man Tiangsu also looked at the 2 soldiers in amazement. They coexisted with the darkness, invisible and traceless. This method was simply incredible. This Qin Zheng seems to be really not simple. Just 2 soldiers. But he was able to avoid the powerful attack of him, a sword cultivator in the sea transformation realm. If this gets out, who would believe it? I want to see what methods you have. After seeing the special features of the two light and shadow attributed soldiers, Master Tianxu also wanted to find out the secrets about them, so after forcing them out, he made a hand gesture and sword energy condensed like a rain of light, filling the night sky of Lang Zhongling's mansion. As Master Tianxu made a sword seal, the sword energy instantly tilted, and the world was filled with terrifying sharp murderous intent. That extreme and vast suppression shocked Hou Zhen and the two young men guarding the palace. Is this the Sea of Transformation realm? The two young men had bright eyes, they were surprised and fascinated. However, at this moment, Master Tianxu paused in his killing spree. Genren Tianxu suddenly felt a deadly murderous aura coming from behind him. With a warning in his heart, a dazzling sword light burst out from his body. It was as if there was a sword world hidden inside the body, and the sword light suddenly burst out. The attention was also shifted to the back. Just at this moment, the two light and shadow soldiers covered by the slanted sword energy took advantage of the brief pause to quickly avoid the killing and attacked Master Tianxu from the left and right sides. Master, be careful! The two young men guarding the temple shouted with greatly changed expressions. He carried a sword on his back and moved with the power of Yuan Li, slashing at the two light and shadow attribute soldiers. However, as they stared wide-eyed, the two light and shadow soldiers mysteriously stepped into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Hou Zhen and the guards were also a little shocked. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have dared to imagine that there are people who can be one with darkness. No, they are the darkness. This is simply unbelievable. Oops! The two young men guarding the temple couldn't detect any human figure, and their expressions changed suddenly. They quickly retreated towards Master Tianxu. However, they retreated in panic. But they ignored the murderous intent brought by the shadow behind them. Two lurking light and shadow soldiers followed the shadows and cut them in half with one sword. Totally vulnerable. Ah! The two people who were cut in half did not die immediately, but let out shrill screams of terror. The guards were terrified to the extreme. The two young men guarding the temple were masters of foundation building, but they were crushed to death like ants. What the hell was this? How many more are there? The guards moved restlessly, looking around. They were so nervous that sweat broke out on their foreheads, as if the nightmare of death was looming over them all the time. I underestimated you. Master Tianxu frowned. The killing of his two apprentices also made him furious. He immediately summoned the Jiangxin sect's powerful sword technique Jiangxin Jinaiyu, releasing the sword power and vitality of the first level of Huahe continuously, and the light of sword intent gathered above his head, forming a prison that looked like a pile of divine swords. Open! He shouted coldly, and the sword heart prison suddenly expanded with him as the center, and the sword intent became substance, like a peerless sword that kept nailing and killing in all directions. Even some guards were nailed to death instantly. 16 light and shadow troops retreated quietly to avoid the enemy's attack. True Man Tianxi's sword into the air in one step. He pressed down the Jiangxin Jinaiyu with one palm, the murderous sword intent was filled, and the sword whistling sound was extremely sharp. Genren Tianxu tried to use this to force out the light and shadow attribute soldiers. 16 light and shadow soldiers stood in the distance and watched quietly. In light, shadow, and darkness, they are the kings. No matter how powerful the sea transformation realm's Yuan Li is, it is still difficult to find them, unless the spiritual consciousness of a strong person in the spirit refining realm can perhaps detect a trace of them. Certainly. They didn't dare to confront Master Tianxu head-on. Now they are in the foundation establishment stage. There is a Zhenyuan realm between the Huahe realm and the Zhenyuan realm. Even though Master Tianxu had just broken through to the first level of the Sea of Transformation, the surging sword power and vitality were still not something they could block. They are waiting for the opportunity. When Tianxu Genren's sword heart prison suppressing palm came down to kill, leaving space on both sides of him, 4 light and shadow attribute soldiers took the opportunity to rush over and attack Tiangsu Genren. Genren Tiangsu felt the threat from both sides, so he put his fingers together, transformed his energy into a sword, and swung it violently. The long and narrow sword energy was like a flash of lightning in the dark night, splitting Lang Zhong's mansion into pieces. Moment. 4 more light and shadow soldiers attacked him from behind. Ling Tiangsu was overwhelmed and anger rose in his eyes. One guard is also incredible. To them, the strong men in the sea transformation realm were unattainable land immortals, but they were forced into this situation by just a few weapons. And, just a few. Who knows how much more that Majesty has? Under the supervision of the Imperial Master's office, he was able to train such terrifying weapons. His Majesty is truly profound and terrifying. The more Master Tiangsu fought, the colder he felt, and the more shocked and surprised he became. These weapons and armor completely overturned his previous understanding of cultivation. But he figured it out, too. These weapons rely on the darkness to hide and assassinate. If there were no night, they would have been exposed. Think of this. He instantly found a way to deal with it. Show me the truth. As Tiangsu Genren soared into the air, vast sword power and vitality burst out, and beams of sword light spread out with Lang Zhong Lingfu as the center. The vitality was pervasive, and the spreading sword light was extremely bright, illuminating the entire Lang Zhong Lingfu. Even the night sky became brighter. True Man Tiangsu's mind is locked onto every corner, secretly hiding terrible killing intent. Once locked, it will be killed in one move. But he didn't know. Light and darkness, both are the world of light and shadow troops. True Man Tiangsu wanted to dispel the darkness and expose them. However, they took the opportunity to merge with the light and use the enemy's trick against them. In a brief moment, before Master Tiangsu could react, he rushed behind him at high speed and pierced his ribs with his sword. Ah! Genren Tiangsu cried out in pain. He was about to strike back and kill the soldier who attacked him. Puff! Armpits! A sword pierced through his chest suddenly. He glanced. The light kept gathering around him in his sight, forming a sticky light and shadow. Darkness and light are both our worlds. A cold voice crushed Master Tiangsu's heart. His pupils contracted extremely, showing the utmost disbelief. These weapons and armors of Qin Zheng can not only blend with darkness, but also blend with light. What kind of mysterious power do they possess? What the hell is this? Puff! Another sword pierced through his dantian, causing his whole body to twitch, his eyes to widen, and his sword power and vitality collapsed in an instant. Phew! Phew! Sharp swords emerged from the light between the electric sparks and kept piercing the body of Master Tiangsu. Chapter 11. Drops of blood fell, and under the stirring of sword power and vitality, they blossomed into strange blood flowers. Tiangsu Genren's elixir sea was shattered, and the released sword power and vitality lost control and continued to dissipate. The bright night sky suddenly dimmed. The people below stared at Master Tiangsu, whose body was pierced by sharp swords, with their eyes wide open. A powerful warrior in the Sea of Transformation realm was killed by the combined efforts of those soldiers. That's right, it's armor. And there are only a few. But he just happened to kill a person in the Sea Transformation realm. What a great Qin Zheng! Good, very good. Ho Zhen's eyes were filled with hatred and endless regret. He originally thought that they controlled the Qin government and the empire, but now he realized that he was wrong, absolutely wrong. This is my empire. Qin Zheng's words in the morning kept repeating in his mind, hammering his heart again and again. Ah! His dantian was severely damaged, and Genren Tiangsu glared with bloodshot eyes and let out an angry roar. His long hair flew up, and an incomparably huge amount of Yuan Li suddenly burst out from his body, blasting away the light and shadow attribute soldiers one by one. The Yuan force continued to rage, bombarding the void with a buzzing sound. The palaces and pavilions of the Langzongling mansion seemed to be ravaged by an endless storm and were constantly being destroyed. Beams, rubble, pillars, etc. were blown away and bombarded in all directions. The strong men in the imperial city were also alarmed by the noise and came to see what was happening. Master Tianxu was covered in blood, but he was not dead. The Sea of Transformation realm has tempered his physique and made his vitality extremely tenacious. He locked onto the light and shadow soldiers that were knocked away like a madman, ready to use a powerful trump card to destroy them. Then rush to the palace and kill Qin Zheng. But the remaining light and shadow soldiers took the opportunity to attack, like ghosts, constantly shuttling around Master Tianxu, not giving Master Tianxu any chance. Every time a sword struck him, it turned into a terrible wound. A light and shadow soldier went around and cut off Tianxu Genren's neck with a sword, ending the battle completely. Master Tianxu is also dead. Run! The guards were completely desperate and fled in all directions without caring about Hou Zhen. Other light and shadow troops took advantage of the situation and quickly killed it. Hou Zhen stood still. He stared motionlessly as all the guards were beheaded. Looking at the huge Langzongling mansion, thousands of people were slaughtered without leaving a single person alive. This is the consequence of his disobedience. Come on! Come and kill me! Qin Zheng! Qin Zheng! Your empire is already finished. If you dare to go against the will of heaven, you will not die a good death. I'm waiting. Hou Zhen laughed out loud, laughing like crazy. The light and shadow attribute soldiers ignored it. Qin Zheng ordered not to kill him for the time being, so they would not act on their own. After collecting the things from Master Tianxu, he immediately blended into the darkness. A-hole! Kill me! Seeing that the light and shadow soldiers did not attack him, Hou Zhen roared and punched the void again and again, releasing powerful Yuan Li continuously. But no one paid any attention to him. At this time, the masters from the imperial city rushed over at high speed and stopped outside the doctor's mansion. Looking at the tragic situation in the mansion, everyone frowned. They looked towards the broken temple in the depths. Suddenly the pupil shrank. Hou Zhen sat in front of the pile of corpses in a daze. Behind him, the head of Tianxu Genren was nailed to the pillar of the temple, and his body was crawling on the stairs in front of the temple, with blood gushing out of his broken neck. A strong man from Jiangxin sect, a strong man who entered the Huahe realm, actually died here. What happened here? Many people gasped. They knew Master Tianxu. And I know how powerful he is. It's unbelievable that he died here now. Who has such great ability? The Emperor's bedroom. Kill the first level of Huahe, kill more than 1,000 enemies, energy plus 1,000, blood crystal plus 410, alien crystal plus 1. The information template in Qin Zheng's mind moved again. He actually killed the Huahe realm. Qin Zheng was a little unbelievable. Crossed 2 realms. The Huahe realm is a land immortal in the eyes of mortals. Just slaughter him like that. Although he knew that light and shadow attribute soldiers were very powerful, this one was so powerful that it made him a little confused. But what was even more surprising was that I actually obtained a lot of 410 blood crystals this time. Even a strange crystal exploded. The alien crystal can evolve the attribute soldier's reincarnation pool and produce new attribute soldiers. This is what he urgently needs now. The light and shadow attribute soldiers are awesome and scary enough, but what about other attributes? He is so looking forward to it. In addition, the energy extracted this time is also 1,000 points, far exceeding the previous amount. I think it's because of killing Huahe Jing. The higher the level of the enemy you kill, the more energy you gain, and the more blood crystals you generate. An answer appears on the information template. Solved Qin Zheng's confusion. It looks like it's a surprise indeed. Together with the blood crystals from before, it's enough to upgrade the attribute soldier reincarnation pool. Thinking of this, Qin Zheng felt happy. He consumes 1000 energy to level up. The pure and surging energy tempered his physique over and over again, strengthening his blood, bones, meridians, etc. Don't be fooled by the value being 1000. Maybe the amount is too huge, and after being tempered over and over again, it is thousands of times more solid than the foundation of the sect disciples. The physical training has reached perfection. Huge amounts of energy are introduced into Danshan, opening up the sea of energy. This means that Qin Zheng has officially entered the foundation establishment stage. He raised his hand. Golden energy rose in his palm. Very special effect. The immortal cultivation that I once imagined, which required the use of high technology, is now happening to me. The feeling of mastering powerful strength was so great that he could hardly suppress it. Moreover, he only needs to extract energy to upgrade, which makes him 1,000,000 times stronger than those immortal cultivators who practice hard. The number of blood crystals is sufficient. Do you want to increase the attribute reincarnation pool level? At this moment, a message appeared, and Qin Zheng chose yes without thinking. The light and shadow attribute reincarnation pool has been upgraded to level 2, and can breed 20 attribute soldiers every day. Extra rewards, light and shadow attributes, blending in with the world. Number of blood crystals required for upgrading, 3000. Note, second level light and shadow attribute reincarnation pool, high concept breeds special light and shadow soldiers. Improve the attribute reincarnation pool level and have a chance to gain special skills. Qin Zheng knew this. But what was unexpected was that he was endowed with the attributes of light and shadow, and became one with the world. After seeing the special abilities of the light and shadow attribute soldiers, he was very envious. And be one with the light. Being in harmony with the light and the dust, you can achieve the effect of displacement. Also, the number of nurturing arms has increased by 10. However, what is different from the original is that the level of the nurtured troops will be higher than level 1. It seems like I'm a bit lucky. Qin Zheng was extremely satisfied after receiving a lot of rewards. My lord. Just after upgrading the attribute troop reincarnation pool, 20 light and shadow attribute troop types are back. Qin Zheng looked at the 20 people. 9 of them were in a very miserable state and had some injuries. You encountered a strong person in the sea transformation realm. Qin Zheng looked at them and could imagine how difficult the battle would be. After all, he crossed 2 major realms. One of them said, the Huahe realm is indeed very powerful, with the blessing of the sea-like energy, which is too difficult to deal with. However, his realm is unstable and he was exhausted by us. Being exhausted to death? Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, light and shadow attribute soldiers can blend with the light and hide, or blend with the darkness and lurk. It doesn't matter if you can't win, you can just lurk and consume the enemy slowly. Not to mention the first level of the Sea of Transformation, I'm afraid even the second or third level would be enough to kill him. If people outside knew that a person at the Foundation Establishment stage killed a person at the Sea Transformation stage, they would probably drop their eyes to the ground. Killing enemies across borders is not something that ordinary people can do. Not to mention crossing 2 major realms. Regardless of whether it was because the Transformation Sea realm was unstable or other reasons, Qin Zheng only needed to know that it was enough to deal with the Transformation Sea realm strong men. My lord. This is what I got from that person in the Huahe realm. One person handed over the things collected from Master Tianxu to Qin Zheng. There are the powerful swordsmanship of Jiangxin sect, Jiangxin Jinyu and sword across the sky. And there is also the sword heart technique. As well as an ancient sword engraved with special patterns in a small tower. Some shiny crystals. After Qin Zheng checked it, he was even more delighted. The sword heart prison suppressing sword chi can be evolved by relying on the sword intent, and it is a sword move that can kill a group of people with great power. A sword that slashes across the sky is even more powerful, compressing sword intent, sword energy and yuan power into one sword. With one move, the sword slashes across the sky, and the extreme level can split the void. The sword heart art is the sword heart sex inherited sword technique. It condenses the sword heart and becomes an extremely powerful celestial swordsman. These were truly timely relief for Qin Zheng. To advance to the foundation building stage, what is lacking is the mental method and skills. Then, Qin Zheng looked at the ancient sword and the small tower. The information template in the mind gave a reminder that both were mysterious first-grade spiritual weapons. In the Endless Continent, in addition to general magic weapons, powerful cultivators in the sects will use the power of heaven and earth to forge some powerful weapons, which are called spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons are divided into 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the strongest, and those above the 9th grade are treasure weapons. If the spiritual weapon is driven by Yuan Li, the killing power it releases is quite astonishing. Originally, the final means that Tianxu Genren was going to use were these 2 spiritual weapons, but the light and shadow attribute soldiers took the initiative and killed him first. Otherwise, the outcome is still unknown. The shiny crystals are Yuanqi, a special carrier for storing elemental energy that can be used for cultivation. When Qin Zheng reached the stage of foundation building, in addition to obtaining the attributes of being one with the world and light and shadow, he still lacked a lot of skills and techniques for practicing. Now I'm really sleepy. Please hand me the pillow. Just right. Chapter 12. Keep an eye on Hou Zhen. Qin Zheng ordered. Keeping Hou Zhen is not like letting a tiger return to the mountains. He has other plans. A troop with light and shadow attributes instantly sank into darkness. Immediately, Qin Zheng looked at the 9 injured light and shadow soldiers. According to the information, if an attribute soldier is injured, he can recover at the attribute soldier reincarnation pool or by healing. The 9 injuries are not serious, so there is no need to recover in the reincarnation pool. In addition, a special place must be built for the secret attribute reincarnation pool. After dismissing the light and shadow soldiers, Qin Zheng began to practice sword heart to suppress the prison, sword across the sky and sword heart judgment. The light and shadow attributes and the ability to blend in with the world are rewards from the reincarnation pool, and can be achieved with a little practice. The sword heart technique uses sword intent, sword force, and sword energy to condense a sword heart in the body. When the sword heart is perfected, one can ascend to the realm of Baodin in one step. This sword technique is very powerful. In other words, the sword cultivator's combat power is very strong. It is not difficult to practice sword heart prison. A sword across the sky is relatively difficult. This is an extremely powerful sword-killing move. The spells in the world of immortal cultivation are divided into 9 grades of spells, and supernatural powers above the 9th grade. Sword Heart Prison is a 4th grade spell. A sword across the sky is 1 level higher. It requires demanding practice and requires 1 sword to be brute and 1 sword to kill the enemy. Even Master Tianxu hasn't achieved anything great with his cultivation. The disciples of Jiangxin sect were even more helpless as they possessed the treasure, and many people could only sigh in despair. But this powerful sword move seemed to be prepared for Qin Zheng. This sword move is suitable for an emperor like him. Also, he has an even more unique advantage, which is to blend in with the world. With the help of the teleportation, launching the sword across the sky can perfectly bring the power of this sword move to its extreme. Qin Zheng practiced all night. Outside the palace, however, the waves were raging. The tragic situation in Lang Zongling's mansion made many forces unable to sleep, and they sent people to investigate the situation. Imperial City. Ouyang Mansion. The lights are on. In the lobby, Ouyang Xiong and a middle-aged man in Taoist robes were sitting side by side. Master Shang Huang, do you have any instructions for me this time? Ouyang Xiong's tone was extremely flattering. Taoist Shang Huang is the elder of Taiji sect and a master of the sea transformation realm. His Yuan power is as vast as the ocean. Even if he does not reveal a trace of his aura, there is still an oppression as heavy as a mountain. But Ouyangxiang was not afraid. Because, standing behind the Ouyang mansion is the Tai Chi sect. Shang Huangdaist said sternly, Prime Minister Ouyang should have known about Yangshan's affairs, right? Ouyangxiang narrowed his eyes slightly, and began to understand the purpose of Taoist Shang Huang's visit. Taoist Shang Huang frowned and said, Ziming and the other four were geniuses among the young generation of Taiji sect, but they died outside the imperial city. The sect master ordered me to investigate thoroughly. He even dared to kill disciples of Tai Chi sect. He must find out who this unknown enemy is. Otherwise, if you can kill the Tai Chi sect disciple the first time, you can kill him the second time. If the situation is not clarified, the Tai Chi sect will be in a passive position. Certainly. What the Taiji sect is most worried about is the intervention of the Imperial Master's mansion in the Imperial City. National Master Zhengxia represents the Lingzi sect. In front of this behemoth, even the Tai Chi sect would tremble in fear. Therefore, it must be handled properly to avoid bringing disaster to the Tai Chi sect. Ouyangxiang said, according to the news, it was some ghosts who did it. The Imperial Master's mansion has not made any statement. In addition, the Imperial Master has not shown up recently, so it is unlikely that it was the Imperial Master who did it. Ghost. Taoist Shang Huang was puzzled. Ouyangxiang said, it is rumored that it is a ghost, but whether it is just a hoax is unknown. I have sent people to keep a close eye on the movements of the Imperial City. Once there is any news, they will immediately inform the Immortal Master Shang Huang. Taoist Shang Huang nodded. After a moment, a young man also wearing Taoist robes walked in quickly and saluted Shang Huang Taoist and Ouyangxiang. The conversation between the two stopped. Looking at the young man, I saw that his expression was different and his brows were slightly frowned. What's going on? The Taoist from Shang Huang asked. The young man was still shocked, and said slowly, reporting to Master. The Lang Zongling mansion was slaughtered without a trace, and all were beheaded. Tiangsu Genren of Jiangxin sect was beheaded deep in the mansion. His death was extremely tragic. What? Taoist Shang Huang and Ouyangxiang stood up in shock at the same time. Ouyangxiang was shocked because the Lang Zongling was one of the 9 ministers of the empire and held a high status. Who would dare to massacre his entire clan? What shocked Shang Huang Taoist was the death of Genren Tiangsu. Master Tiangsu is a strong man from Jiangxin sect. It is rumored that he has broken through the Huahe realm. His sword skills are extremely strong. He has 2 spiritual weapons, Suangzin sword and Jinaihu tower, but he was killed. Shang Huangdaist was so frightened that he couldn't calm down for a long time. He asked, who killed him? So shocking. Genren Tiangsu's strength was no weaker than his, but he suddenly died in Lang Zongling's mansion, which gave him a great shock. I don't know yet. When I went there, the battle had just ended, but I didn't see anyone, which was very strange. Also, Dr. Ling Haojin is not dead. The young man reported back. Ho Zhen is not dead. Ouyangxiang was surprised and massacred the Lang Zhongling mansion but did not kill Ho Zhen. Why? Yesterday was Yangshan. Today is the Lang Zongling mansion. The answers given are all unknown, mysterious. Who on earth could be so silent? Someone, check it for me. Taiwei mansion. Chen Qing was also sitting. He also sent people to find out what happened in the Imperial City just now. Not long after, a guard rushed back with a message, Sir. The Lang Zhongling family was wiped out. What? Chen Qing stood up suddenly in shock, his pupils froze. Are you sure? Chen Qing didn't believe it. Absolutely true. The guard said, behead them all, leaving no one alive. Even a powerful warrior from Jiangxin sect was beheaded. I heard from people around that he was a swordsman at the Huahe realm, and he was very powerful. Chen Qing remained silent, his gloomy eyes flickering, so cold and terrifying. I don't know who did this. So do the 800 corpses in Yangshan. He Zhen is considered a supporting figure of his faction. Not only is he one of the 9 ministers, but he also controls a part of the palace guards, which helps him to suppress Bai Yu and Wang Zhan. Now he is in trouble, which is equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. Sir! He Zhen is not dead. The guard suddenly said. Not dead? Chen Qing narrowed his eyes. How is this possible? A whole family was wiped out, leaving only the marquee town. What does this want to do? Who is it? Check it for me immediately. Palace. Patriarch. The family of Lang Zhongling was wiped out, including Lang Zhongling's relatives, all of them were beheaded. This news made Wang Zhan's pupils shrink. The imperial city is heavily guarded. There were nearly 1,000 guards at the Lang Zhongling mansion, all of them were powerful masters, and they were all killed silently before they knew it. Who has such great ability? Etc. Suddenly, Wang Zhan remembered something and sat down immediately. Go back home and wait. Wait till tomorrow and I will give you the answer. This sentence suddenly rang in my mind. This is what Qin Zheng said to them earlier. Could it be that His Majesty did this? Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a thing to happen that night after he said that. Master! I heard that Jiangxin sect's strongman Tiangsu Genren was also beheaded. The servant reminded again. What? Wang Zhan was shocked and couldn't control his emotions. He learned that Jiangxinman was the support behind Lang Zhongling mansion through special channels. I also know that Master Tiangsu came out of Jiangxin sect and practiced in Lang Zhongling mansion, trying to reach the Huahe realm. However, a sword cultivator at the sea transformation realm also died. And do it without causing too much disturbance. It shows how strong the opponent is. Is this your Majesty's method? Wang Zhan was suspicious. But I don't really believe it at all. After all, the foundation and power that His Majesty can mobilize are all supported by them. The power of the royal family has long been eroded, so where does he get the means? Moreover, he can also kill Hua Haijing. Not only Wang Zhan didn't believe it. The same thing happened to Bai Yu, who learned the news. They entered the palace overnight but were blocked by Zhong'an. Qin Zheng is practicing now and doesn't want to see anyone. All the forces in the imperial city were also moved by the events of this night. The extermination of the Lang Zhongling family was no small matter. This happened in the imperial city, and in the residence of the imperial doctor, one of the 9 ministers of the empire. The deterrence caused by this massacre was unimaginable. Who has such great ability? The guards are dispatched and searching continuously. However, nothing happened overnight. The next day, the imperial city was shaken. The people of the imperial city were slow to realize the situation and only came to their senses after seeing the corpses piled up in the doctor's mansion. The entire Lang Zhongling family was wiped out overnight. The immortal figures of the sect were also beheaded. Looking at the corpse being carried out, everyone was stunned and shocked to the extreme. This is the immortal cultivator. He died like this. What on earth happened? Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, Yu Teifu and other court officials were also shocked and did not sleep all night. And in the guard camp, Kong Shun also didn't sleep all night, with fear in his eyes. Only he vaguely guessed that it was that person who did it. Perhaps many people underestimate the master of this empire. If he hadn't experienced it himself, even he wouldn't have guessed it was the master of the empire. Your Majesty has completely changed today. Thinking of the fierce, domineering and indifferent figure on Wu Men, the cruelty and the heart-wrenching pain, Kong Shun was shaking all over. This was the first time he was so afraid of Qin Zheng, afraid of the Imperial Majesty. Chapter 13. Lang Zhonglingfu. He Zhen sat there in a daze all night. No one cares. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair was disheveled, and he sat in front of the ruined palace. It was daybreak. He stood up and walked out of the house. He ignored the guards and the people who were talking, and went towards the palace. Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, Ouyang Xiang, Chen Qing, Zhao Qi, Yu Taifu and other court officials were waiting at the palace gate early, and it was surprisingly quiet. Everyone has their own thoughts. No conversation either. As the palace gate opened, the ministers were about to enter when they suddenly paused. I saw Ho Zhen dragging his body, like a walking corpse, walking towards me step by step. Madam Ho! Yu Taifu shouted. Ho Zhen ignored him, and didn't even look at the Grand Marshal Chen Qing, and walked straight towards the palace gate. Tai Wei Chen Qing frowned and followed. The ministers followed in silence. Last night, Ho Zhen was the only one who didn't die, maybe he should know something. The Emperor's bedroom. Qin Zheng practiced all night. It is almost the same as practicing Huguang Tongchen. He had just entered the threshold of the sword heart technique, and had glimpsed a glimpse of the true meaning of sword heart to suppress the prison and sword across the sky, and could barely perform 1 or 2 moves. Speaking of which, this kind of talent is rare. Practicing sword techniques and concentrating sword intent increased his sharpness. Energy is sufficient. Can we breed light and shadow attribute soldiers? Qin Zheng looked in his mind. I also understand that a day has passed. After the light and shadow attribute reincarnation pool is upgraded, it can breed 20 light wing attribute soldiers. Having witnessed the horror of the light and shadow troops, he was also very much looking forward to it. Qin Zheng released the soldiers' reincarnation pool. A huge jade pool appeared in the hall, and there was no change compared to before. The pool water rises like the silver moonlight. 20 balls of light flew out, turned into 20 beams of light, and landed neatly in front of Qin Zheng, revealing 20 figures. My lord! 20 soldiers with light and shadow attributes bowed, and the friction sounds of their armors were uniform and extremely shocking. Qin Zheng watched. Suddenly I realized that one of them was wearing golden armor. He immediately checked the information panel of the light and shadow attribute troops. Special arms, Golden Warriors. Level 3. Note, the upgrade speed is twice as fast as that of ordinary light and shadow soldiers, the defense is 10 times stronger, it has golden light wings, and it is a level 3 special light and shadow attribute soldier, comparable to the 3rd level of true essence, and can kill all cultivators below the refining spirit realm. 2nd level light and shadow attribute soldiers, 19. Level 2, 9th level of foundation building. At the beginning, a special type of soldier was born. This luck. Great. Qin Zheng couldn't help but feel a little more cheerful. Anyone below the spirit refining realm can be killed. This means that Huahe Zhukong can be killed. As for the realm of spirit refining, one has already developed divine consciousness, can explore the heaven and earth, can see into details, and has extraordinary means. Only then can one be considered a godlike figure. They can capture many things, limiting the assassination of low-level light and shadow attribute soldiers. Certainly. If the level of the light and shadow attribute soldiers is raised, no matter how powerful the spiritual awareness is, it will not be able to stop the light and shadow. After all, if the level is high enough, the ability of the light and shadow attribute soldiers is terrifying and can kill even the gods. Qin Zheng even doubted that with the level of the golden armored warrior, he could fight against the ordinary spiritual masters. The defense is increased tenfold, and the ability to withstand damage is enhanced. He has protection. Then, the national teacher Zheng Xiao can no longer threaten him. Qin Zheng looked at the golden armored warrior and said, I grant you the name of golden armor. Stay by my side and lead all the warriors. Golden armor obeys the will of my lord. Jinjia said respectfully. With golden armor controlling the light and shadow attribute troops, the power brought will be even stronger. Let them retreat. Qin Zheng left the emperor's bedroom and went to the morning court. Zhang An stood outside respectfully. Your Majesty. Last night, Lord Wang Zhan and Lord Bai Yu requested an audience, but I turned them away. Also, a major incident happened in the imperial city last night. The Lang Zongling mansion was massacred, and I heard that an immortal master was also beheaded in the mansion. On the way, Zhang An told everyone he knew. And secretly observed Qin Zheng's attitude. He feels. This may be your Majesty's method. Because, your Majesty at this moment is no longer the same as before. Qin Zheng just said him with a cold expression, as if he didn't care. This confirmed Zhang An's guess. It's hard to imagine that such a terrifying immortal master was slaughtered like this. It is conceivable how terrible this method is. Is this really from your Majesty's hand? The court is quiet. Qin Zheng stepped onto the dragon platform. On the flat crown, the pearl curtain sways. He still holds the royal sword in his hand. This is the Qin Emperor's sword made of black iron from outer space, the inherited sword of the Empire. Compared with the spiritual weapons and precious treasures, it is insignificant, like scrap iron, and cannot withstand a single blow. But Qin Zheng didn't want to change. Because it represents imperial power. When the imperial power is superior enough to suppress everything and transcend heaven and earth, then it, without any changes, will be the #1 magic weapon in the world. Qin Zheng wants to reshape its meaning. Let it not only represent the royal family of the Great Qin Empire, but also represent the majesty of the Great Qin. As long as this sword doesn't come out, the world will be at peace. When this sword is unsheathed, heaven and earth will be filled with blood. Qin Zheng looked down at his court officials. The domineering and cold arrogance in his eyes have already formed a powerful aura. The court officials raised their eyes and took a look. Immediately, they bowed and shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" Hou Zhen did not salute. The blood-red pupils stared at Qin Zheng. Filled with overwhelming hatred, so brutal and terrifying. Qin Zheng did not ask his ministers to stand up, but just stared at him. The eyes are sharp and calm. He is just a minister who does not respect the imperial power and the emperor. This is the only outcome he will face. It was not the ministers who created this empire. Rather, it is this empire that created these ministers. If you cross the line, you will have to pay the price. The ministers also noticed something was wrong and turned their heads to glance at Hou Zhen. "It's you," Hou Zhen said in a hoarse voice, full of hatred. "Qin Zheng, you are so cruel." Suddenly, the ministers' hearts felt as if they were hit by a heavy hammer and trembled violently. All attention was focused on Hou Zhen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This is not because of Hou Zhen's rudeness, but because of the meaning of his words. "Hou Zhen, you are so outrageous." When Wang Zhan heard Hou Zhen calling His Majesty's name directly, he immediately scolded him. However, Hou Zhen ignored him completely. But stepped forward. Qin Zheng watched silently. "Why don't you kill me too, since you have slaughtered my entire clan? You want to laugh at me? You want to see me in pain? You tyrant!" Hou Zhen was furious and started roaring. This made many people's faces change suddenly. Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, and others looked angry. "Hou Zhen, watch your words. Get rid of those words." Hou Zhen roared, "Only you respect him as His Majesty. In my eyes, he is dog shit." Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the court became even more silent. People from all factions were frightened. Although they relied on their power and pretended to obey the imperial authority but secretly disobeyed it, they did not dare to insult Qin Zheng in front of him. Although I know that this empire is doomed. But they were also maintaining the peace between each other and did not dare to tear it apart like this. Hou Zhen was crazy. "No, that's not right. That's not the point. Hou Zhen did this because of the matter of Lang Zhong Lingfu. Did your Majesty do this? Was it his method to kill Tiangsu Zhenren, who was at the Huahe realm? Tai Wei Chen Qing, Prime Minister Yu Yang Xiang, and Court Justice Yang Yi were all shocked. They couldn't believe that this was Qin Zheng's method. The only people I can think of are Wang Zhan and Bai Yu. But is the power wielded by Wang Zhan and Bai Yu really so terrifying? Wang Zhan and Bai Yu were shocked in different ways at this moment. Although they had their doubts, they understood that His Majesty still relied on them and did not have that much power. Now that Hou Zhen said this, there must be evidence of suspicion. Coupled with Qin Zheng's words yesterday, their inner thoughts began to waver. Chapter 14. Have you had enough of the trouble? Suddenly, Qin Zheng's majestic and cold voice sounded, and he looked at Hou Zhen as if he were a clown. The Qin government did not kill Hou Zhen. He wanted to force him to lead the imperial guards to rebel and take revenge, and then Qin Zheng would take the opportunity to kill all the more than 20,000 imperial guards in the palace and clean up these restless elements around him. But Hou Zhen did not choose this path. He didn't choose to endure. Instead, I chose a purer approach. Enough. Hou Zhen lowered his head, muttered 2 words to himself, and laughed out loud. Then he looked up at Qin Zheng. Take a sudden step forward. A huge amount of Yuan Li dragged him and rushed towards Qin Zheng like an afterimage. The extreme murderous intent made the court instantly colder. Dog Emperor, die! Hou Zhen shouted with ferocious eyes. A layer of electric arc-like energy light was brewing in his palm, filled with murderous intent. This sudden move caught all the court officials off guard. Many civil servants were stunned on the spot. To openly attempt to assassinate His Majesty in the court is simply too bold. Chen Qing, Ouyang Xiang, Yang Yi, and others were also shocked. But they remained calm. Want to take this opportunity to see Qin Zheng's methods? In other words, I want to confirm whether the matter between Lang Zhong Lingfu and Yang Shan was done by His Majesty. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and others were also shocked. Your Majesty, be careful! Wang Zhan roared, and the sound waves mixed with true energy made the Qin Emperor's palace buzz. Others are like afterimages. Snatched away in an instant. Between the imperial court and the Dragon Terrace, there is an Emperor Qing pool and a 9-story staircase. Die! Hou Zhen passed by the Diking pool. Towards the 9 steps. The destructive attack was about to unfold. Wang Zhan has already arrived. He grabbed Hou Zhen by the back of the collar and lifted him up into the air. Boom! The arc of light lost its direction of attacking Qin Zheng and suddenly hit the pillar on the side of the temple, directly shattering it and exploding the wood chips of the pillar. The Qin Emperor's palace shook violently. It is true that Hou Zhen is at the foundation establishment stage, and he is definitely a master. But Wang Zhan is the real Yuan. Stopped Hou Zhen's attack. Wang Zhan quickly threw him back to the court and threw him to the ground with a bang. All the court officials were like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions. Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, Li Xian, and others also came to their senses, quickly moved around, and stood in front of Qingqi to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to attack again. Bai Yu glared fiercely, took a step forward in an instant, and crushed Hou Zhen's sternum with 1 foot. His speed was so fast that the white hair seemed to be straightened by the wind and fluttered backwards. Puff! Hou Zhen immediately spurted out a stream of blood. Protect His Majesty! Zhong'an, who was waiting on the side, let out a sharp roar. In an instant, teams of Imperial Guards are coming at high speed. We are almost there. We can kill this dog Emperor. Old BD Wang Zhan! Hou Zhen roared. Wang Zhan passed by Qingqi with cold eyes and was extremely angry. He raised his hand and was ready to kill him. But, thinking of the figure on the dragon platform, he suppressed himself instantly. You dare to assassinate His Majesty in the court, Hou Zhen, you deserve to die. Wait for your Majesty's decision. Wang Zhan said coldly. Then he turned to look at Qin Zheng. Bai Yu also turned his head. Chen Qing, Ouyang Xiang, and others looked at Hou Zhen who was being stepped on, and then turned to Qin Zheng. But in an instant, their pupils froze. Qin Zheng stood with his sword in hand. The eyes are the same as before. Not moved at all. Even the emotion in his eyes didn't change at all. He just watched calmly, not frightened at all by the assassination attempt. All the ministers felt incredible. Although the assassination attempt happened at that very moment, no one would remain calm when facing the threat of death. Unless he knows the ending, he will be disdainful. Thinking of this, Chen Qing, Ouyang Xiang, Yu Taipu and others were even more shocked. Your Majesty, please issue an order to execute this traitorous minister. Wang Zhan bowed and clasped his hands to ask for permission. Qin Zheng said nothing. He turned to look at the courtiers returning to the hall from all corners. These ministers ate the empire, used the empire, enjoyed the empire's power, were greedy for everything, reaped everything, killed everything, and ruined the empire. Now, the master of the empire was assassinated, but they hid aside. Your Majesty, please issue an order to execute the traitor Hou Zhen. Bai Yu, Yanqing, and others bowed. Assassinating someone in court is a crime of treason and he deserves the death penalty. Chen Qing also understood that Hou Zhen, this important chess piece, had to be lost. He took the opportunity to step forward and bowed, saying, "You are guilty of assassinating the emperor, and you shall be punished by Lingqi." So cruel. After hearing Chen Qing's words, Ouyang Xiang and other court officials were also shocked. Hou Zhen was one of the 9 ministers and his right-hand man. Even if we don't talk about his contributions over the years, he had done his best for him. He actually asked for permission to execute him by slicing. Bai Yu and Wang Zhan also glanced at Chen Qing. Hou Zhen doesn't care at all. He was being stepped on, and said with hatred, "Qin Zheng. So what if you kill me? Your empire is over. You can't change it. No one can change that. Everyone in the world has seen it clearly, but you are still sitting high and mighty on the dragon platform, dreaming of your own imperial dream. You are so pitiful. Ha ha ha. You will die like me. Come and kill me." Hou Zhen cursed wildly. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others' expressions changed suddenly. Qin Zheng was not angry. So what if this empire is terminally ill? Even if he has to carry it alone, he will carry it. How can you know whether it can be changed if you don't try? I want to die. I will grant you your wish. Qin Zheng finally spoke. Someone come. Break Hou Zhen's bones one by one. Before it's all broken. I will not allow him to die. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the entire court fell silent. Ouyang Xiang, Chen Qing, and the others, everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. The hand in the sleeve was holding tightly. So cruel. Is this still the imperial majesty they know? Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, and others were all shocked. You can't die until it's completely broken. In an instant, 2 teams of imperial guards entered the palace and dragged Hou Zhen, preparing to leave the palace. The execution will be carried out in the palace. Since you all hate him so much, please issue an order to execute him. I will punish him together with you all. Qin Zheng said slowly. In an instant, everyone's expression changed drastically. Your Majesty. The Chief Justice Yang Yi bowed but did not speak. Yang Qing is going to do the execution himself. Qin Zheng raised his sword-like eyes and spoke in a cold voice, which made Yang Yi sweat on his forehead and shut up instantly. The imperial guards immediately fetched a hammer. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others did not dare to advise him. Qin Zheng flicked his sleeves. Several imperial guards immediately pulled Hou Zhen down to the ground. Dog Emperor, this is your last glory. What I have endured, you will endure 1,000 times more. You Dog Emperor! I curse your Qin family to be exterminated. An imperial guard swung his hammer hard, hitting Hou Zhen's ankle. A crisp bone-cracking sound suddenly rang out. Ah! Hou Zhen couldn't control his screams. The minister's eyelids twitched and they dared not look directly at him. Crack! He hit it with a hammer, and then hit the other ankle, breaking the bones and causing Hou Zhen to scream heartbreakingly. It hurts to the bone. Life is worse than death. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Qin Zheng suddenly shouted coldly, his voice was harsh and his expression was weak, revealing a sense of dominance. The angry shout made all the ministers tremble. Wu Yangxiang, Chen Qing, and others looked gloomy. This is for them to see. This good show is for them to watch. What a great imperial majesty! Ah! The shrill screams echoed endlessly, and the sound of breaking bones was like a nightmare, lingering in the minds of the ministers. They listened and watched, and their whole bodies trembled. Chapter 15. Near noon. The heart-wrenching screams finally stopped. In the palace. The palace maids began to tremble just by listening to the screams, let alone watching them. The court officials also hurriedly left the Qin Emperor's palace. They ignore each other. Each of them looked pale, as if they had lost their souls. They left the palace and went straight back home. So cruel. Is this still the same majesty as before? Yu Taifu returned to the mansion, ignored everyone and locked himself in the study. He sat in the chair, his hands shaking. The voice was low and suppressed, as if afraid of being heard. He was really scared today. He never thought that one day he would be so afraid of the imperial majesty. Hou Zhen's death is a warning. To know. Over the years, he deceived his superiors and subordinates, embezzled too much, massacred many people, and was even disrespectful to Qin Zheng in private. He even got involved in Yangshan's affairs. If the mysterious Yangshan ghost was really Qin Zheng's trick, then Qin Zheng must know it was him. Supreme Court. Yang Yi sat in the hall. The servant brought tea. The teacup kept shaking. Husband, what's wrong with you? Yang Yi's wife looked at him anxiously. Looks pale. Looks dull. Leave me alone. Yang Yi shouted. Hou Zhen's screams seemed to still echo in my ears. He was the Chief Justice, in charge of criminal law. There were so many ways to torture and kill people, but watching Hou Zhen's end still made him uncontrollably frightened. Is this His Majesty's method? Why did Hou Zhen suspect that it was Your Majesty? Yang Yi muttered to himself. He is afraid. I'm afraid that Lang Zhong Lingfu, the matter of Yangshan was the method used by that imperial majesty. All the sect immortal masters in the Huahe realm were killed. No one noticed yet. What kind of power would that be? However, the imperial majesty neither admitted nor denied it, and acted too calmly for him to guess. Taiwei Mansion. Chen Qing frowned. Even he couldn't bear today's drama. Could it be that the matter of Lang Zhong Lingfu was really his trick? But where did he come from? By you, Wang Zhan, I have done my research, and they definitely don't have that kind of power. No matter if it's him or not. We must find out. Chen Qing pondered. The person I have always ignored has suddenly become so terrifying that I have to pay attention to him. Your Majesty, you really surprised me today. Bai Yu is back. Sitting in a courtyard and talking with Wang Zhan, Zhao Qi, Li Xian, Yan Qing, and others. Several people were still frightened. Yes. Your Majesty was not so tough in the past. Li Xian was also quite shocked and surprised. Wang Zhan said, perhaps we all underestimated Your Majesty. 2 days ago, His Majesty summoned me to the palace and ordered him to select and train more people for future use. Now Hou Zhen has been beheaded. This can't be a coincidence. I am more curious, was the matter of the Langzongling mansion the work of His Majesty? Hou Zhen is certain that it was His Majesty's doing, so he must know something to say so. Zhao Qi reminded. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu did not respond. They were almost certain that it was related to His Majesty. But they don't know what the means are? How much power? We will go to His Majesty to find out. General Zhao, you should pay close attention to the Grand Marshal and the Prime Minister. His Majesty's warning this time may not only be a deterrent, but also a disturbance. Bai Yu was more experienced and reminded Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and others. Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and others all nodded. The massacre of the Lang Zhongling mansion was not over yet. Lang Zhongling Hozhen attempted to assassinate His Majesty in the court and was cut into pieces, with all the court officials watching. This shocked many people. You know, in the past, Your Majesty had to maneuver among the court officials in order to stabilize the situation. Not as tough as today. This is going to make the situation even more volatile. The sun has already set, and now this false illusion of prosperity of the imperial city has been torn to pieces. Perhaps, it is not far from collapse. But this vast Qinchuan is our home. Many people discussed it privately. In fact, even the common people knew that there had been chaos outside the imperial city a long time ago. Many scoundrels are causing trouble. Many forces are watching in secret. In the entire empire, only this imperial city still maintains the false imperial prosperity, but now it has been exposed. North of the imperial city. Yujia Merchant Alliance, pavilion in the center of the lake. Two middle-aged people. A game of chess. Next to them, there stood a few younger generations, watching intently. The two middle-aged men were Luo Xiao, the patriarch of the Luo family in the imperial city, and Yu Suanji, the leader of the Yu family business alliance. Master Yu, what do you think about this? The head of the Luo family landed and looked at Yu Suanji. Yu Suanji stared at the chessboard and said calmly, "It can't change anything." What do you mean? The head of the Luo family paused. Yu Suanji made a move and said slowly, "The foundation has been destroyed and there is no way to save it. This is the current situation of this empire. It seems a little too late for His Majesty to change it now." You mean, he wants to change? Patriarch Luo narrowed his eyes. Otherwise, what's the point of him doing these things? Yu Suanji said, "He is more sober than the previous empire master, but he was born in the wrong era. He wants to support this empire by himself. But how can a body of only 20-something years old bear the weight of this empire? This is an irreversible trend. Who can reverse it on their own? It's just a struggle. Perhaps, he himself knows that the final outcome is that he will be buried under the ruins of this collapsed empire and shattered to pieces." Uncle. Is it really irreversible? A young girl nearby said, "It sounds like I admire him a lot." He knew the outcome, but he still refused to admit defeat. Sister. Sometimes even the gods can't change the trend of the times. Beside the girl, a young man in gorgeous clothes holding a jade fan said, "The Lingzi sect has seized the fortune of the Qin Empire for 800 years, but it has already run out of steam, leaving only ruins all over the ground. Let's not talk about the court for now. Outside, the various vassal kings have been constantly eroding the empire's national strength and converting it into their own power. Each of them is thousands of times stronger than this empire, and they have long wanted to replace it. Also, the surrounding empires and dynasties are watching covetously. Bandits are rampant, and the empire is hopeless. It is maintained only by the still existing imperial master's mansion. Once Lingzi sect feels that it has no value, they will abandon it without hesitation. At that time, wolves will rise up everywhere. How can he change it? In the court, there are only a few old ministers who can help him. The rest are half-hearted and fawning. They are all waiting for the empire to collapse and then surrender to the new master. As for Lingzi sect, although it is a giant in the eastern region, there are more than one giant in the eastern region. This empire has too many problems. The disease is extremely serious and has penetrated into the bone marrow. Each one can crush it. The person who can hold it up is either a celestial being or a god. He's so pitiful. The girl's eyebrows are slightly furrowed. I know I will be torn to pieces, but I must live and wait and face it. Not much different in age from me. But one man carries an empire on his shoulders. And trying to make some feudal changes. This strong willpower is beyond words, not to mention my sister, even I am ashamed of myself. It's just that there is no way out for this empire. This is his fate. The young man said slowly. The suffering endured is enough to crush anyone's will. Don't even think about dealing with it. How many people have the courage to do so? This empire has no way out. Patriarch Luo looked at Yu Suanji and praised him. It seems that your Yu family has trained many talented people. Yu Suanji smiled but said nothing. But I was very happy inside. By the way, does the Merchant Alliance plan to leave the Imperial City? The head of the Luo family asked. Yu Suanji said, I don't have such plans for the time being. The rise and fall of the empire will not affect the Yu family business alliance. Chapter 16. Qinchuan Pavilion, a prosperous area in the Imperial City. This is the largest auction house in the Imperial City. In a luxurious hall, there is a rosewood bench placed horizontally, covered by a veil. A graceful figure lies on the bench, with her jade-like hands supporting her head, showing a lazy posture. Gauze outside. A thin middle-aged man wearing a purple crown bowed and reported the affairs of the Imperial City. If the empire collapses, the court will be in chaos first. This is a bad omen. The graceful figure under the veil said lazily. Miss, are you saying that this empire is going to collapse? The thin middle-aged man's eyes were slightly focused. But it wasn't much of a surprise. Because everyone knows the situation of this empire. Whether it will collapse or not depends on the Imperial Master's mansion. The figure under the veil said, tell the people in the pavilion to be more careful and not cause trouble. Yes. The thin middle-aged man responded respectfully and then stepped back. He was able to kill Tiangsu, so he must be very powerful. It seems that I have underestimated His Majesty the Empire. Only. I'm afraid his shoulders can't carry this empire. How many people stared at it without blinking, watching the moment it fell. Human power is limited and there is nothing they can do to save it. Qin Zheng, do you understand it or not? The beautiful figure under the veil whispered to herself. Some emotion. This empire, which is one of the most powerful in the eastern region, now exists in the eastern region like a mirage. In the slightest, it will cease to exist in an instant. And all this requires is just an attitude and a word from Lingzi sect. The sentence Lingzi sect will no longer protect Dakan. This empire will all fall on the shoulders of Qin Zheng alone. No one can imagine how heavy the pressure is. No one can help him. No one dared to help him. Whoever helps will be crushed to pieces. Qin Zheng has to bear it alone. He has to bear all the pain and suffering alone. The assassination in front of Ho Zhen's palace was a heinous crime. Qin Zheng issued an edict to execute all 9 clans. The next 3 days were spent cleaning up Ho Zhen's accomplices. And these 3 days. The Light and Shadow Attribute Reincarnation Pool breeds 60 Light and Shadow Attribute soldiers, and their strength is at the 9th level of foundation building. But it is enough to transcend the realm and kill the true essence. Together they can suppress and kill the Huahe realm. Combined with the golden armor, killing the gods will be no problem. For a smaller sect, the spirit refining realm is probably the strongest foundation. You can imagine. Only then did I dare to start. How scary would it be if their levels got higher and their numbers increased in the future? This gave Qin Zheng enough confidence. Now we just need to get blood crystals and strange crystals. Imperial Palace. Qin Zheng held the imperial sword in his hand, his sword-like eyebrows slanted, and his sword-like eyes were as sharp as a blade, staring at the endless Qinchuan sky. The embroidered strips on the black dragon robe fluttered gently backwards in the wind. The pearl curtain of pink yen crown sways. But the back figure remained motionless. Zhong'an stood behind and waited, gazing at the figure's back, feeling an unprecedented sense of grandeur. Because it carries a magnificent empire on its back. Alone, resisting the mighty torrent of heaven and earth. Your Majesty! Although I am not very talented and cannot help you, I will always stand by your side. Zhang En said respectfully. The moment Hou Zhen was eliminated, he knew that the empire would never be peaceful again. He is a slave. I don't have much ability, nor am I qualified to help this master. But standing beside him, a crippled body can block a sword for the master. Qin Zheng was silent. After a moment, he said, "Go get ready. I'm going to the Nangang family." "Promise." Zhang En bowed and retreated. Golden armor. Qin Zheng's voice rang out, and a man in golden armor walked out from the light behind him. "Send someone to keep an eye on the Grand Marshal's mansion and the Prime Minister's mansion. I want to know their every move." Qin Zheng ordered. Soldiers with light and shadow attributes are not only invincible in assassination. Moreover, he is a one-of-a-kind spy. Hiding in darkness and walking in light, who can detect them? They can spy on the secrets in any corner. Even if there are secret corners hidden, soldiers with light and shadow attributes can lurk in other people's shadows and spy on their deepest secrets. You can imagine how terrible it is. In the future, if there are more light and shadow attribute soldiers and they are distributed throughout the empire, any slight disturbance in any corner that he cannot notice will be firmly controlled by him. The man in golden armor bowed and disappeared into the light. "It's time to go see my queen." Qin Zheng closed his eyes and returned to the emperor's bedroom. Nangang family. Covering an area of 1,000 acres, with a garden layout. Pavilions, palaces, and corridors are connected, and river pools and rockery are dependent on each other, which is extremely spectacular. At the end of a long corridor, in a bamboo forest, there is a purple bamboo pavilion. Nangang family head, Nangang Yun, and other clan elders gathered here. The matter of Lang Zhong Lingfu should be Qin Zheng's trick. An elder of the tribe was certain. Another elder said solemnly, "If this is his method, it will be bad. The Sword Heart sect will not sit idly by and watch the elder of the Sword Heart sect being killed. Once they find out that it was Qin Zheng who did it, I guess the Sword Heart sect will take action against Qin Zheng." The elder who spoke first continued, "It all depends on how strong Qin Zheng's methods are. This is what we need to figure out." In addition, news came from Lingzi sect that Lu Yun had obtained a rare opportunity and became a peerless genius. He was highly regarded by Lingzi sect. "You mean, Han Jian's former useless fiancé?" The expressions of many elders in the clan changed suddenly. "I couldn't help but think of the young man whose engagement they broke off. Then, they showed no mercy." The elder nodded, "I heard that he has a terrifying talent. Not long after entering Lingzi sect, he leapt to the Zhenyuan realm. Now it is estimated that he has reached the Huahe realm. His progress is rapid. He is praised as the most promising genius to achieve the celestial being." The elders of the tribe fell silent. Not just because of misjudgment. Most of them were shocked and frightened. Nangang Yun frowned. He knew very well what this meant. However, now it is a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. Furthermore, that was an absurdity in itself, and stopping this absurdity would be good for everyone, but the way the Nangang family handled it was too extreme. "Master! If this is the case, then we should think about our way out." An elder of the clan came back to his senses and said, "Now, the Qin Empire is on the verge of collapse. Everything depends on the deterrence of the National Master's mansion, but this is only temporary. If Lu Yun's influence is great enough, with just one word from him, Lingzi sect will withdraw from the Qin Empire. By then, this empire will be completely unsustainable. Although Hanjian has not yet been crowned as the empress, she is already the empress of the Great Qin Empire. Once the Great Qin Empire collapses, my Nangang family will not be spared." What the sixth clan elder said is absolutely right. If Lu Yun takes revenge, all he needs is one word to bring ruin to this empire. I heard that the Tianlong Mercenary Association and the Mountain and River Alliance are planning to evacuate the imperial city forever. Why don't the Nangang family also evacuate the imperial city and stay away from Qinchuan? With the strength of the Nangang family, they are still vulnerable under this trend. There is no need for them to perish along with this empire. The three clan elders spoke frankly. Originally, this empire was beyond salvation. Now with the addition of Lu Yiu, it makes the situation even worse. Only by staying away from the dangerous place of the Qin Empire can we avoid being buried under the ruins of this empire together with the Great Qin Empire. Let me think about it. Nangang Yun was also feeling heavy-hearted. Falling into deep thought. This is not something that can be solved by running away. Right at this moment. Master. A voice came from outside, saying, Your Majesty is coming to the Nangang family. Nangang Yun and the other elders looked at each other, confused. I see. Nangang Yun responded and said, Let the young lady prepare to welcome the emperor. Yes. The servant responded and left. What is Qin Zheng doing here at the Nangang family? An elder of the tribe was puzzled. Nangang Yun said, You will know when His Majesty comes. Also, please keep Lu Yun's matter confidential, uncles and aunts. It's good that you're here. It's time to show your attitude. If you don't want to be the bad guy, I'll be the bad guy. The elders from the three tribes spoke in a heavier tone. The elders did not blame him. An imperial edict came from the palace. The Nangang family also became lively. Get ready. Miss. His Majesty is coming to our house, the master of the house asks you to go. Outside Jingzhen garden, a maidservant called out in a low voice. In the garden. A beautiful figure who was painting stopped. Chapter 17. Everyone in the Nangang family was waiting at the door. The emperor was driven back to the front of his mansion. Zhang An lifted the curtain. A young man in plain silk clothes walked out of the imperial sedan chair. A head of ink-black hair fluttered gently backwards. Those sword-like eyebrows were slanted like a sword. Those cold star-like eyes were filled with arrogance and sharpness. This is Qin Zheng. The moment Qin Zheng's feet landed on the ground, Nangang Yun and others bowed and shouted, The Nangang family welcomes His Majesty. No need to be polite. Qin Zheng said calmly. His eyes fell on the beautiful figure beside Nangang Yun. She wore a specially made dark-colored palace dress, with a precious hairpin, pearl ornaments and a phoenix crown to tie up her 3,000 black hair. The slender and well-proportioned figure shows her tall, graceful, and exquisite figure. That face was exquisite and flawless, as if it had been carefully carved, and it was so beautiful that it was flawless. It is hard to describe it with the words beauty that can topple a country and suck fish into the depths and geese fall to the ground. But what Qin Zheng couldn't refuse was the unique temperament of this beautiful figure. There is a touch of nobility in the tranquility. Virtuous and a bit mysterious. It's as if she has merged into one with the spirits of the mountains and rivers, a spiritual girl from another world who never bothers the mortal world, yet she has fallen into this mortal world. This is the lady of Great Qin whose talent and beauty are unrivaled in the 1,800 counties of Qinchuan. The Emperor and Empress of the Qin dynasty, Nangang Hanjian. The most beautiful woman in the 1,800 counties is his legitimate wife. To be honest, Qin Zheng felt really happy. A secret joy that cannot be told to anyone. How many people have dreamed of ruling the world and lying drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman? Now, he has them all. Your Majesty, please. Nangang Yun bowed. Qin Zheng stepped forward. Nangang Hanjian stared at Qin Zheng deeply for a moment before she restrained the light in her bright eyes, saluted Qin Zheng, and walked into the mansion with him side by side. Nangang Yun and all the elders of the clan had to stand at the back. Although Nangang Hanjian had not yet entered the palace, her status had been determined, and only the ceremony was missing. Therefore, as she was the empress of the Qin dynasty, they did not dare to act presumptuously. In addition, in the Nangang family, her influence is special, and no one knows it except Nangang Yun. Entering Fu. Qin Zheng and Nangang Hanjian sat in the hall. Nangang Yun and a group of clan elders stood there. No need to be so polite, just sit down. Qin Zheng understood that these people were only being polite on the surface. The Nangang family is one of the wealthy families in the empire. Behind them is a mysterious Nangang Jianlin with terrifying power. Nangang Yun is also a powerful person in the sea transformation realm. All the elders in the clan have achieved great accomplishments. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions for this visit? Nangang Yun asked calmly. Qin Zheng said casually, I came to visit the Queen. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Nangang Hanjian looked at Qin Zheng, her eyes as bright as stars, sizing him up seriously. She had also heard about the changes in the palace. It is hard to imagine that this is the Majesty she knows. Although the Queen's ceremony has been postponed, I have ordered people to start preparations. If Master Nangang has any difficulties, please feel free to ask me. Qin Zheng looked at Nangang Yun. When the elders of the clan heard this, their expressions were slightly different. It seems there is no way to escape. They couldn't help but look at Nangang Yun. Are you having trouble? Qin Zheng observed his expression and asked with narrowed eyes. Before Nangang Yun could speak, the elders of the three clans spoke first, Your Majesty. The situation in the court is still unstable. In my opinion, the ceremony for the Queen should be postponed. Three clan elders. Nangang Yun coughed lightly. The elders of the clan remained silent. Master. I mean what I say. The elders of the three clans came straight to the point and said, if the Nangang family gets involved in this mess of the empire, there will be no protection at all. Three elders, you are not allowed to be presumptuous in front of His Majesty. Your attitude does not represent the Nangang family, but my attitude. A cold voice sounded. Not Nangang Yun. Not the elders of the tribe. But it was Nangang Hanjian. This surprised Qin Zheng, and he glanced at Nangang Hanjian. A situation that the entire empire could see through. The Nangang family also saw it clearly. Although I don't understand what deeper considerations are behind the Nangang family's insistence on marrying into the royal family. But now, the three elders said it almost bluntly. It means that the Nangang family is eager to get out of this quagmire. Nangang Hanjian should want to escape. But unexpectedly, she actually stood on his side. It seems that this queen also has the advantage of being a family man. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Nangang Hanjian showed the attitude of the Emperor and Empress before turning to Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng said calmly, the Nangang family is just questioning my ability. I can't protect your Nangang family. Your Majesty, the Nangang family has absolutely no such intention. Seeing that Qin Zheng's words were very straightforward, Nangang Yun's expression froze slightly and he hurried to explain. I know that your Nangang family has the sword forest, but this is not enough to question my ability. Qin Zheng's eyes suddenly turned cold. In an instant. Inside the hall. Except Qin Zheng, Nangang Hanjian, and Zhong'an. Everyone felt a terrible threat quietly approaching them. Very close. The murderous intent is strong. It feels like if they move a little, they will die immediately. No, it's not just a feeling. The murderous intent was so close, but they still didn't feel the other party's presence, which proved that the other party could kill them in an instant. Especially Nangang Yun, he is in the sea transformation realm and can feel the changes in the energy of heaven and earth better. What's going on? He was shocked and suspicious. The expressions of the elders also changed slightly. He kept searching inside and outside the Nangang mansion, but found nothing at all. What kind of mysterious power is this? Even Huahe realm is helpless. Is this how His Majesty the Emperor killed Master Tiangsu? So shocking. It seems that I really underestimated His Majesty the Empire. Nangang Hanjian's eyes looked slightly strange, and she stared at Qin Zheng meticulously with her star-like eyes, as if they contained many indescribable things. Your Majesty, Please calm down. The three elders had no choice but to beg. It's so scary. He felt like someone was staring at him from behind, with the tip of a sword staring at the back of his head, which really scared him. For the queen's sake, I forgive you this time. Qin Zheng said. All sense of crisis disappeared in an instant. The elders of the tribe felt relieved. Soldiers with light and shadow attributes are standing behind these people, but they just can't notice them. This is the horror of light and shadow troops. Unique. In addition, there are too many attribute arms. It's enough to give these people a warning. At least, with the queen of the Gu family, he would not make things difficult for the Nangong family. You guys should handle the queen's ceremony. Qin Zheng. The Nangong family will follow your majesty's orders. Nangong Yun bowed, this time his attitude was much more respectful. He understands. Qin Zheng was not just warning them. He even wanted to show them how confident he was. In addition, I have something I want to tell your majesty. Nangong Yun reminded, the Tianlong Mercenary Association and the Mountain and River Alliance in the Imperial City seem to be planning to leave. If your majesty is interested in recruiting them, I am willing to step forward and retain them. Both of these two forces have strong foundations, and may be able to lend a helping hand to your majesty. Qin Zheng sneered. They all chose to leave. That means you are not optimistic about the empire. No one is optimistic about it. If you want to recruit them to stay, you have to pay a price. What's the point of these people staying? Are they worthy of Qin Zheng's retention? They are just a few clowns. I don't like them. If they want to leave, let them go. Qin Zheng said it in a neutral way. Nangong Yun and other elders looked solemn and trembled in their hearts. The Tianlong Mercenary Association and the Shanhe Alliance are both well-known forces in the Imperial City. Many powerful officials in the Taiwei Mansion and Nuyang Mansion have been rejected in their attempts to recruit them. Now, he is like a clown and is not worthy of His Majesty's attention. This. Nangong Yun was moved. Does your Majesty really have the power to look down on them? Nangong Hongjian's eyes also brightened a little. Xiao Yan. Give me some time. My shoulders are strong enough to hold up the sky. It won't collapse. Even if no one can believe it, please believe me. Qin Zheng ignored the attitudes of others and turned to look at Nangong Hongjian. First time lowering your posture. Actually, Qin Zheng and Nangong Hongjian have known each other since childhood. Except her. There is also a girl. That's a happy person. This is also someone he really wants to treat well. However, she left the empire the moment Qin Zheng was confirmed as the heir. No one knows the reason. Nangong Hongjian still chose to stand on her side, no matter what the reason was. This was enough for Qin Zheng to do everything he could to give her the best future. I trust you. Nangong Hongjian's eyes trembled slightly, as if she was about to burst into emotion, but she restrained herself in time and said, I won't leave here. Nangong Yun and others were silent. He also watched Qin Zheng grow up. Qin Zheng will not suffer any less of the suffering he is born with. As many people have said, he was born into the wrong empire. With his means and courage, if he were in other people's lives, he would definitely be a brilliant person and would achieve amazing things. However, this huge empire that was stuck in a quagmire suppressed him severely. It's so stressful that I can't breathe. I couldn't even move. It's heartbreaking to watch. Not to mention the experience of empathy. Chapter 18. A simple greeting and conversation. Qin Zheng left the Nangong family. That lonely but upright figure made the people of Nangong family feel so sorry for it. The lofty imperial throne is now being coveted by tigers and wolves. If the empire is not a country, the emperor will suffer 100 times, 1,000 times. Respectfully escorting your majesty. Nangong Yun and others bowed in greeting. Nangong Hongjian stared for a long time. Even if no one helps you, you have to hold on. Why don't you listen to her? Life is so tiring. But no matter what changes happen to you, I will stay with you until the end. Looking at the imperial chariot moving further and further away, Nangang Hanjian murmured in her heart, with a hint of mystery in her eyes. It was not until the imperial sedan disappeared from her sight for a long time that she closed her eyes and returned to the palace without saying a word. Nangang Yun raised his eyes, looked at the sky, and sighed, from now on, the Nangang family is truly on the side of the empire. With so many eyes watching, how long can this empire hold out? Master! Now that things have come to this, it is better to make more preparations. In addition, there is a mysterious force behind His Majesty, and we must investigate it to know its depth so that we can make better plans in the future. The 6 clan elders were also helpless. You guys felt it too. The 3 clan elders were stunned. He thought he was the only one who felt the terrible threat. The others nodded and turned to Nangang Yun. Nangang Yun said, even Master Tiangsu can be killed silently, so why can't I be an exception? Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the elders of the clan gasped. Even the 4th level of Huahe was intimidated, which shows how terrifying this power is. But, how long can this empire sustain? On the way to the palace, Qin Zheng thought for a moment, then ordered Zhong'an, call Elder Wang and Elder Bai to the palace for an audience. I'll do it right away. Zhong'an quickly retreated. Qin Zheng planned to deal with Chen Qing and Yu Yangxiang first and stabilize the imperial city. Get blood crystal at the same time. The blood crystal enhances the attributes of the reincarnation pool, and the light and shadow attribute soldiers nurtured are of high level. Certainly. There is another way to obtain blood crystals. Jinjia. Arrange 50 people to leave the imperial city and kill the bandits around the imperial city. Qin Zheng made a decision. Including those that were nurtured before, there are now 90 types of troops with light and shadow attributes. Can't keep them all around. Anyway, you can breed 20 every day. These light and shadow attribute soldiers can obtain a lot of blood crystals by suppressing bandits, and can also eliminate threats around the imperial city to ensure that when Chen Qing, Wu Yangxiang, and others are eliminated, the surrounding scoundrels will not take the opportunity to cause chaos. Qin Zheng returned to the palace not long ago. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu entered the palace. Your Majesty. The 2 men bowed. No need to be so polite, elders. Wang Zhan raised his eyes and asked in confusion, I wonder if your Majesty has summoned me to the palace for any instructions. Qin Zheng thought for a while before saying, I will now issue you an imperial decree to transfer 800,000 black cavalry to Shaoyang County, Tishan County, and Nanyang County around the imperial city. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu's expressions suddenly froze and they looked worried. Bai Yu said, if the 800,000 black cavalry move, it will certainly disturb the other 2 factions, as well as other scoundrels in the imperial city. I am worried that they will become desperate and do harm to your Majesty. Qin Zheng sneered, I just want to force them to do something desperate. Wang Zanhe and Bai Yu were both puzzled. Qin Zheng said, I can only deal with them when they are anxious. Wang Zhan fell into deep thought and quickly understood Qin Zheng's intention and wanted to take action against Chen Qing and Yu Yangxiang. If the power in Langzongling Mansion is really Qin Zheng's, then this is a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation to eliminate these 2 factions. They are not stupid either. Everyone understands that it is best to take action now while Lingzi sect is still threatening. Once Lingzi sect left, it will be too late then. Wang Zhan said, if your Majesty wants to move, this old minister will not dissuade you, but it will take at least half a month to mobilize the black cavalry to the 3 counties. Before that, we must ensure the safety of the palace. Although Ho Zhen is dead, he still has some military power over the imperial guards that he has not yet controlled. This must be resolved. Half a moon. Qin Zheng thought to himself that during this period of time, he could nurture about 300 light and shadow attribute soldiers, each of which could kill Zhen Yuan, and 10 of them working together could kill an average Ling Hai. Plus golden armor. Don't worry. Qin Zheng said, don't worry about the safety of the palace. I have my own plans. Go back and submit a memorial with the details of Chen Qing and Ouyang Xiang. After hearing this, Bai Yu lowered his head and fell silent. Immediately, he suddenly raised his head, clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me for my offense. Please share some of the burden on your shoulders with me. You're too tired. Although I am old, I am still strong and can bear some of the burden for your Majesty. He is only in his 20s. In an ordinary family, he should be full of energy and vigor, talkative and free and easy. Others have it easy. But Qin Zheng is so tired. It was they who put him on the throne. Bear the weight of this huge empire. They were so tired that they couldn't bear it and felt heartbroken. Your Majesty, I am so incompetent. Wang Zhan's eyes also turned red. With his body bent and his head tilted, he felt too embarrassed to face her. It seems that they can't even maintain this false prosperity at the moment, let alone have the strength to do anything else. Qin Zheng frowned. Looking at the two old ministers, his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Old Wang, Old White. The enemies of the empire are watching us. They are watching us meticulously in some dark corner, waiting for us to doubt ourselves. They are all waiting to seize this empire built by the Qin people's hard work over 800 years. We all have to hold our heads high. Don't show even a hint of weakness. Please believe in me. I can sweep away the vicissitudes of the past 800 years, and I can also protect this 1000-year foundation. These people in front of me are nothing but clowns. I don't take them seriously. Qin Zheng reached out and helped Wang Zhan up. Old King, His Majesty is right. The enemy is watching us. We cannot show any weakness. Bai Yu also said. Wang Zhan also calmed down. Qin Zheng said so, and they also confirmed that he had the means, so they didn't say much. At this point, Qin Zheng and the others have no way out. The two men left the palace and immediately issued an imperial decree, sending people out of the imperial city overnight to mobilize the Black Cavalry. Today, undercurrents are surging in all parties of the imperial city. The tigers and wolves in the distant parts of the empire are always keeping an eye on the movements of the imperial city. Every move here will determine many things. They have to hurry up. Take advantage of the situation. Until the third day. The news that 800,000 black cavalry were approaching the imperial city instantly ignited the imperial city. Not only Chen Qing, Ouyang Xiang, and others were shocked. It even alarmed the spies from various princes and forces. It was as if a stagnant pool of water was completely stirred up. The imperial city's guards were mobilized, allowing many citizens of the empire to catch something subtle. The Black Cavalry's move is the beginning of a storm for the empire. In a blacksmith shop, a muscular man looked at the guards passing by, muttered to himself, and continued to forge iron. Chapter 19. What does Qin Zheng mean by this? Ouyang Mansion. Ouyang Xiang's expression was uncertain. 800,000 black cavalry suddenly approached the imperial city. To intimidate them? Does he really intend to do whatever it takes to break up the relationship? Ouyang Xiang was indeed panicked. He doesn't have much military power. The main military power was held by the Grand Marshal. What he feared most was precisely the 800,000 black cavalry. The black cavalry became famous early. It is the foundation of the imperial family and belongs to the royal family. No one has been able to touch it in the past 800 years. Prime Minister Ouyang, don't worry. Maybe this is an opportunity. On the other side, Taoist Shang Huang said indifferently. Ouyang Xiang's eyes suddenly turned, and he looked at Shang Huang Taoist, concealing his inner panic, and asked, What do you mean by this, Shang Huang Immortal Master? Taoist Shang Huang said, If the 800,000 black cavalry move, the Grand Commandant will probably be unable to sit still. At that time, it will inevitably lead to confrontation in the court. We can take advantage of it and sit back and watch the fight. When they both lose the fight, we will reap the benefits. Then, the Ouyang family can take advantage of the situation and enter the palace to replace them. This may not be a bad thing. Master Shang Huang, you are joking. I have no intention of replacing them. The power of the 800,000 black cavalry is not something that everyone can face. Ouyang Xiong suppressed his ambition. At this moment, I dare not show it. Taoist Shang Huang said, no matter how strong the 800,000 black cavalry is, it is still the army of the imperial dynasty. No matter how big it is not bigger than the sect. The Taiji sect will help the Ouyang family. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiong's eyes darkened and his heart pounded. Who doesn't want to be the master of an empire? Thinking about it like crazy. If Taiji sect supports the Ouyang family, they will be forced into a desperate situation, and I will have to consider the future of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Xiong did not refuse Shang Huangdaist's face, and then said, however, the State Master's mansion also needs to be carefully considered. The Imperial Master's mansion. Taoist Shang Huang frowned but did not refute the decision. We must see the attitude of Lingzi sect. Even though they knew that Lingzi sect would eventually give up the Great Qin Empire, if they ignored Lingzi sect's attitude before giving up, they would also anger them. Make good plans. I believe that soon this imperial city will become lively. The Taoist priest Shang Huang reminded. Then the Ouyang family will have to rely on Master Huang. Ouyang Xiong bowed. Taoist Shang Huang took the opportunity to say, I will inform the sect about the imperial city. Then, they should send someone over. Then I will go test the attitude of the imperial master's mansion. Ouyang Xiong thought about it and became interested. But I don't know. Next to their conversation, a light became brighter, and it turned out to be a hidden troop with light and shadow attributes. Taiwei Mansion. We can't let him do this. Chen Qing's face was gloomy. He left the mansion and went straight to the Imperial Master's mansion. The 800,000 black cavalry moved. Then he is very passive. No one could predict what would happen next. When Chen Qing arrived at the Imperial Master's mansion, Ouyang Xiong just arrived. Both of them understood each other tacitly. The Imperial Master's mansion. It covers an area of thousands of acres and is full of spiritual charm. There are not only countless pavilions and Taoist platforms, but also magical herb gardens. Among them was a cultivator, sitting on a Taoist platform, surrounded by spiritual mist. These people are all disciples of Lingzi sect who serve Zheng Xiao. What are you two doing here? A man in a blue Taoist robe asked the two. Chen Qing bowed and said, Master Xianming. Outside the imperial city, 800,000 black cavalry troops have been dispatched from their garrisons to gather in Shaoyang, Nanyang, Tishan and other counties. We are worried that this may not deter other counties and cause unnecessary unrest. We have no way to dissuade His Majesty, so please ask the Imperial Master to step in. The territory of the Great Qin Empire is too scattered. The black cavalry is concentrated in the imperial city, but neglects to deter other counties. If something happens, I'm afraid it will be too late to react. Xianming frowned and said, there is no need to panic about this matter. Since Qin Zheng has made this choice, he must have thought about the consequences. The national master is in seclusion, so please don't disturb him. I will take charge of the affairs of the national master's mansion for the time being. Chen Qing and Ouyang Xiong had an idea. Chen Qing took out a jade box from his sleeve and handed it to Xianming, saying, this is a fire spirit medicine. It has good medicinal effects. Please accept it, Immortal Xianming. Master Xianming needs fire spirit medicine to practice the fire art. I happen to have one here. Ouyang Xiong also came prepared. He handed a jade box to Xianming and said, Master Xianming, Please accept it. I hope it will be useful to you. Xianming's eyes flickered slightly, and after thinking for a while, he accepted the two people's things and said, "You two adults are too polite. To be honest, I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation recently, and I just need some fire spirit medicine. I will talk to Qin Zheng about what you mentioned. In addition, there have been recent reports that a lot of things have happened in Lingzi sect, which may affect this side. The two adults must be prepared." Xianming also mentioned a few words intentionally or unintentionally because he felt that he had taken a favor from someone. Chen Qing and Yu Yangxiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Although they didn't know what it was, they knew that this would be their opportunity, and it even made the attitude of the Imperial Master's office clear. This trip is worth it. The Imperial Palace. The Emperor's bedroom. Kill 3,000 bandits, blood crystal plus 320, alien crystal plus 1, energy plus 500. Qin Zheng looked at the information panel and realized that the 50 light and shadow attribute soldiers he sent out had taken effect. A strange crystal also exploded. This is a good thing. But it's a little less than before. Qin Zheng consumed 500 energy points and his level was raised to the second level of foundation building. It takes 3,000 blood crystals to advance to the light and shadow attribute reincarnation pool, but it is still a long way to go now, so he can only wait. But now that there is sufficient energy, 20 more light and shadow attribute soldiers have been bred. 3 days. Added 60 more soldiers with light and shadow attributes. My lord. A latent light and shadow attribute soldier is back. What's up? Qin Zheng asked. Wu Yangxiang has the intention of rebelling, Taiji sect will send people over. They want to use you and Chen Qing to fight each other, so that they can benefit from it. Wu Yangxiang went to the Imperial Master's mansion and wanted to ask the Imperial Master's mansion to hold you back. All the news fell into Qin Zheng's ears. Qin Zheng was not surprised. The effect of his mobilizing 800,000 black cavalry was achieved. Actually, he could have been more direct and sent light and shadow troops to kill these people. But we have to consider the Imperial Master's mansion. After all, now, his foundation is not enough. Can't compete with Lingzi sect. The only way is to force them to rebel and kill them openly. He also checked Bai Yu's memorial just now. Chen Qing commanded 20,000 Imperial Guards in the palace. 130,000 Imperial City Guards. Outer. There are also nearly 500,000 soldiers from the border counties who are secretly supported. Moreover, the military forces of most counties were under the command of him as the Grand Marshal. Behind him, there is also a sect force that has not yet surfaced, the Blood Refining Hall. The Blood Refining Hall is a demonic sect. The way of cultivation is to refine blood and transform it into essence. The methods are extremely cruel and cannot be tolerated by others, so he stays behind the scenes. As for Wu Yangxiang, he was able to win over about 10,000 Imperial Guards. But the factions behind it are complicated. There are so many people. Even many royal families were involved. In Shaoyang County and other counties outside the Imperial City, there are about 100,000 Imperial Heavenly Guards deployed, which are more powerful than Chen Qing's 100,000 border county soldiers. Qin Zheng arranged 800,000 black cavalry troops to Shaoyang County, and he was most worried. Also, behind him stood the Taiji sect, an ambitious sect that wanted to support Wu Yangxiang in replacing the Great Qin Empire. However, they were intimidated by the power of the overlord of the Lingzi sect and did not dare to act rashly. Eradication of them should greatly upgrade the attribute soldier reincarnation pool, and perhaps evolve another attribute soldier reincarnation pool. Qin Zheng's eyes were burning. Your Majesty! The Immortal Master Xianming from the Imperial Master's mansion wants to see you. Outside, Zhang An's voice was heard. Qin Zheng's eyes lit up. Xianming is the man who trampled on the dignity of the imperial power with his power and lay on the bed in anger. Golden armor appears. Qin Zheng stopped him and said, "It's easy to kill him with one sword. But I want to smash all his bones and torture him again." It's easy to kill Xianming. Jinjia could kill the enemy with just one strike, and even the Imperial Master couldn't cause any trouble for him. But Qin Zheng will be unhappy. However, he would not take action now. He had to wait until the matter of the Imperial City was settled, and then he could take action openly when the relationship was at odds. The golden armor retreated. Qin Zheng also said nonchalantly, "No. Outside." Xianming stood. Hearing this, his face suddenly darkened and he didn't even give him face. "Great, that's great. He is from Lingzi sect. It was they who kept the empire from collapsing. Now, they actually dared to ignore him, which made him extremely unhappy and felt that his dignity was severely trampled upon. You'll be finished sooner or later," he said silently in his heart, then walked away angrily. He would remember this humiliation. Chapter 20. As the Black Cavalry moved, turmoil suddenly arose in the Imperial City. The ghosts and monsters also started to jump. Those spies who had been lurking around became more active, sending letters to every corner of the empire day and night. This empire is so huge. Everyone wants to swallow it. The Imperial City is the center of power, hiding too many things, including the Yu Family Business Alliance, the Luo Family, the Qinchuan Pavilion, the Tianlong Mercenary Association, the Shanhe Alliance, and so on. In addition, there is also a special existence, Qin Academy. Qin Academy is the highest institution of learning for scholars in the empire. Many powerful officials emerged from this group. Rooted in empires, Qin Academy only studies books and cultivates a noble spirit. It has produced many talented people and is an existence that cannot be ignored. Naturally, there is also a majestic Qin Academy in the imperial capital of the Qin Empire. Qin Academy, on a bell tower. Yu Taifu stood respectfully, with a worried look on his face, and said, "Teacher, the 800,000 black cavalry have all been mobilized, and the imperial city is in chaos. I guess His Majesty is anxious to take action. Once chaos breaks out, the empire may not be able to hold on. When that happens, please protect me, teacher." Yu Taifu is also from Qin Academy. And his teacher was Tan Wang Gluan, the president of Qin Academy. Cultivate an unfathomable righteous spirit. Even the imperial preceptor Zheng Xiao has to respectfully call him Mr. Tan. Tan Wang Gluan stared at the imperial city and said slowly, "This majesty is murderous and will not accomplish anything great." In the current situation, he still insists on doing things his own way. This empire will not last long in his hands. You should also resign quickly and stay away from this place of trouble. Teacher. The student can't withdraw. Yu Taifu sighed bitterly, "I have fallen into this trap and there is no way to escape. If the empire falls into chaos, I am afraid I will be doomed too." "All right. After all, you are a student of Qin Academy. How can you be so insignificant? No one in the eastern region can take down the Qin Academy. Qin Zheng, a boy in his 20s, can he still overestimate his own abilities?" Tan Wang Gluan snorted sternly. "How many empires have been respectful to Qin Academy, let alone an empire that is about to be defeated? Half a month. The imperial city is moving, and the black cavalry has also arrived at the three counties." Chen Qing and Yu Yangxiang pretended to be calm, but they made many deployments in secret, which were all detected by the light and shadow attribute troops and not a single detail was missed by Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng firmly grasped the situation. At the same time, the light and shadow reincarnation pool has nurtured 300 light and shadow attribute soldiers, each of which is level 2, comparable to the 9th level of foundation building. With the combination of strength and light and shadow attributes, it is natural that they can easily kill the true essence. Even those in the sea transformation realm can be killed. This gave him more confidence. At the same time, he cultivated the ninefold sword heart technique to the 4th level, and also cultivated a sword across the sky and sword heart to suppress the prison to perfection. This is extremely remarkable. In terms of cultivation talent, with energy to transform his body, Qin Zheng's brilliance can overshadow the geniuses in the world. Strangle 2000 bandits, blood crystal plus 240, energy plus 400. There are more prompts on the information panel. The light and shadow attribute soldiers sent out killed another 2000 bandits in just half a month. This made Qin Zheng truly realize how serious the illness of this empire was. There are so many bandits and robbers wreaking havoc just around the imperial city. It is conceivable how many there are in the entire huge 1,800 counties. This is the result of the empire losing its dignity. Let's deal with the imperial city first. The restoration of imperial dignity requires a process. The Qin government has plenty of means. He consumed 400 energy points and continued to upgrade his level. The foundation building stage is to refine strength, energy, and yuan force, gather them into the yuan sea in the danshan, and circulate the small and large circulations to temper the whole body's muscles, bones, blood vessels, acupoints, internal organs, etc., to build the foundation of the body. No matter what kind of practice you do, the body is the core. Therefore, only by strengthening the physical foundation can one accumulate strength and achieve the goal of cultivating immortals. The foundation built by Qin Zheng was even more terrifying. After consuming 400 points of energy, he only barely broke through the 3rd level of foundation building. I wonder if it is possible to refine the yuan stone. I got hundreds of yuan qi from Master Tiangsu, and the yuan force stored inside is quite amazing. He took out a part and used the sword heart technique to extract it. Energy plus 2. Energy plus 2. Energy plus 2. The information panel kept jumping. Qin Zheng was surprised. Yuan Li can actually be transformed into energy. At this time, the information panel prompt appears. Matter that contains elemental force and attribute force can be transformed into energy. When Qin Zheng saw this, he was overjoyed. This means that instead of just waiting for attribute-based troop shared rewards, he can do it himself. You can also extract energy from eating. However, the energy in rice is very little and difficult to extract. Immediately, Qin Zheng extracted all the yuan qi, and his level was raised to the 4th level of foundation building and stabilized. Outside the emperor's bedroom, people are hurrying. Qin Zheng stepped out. Your Majesty. Zhong'an was waiting. Qin Zheng looked at the busy palace maids and eunuchs and frowned. Zhong'an observed the situation and said, Your Majesty. Now is the deadline to provide the 12 immortal masters with yuan qi and elixirs. Master. Qin Zheng's eyes were sharp, and he said coldly, Let them all stop. This. Zhang Entun paused, raised his eyes to look at Qin Zheng, and seeing Qin Zheng's fierce expression, he did not hesitate and hurried over to stop him. Your Majesty, what do the 12 immortal masters say? Zhong'an was worried. The 12 sea transformation realms are dedicated to the empire. Deter the existence of many scoundrels. Once they are offended, it will be a huge loss to the empire. No need to say. They will come to me. Qin Zheng endured the next sentence and left. Imperial Temple. Master, His Majesty has cancelled the yuan qi and elixirs for now. A servant rushed into the hall. This one sentence caused the temperature in the hall to drop a few degrees. There were 12 people in the temple. With a back sword. There is a pipe. Some hold feather fans. There is a burly man. There are also middle-aged Confucian scholars. Their eyes suddenly froze. What does your Majesty mean by this? A burly man with sallow skin frowned, looking unhappy. Who knows? The man holding the feather fan chuckled. The burly man was silent for a moment, then he stepped out of the hall and headed straight for the palace. The others looked at each other and followed. The Imperial Palace. Chaotian Palace. Qin Zheng was dealing with memorials. Outside, 12 figures stepped in. Qin Zheng. What do you mean? When the burly man saw Qin Zheng, he questioned him angrily. Qin Zheng stamped the memorial slowly and calmly. This memorial contains the information of the 12 people in the Sea of Transformation realm. He raised his eyes and looked at the 12 people. They are all very strong. The terrifying pressure from the energy caused the air to stagnate. The burly man is called Taoist Xing Kui, and he is at the 4th level of the Sea of Transformation. The man carrying the sword is called Wengziu Swordsman, he is at the 6th level of Huahe, a master among swordsmen. The old man holding the cigarette butt is called Kuchuo, the 4th level of the Sea of Transformation. The middle-aged Confucian scholar is called Yanshu. He cultivates a sense of righteousness. It is unknown whether he is from Qishan Academy. His strength is around the 5th level of Huahe. Qin Zheng stood up, with his hands behind his back, holding the memorial scroll, and reminded, the Empire should have given you a lot, but you seem to have forgotten your responsibilities after taking the benefits. Everyone narrowed their eyes and stared at Qin Zheng with sharp eyes. Your Majesty! What do you mean by that? Kuchuo's voice was deep and harsh. Qin Zheng said slowly, the Empire's resources have been almost exhausted. I hope you can understand. There are no resources available to us. The burly man sneered, then is there any need for us to stay in the Empire? That's right. If there are no resources to provide, who would stay here? Immortal Master De Yi on the side also agreed, wanting to take the opportunity to force Qin Zheng. I don't want to stay. Qin Zheng held the scroll, raised his eyes and stared at De Yi. His eyes were full of majesty and dominance, and his tone turned cold. Then get out of my empire. Chapter 21. The burly man's sneer froze for a moment. The expressions of Taoist Master De Yi and the others suddenly froze on their faces. They all looked at Qin Zheng in astonishment, finding it a little unbelievable. Are you trying to drive them away? They are in the 12C transformation realm and are the most powerful warriors worshipped by the Empire today. They have intimidated countless people. Everyone who goes out is famous and prestigious. Wherever you go, you will be welcomed by the people. Countless empires and forces begged them to serve as their worshippers. If the Great Qin Empire had not provided resources and had not had some temptation, they would not have condescended to come here. Now, the Qin government not only did not respect them, he actually told them to get out of my empire. How dare he be so blunt? Qin Zheng, do you know what this means? Xing Kui's expression turned cold. If you are willing to stay, I will not treat you unfairly in the future. Those who don't want to stay, get out of my empire immediately. Qin Zheng's attitude was firm. He didn't even look at Xing Kui. Only know how to ask, but not how to give. Even if we really use the resources to maintain it, it will only be temporary. They have consumed so many resources and have become so powerful, but if the empire really faces a crisis, these people will not only not help, but will definitely be the first to cut ties with the empire. Qin Zheng doesn't need such people. Good. Very good. Taoist De Yi also sneered, how many of us are begging to go to this endless territory? If we leave your Great Qin Empire, are you afraid that we will have nowhere to go? Everyone, since His Majesty has issued an order to expel us, there is no need for us to stay here any longer. Let's all go our separate ways. Taoist Master De Yi looked at everyone. The 12 powerful warriors in the sea transformation realm would be a powerful force that could not be ignored if they were brought to the sect, and many people were eagerly looking forward to them. They are not afraid of leaving the empire. Moreover, the Qin Empire was about to collapse and chaos was rampant. There was no need to get involved in this quagmire. They had long wanted to get out of it, and now this excuse was just right. Xing Kui, Kuchuo, and others also nodded. Swordsman Wang Ziyu was in a state of hesitation. Yan Shu was silent. You two are not going to stay here any longer. Xin Kui narrowed his eyes at the two of them and said in a weird tone, His Majesty has already ordered us to leave. Yan Shu said calmly, Your Majesty has his own difficulties. I can understand that. Since I have been offered tribute by the Empire, I should do something for the Empire. Swordsman Wen Jiu said nonchalantly, I won't show up anymore, please. Qin Zheng looked at the two of them. If he chooses to stay, he won't refuse. Okay. It's up to you. Xin Kui snorted and turned away. Qin Zheng had no way of trying to keep him. This made all 10 of them very unhappy. It is somewhat embarrassing for a powerful person in the sea transformation realm to be driven away. Xin Kui paused for a moment, then turned around and said rudely, Qin Zheng. Your empire won't last long. Without our deterrence, I'm afraid you won't even have anyone to collect the bodies. You'd better take care of yourself. After saying this, he took the lead and stepped out of Chaotian Palace. Only. He took a step forward with his right foot. In front of him, the light suddenly became brighter. A sense of fatal threat suddenly swept through his heart. Before he could react, puff, a sword instantly pierced through his mouth and nailed him back into Chaotian Palace. Not good. Kuchuo, Dai, and others were horrified and retreated quickly. Swordsman Wang Ziyu and Yan Shu also looked stunned, their eyes fixed on the entrance of Chaotian Palace. Turning to the hall again, Xin Kui, whose mouth was pierced, felt a sudden shock in his heart. Ku Tuo, Dao Yi, and others also stared at the door. This is so abrupt. Caught off guard. No, it's more than that. They didn't even see the person who made the move, they just saw the light at the door brighten up. What's going on? Xin Kui is a powerful warrior at the 4th level of Huahe. It was precisely because of his pride in this powerful strength that he dared to fear nothing, and now he was easily solved. This made them very uneasy. Xin Kui's whole body was twitching. The sword split his mouth, but did not kill him completely. His pupils bulged with fear. At that moment, only he saw it. It was a figure emerging from the light. That sword also came out of the light. He couldn't imagine that there were people in this world who could blend with light. Kuchuo, Dai, and others turned their eyes to Qin Zheng who was standing calmly, and suddenly felt that this figure became extremely terrifying in an instant. They also heard about the Taoist master Tianxu who was beheaded in Lang Zongling's mansion. However, they did not believe that this was the method used by His Majesty the Empire. Still immersed in the world of I am a powerful person worshipped by the Empire, and His Majesty the Empire must worship them carefully, and ignored many things. Now all this is enough proof. Does His Majesty intend to force us to stay here? Dai Yi looked unhappy. The others also looked gloomy. Let's part ways in peace. I won't force it. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Don't you know that speaking rudely is also a capital crime? Qin Zheng's tone was cold. It seems that we have underestimated the means of His Majesty the Empire. However, I'm afraid that Your Majesty's methods will not be able to keep all of us. On the contrary, it will bring danger to Your Majesty. Ku Tuo said coldly, not seeming to be afraid, but with a hint of warning and threat. I was careless just now, but now that I'm prepared, I'm not afraid anymore. They locked down every corner of Chaotian Palace. At the same time, Qin Zheng was also locked on. Swordsman Wang Ziyu and Yan Shu stood on Qin Zheng's side. They took a step forward and were on guard against everyone. They all understood what these people meant. If pushed to the limit, they will take action against Qin Zheng. Kill him. What a powerful person in the sea transformation realm, Qin Zheng has no regrets at all. His words are imperial decrees. The hidden light and shadow attribute troops have also moved. The extreme threat of killing also instantly enveloped the hearts of Kuchuo, Dai and other powerful people in the Sea of Transformation realm. which frightened them. They hurriedly sensed the energy of heaven and earth, trying to find it out. However, apart from feeling the terrible crisis and oppression of death, they had no other options. This mystery and unknown situation made it impossible for them to start. However, everyone locked their eyes on Qin Zheng at the same time. No matter who escapes from this palace, no one can escape from him. They just didn't believe that the 9 of them, powerful sea transformation realm masters, couldn't take down Qin Zheng in such a narrow space. Just take him down. No matter how mysterious the means are, they cannot threaten them. Think of this. Kuchuo, Dei, and others suddenly released an enormous amount of yuan power, covering the entire hall and sweeping towards Qin Zheng. Chapter 22. The vast oceans of yuan li from the 9 sea transformation realms were all gathered in this imperial palace, just like a mountain torrent that was constantly gathering momentum, extremely terrifying. Swordsman Wangziu and Yan Shu both frowned deeply. Kuchuo, Dei and the other 9 people should not be underestimated. They are able to be independent from the sect and have cultivated to the sea of transformation realm. It can be seen that none of them is simple. Even he and Yan Shu couldn't say they could survive the combined attack of 9 people. The intentions of the 9 people were very clear, and they were directed at Qin Zheng. They already knew that Qin Zheng had means, and they also understood that if they wanted to get close to Qin Zheng, they would need to face the hidden threat of assassination. But instead of being passive, it's better to be proactive. So, they moved and rushed towards Qin Zheng at an extremely fast speed. Puff! 9 people moved. The head of a person at the very edge of the Huahe realm was chopped off by a sword, and the head flew and smashed against the wall of the palace, and blood spurted out from the broken neck like a fountain. At the same time, the remaining Huahe realm were attacked from different directions. Puff! Another sound of a broken neck was heard. Heads were falling. A being in the sea transformation realm had his head chopped off easily. The remaining Huahe realm gave up completely and fled. A flash of light. He blocked them at the door and slashed one of the sea transforming statues with one sword. The powerful killing force forced Dei, Kuchuo and others back into the hall. Then he returned to the palace. Another sea of transformation realm figure was swept by the light and shadow and cut in half. Where? Where? Dei, Kuchuo and others shouted loudly and looked around, trying to find the person who did it. 4 sea transformation realm masters were killed in an instant. That feeling of insignificance made them all feel scared and terrified. Make them doubt whether they are in the sea transformation realm. Light. All light. It's like fighting with the light. No, it's more like a group of prey being chased by hunters. The will of the sea transformation realm cultivator within him was crushed at this moment. All his attacks had to turn into passive defenses, and even counterattacks became a luxury. The feeling of powerlessness became more and more obvious. What kind of method is this? Kuta roared inwardly. Dei was also in despair. He felt like he was going to die here. Swordsman Wangziu and Yan Shu's eyes were filled with fear, their gazes were frozen, and their hearts were shocked to the extreme beyond words. They held their hands tightly, concentrating and watching like bystanders. Clearly watching someone being killed. But they couldn't see the true face of the murderer. I could only see light. No, there were also shadows, shadows that jumped out from the darkness from time to time, as if there was more than one. But damn, they couldn't even see what was there. All that can be seen is a human figure flickering alternately between light, shadow, and darkness. In this narrow space, it seemed as if it had become a world dominated by them. In this world, those who are considered gods in the eyes of the world are killed one by one. This kind of power makes them feel terrified. Maybe everyone really underestimated His Majesty the Empire. This majesty is really terrifying. It was so terrifying that the Huahe realm was crushed mercilessly and treated with disdain as if it were garbage. Your Majesty! I am willing to stay in the Empire and serve the Empire. Please spare my life. Dai Yi shouted for mercy. Your Majesty, calm down. I will not leave the empire, I will stay and help your Majesty. Quda also shouted. Faced with the onslaught of death, they gave up all their dignity and pride. The Qin government remained indifferent. In his eyes, the dignity and pride of these people are worthless. But Qin Zheng was surprised at the power of the golden armor. These people were genuine people in the sea transformation realm, but they were killed one by one with one sword. It was really scary. Kill 5 sea transformation realm warriors, energy plus 3000, blood crystal plus 1300, alien crystal plus 3. The prompts on the information panel also gave Qin Zheng a big surprise. It is true that the higher the level of the enemy killed, the more blood crystals you will obtain, which is much better than strangling a bandit. More importantly, I also got 3 exotic crystals. Qin Zheng didn't call for a stop. Jinjia continued to attack. The light and shadow attribute soldiers nearby are also waiting for an opportunity. If they knew that there were more than 300 light and shadow soldiers hidden inside and outside Chaotian Palace, they would be scared to death without even having to do anything. Even if you are at the spirit refining realm and enter here, you have to be respectful. Just a few people who have reached the sea transformation realm think they can turn the world upside down. Golden armor raid. Possessing wings of light. 10 times the defense power. He can go anywhere and do it silently. Dai Yi and Kuchuo watched the 2 people beside them being beheaded. They panicked and regretted it. The dignity of the lofty immortal master was trampled upon by Qin Zheng and became worthless. They begged Qin Zheng to accept them as his slaves, but they refused. This was too heartbreaking and hurtful. In a panic, they planned to break through Chaotian Palace with one blow and escape. But the hidden light and shadow attribute troops do not allow them to do so. They launched attacks one after another and suppressed their energy. Otherwise, a random attack from Huahe realm would be enough to easily destroy Chaotian Palace. Jinjia also took the opportunity to take action. Without much effort, he chopped off the heads of Kuchuo and Dai Yi, ending the battle completely. Kill 4 sea transformation realm warriors, energy plus 2100, blood crystal plus 900, alien crystal plus 2. There's almost enough blood crystal. Qin Zheng took a look and saw that 3000 blood crystals were needed to upgrade the attribute soldier's reincarnation pool, and now it was almost there. Losing 10 people in the sea of transformation realm who had no sense of belonging and did not take him seriously, thereby improving the level of the reincarnation pool, is a good deal. After all, Qin Zheng made a fortune from this deal. Because you also get exotic crystals and energy. This amount of energy is believed to be enough to upgrade the level. Now, only Wengziu swordsman and Yan Shu are left. Both of them lost their minds. Before they set foot in this imperial palace, even they themselves firmly believed that the sea transformation realm was very powerful. It is believed that these 12 people in the sea of transformation realm will be a formidable force wherever they are placed and will be respected. But the truth is so cruel. Qin Zheng glanced at them. He did not suggest showing off his skills in front of the 2, nor did he worry that they might have ulterior motives. He just said, "You 2 stay. I will not treat you unfairly. But I need people who can do things for me. Do you understand?" The 2 came back to their senses. They all bowed and saluted. Finally respectful. "I understand." Qin Zheng walked away. Walk in front of Xin Kui. He is not dead yet. Pupils dilated. It's the empire that has praised you too highly. Qin Zheng took a glance, threw the memorial scroll in his hand at Xin Kui's face, and walked out of the hall. Let the things in this palace rot in the palace. The empire's 12 sea transforming realm masters still exist. A majestic and domineering sentence echoed in the hall. Swordsman Wengziu and Yan Shu stood there for a long time, gazing at the emperor's shadow, and suddenly felt how majestic it was. They understood what the imperial majesty meant. Let the 12C transformations become a deterrent. No matter if it exists or not. The Emperor's heart is terrible. If outsiders knew what happened in this temple, they would be shocked. At the age of 20, this imperial majesty truly surpassed all the geniuses they knew. Your Majesty! Are you all right? When they were not far from the hall, Zhang An hurried forward. There are many imperial guards behind him. Although the movement of Chaotian Palace was suppressed by more than 300 light and shadow attribute soldiers, the energy was diffused and the movement caused was still quite large. So, Zhang An was also worried. But he couldn't get close. No problem. Go clean up the temple. Qin Zheng ordered. Zhang An looked towards Chaotian Palace, feeling confused. Chapter 23. When Zhang An entered Chaotian Palace, the scenes he saw shocked him to the point of being stunned. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open, as if he was frozen in place. All I saw were blood-stained heads lying on the ground in the hall. The remains fell to one side. The broken neck was bleeding with a gurgling sound. And these are actually the powerful people in the Sea of Transformation realm who are worshipped by the Empire and are high and mighty. All dead. What exactly happened? Zhang An's head was buzzing. If this scene were to spread out, it would definitely cause another major shock in the entire imperial city. Your Majesty said that things here are rotten here. Swordsman Wang Ziyu and Yan Shu stepped forward and said. I felt quite emotional inside. If they had made the same choice, they would probably be the ones to be beheaded here. Zhang An was in shock for a long time. It took a long time to come back to my senses. He looked at the two of them and bowed quickly. Seeing this, the two men bowed in return. This made Zhang An stunned. When he met these immortal masters on a daily basis, shouldn't he be respectful to them, but these immortal masters would just ignore him. Why is he returning the favor now? The sun rises from the west? However, Zhang An was also smart and understood quickly that this must be done for His Majesty's sake. It means that everything in this is done by His Majesty. Thinking of this, Zhang An's heart trembled violently. Eunuch Zhang, you are in charge of handling the matter here. Yan Shudao. They actually want to clean up too. After all, these people in the Sea Transformation realm have left behind a lot of good things. However, they didn't dare to move. Zhang An showed a dull smile and said, leave it to me. At this moment, he felt so happy and joyful. This is the honor and glory that one should enjoy when following the master. No matter how weak or insignificant he is, as long as he is associated with the word slave of the Great Qin Empire, it is enough to deter everything. This is Majesty. See who dares to look down on your Majesty. Looking at the swordsman Wang Ziyu and Yan Shu leaving, Zhang An said silently in his heart. Return to the Emperor's bedroom. With the help of the palace maids, Qin Zheng changed into the imperial robe and then focused his attention on cultivation. Now that I have 5100 energy points, I can upgrade a lot. Although he has soldiers with light and shadow attributes, his own strength cannot be compromised. The entire empire is on his shoulders, so he must train his body well to avoid getting exhausted. Energy enters the body. After he decided to use up all his energy, all the energy merged into the body, like a surging torrent flowing into the Danshan Yuan Hai, constantly expanding the breadth of the Danshan Yuan Hai, while running the small circulation and the big circulation at the same time. One night later. It was past noon again. The practice is over. Qin Zheng successfully broke through the 9th level of foundation building. But it took a lot of time. It seems I have to take it slow from now on. This time, it was considered a reminder to Qin Zheng. If you have more energy in the future and consume it all, it may be counterproductive. But upgrading to the 9th level of foundation building is also a good thing. The transition from foundation building to true essence is a process of quantitative change to qualitative change, which requires enormous energy, so Qin Zheng is not in a hurry. After completing the 9th level of foundation building, hearing, vision, etc. have been greatly improved, and the physique is also great. Come in. Outside, Zhang En was waiting, and Qin Zheng was aware of it clearly. Zhang En received the order and also pushed the palace door open to enter. He presented a memorial and said, "Your Majesty, these are the treasures after cleaning up the Chaotian Palace. Please take a look." Qin Zheng took it and took a look. 14 techniques, 18 spells, 142 first-grade spiritual medicines, 66 second-grade spiritual medicines, 7 third-grade spiritual medicines, 32 million imperial gold notes, 6 first-grade spiritual weapons, 3,750 yuan stones. Unsatisfactory and greedy. Seeing so many resources, Qin Zheng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Over the years, these people have consumed so many resources of the empire and are still not satisfied. In the end, they have to say your empire will not last long either. It is really a pity that they die. But compared with what Lingzi sect has taken, this is not even a drop in the ocean. After 800 years of encroachment, the vast and enormous resources accumulated cannot be described in words, but in the end, they can only wait for the decision of abandoning or not abandoning. This will determine the fate of the empire. This made him extremely angry. Bring all those things here. Qin Zheng ordered. Zhang En nodded and went to do it immediately. Imperial City, Suzaku Gate. A group of figures carrying ancient swords and wearing special Taoist robes with sword patterns slowly walked into the Suzaku Gate and entered Suzaku Street. Passers-by looked sideways with fear in their eyes. Judging from their Taoist robes and their aloof, oppressive temperament, the people in the Imperial City all knew that they were from the sect. People from Jiangxin sect. On a nearby pavilion, a beautiful girl in green frowned. Why are these people here? You forgot that Tiangsu Genren of Langzhong Lingfu was the elder of Jiangxin sect. That Tiangsu Genren was a special person who had the opportunity to be promoted to the soul refining realm. How could they let it go if he died in the Imperial City? Sitting opposite the beautiful girl was a young man holding a jade fan. The two of them were actually the younger generation of the Yu family alliance. The young man said, "I'm afraid that His Majesty is going to be in big trouble. I wonder how he will deal with this dilemma." One person at the peak of the 9th level of the Sea of Transformation, 3 at the 6th level of the Sea of Transformation, and 7 at the 9th level of the True Essence. What a huge scene! The Sword Heart sect has come with ill intentions. It seems that the Imperial Majesty is in big trouble. At the gate of Qinchuan Pavilion, a thin middle-aged man looked at the people from Jiangxin sect and seemed to have guessed their purpose. He turned back to the pavilion to report. Not only him. The Luo family, the Tianlong Mercenary Association, the Shanhe Alliance, the Qishan Academy and many other forces in the Imperial City have paid special attention to the moment the Jiangxin sect entered Suzaku Street. The Eastern region sects are divided into 9 grades, and those above the 9th grade are the overlords. Although Jiangxin sect cannot be compared with dominant sects like Lingzi sect, it is also a 5th grade sect. The power of the spirit refining realm within the sect is so great that it cannot be ignored. And since Jiangxinman appeared so blatantly in the Imperial City, everyone could guess his purpose. That means asking for punishment. I wonder how His Majesty should deal with this. The head of the Luo family put his hands behind his back and sighed softly. The empire is in chaos and the villains are in power. Arrived in front of Xianjiahu Tower. Among the Jiangxin sect's group, a true essence 9th layer realm looked at the figure in the front and asked, "Elder Rong, should we enter the palace tonight, or wait a day?" A person from Jiangxin sect who was at the 9th level of true essence asked. Elder Rong also stopped, thought for a moment and said, "Let's check the situation first and go again tomorrow." Yes. The others nodded as well. The empire is in chaos, and the people are going crazy. Elder Rong looked towards the direction of the Imperial Palace with a sharp look in his eyes. Good. At the Taiwei mansion, Chen Qing was overjoyed. Master Jiangxin has arrived at the right time. You must immediately arrange for someone to secretly pass on the matter of Lang Zhong Lingfu to Jiang Xinmen, and tell them who killed Tiangsu Zhenren. As Chen Qing issued the order. Behind him, a dark shadow bowed and quickly retreated. Of course, not only Chen Qing, but also many powerful officials in the court secretly conveyed the cause of death of Master Tiangsu to the resting place of the Jiang Xinmen group. They all want to point the finger at Qin Zheng. Attack Qin Zheng. Hold him back. At the Imperial Master's mansion, Immortal Master Xianming suffered a humiliating loss, and I'm afraid he won't show up, so all the responsibility falls on Qin Zheng alone. Then, maybe he can take advantage of the opportunity. Palace. Wang Zhan, however, was restless. When he learned that Jiangxin's disciples were coming to the imperial city, he knew that it would be difficult to deal with them. So he hurried to Bai Mansion to discuss with Bai Yu. Nangang family. In the quiet garden, Nangang Hanjian sat in the pavilion under the peach branches with a dignified manner, and opposite her sat a woman in colorful clothes. The woman's figure is graceful and proudly peaked, as if her collar is about to burst open. Her beauty is so magnificent that it can make many women pale in comparison. Just looking at her appearance, she is so mature and eye-catching. But she covered her face with a veil, so her true appearance could not be seen. She said slowly, "The people from Jiangxin sect are here for more reasons than they seem. I'm afraid it will really trouble your majesty." Nangang Hanjian was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean? You seem to know something. Everyone outside thinks that the Jiangxin sect came here because of the death of Tiangsu Zhenren, but Qinchuan Pavilion has news that someone instigated the Jiangxin sect to come to the imperial city. Their real purpose is to use the means that your majesty has mastered." The woman in colorful clothes spoke in a lazy tone, neither hurried nor slow. Nangang Hanjian's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. "I guess he is worried about your majesty's methods, so he wants to destroy it in advance. Jiangxin sect is just a cover, and the test is the real one." The information that the woman in colorful clothes knows is more thorough than many forces in the imperial city. Because Qinchuan Pavilion is rooted in Qinchuan Prefecture, reaching every corner, and is the most informed. It seems like everyone is hoping for the fall of this empire and is trying every possible way to strangle it. Nangang Hanjian sneered. "Yes, your majesty's methods were exposed early, and they are very mysterious. Many people are worried, so they all want to destroy them to feel at ease." The woman in colorful clothes said, "Since you are on his side, you have to tell him." Nangang Hanjian nodded. The woman in colorful clothes was silent for a moment, then continued, "In fact, it would be best if you leave the imperial city. He can't hold on to this empire." Nangang Hanjian's eyes were slightly different, and she looked at the woman in colorful clothes and said, "Let's make a bet. If he can hold on, Qinchuan Pavilion will help him." "You are so confident." The bright eyes of the colorful lady moved slightly as she said, "This is an irreversible trend. Everyone can see it clearly. You should also know this clearly. Why are you still talking nonsense? Do you dare?" Nangang Hanjian asked. The woman in colorful clothes chuckled, "Hanjian, if you are going to lose, come to Qinchuan Pavilion and help me." "Good." Nangang Hanjian agreed without hesitation. "So refreshing." The woman in colorful clothes paused in laughter. Nangang Hanjian looked at Dozai and said calmly, "Many people are working hard for this empire, and he is not alone." The Imperial Master's Mansion. The servant tells the story of Jiang Xinmen. Xianming sneered. "Qin Zheng. You are amazing. Now I want to see how you can get by with your means without my Huxia Master's Mansion. It's best not to put down your worthless face and beg me." Xuanming's lips curved into a teasing arc, and he immediately ordered, "Close the door of the Imperial Master's Mansion and say we are in seclusion and won't see any guests." Chapter 24. All movements in the imperial city would be transmitted to the emperor's bedroom by light and shadow troops the moment they occurred. The Qin government is like a god, seeing things clearly as if they were in fire. Sword Heart Gate. Qin Zheng was in deep thought. Not worried. Instead, they were thinking about how to put further pressure on Chen Qing and Yu Yangxiang on this matter. I heard that the two old ghosts were very happy and prepared to use this to deal with him. Your Majesty, Immortal Master Wengziu and Immortal Master Yunzhi request to see you. At this time, Zhang An's voice was heard outside the hall. Qin Zheng collected his thoughts and ordered, "Let them in." Moment. Swordsman Wen Qiu and Yan Shu entered the hall and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty. What do you want?" Qin Zheng glanced at the two of them. In his eyes, there is no so-called immortal master anymore. Swordsman Wengziu said, "There's news from outside the palace that people from Jiangxin sect have arrived in the imperial city to investigate the cause of death of Master Tiangsu. Does Your Majesty know about this?" As he spoke, Swordsman Wengziu stared at Qin Zheng's expression. Now, he was 100% sure that Master Tiangsu died at the hands of this Majesty. Others may have guessed some of it. If these people pass on their speculations to the people of Jiangxinmen, Jiangxinmen's target will be clearly aimed at His Majesty. I don't know how His Majesty will deal with the oppression of a sect. If they want to investigate, let them investigate. Qin Zheng said indifferently. I didn't take it seriously. Swordsman Wengziu said, "We will investigate, but I am worried that some people with ulterior motives will target Your Majesty and cause a confrontation between Your Majesty and Jiangxinmen. Before I entered the Empire, I also traveled around the world, and I know a thing or two about Jiangxin sect. The Jiangxin sect is a fifth-grade sect. Although it is not a powerful sect in the Empire, there are several people in the sect who are at the soul refining realm. I heard that there is also an ancestor who is at the half-step pill embracing realm. His strength cannot be ignored. A person who has reached the half-step Baodan realm." Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, looked at Swordsman Wen Qiu and asked, "Is your information accurate?" Swordsman Wen Qiu explained, "I have only heard about it, and it has not been confirmed whether it exists or not. However, according to the background of a fifth-grade sect, the possibility of this ancestor's existence is very high." "That's good." Qin Zheng smiled faintly. Lost in thought. The two were suspicious. Yan Shu asked, "Your Majesty, how are you going to deal with this tomorrow? Should we intervene?" "Tomorrow? What tomorrow?" Qin Zheng looked outside the hall. The question confused the two of them. Etc. No tomorrow? Who is this talking about? Swordsman Wengziu and Yan Shu looked at each other, stunned for a moment, then turned to Qin Zheng. They seemed to have guessed something. "You guys retreat. I will let you know when I need you." Qin Zhendao. Swordsman Wengziu and Yan Shu bowed, turned around and left without much hesitation. Leaving the Emperor's bedroom, the two looked at each other. "It can't be what you think." Yan Shu laughed. Swordsman Wen Qiu shrugged and said, "We'll see tomorrow. We don't know anything anyway." Inside the Emperor's bedroom, golden armor and many light and shadow attribute soldiers appeared in the hall. "My lord, rather than waiting until tomorrow for these people to make a scene in front of you and upset you, why don't we go and make them shut up forever tonight?" A soldier with light and shadow attributes looked at Qin Zheng devoutly. "I am deeply moved." Qin Zheng nodded, and then reminded, "Do it cleanly. Let them die an unnatural death." Looked at the information template. Identity, Qin Zheng, Emperor of the Qin dynasty. Attribute Soldier Reincarnation Pool, Light and Shadow Attributes / Level 2. Note: Level 2 Light and Shadow Attribute Soldiers can breed 20 Light and Shadow Attribute Soldiers every day, and 3000 blood crystals are required to upgrade to the next level. Blood Crystal, 2760. Exotic Crystal, 6. Number of Attribute Arms, 390 Light and Shadow Attribute Arms. There are still 240 blood crystals needed to advance to the next level. These people came to our door. By killing masters above the spirit sea realm, you will obtain a large number of blood crystals. It would be unjust if you don't collect these heads. When it comes to acting in secret, the light and shadow attribute troops are number one, and no one dares to be second. He wanted to instigate these people to cause trouble for him. Can they still see the sun tomorrow? Let them quarrel in your ears? These people are not like Chenqing and Yu Yangxiang in the court. They are just outsiders and have little connection with the imperial master's mansion. If they are killed and die an unnatural death, who dares to say a word? Even if we know he did it, who has evidence? Even if Jiangxin sect thinks that he did it and wants to cause trouble, then just send someone from the soul refining realm, or call the half-step pill ancestor. The soldier's reincarnation pool has been upgraded to level 3. Will the soldiers with light and shadow attributes be afraid? Moreover, the untimely deaths of these people would surely scare Chenqing, Wu Yangxiang, and others. Jinjia nodded. Lead hundreds of light and shadow soldiers and attack at night. Once the soldier reincarnation pool is upgraded to level 3, we can deal with Chenqing and his men. The Imperial Master's mansion is closed, so let it remain closed. Want to see me laugh? Humph. Zuk Street, Xianjiahu Tower. In the back garden. A Sword Heart sect member at the 5th level of Huahe read the letters one by one and said angrily, "It seems that my guess was correct. It was Qin Zheng who did it. Qin Zheng is too arrogant. His own empire is almost destroyed, yet he still dares to provoke my Jiangxin sect. If I don't teach him a lesson this time, my Jiangxin sect will become a laughing stock in the eastern region." A man at the 9th level of True Essence was also extremely furious. "I'll find him tomorrow. If he doesn't give me an explanation, I'll make him pay a painful price that he will never forget." The others echoed, with murderous eyes. Elder Rong sat quietly, deep in thought. A 5th level Huahe cultivator beside him asked, "Elder Rong. 1 or 2 letters may not mean much, but so many letters point the finger at Qin Zheng, so it can't be wrong." The first person who spoke said, "So many people sent letters, just to use us to pressure Qin Zheng. I don't care about their thoughts at all." Elder Rong said, "I'm curious about Qin Zheng's methods. If you want to defeat Qin Zheng, you must first destroy his methods. Therefore, it is indeed necessary to teach him a lesson tomorrow in order to provoke him to use his methods." Does Elder Rong intend to directly put pressure on Qin Zheng? One of them questioned. "It is necessary to give him a warning. Don't worry about the Imperial Master's mansion for now. As long as Qin Zheng is not killed, they shouldn't be too embarrassed." Elder Rong explained, "As long as Qin Zheng is threatened, he will use his methods. Destroying his methods will make him more uncomfortable than killing him." We listened to Elder Rong. Everyone nodded. "If it weren't for the Imperial Master's mansion, I could kill him with just one sword." A 9th level True Yuan cultivator snorted coldly. True Man Tiangsu had a close relationship with him. True Man Tiangsu was also a powerful person designated for training by the sect. It was very likely that he would cultivate to the spirit refining realm in the future. Therefore, the sect's powerful sword techniques such as Sword Heart technique and One Sword Across the Sky were all given to him. Even if you don't have to take over the sect in the future, you can still become the sect's pillar. At that time, he still relied on Tiangsu. After all, his aptitude is estimated to remain at the 9th level of True Essence, and it would be difficult to advance even a little bit, so he must find a backer in advance. But now he was assassinated by Qin Zheng, which ended his hopes. He will definitely be in trouble tomorrow. Chapter 25. Into midnight. Xianjialu is closed. Unlike ordinary people, those who practice Taoism do not need to rest. They can just meditate, refining the vital energy of heaven and earth into their bodies, and thus be full of energy. The boss of Xianjiahu Tower is also a shrewd man. He knows that Jiang Xinman has bad intentions and does not want to offend him, so he specially arranges the quietest and best back garden. Therefore, the 11 people from Qin sect were all meditating and practicing in the room in the back garden. People outside knew that these people were the sect's immortal masters, so they tried to avoid them, let alone get close to them. The lights in the room are flickering. Jinjia led the light and shadow troops to sneak in and hide in the darkness. Most of them are hidden outside the back garden of Xianjiahu Tower to avoid being disturbed by anyone. Jinjia was watching the movements of Elder Rong, who was at the 9th level of the Sea of Transformation, and the 3 people who were at the 5th level of the Sea of Transformation. Outside, more than 20 soldiers with light and shadow attributes quietly approached the 7 soldiers at the 9th level of True Essence. Whoosh! The lights flickered. A person who was meditating and practicing at the 9th level of Zhenyuan seemed to sense a subtle sense of crisis. He suddenly opened his eyes, frowned, looked around the room, and sensed the outside world, but noticed nothing. What's going on? He frowned, confused by the sudden warning sign in his heart. From the moment they stepped into Xianjiahu Tower. Xianjiahu Tower is a forbidden area. He didn't believe that any scoundrel would dare to trespass. However, but he didn't know. Behind him, the shadow illuminated by the light suddenly lengthened. It was at this moment that the warning sign became clearer. Behind. At this moment, his eyes widened and he came back to his senses. Preparing to react. A sharp sword pierced through his throat from the back of his head with a bang. A man in silver armor walked out from the shadow behind him, grabbed his head with bare hands, and chopped it off. The headless body was splattering blood, which sprayed on the edge of the bed and the wall. Under the light, it looks particularly charming. At this time, the other rooms were exactly the same. There are 3 to 4 level 2 light and shadow attribute soldiers lurking in each room. Their strength is at the 9th level of foundation building, and they can easily assassinate people at the 9th level of true essence silently. The most important thing is that these people are too weak in defense. They never thought that someone could hide in the darkness or the light, and they never guessed that Qin Zheng would attack them at this moment. 7 people at the 9th level of true essence were assassinated silently. The golden armor and a group of light and shadow attribute soldiers locked onto the remaining masters of Qin sect. Elder Rong is at the 9th level of the Sea of Transformation realm, and his sword power and vitality are extraordinary. As a sword cultivator, the murderous sharpness of his energy is extremely pure, and therefore he is much stronger than the average 9th level of the Sea of Transformation realm master. Stronger than the 10 people killed in Chaotian Palace. In order to ensure that he could be killed quickly without alerting the people in the Imperial City, Jinjia arranged 24 level 2 light and shadow attribute soldiers to assist him. The remaining people attacked the other 3 powerful men at the 5th level of the Sea of Transformation. In Elder Rong's room, he sat cross-legged in meditation and practiced, and the sword power and energy transformed into sword intent that shuttled through his body. In an instant, he suddenly opened his eyes. At his level, the things he could capture were very subtle. Judging from the surrounding airflow and special energy, he knew something had broken in. Qin Zheng's method. As if he had thought of it, Elder Rong's lips curled up into a cold arc. Wasn't he here for this? He remained calm. Sudden. His side. A sharp sword came towards his head at an extremely fast speed. Finally, I've got you guys. Elder Rong's eyes turned fierce, and layers of sword intent burst out from his body, like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea, all engulfing the direction where the sword was coming from. But that light and shadow attribute soldier is a bait. Feeling the killing intent, he hid quickly. The sword intent was as sharp as a knife, piercing through the room in an instant, creating quite a noise, which also alarmed the 3 5th-level Huahe realm masters in other rooms. The light and shadow attribute soldiers responsible for attacking and killing them also took action instantly. Elder Rong had a stern expression on his face, and used his keen insight to spy on every corner of the room. He soon discovered a silver armor emerging from the dark corner in front of him. So Qin Zheng's trick is you. Elder Rong locked onto the soldier in an instant, thinking that he was Qin Zheng's weapon, and immediately rushed away like a sword. Is he planning to take this opportunity to test out how threatening Qin Zheng's approach is? But this light and shadow soldier is just a bait. By the time Elder Yinrong's attention was focused on him, the person who actually took action, Jin Ji, had already launched a fatal blow. From behind Elder Rong, a sword pierced his heart. Elder Rong paused. The piercing pain caused his mind to go blank for a moment. He was dazed for a moment, but the sword power and vitality burst out instinctively, blowing away the golden armor. The hidden light and shadow attribute soldiers took the opportunity to replace them, leaving no gap at all, in order to prevent Elder Rong from reacting and releasing powerful swordsmanship, which would make it more difficult for them to successfully attack. They attacked from all directions, and in just a few blinks of an eye, they inflicted considerable injuries on Elder Rong. The golden armor has strong defensive power, and although it took a hit, it was not seriously damaged. He spread his golden wings and his speed increased several times. He took advantage of the opportunity and slashed Elder Rong's neck with his sword. Old man Rong Chong is experienced and wise. He can condense his sword power into substance to resist. The golden armored sword cut off the sword intent and chopped on Elder Rong's neck, but it failed to behead him. It only made a big bloody wound on Elder Rong's neck. Most of the killing power was blocked by the sword intent that turned into substance. But it scared Elder Rong. It was a simple fight, just a few moves, and he almost lost his life several times. If it weren't for his experience, his head would have been chopped off. Is this the Qin government's method? So scary. Elder Rong regretted his contempt at this moment. However, he did not sit idly by. Being in the room is advantageous to the killer but disadvantageous to him, so he must escape outside first. And looking at the injuries all over his body, he was afraid that he couldn't escape. Bang! As soon as the roof was broken, the light and shadow soldiers hidden on it suddenly rushed out. A sword pierced directly through his brain. 2 swords pierced his shoulders. Bang! Elder Rong's body fell directly into the room. Jin Ji took the opportunity to kill him with a sword, piercing him through the center of his eyebrows. Elder Rong's eyes widened as he stared at the golden armor that walked out of the darkness. Jin Ji drew his sword. Rushed to other rooms. It was a carefully planned assassination. Not to mention Huahe, even those in the Lianshen realm could be slaughtered. The 3 people in the Huahe realm were also beheaded quickly. In the Xianjiahu Tower, someone noticed the movement. After all, the sounds of broken roofs and simple fighting were loud, but no one dared to go out. One is that I feel like there are eyes watching me from outside. Second, the back garden is where Jiangxin's disciples are, and they are powerful people in the sect, so they dare not trespass. The light and shadow attribute soldiers took the corpses out of the back garden and returned to the palace to report after they had dealt with them. Jin Ji burned all the bodies of Jiangxin's disciples. Once the matter of the imperial city is completely resolved, you won't have to hide anymore. Qin Zheng said to Jin Ji, when the time comes, I will establish an intelligence and assassination agency, which you will be in charge of, and will be responsible for monitoring the empire both inside and outside the country. The number of light and shadow attribute soldiers is still small now. If the number increases, we must make good arrangements. Gathering intelligence, assassinations, etc. When it comes to light and shadow attribute troops, they dare to say they are the best and no one dares to claim to be second. Jin Ji nodded and retreated into the darkness. He would obey all of Qin Zheng's decisions unconditionally. Look at the harvest. Qin Zheng focused his attention on the information panel. Kill the 9th level of the Sea of Transformation and several enemies, energy plus 3500, blood crystal plus 1000, alien crystal plus 2. There are enough blood crystals to upgrade the light and shadow attribute soldier reincarnation pool. Do you want to upgrade? Whether? Qin Zheng immediately chose yes. The reincarnation pool of light and shadow attribute soldiers appeared, and the light was shining brightly. Unlike before, this time the pool was twice as big, the amount of water in the pool increased, and it became more crystal clear. This is the energy accumulated in the pool. It is also the energy needed to nurture the troops. Attributed soldier reincarnation pool, light and shadow attributed soldier. Current level, level 3. 50 light and shadow attribute soldiers can be nurtured every day. Required for upgrade, 20,000 blood crystals. Required for the first evolution of the attribute soldier reincarnation pool, 10 exotic crystals. Qin Zheng was overjoyed. 50 of them can be nurtured every day, and they are level 3 light and shadow attribute soldiers, which is equivalent to 50 light and shadow soldiers of the 6th level of true essence every day. He has seen the power of Jinji. Although ordinary level 3 light and shadow attribute soldiers are not as strong as him, they have no problem dealing with the sea transformation realm. As for the spirit refining realm, they have cultivated spiritual awareness and may not be able to be eradicated, but they can definitely pose a threat. If the number of light and shadow soldiers is large enough, they can even be killed. As for the 20,000 blood crystals required for the next upgrade, although they are increasing, Qin Zheng is not worried. He has more on his mind. Instead, it focuses on the evolution of the soldier's reincarnation pool. 10 alien crystals can complete the first evolution of the soldier reincarnation pool. Now there are 8 of them, which means that they will soon be able to evolve for the first time and gain access to a new attribute soldier reincarnation pool. The reincarnation pool of light and shadow attribute soldiers is so awesome that it is unimaginable. What will be the special features of the new attribute arms? This made him look forward to it very much. Only 2 alien crystals are left. With these, he can punish the villains in the empire with greater freedom. As for those who have high hopes for Jiang Xinmen, I wonder what expression I will have tomorrow? Chapter 26. Early morning. In Xianjiahu Tower and the back garden, there was no movement at all. The waiter from the restaurant brought some tea into the garden. Bang! The teacup and teapot fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The crisp sound aroused the curiosity of the guests in the building, and they all looked over. Then, the waiter rushed out of the back garden in a hurry. The restaurant owner looked unhappy and stepped forward to scold, "You are so flustered that you disturbed the immortal master. Your life is not enough to compensate you. Shopkeeper, the immortal master is gone." The waiter whispered. "You are seeking death by being disrespectful to the immortal master." The shopkeeper was horrified, fearing that the waiter's words might be heard by the immortal master and cause trouble for the restaurant, so he scolded him again. "Immortal master? The immortal master is really gone. What are you looking for?" The waiter had no choice but to whisper a few words to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was also startled and followed him into the back garden. What he saw was bloodstains in the rooms and several rooms had been destroyed. It seems like a fight happened here. As for the people from Jiangxin sect, they disappeared without a trace. "Hey, what happened last night? Where did the immortal masters go?" Looking at the blood on the ground, the shopkeeper was also stunned. There were many experts among the guests in the restaurant. They took the opportunity to explore the back garden. When they saw the mess in the back garden, they were shocked. There is blood everywhere, but no one is seen. Bloodstains. Could it be that the noise last night? Some people's eyes trembled slightly. They felt some movement last night and immediately had a bad feeling. The people in Xianjiahu Tower were all confused. However, they only thought that the people from Jiangxinmen had entered the palace. As for the bloodstains, they would never think of that as anything else. These immortal masters are extremely powerful, who dares to touch them? As soon as the news came out, people in the imperial city also began to investigate. After all, the visit of Jiang Xinmen to the imperial city attracted a lot of attention. There are traces of fighting in every room, and there is no trace of them in this imperial city. It seems that they have really disappeared. In front of the blacksmith shop, the tall and mighty muscular man also looked stunned. There was a lot of shock and surprise in his eyes. The aura of the Jiangxin sect's people disappeared in the imperial city, and he could guess the outcome. You can also guess what might happen. However, what he didn't dare to think about was that person's methods really so terrible? For a moment, he was a little dazed. Ouyang Mansion. Ouyang Xiang was humming a tune, feeling extremely happy. The maids helped him change his clothes and put on court robes. He waved his hand and the maids retreated one after another. Go check where the immortal masters from Jiangxin sect are. Have they entered the palace? I want to go to the palace with the immortal masters. He gave an order. Not far away, several waiting men turned around and left. There will be something exciting to watch later. Ouyang Xiang flicked his sleeves, as if he was in high spirits because of something happy happening. He hummed a little tune and went to have breakfast. About a quarter of an hour later. Adult. Several men hurried back and headed straight into the hall. Ouyang Xiang took the porridge, drank a few mouthfuls, and asked calmly, has the immortal master of Jiangxin sect gone? The people from Jiangxin sect mysteriously disappeared. One accepted it and reported it back. Speak clearly. Ouyang Xiang was so happy. What was going on? News came from Xianjiahu Tower that the people from Jiangxin sect have mysteriously disappeared. There were only a lot of bloodstains left in the place where they lived. We also inquired in the imperial city, but they were nowhere to be found. The guards at the palace gate also said that they did not see them enter the palace. The subordinate explained. Bang! What? Ouyang Xiang smashed the bowl on the table, stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open. So many living people, why did they disappear mysteriously? This is a strong man from Jiangxin sect, not an ordinary person. Ouyang Xiang's expression darkened, and after thinking for a while, he hurriedly shouted, get ready, go to Xianjiahu Tower. Suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. In the Yu Family Business Alliance, Yu Suanji looked surprised and asked, what about other places? Didn't you see anyone? No. Although the imperial city is large, the people from Jiangxin sect are very conspicuous. If they saw them, they would definitely recognize them. I thought they went to the imperial palace, but there was no one in the imperial palace. The person who reported back also had a doubtful tone in his voice. Then he reminded, however, in the Xianjiahu Tower, where the Jiangxin sect lived, there were a lot of bloodstains and signs of fighting. I suspect. Yu Suanji's eyes trembled. Was he killed by someone? The beautiful girl next to him also glared, turned her eyes to the boy holding the jade fan, and asked in a low voice, brother, do you think they were secretly killed by the emperor? The boy's eyes twitched slightly. He is at the 9th level of the Sea of Transformation, and the accumulated Yuan Li is so huge. He is also a sword cultivator with a heavy killing tendency. Without the strength of the spirit refining realm, how could he be killed so quietly? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have any evidence. The young man glared at the beautiful girl, then looked at Yu Suanji. Dad, they are not really dead, are they? Yu Suanji was shocked. It took me a while to come back to my senses. Almost. He responded, but in his heart he was 100% sure that these people must have met with an accident. This method and this action really caught him off guard. As for who did it, he had some guesses in his mind, but he wouldn't say them out loud. Because there is no evidence. Then, anyone could be the murderer. Did I really underestimate that person? Yu Suanji was a little shaken. The young emperor, who was in his 20s, seemed to be showing his durability to him. To quietly send away the 9th and 5th levels of the Sea of Transformation, this is no ordinary method. Just pretend you don't know about this. Yu Suanji said to the two of them. I understand. The young man grinned, almost laughing, the person disappeared mysteriously, I don't know where he is. I understand too. The beautiful girl giggled and said. Don't think about it. The person must be dead. The head of the Luo family stood on an attic, looking at the imperial city, and did not believe in such nonsense as mysterious disappearance and evaporation from the face of the earth. He was very confused. I thought he knew exactly what was going to happen next. I never thought this would happen. Judging from all the signs, the person is definitely dead. Who killed him? This is something we really need to investigate. It's really unexpected. It's a bit scary. The head of the Luo family was not only shocked, but also a little scared. The 9 levels of Huahe have all mysteriously disappeared. This is not simple. Tell the children of the Luo family not to make blind guesses and pretend they don't know anything about this matter. The head of the Luo family ordered. The Jiangxin sect's members disappeared en masse, and the Jiangxin sect would not sit idly by, but he did not want to get involved in this mess. When the Shanhe Alliance, Tianlong Mercenary Association and others learned about this, they were all dumbfounded. Yesterday, I was still waiting to see how that Majesty would respond to the accusations from Jiangxinmen, but this morning, the people from Jiangxinmen mysteriously disappeared. This explains a lot. Smart people have already seen through many of the essences, and everyone is shocked. Nangang family. More lively. Nangang Yun and a group of clan leaders held a meeting in the morning. But no one spoke. Just pretend you don't know about this. Since the person disappeared mysteriously, let's just treat it as a mystery. Nangang Yun reminded. The elders nodded. It's time to take a closer look at that imperial majesty. The Nangang family is now a royal family, and they can't be ignorant of everything. Nangang Yun said again. The elder of the 3 clans said, I agree with the patriarch. Let me handle the queen's ceremony. The elders looked at him sideways, and one of them said jokingly, didn't you say you wanted to leave before? I'm just worried. The elder of the 3 tribes smiled awkwardly and said, don't compete with me for arranging the queen's ceremony. Just do it. It will be my apology for my previous offense to that person. Ha ha ha. The clan elders laughed. In fact, everyone understands that Jiangxinmen is in great danger and has been dealt with by Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng had temporarily used his methods before, and they had some experience of it. Thinking about it now, they are a little scared. However, this just proves that the method is as terrifying as that in the spirit refining realm. Nangang Yun said, I also need to plan carefully, maybe there will be a turning point in the future. In the quiet garden. The personal maid said in surprise and shock, Miss. You don't have to worry. His Majesty killed all the people from Jiangxin sect last night, without anyone noticing. Nangang Hanjian corrected, don't make random guesses without evidence. I'm sorry miss, I was wrong. He disappeared mysteriously. The personal maid also corrected herself. Nangang Hanjian looked at the peach branches outside, her bright eyes like autumn water shining with a soft luster. Others didn't expect it. She didn't expect it either. It was even more unexpected. She was still worried that Jiangxin sect would be difficult to deal with in the future, but Qin Zheng simply cut off the problem at the root with one sword. Ha ha ha! Your Majesty, this move is absolutely amazing. Wang Zhan laughed heartily. When Bai Yu learned about this, he was shocked but also felt happy. With this move, all the villains' plans are ruined, and they can't get into trouble. The troubles and annoyances that I will encounter today are completely gone. Zhao Qi, Yanqing, and others were also very happy. They also drove to Xianjihu Tower. Xianjihu Tower was crowded with people. Wu Yangxiang, Chen Qing, and other court ministers went into the back garden to investigate. When they saw the bloodstains on the ground, they felt a chill in their hearts. Not only can we not watch the good show in the morning court. Moreover, this is a serious warning to them and a deterrent blow. because they all understood that the people from Jiangxinmen died at the hands of Qin Zheng. Although there was no evidence, they were sure of it. Qin Zheng's methods were so terrifying that he could kill these Jiangxin disciples, and the shock he caused to them was extraordinary. Lord Wu Yang is here too. Wang Zhan came in, saw Wu Yangxiang with a dazed look on his face, and shouted. Master Wang is coming to join in the fun too. Wu Yangxiang responded with a forced smile. Wang Zhan looked at the bloodstains and the broken rooms in the house and said with a smile, I heard that the Immortal Master mysteriously disappeared in the Imperial City. This is a big event in the Empire, so I naturally have to pay attention to it. Lord Wang is really worried. Wu Yangxiang waved his sleeves and left, feeling indescribably gloomy inside. Master Wu Yang, wait a minute, let's go to court together. Wang Zhan confirmed the matter and followed. Chapter 27. Qin Emperor's Palace. All the ministers gathered. Taiwei Chenqing, Right Prime Minister Wu Yangxiang, Left Prime Minister Bai Yu, Censor Wang Zhan, Imperial Household Agent Yu, Court Justice Yang Yi, Guardian Minister Yan Qing, Shangqing Li Xian and others had been waiting in the hall early. Wu Yangxiang hung his face, his good mood in the morning was gone. Now all that remains is the fear and gloom hidden in my heart. Just think about it, 11 strong men from the Jiangxin sect, all of them masters, suddenly disappeared without a sound overnight. Who would not be afraid, who would not panic? What is disappearing from the face of the earth? This is just a joke. This is not a storytelling, you can't just say it's gone. What they fear most is that Qin Zheng did all this. Chen Qing looked calm and said nothing. But I was very nervous. Instead of enjoying the fun, they are frightened. This is their current situation. The court officials were also in a heavy mood and could not even stand steadily. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu crossed their hands in front of their abdomens and also remained silent. However, unlike other court officials, they looked relaxed and in high spirits. Your Majesty has arrived. Zhang An shouted loudly. A figure in a black dragon robe stepped onto the dragon platform. The sword of imperial power is slung at the waist. Qin Zheng stands tall. His eyebrows are slanted like the edge of a sword. His eyes are like cold stars, mixed with overwhelming majesty. The pearl curtain of the pink yen crown swayed for a moment and then stopped completely. Qin Zheng's left-hand sword handle. The sword of imperial power tilts slightly backwards. A solemn, heavy, and incomparable domineering aura suddenly permeated. All the ministers fixed their eyes and looked up at the dragon platform. When they came into contact with that pair of sharp, cold, and piercing eyes, their hearts and minds were like they had suffered a horrible blow. They trembled violently and hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. This is majesty. Even the terrifying majesty of the master of the empire. Not before. But now, it has. It seems that after all kinds of killings and the passage of time, it has become more and more terrifying, making people want to kneel down in submission. Greetings to our emperor. Long live the emperor. The courtiers shouted loudly. No need to be polite. Qin Zheng spoke in a dignified tone. Thank you, your majesty. The ministers stood up. Do you have anything to report? Qin Zheng asked a question according to the routine. In the court, no one spoke and everyone became cautious. Even the voices of Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang and other two factions, who usually demanded this and that, were completely hidden. Qin Zheng also looked down at Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang. Wu Yangxiang and Chen Qing felt nervous and a little frightened. Although they were old and cunning, in front of this 20-year-old emperor, they were like children who had done something wrong, and they lowered their heads and remained silent. Your Majesty! I have something to report. Wang Zhan spoke. Qin Zheng asked, what's the matter? Wang Zhan said, Your Majesty. Something happened in the Imperial City this morning. I heard that a group of immortal masters from Jiangxin sect mysteriously disappeared in Xianjiahu Tower. The Qin sect is a sect of the empire. This incident happened at the foot of the imperial city, causing the people of the imperial city to talk about it and speculate endlessly. If the situation continues to develop, there may be trouble. Wang Zhan mentioned it. In an instant, the entire court glanced at Qin Zheng again in unison. They all carefully observed every subtle expression of Qin Zheng. There is such a thing. Qin Zheng's eyes fixed, and there was a gleam of light in them, and he was extremely majestic. Zhao Qi, listen to my orders. I will be here. Zhao Qi hurried forward and waited with his head bowed. I order you to investigate this matter thoroughly and calm the discussion in the imperial city. Qin Zheng issued an edict. I will obey your order. Zhao Qi bowed. Keep pretending, Qin Zheng. Chen Qing sneered in his heart. The person was killed using your own methods, and you asked someone to investigate. Even if the investigation lasts till the end of time, I guess they won't be able to find out the truth. Good Majesty, that's very good. I underestimated you before. Wu Yangxiang also listened silently. I think it's ridiculous. Even if the investigation finds out, so what? Will His Majesty punish you? However, even though everyone knew that it was His Majesty who did it, no one dared to say it out loud because there was no evidence, and besides, no matter what, Qin Zheng was still the master of this empire. Qin Zheng said calmly and coldly, recently, I have heard some rumors. All the ministers were suspicious. Your Majesty, please explain. Bai Yu and others were also puzzled. Some people say that among the officials I have entrusted with important tasks, many have been corrupt and perverted the law. They have withheld military pay, abused their power and taken bribes, killed people at will, and colluded with bandits and thugs, bringing disaster to the empire. Qin Zheng spoke slowly, but his tone became increasingly cold and stern. These words were like a bomb dropped in the court. Many officials' faces changed suddenly, their pupils shrank, their hands clenched tightly in their sleeves, and they were extremely nervous. Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang also sensed something unusual and became extremely solemn. They were silent. This kind of disaster is like a cancer in the empire. I hate it and will not be happy until it is eradicated. Qin Zheng's tone became heavier, revealing murderous intent. Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, Yan Qing, and others were all surprised. My lord! You are the imperial censor, supervising all officials. You have an unshirkable responsibility. I order you to thoroughly investigate these officials, collect evidence of their crimes, and present it to me. If there is any obstruction, you can kill first and report later. I will cut them into pieces one by one and exterminate all 9 clans. Many ministers were shocked, their heads went blank. The harsh and murderous words were like thunder, leaving them at a loss. Wu Yangxiang and Chen Qing were silent, but also looked flustered. What is Qin Zheng going to do? They roared in their hearts. Wang Zhan was also stunned for a moment, his eyes burning. Bai Yu fell into solemnity and deep thought. I obey your order. Wang Zhan bowed. Qin Zheng glanced at Chen Qing, Wu Yangxiang, and others who were lowering their heads, then turned and left. Retreat! Zhang An yelled. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu looked at each other. Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang stared at the departing figure in dragon robe, with strong anger in their pupils. They left the Qin Emperor's palace quickly without saying a word. The other officials stood there for a long time as if in a daze. When they saw Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang leave, they all chased after them. Only Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Yan Qing, Li Xian, Zhao Qi, and others were left in the hall. Your Majesty, are you planning to take action against them? Zhao Qi is still shocked. Wang Zhan nodded. Bai Yu said solemnly, it won't be that simple. Wang Zhan said, I know it won't be that simple, but... Old Bai. We have been holding on till now, isn't it just for this day? Since your Majesty wants to do it, then he can be suppressed. Your Majesty is no longer the same as before. The majesty and toughness of the emperor that cannot be violated are no longer dared to be violated. Mr. Bai, we shouldn't dwell on the past. Yes, he has changed. He has become unimaginably majestic, tall, and domineering. Bai Yu looked at Longta again, feeling deeply moved. Now, Qin Zheng was standing on the stage, and even he didn't dare to look directly at him. Get ready. We have to make arrangements for many things. Bai Yu glanced at Yanqing, Zhao Qi, and others. Returned to the emperor's bedroom. Qin Zheng was in a good mood. After that final blow in the court, those powerful officials will certainly be unable to sit still. He just waited. I looked at the attribute soldier reincarnation pool. Now that a day has passed, there is plenty of energy in the pool. Qin Zheng released the soldier's reincarnation pool. The energy of the pool water boiled, and 50 light balls flew out and landed in the emperor's bedroom. My lord! 50 people bowed reverently. A level 3 light and shadow attribute soldier is equivalent to the 6th level of Zhenyuan. It is easy to kill Hua High Realm warriors, which means that he can have 50 Hua High Realm masters every day. Moreover, it can also surround and kill those in the spirit refining realm. It is enough to deal with the existence of the imperial city. Go find Jinjia and report. Qin Zheng ordered. 50 people immediately stepped into the light. Qin Zheng felt even happier. He consumed 3,100 energy and started practicing. However, building the foundation from the 9th level to the true essence requires a huge amount of energy. In addition, Qin Zheng is special and his energy is even more astonishing. 3,100 energies are just a drop in the bucket. As of the afternoon, I am still a long way from breaking through the true essence. Your Majesty. Concubine Yang requests an audience. Zhang An's sudden words made Qin Zheng stunned. Concubine Yang. Let her in. After a moment, a graceful figure walked into the hall. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The woman knelt and saluted. Stand up. Qin Zheng shouted, looking at Concubine Yang. Concubine Yang wore a royal blue silk dress, her eyebrows were as dark as a painting, her skin was as white as snow, she looked like a fairy in the moon palace, with a cool and proud temperament, unique charm. Concubine Yang is Yang Yi's sister Yang Ro. Entered the palace a year ago. He has been neglected by the Qin government until now. Although Yang Yi was the Chief Justice, one of the 9 ministers, he did not stand on the side of the royal family, so Yang Ro was ignored as soon as she arrived. Your Majesty, Concubine Yang has 2 unique skills. One of them is sword dance. The cloud sleeve sword dance is unmatched in the Xianyun Empire and no one in the eastern region can compare to it. Concubine Yang has practiced it for half a year and wants to present it to your Majesty. Zhang An explained on the side. Concubine Yang also stole a glance at Qin Zheng. After being ignored for more than a year, it would be a lie to say that I have no resentment. However, she also knew that this was how the palace was. However, this morning, she heard her brother Yang Yi talking about what His Majesty had done recently, saying that he had the demeanor of an emperor of all ages, which aroused her great curiosity. Adding to her resentment for a year, she also took this opportunity to come and see him. Fairy dance with cloud sleeves. Qin Zheng's eyes flickered, and he said, in that case, I really want to see you. You've been busy with all kinds of calculations these days, it's time to relax. Now, those people should be the ones who should be anxious, he just needs to wait. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your permission. Concubine Yang said, I will dance with the sword for Your Majesty. Zhang An also hurriedly arranged for the palace maids to arrange the layout of the Diking Palace and fetched an exquisite long sword. Several zither players sat aside. Bring the wine. Qin Zheng sat at the desk. After Yang Fei saluted him, she lifted her sleeves slightly, and the green and yellow silk ribbons alternated in color, winding in the air. She tiptoed slightly and danced gracefully. The long sword was light, as if it had merged with her, dancing in the fluttering silk ribbons. With her slender fingers, she clasped the sword, her swan neck turned slightly, and the moment her toes touched the ground, she flew up quickly, and the sword broke through the sky. Show the heroic and graceful sword dance. This kind of classical dance was totally different from the dance that Qin Zheng had seen before, which only involved shaking the body. After the dance, even he, who didn't know how to dance, was fascinated by it. This is the real imperial enjoyment. Good. Qin Zheng was extremely satisfied. Concubine Yang said respectfully, Your Majesty, the cloud sleeve sword dance has 9 bends and 18 sections, which is paired with the zither, flute, pipa, chime bells, etc. If Your Majesty likes it, I will dance them one by one for Your Majesty in the future. Concubine Yang said respectfully. This is one unique skill, what is the other unique skill? Qin Zheng asked. Seeing Qin Zheng happy, Zhang An also became happy and said with a smile, Another unique thing is the sound of the Queen's flute, dream wandering in the fairyland. Concubine Yang can also play the flute. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes. Concubine Yang said, I have been learning since I was young, and I have learned a little bit. In fact, Yang Zheng didn't know. Yang Ro's talent for dancing and playing musical instruments is outrageous. He started playing musical instruments at the age of 3, became proficient in all kinds of musical instruments at the age of 8, created the Dream Wandering in Fairyland at the age of 12, and created the Qinchuanzhou famous Cloud Sleeve Sword Dance at the age of 14. Many great masters of music have listened to her. Even the master of music from the Great Chu Empire came from thousands of miles away. After listening to one of her songs, he was amazed at her unparalleled talent in the music world. Tonight, Concubine Yang will stay in the emperor's bedroom. Qin Zheng said calmly, I also want to see how good Concubine Yang's flute skills are. Chapter 28. Leave the court and return to the mansion. Wu Yangxiang's face was gloomy. The hostility and coldness in his eyes were no longer concealed. Something happened in the court. The Taoist from Shanghuang appears. Wu Yangxiang nodded silently and said in a low voice, Qin Zheng has issued an order, ordering Wang Zhan to thoroughly investigate the powerful ministers. This means that Qin Zheng can't wait to take action against us. Most of the officials, whether in the court or outside the court, are subordinate to them. Once Wang Zhan conducts a thorough investigation, even if it is just a part of it, it will be shocking. At that time, all the blame will be directed at them. Not surprising. Taoist Sheng Huang said, the mysterious disappearance of the people from Jiangxin sect was most likely caused by Qin Zheng. He was able to kill a 9th-level Huahe realm cultivator silently, which shows how powerful his methods are. Now that he has mastered that mysterious method and has given him enough confidence, the next step is naturally to deal with you. But we can't just sit there and wait. Wu Yangxiang said angrily, if we compromise even a little bit, we will be doomed. Don't worry about this, I have anticipated this. Taoist Sheng Huang reminded, the masters of Taiji sect are almost at the imperial city. This time, 3 elders of the 9th level of the Sea of Transformation and 6 elders of the 6th level of the Sea of Transformation have come, and they are carrying the powerful spiritual weapon of Taiji sect, the Taiji mysterious seal, all of which are here to support Lord Wu Yang. Wu Yangxiang suddenly looked up, and his gloomy eyes suddenly brightened. Taoist Sheng Huang continued, since Qin Zheng is going to take action, and Lord Wu Yang doesn't want to sit and wait for death, why not strike first? You mean, rebellion? Wu Yangxiang's eyes narrowed. Taoist Sheng Huang nodded. Wu Yangxiang was in deep thought. Qin Zheng's move in the court has pushed him into a desperate situation. If he didn't rebel, he would be doomed. It's not easy to deal with the Imperial Master's mansion. Wu Yangxiang's brows were furrowed into the shape of a character. If it weren't for the pressure from the Imperial Master's mansion, he would have taken action long ago. The Imperial Master's mansion represents the Lingzi sect. The Lingzi sect only wants the resources of this empire. If the resources are still indispensable to them after the empire changes hands, do you think they will still care who becomes the true master of this empire? Taoist Sheng Huang laughed. Wu Yangxiang was also a very smart man, so how could he not understand this? Lingzi sect's important resources. The Tai Chi sect also wants it. They are all here to seize the empire's resources. He was aware of this. However, he didn't care as long as he became the master of the empire. There is a huge gap between the ruler and his subjects. Even though he is now the right prime minister and holds great power, he is ultimately a slave of this empire and the Qin government. Only by sitting on the throne can he become the master. If you want to oppose, oppose thoroughly. Wu Yangxiang was determined in his heart, and his eyes became cold and firm. He said, "Since I'm forced into a desperate situation, there's nothing to say. Even ants try to survive, so how can I just sit there and wait to die? But I can't make the first move. That old BD Chenqing is probably even more panicked than I am. I'll wait for him to make a move, then I'll make my move in the name of clearing the court of corrupt officials, and take care of him as well. In addition, I can only command 10,000 guards in the imperial city, which does not give me much initiative. I must transfer the 100,000 heavenly guards outside the imperial city to make this possible. If you want to rebel, you must plan it carefully and not make any mistakes. After all, it's a showdown, and one wrong step will lead to eternal damnation." Having made up his mind, he began to make secret arrangements. Taiwei Mansion. A pavilion deep in the ground. Chenqing's face was so gloomy that water could drip. Qin Zheng wants to take action. A figure in a black robe asked in the corner of the attic. Chenqing said, "When he was cleaning up the people from Jiangxin sect, I had a vague feeling, but I didn't expect him to do it so early and so anxiously. Since we've already broken off relations, let's just be direct." The man in black robe reminded. Chenqing asked, "Have all the masters in the hall arrived?" "I won't let you down. Blood Refining Hall has arrived at the Imperial City a long time ago and has done a lot of things. You will know then that even if Qin Zheng's backers are very powerful, they cannot change his fate." The man in black robe laughed, his laughter was sinister. "Since we want to rebel, we must prepare thoroughly. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu are two old men who are not easy to deal with. And Yu Yangxiang also has ulterior motives. We must be on guard against them. I will deploy the troops as soon as possible, and you arrange for the masters in the hall to infiltrate the army, so that we can achieve a surprise victory." Chenqing calculated. Then, he remembered something and said, "You said before that Suihu Tower also wants to get involved. If that's the case, then let them take action. Kill Qin Zheng first, so that the empire will be in chaos, and by the way, further explore the means behind Qin Zheng. Blood Feather Tower is not to be trifled with, so don't try to plot against them." The black-robed man warned, "This assassin organization is spread all over the eastern region. It is huge and elusive. Not only does the empire not dare to provoke it, but even many sects avoid it. If you want them to take action, you must pay a price. There is a branch of the Blood Feather Tower in the Imperial City. I can only help you make some connections. You can negotiate the specific terms yourself. Although the Blood Refining Hall is a demonic sect and does not mind doing anything, they dare not provoke the Blood Feather Tower. This assassin organization is too powerful, so powerful that it's outrageous. They are the kings lurking in the dark night. Without them, no one can be assassinated. There is no failed mission. Okay. As long as we can take Qin Zheng's life, everything else can be discussed." Chenqing hated Qin Zheng so much that his teeth were itching. Thinking back to the image of the emperor in black dragon robe in his mind, he already had a terrifying majesty that made him panic and terrified. If Qin Zheng is allowed to continue growing, that power might crush him to death. He left the attic, thought quickly, and waited for the people from Blood Feather Tower to arrive. It would be best to take action tonight. To be honest, when he first heard that there was a Blood Feather Tower in the Imperial City, he was also shocked. Because, even he didn't know that there was a Blood Feather Tower branch in the Imperial City. One can imagine how deeply hidden it is and how terrifying it is. The man in black robe also disappeared. The Emperor's bedroom. After Yang Fei demonstrated her sword dance, she was ordered by Qin Zheng to stay here, and she also played a song called Dream Wandering in the Fairyland. The sound of the flute is pleasant and beautiful, and has a special magic that can lead people into a dreamland, slowly feeling the rippling blue waves and fairy mist in the fairyland, enjoying the boundless fairy charm and tranquility, as if the soul has become relaxed. In terms of talent, Concubine Yang is indeed amazing. The sound of the flute enters the secluded world, making people's souls soar, and the complicated emotions settle in the fairyland. Yang Fei is really talented. Listening to this song can indeed help Qin Zheng calm his mind, help his thoughts flow, and make things clearer. As long as your majesty likes it, I will be satisfied. Concubine Yang bowed in thanks. He stepped forward and poured wine for Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng drank a glass of wine, and when he noticed Jinjia coming back, he put down his glass and said, "Stay here first, I'll take care of some things." Then he left the emperor's bedroom. Concubine Yang glanced at the dragon couch in the emperor's bedroom, then gazed at the emperor's shadow. The simple encounter did give her a feeling of the emperor's tall and mighty figure with a majestic back. Fundamentally different from the descriptions of him I had heard before. Outside, golden armor appears. "My lord, Wu Yangxiang and Chen Qing are ready to rebel." Jinjia conveyed all the plans of Wu Yangxiang and Chen Qing to Qin Zheng without missing a word. Imperial Assassin, Blood Feather Tower. The king lurking in the darkness. Qin Zheng heard new and interesting words. Lurk. Assassin. Assassination. In the face of light and shadow attribute troops, who dares to claim to be the king? Golden armor. Teach them how to be assassins. Chapter 29. Don't worry, my lord. If they displease you, the only way to be forgiven is to send them to hell. Golden armor guarantee. Then he asked, "Do you want to protect others?" Qin Zheng thought that if Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang rebelled, they would definitely attack Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others. It is necessary to protect it just in case. Arrange a few level 3 light and shadow soldiers to provide secret protection. Also, arrange for half of the troops to protect the palace. The rest will be on standby for deployment. Call back the 50 troops who are out as well. Qin Zheng will not neglect those who should be protected. Now everything is going according to plan. All will be revealed soon. Since the Imperial Master's mansion is closed, then just keep it closed. Qin Zheng drafted a secret decree to mobilize troops, asking Wang Zhan to secretly transfer a small part of the Black Cavalry back to the Imperial City, and mobilize all the troops in the Imperial City to firmly lock down the troops of Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang from every blind spot. All the deployments of Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang were transmitted to his ears through the light and shadow attribute troops. He knows all the pain points of these people. Let's give it a try. Qin Zheng looked towards the lighted Imperial City, his eyes filled with endless ambitions. The beauty of the country. Imperial power and wealth. The dreams of so many men are in his hands, so how could he let them slip through his fingers? He returned to the emperor's bedroom. Yang Ro had taken off her royal blue silk skirt and was lying on the dragon couch. Without the cover of the silk skirt, she looks even more graceful and proud. Seeing Qin Zheng coming in, she stood up, knelt on the dragon couch, and took the initiative to help Qin Zheng undress. When Qin Zheng turned around, Concubine Yang had returned to the bed. Her snow-white swan neck was completely red. She was not ignorant of everything. She knew it when she was asked to stay in the emperor's bedroom. Qin Zheng stared at Concubine Yang. Her skin was as smooth as a baby's, and her shiny black hair spread on the pillow, as if waiting to be picked, which made Qin Zheng feel a little hot. "Your Majesty, please go to bed," concubine Yang called softly. Qin Zheng came back to his senses, took off his imperial boots, and lay down on them. Concubine Yang was very nervous. She grabbed the edge of the quilt with her hands and glanced at Qin Zheng from time to time. She was also very agitated inside. The emperor's bedroom fell into silence in an instant. This atmosphere is so unpleasant. This is my wife, legitimately. This incredibly beautiful lady is lying right beside me, waiting for me to slaughter her. But, should we be more direct and fierce? Or be gentler? Qin Zheng was conflicted. The majestic, cold, domineering and sharp demeanor he usually displayed was of no use at this moment. After all, it's impossible to say, "Yang Fei, come up and move on your own." Silently, waves of fragrance fill the air, extremely tempting. After all, he is in his 20s. Unable to hold back, Qin Zheng flipped over and pounced. The lights in the emperor's bedroom are flickering. It seemed to reflect the scene of an emperor leading the army in person, riding a war horse, fighting frantically on the battlefield, killing the enemies and making them wail and beg for mercy. Palace. Zhang An handed the secret order to Wang Zhan. After seeing this, Wang Zhan's face changed drastically. Traitorous minister! He cursed angrily. Immediately, Bai Yu was notified overnight. When Bai Yu arrived, Wang Zhan handed the secret decree to Bai Yu and said, "Chen Qing and Yu Yangxiang are about to rebel. Your Majesty has sent a secret summons." Bai Yu took a look and his eyes darkened. "It seems that your Majesty's move has really hit their weak spot." Bai Yu was not surprised by this result. He had anticipated this when he was in court. "I'm not afraid of Chen Qing and Yu Yangxiang's forces, but the fact that both the Blood Refining Hall and the Taiji sect are involved is a big problem." Bai Yu frowned and started to make a plan. "Didn't Mr. Bai notice?" Wang Zhan reminded him, "Your Majesty's secret decree clearly states Chen Qing and Yu Yangxiang's specific plans, as well as the specific deployment of troops." With this reminder, Bai Yu's pupils suddenly froze, and horror appeared on his face. "You mean, every move, every word, and every plan of these two people are in your Majesty's eyes and ears?" This. Bai Yu grabbed the secret decree and sat on the chair. He let out a long breath. "So scary. The more you get to know this young emperor, the more unfathomable and terrifying he seems. Such a terrifying city has emerged right under their noses. It really deserves that everyone is being played around by him. You say, are we getting old?" Bai Yu looked at Wang Zhan. "This has nothing to do with whether he is old or not. It's because His Majesty is too scary. So scary that you, I, and everyone else can't figure him out." Wang Zhan was even more shocked. No wonder the majesty exuded by the dragon robe in the court and the dominance in the pair of cold star-like eyes make people dare not face them directly. There was a long silence. Bai Yu said, "Then everything will be done according to His Majesty's will. I will be responsible for contacting Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and others. Since His Majesty has made all the arrangements, there must be a response. Perhaps we will soon be able to see Your Majesty's methods." Bai Yu is looking forward to it with great anticipation. "I even wanted to see what kind of method was so mysterious and terrifying. Isn't Wang Zhan the same?" Taiwei Mansion. In the dark. The wind is howling. The lights in Chen Qing's room flickered, and wisps of blood-red feathers floated in the air under the light. Chen Qing's eyes darkened. "Since you're here, come out and talk. It all depends on whether the conditions offered by the Grand Commandant are sincere enough." On both sides behind Chen Qing, there was a blood shadow standing on each side. Chen Qing was shocked. This kind of silence was too scary. He turned around and stared at the two bloody shadows. "You all know the target to be killed, right?" Chen Qing said bluntly. After all, he doesn't have much time to prepare. To kill His Majesty the Great Qin Empire, this task is very difficult, and the risk that Blood Feather Tower has to bear is very great, so what the Grand Commandant needs to pay cannot be bad. A bloody shadow said. 1,000 spiritual herbs, 100 million gold notes. When I succeed, I promise to give Blood Feather Tower 1,000th of the imperial tax for 10 years. This way, Blood Feather Tower can take root in the soil of the empire. Chen Qing gave the conditions. The bloody figure said, "Deal." Although the latter condition was just a promise, Suihu Tower was willing to take a gamble, and 1,000 spiritual herbs and 100 million gold notes could be considered part of the guarantee. This is a great deal. Chen Qing continued, there is also a mysterious force behind Qin Zheng. Do you know anything about it? Can you kill Qin Zheng without being obstructed by this force? In this eastern region, there is no one that the Blood Feather Tower cannot assassinate. Since the Grand Marshal has found the Blood Feather Tower, it means that he trusts the efficiency of the Blood Feather Tower. The Blood Feather Tower will not let the Grand Marshal down. That Blood Shadow was very confident. The Blood Feather Tower, rooted in the eastern region, is the king of the darkness in the eastern region. It is so huge that it can surpass any huge empire, and even the overlord sects will not easily provoke them. Because they are hiding in the dark, so it is difficult to find them, but it is easy for them to find others. It's easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. That's the reason. He promised, in about 3 days, I will let you see Qin Zheng's body. Good. Chen Qing felt relieved at this moment, and immediately said, it's better to start tonight. The plan to assassinate Qin was already prepared when we arrived. Chapter 30. Then I will wait patiently for good news from the Blood Feather Tower. Chen Qing Dao. Don't worry, when we return, Suihu Tower will immediately make arrangements. Suihu Tower will never let any customer down, so Sir Taiwei, don't worry. A bloody figure smiled grimly, perhaps the Grand Marshal will soon see the power of the Blood Feather Tower. Now that everything has been settled, the plan to assassinate Qin will naturally be no problem. No one knows the power of Blood Feather Tower better than the people in it. As long as you identify the target, no one can escape. Then, they disappeared into the darkness like the wind. They still needed to report the conditions given by Chen Qing to the Suihu Tower branch. Suanwu Street, Tianxiang Tower. This is the biggest place for prostitutes in the imperial city. Behind Tianxiang Tower, there are many pavilions. This is the Blood Feather Tower branch. In an attic, 7 or 8 figures were sitting upright, and there was a blood feather mark on their foreheads. Although this mission is arduous, there is no need to mobilize a large number of troops and keep everyone else on standby. An old man with white hair and a youthful face gave the order. A middle-aged man looked at the old man and asked, Mr. Yu, are you going to do it yourself this time? Yu Liadao, there is a powerful and mysterious force behind Qin Zheng. We have not found any clues so far. In order to ensure the successful completion of the mission, I will also participate in person. With the help of a 9th grade master like you, Qin Zheng's head will be taken down quickly. Several people around echoed. The assassins of Blood Feather Tower are divided into 4 levels, Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian. Each level is divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the highest. The 9th level of the Earth Realm can assassinate the Spirit Realm. Very high status. Yu Liadao, I'm not worried about killing Qin Zheng. But the power behind him must be guarded against, so proceed according to the plan, first draw out that power, and then assassinate Qin Zheng. Once Qin Zheng dies, the Great Qin Empire will fall. Then the imperial city will be in chaos, and all forces will get involved. It will become extremely chaotic here, so everyone else should be smart. Clear. The middle-aged man who spoke first nodded. Also, I have another piece of news for you. The headquarters will send an adult over. Yu Laodao, heaven waits for the first grade. What? Hearing this, everyone looked horrified. A person of the first rank in the heavenly stage could at least assassinate a powerful person with a golden core, and since he was of the first rank, his status in the Blood Feather Tower was even more extraordinary. When will it arrive? One person asked carefully. Yu Laodao, not right away. But it shouldn't be too long after the news comes in. After all, the signs of the empire's collapse are becoming more and more obvious, and the headquarters is taking this very seriously. As for assassinating Qin Zheng, we can do it after Xuelin and the others come back. Everyone nodded. Outside Tianxiang Tower, the man in golden armor stood on the roof beam, staring at Tianxiang Tower with his deep golden pupils. Don't rush into it. Once we have identified all the assassins, we will take them out together. Jinjia ordered. The location of the Blood Feather Tower branch was revealed to them by the black-robed man in the Grand Marshal's mansion. The man in black robe didn't know that he was being followed by the Light and Shadow attribute soldiers. When he came into contact with the Blood Feather Tower killer, the Light and Shadow attribute soldiers detected everything. This time, Jinjia brought 200 soldiers with Light and Shadow attributes. Everyone can lurk behind a Blood Feather Tower assassin, follow them, and follow the clues to grasp the whereabouts of all the Blood Feather Tower assassins. This is the horror of Light and Shadow attribute troops. As long as they find a little clue, they will be omnipresent. As long as they lie in wait, all the secrets will be exposed before the other party without the other party knowing. Therefore, Qin Zheng planned to build an intelligence and assassination agency. The Light and Shadow attribute troops were sent out. A restaurant. 2 assassins from the Blood Feather Tower just met. A cold light flashed, and the Light and Shadow attribute soldiers that followed chopped off a man's head with a sword. Who? The other person was terrified and hid quickly. But he just hid. Phew! A sharp sword pierced him from behind. He looked at the bloody tip of the sword in disbelief. His concealment was useless. Tianlong Mercenary Association, a large hall. The wind whistled past. A blood shadow gradually appeared in the darkness. The deacon in the hall saw the man and seemed to know him. He asked, "What do you want from Master Yu?" "Mr. Yu asked me to." Puff! Before the blood shadow could finish his words, his head was cut off by a cold light. The butler's pupils also shrank. But he couldn't see anyone. You can only avoid it first. But as soon as he stepped back, a chilling murderous intent suddenly enveloped his heart. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His neck was cut off and his head flew high into the air. The same scene is happening in many places, including in major forces such as the Luo family and the Yu family business alliance. Tianxiang Tower. Jinjia led 30 Light and Shadow attribute soldiers to sneak in and came to the attic. No need for his orders. 30 Light and Shadow troops separated at a rapid speed. Under the lights, heads were chopped off one by one. In the attic, Yu Lao and others who were talking also smelled the smell of blood and frowned immediately. The reason why the assassins of Blood Feather Tower are so terrifying is not only because they are powerful and hidden deep, but also because their various magic skills are mysterious and unpredictable. One of them is the art of smelling blood. They can detect the slightest smell of blood from a long distance, which makes it easier for them to assassinate the person in the end. As the smell of blood in Tianxiang Tower was very strong, they realized that something was wrong. Someone came in. Yu Lao frowned. In an instant, the lights suddenly went out. The blood feather marks on the eyebrows of the people in the attic flashed, their clothes turned a strange blood color, and their figures gradually faded. When the blood and darkness merged into one, they were like shadows with blood-red pupils, but in the darkness, everything in front of them became extremely clear. Old Yu stopped in the hall, observing everything outside, his deep pupils filled with surprise and solemnity. He had never expected that this branch which had been hidden for so long, a place that many major forces had not discovered, would now be exposed like this. He doesn't want to find out who leaked the secret now. Because the enemy also came in, and quietly, the fighting outside has already begun. This branch is full of assassins above the 9th rank such as Xian, who can assassinate people in the Huahe realm. If you dare to break in like this, you will only seek death. Several people rushed outside, trying to find the enemy. The light and shadow soldiers had been hiding behind them, and suddenly they jumped, puff puff puff, and the blood feather tower assassin who rushed out was cut in half at the same moment. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. In the attic, Old Yu's pupils narrowed as he stared at the door. Several assassins like Xian in the building were also staring at the door, but they didn't know where the enemy was. This is such an irony for the assassins from the Blood Feather Tower. After several people died outside, the murderous intent in the attic was extremely strong. But Yu Lao and others stared at the door and secretly planned their killing moves. As long as anyone came in, they would be captured by their bloodshot eyes and killed in an instant. But they don't know. The light and shadow troops had already entered the attic. They are the ones who have truly merged with the darkness. Their bodies are the darkness and the darkness is their bodies. When a gust of wind suddenly whistled outside the door, the waiting assassins such as Xian were killed in an instant. As they moved, they ignored what was behind them. The hidden light and shadow attribute soldiers rushed out and killed several people with one blow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of blood splattering rang out in the dark night, and it was extremely horrifying. Yu Lao's pupils froze. People were shocked to the point of unbelievability. Several assassins like Xian were wiped out in an instant. And he didn't even see the enemy. He is an assassin like Sui Laodi, who can fight with a person in the soul refining realm. He is an expert in assassination. In the whole eastern region, if he dares to claim to be second to none in assassination skills, no one dares to claim to be first. Now it's been countered. Even he couldn't track down the enemy. Unless it's a ghost. And in the attic, all places were closed and only the door could be used as an entrance, but they stared at the door meticulously. Their blood-red pupils had a terrifying ability to capture things and could sense even the slightest breeze, but they didn't see anyone rushing in. This is simply unbelievable. He didn't dare to move, and even controlled his breathing and heartbeat, guarding his surroundings and behind him. Because he felt as if there were more than a dozen eyes staring at him, making him feel cold all over. Indeed. At this moment, in the attic, more than a dozen light and shadow attribute soldiers were looking at him. Moment. The light and shadow troops suddenly launched an attack. Old Yu sensed the terrible murderous intent and moved at high speed. He couldn't see the enemy and could only move quickly. A killing sword came out from his side and he swung a dagger to block it. Phew! On the other side, a sword light pierced through the darkness and pierced into his left abdomen. He gasped in pain. The powerful Yuan power turned into killing force, and with a clang, the killing sword broke. There was another sudden threat from behind. He endured the injury, and the dagger turned into sharp rays of light that covered the back of him. He also rushed out of the attic. But the person hasn't reached the door yet. Before his eyes, a sword pierced his heart. Watching from a close distance, Mr. Yu realized that it was actually darkness that did it. It's just that this darkness is very sticky and special. This was unbelievable to him. Phew! The other light and shadow soldiers did not give him time to be shocked. Several swords pierced his body with sparks of electricity. With a bang, Yu Lao half knelt at the door. A dozen figures walked out of the darkness. Mr. Yu saw it clearly. A dozen weapons. This is what it means to be truly one with the darkness. You were sent by Qin Zheng? Yu Lao asked. In front of him, the darkness kept fading, and a figure in golden armor walked out of the darkness out of nowhere, overlooking him. After seeing it with his own eyes again, Yu Lao felt that his cognition was overturned. This was too incredible, like a god. No, no, it was more like a ghost bred by darkness. Qin Zheng didn't waste any time, he swung his sword and cut off Yu Lao's head. Then, leave quickly. On the surface, Tianxiang Tower seemed bustling with activity, but behind the scenes, it was dead silent with only corpses left. Chapter 31. Tianxiang Tower. Two bloody shadows quietly sneaked into the attic group behind. Just stepped into the periphery. They suddenly paused. Everyone was stunned where they were. All I saw on the ground were bloody heads, all of them were assassins from the Blood Feather Tower. The two men looked terrified and ran to other attics at high speed. They pushed open the doors and saw corpses inside. Without exception, all were beheaded. What's going on? What happened here? Swollen panicked. We checked pavilion after pavilion and found the same situation. The other one was also searching frantically. Soon, he returned to Swollen and said with a pale face, "Not a single one is alive. Walk." The blood-scale man was like a gust of wind, rushing to the attic deep inside. Haven't gone in yet. The sight of the corpses outside was horrifying, making him feel cold and he couldn't help feeling fear. Because these corpses are the adults from the Blood Feather Tower branch. He raised his eyes to look inside the attic, a bad premonition quickly growing in his heart, and he walked to the door, but before he could step in, a head with round eyes was lying at the door. It turned out to be Mr. Yu's. In an instant, his head exploded with a buzzing sound. As if he had lost his mind, he stood there motionless. "The building is gone." He uttered something in a daze, his whole body trembling. Not long after they went to the Taiwei mansion and came back, a branch of the Blood Feather Tower disappeared quietly. "Blood Scale! Go!" Another blood shadow shouted in a low voice, his voice also trembling with fear, and he quickly fled with Blood Scale. Swollen came back to his senses. There was no hesitation. "Get away from here as soon as possible." In a dark corner, the golden armor and other light and shadow soldiers were watching them. "Why not kill them all together?" a light and shadow soldier said. Qin Zheng said, "I heard from them that a strong man from the Blood Feather Tower is coming, so, keep them and follow their lead, we can quickly find the other party and grasp their whereabouts." An assassin who is said to be of the highest caliber. Qin Zheng paid special attention. "Take two people and keep an eye on them," he ordered. The two light and shadow soldiers follow quickly. Xuelin and the other person escaped from Tianxiang Tower and came to another mansion, the owner of which was also from Suihu Tower. But when they found him, he was dead too. They were startled and continued to flee towards the Tianlong Mercenary Association, where they also encountered corpses. The same is true when going to the Luo family. It seemed like there was no place for them in the entire imperial city. Standing in the dark, the two were also frightened, their faces turned even paler, and their pupils were filled with uncontrollable fear. "Keep swallowing." The two looked at each other, trying hard to suppress their emotions. After all, as an assassin, character is very important. What is certain now is that there are only two of us left, and the Blood Feather Tower is truly gone forever. The companion whispered, and then roared, "What on earth is going on? A Blood Feather Tower branch? Thousands of assassins, lurking and infiltrating into all walks of life in the entire imperial city. Many of them don't know each other. In fact, it will only be activated when it is necessary, and even the adults in the branch may not know everything. But in the past 2 hours, all of them were uprooted. Yes, all. Except them, no one is left out. This is simply unbelievable. Directly subvert their cognition. Even if there is a spy in Blood Feather Tower, it will probably take several years or even decades to find out all the information about the assassins in Blood Feather Tower. And his status and position must be high enough. Apart from this, who else could find it so accurately and kill it? This is crazy. However, the bloody facts were indeed before their eyes. In the entire branch, no one was spared except the two of them. Could this be Qin Zheng's trick? My companion said something shocking. This made Xuelin's heart tremble and his pupils shrink rapidly. Qin Zheng. By the way, didn't the people from Jiangxinmen also disappear quietly? If this is really Qin Zheng's method, it's too scary. Just as they were planning to assassinate Qin Shi Huang, the next moment, all the people were slaughtered and the building was destroyed. They had no way of imagining how terrible this power was. I dare not even think that this was arranged by the young emperor. No matter how kind-hearted Xuelin was, he was still frightened. Leave first, otherwise, none of us will survive. Blood fetish. The companion nodded and fled quickly. The emperor's bedroom. Qin Zheng rested his hand on concubine Yang. At this moment, concubine Yang was so tired that she fell asleep. The battlefield was filled with blood. The sweet sweat on her forehead wet her shiny black hair, her forehead and cheeks were flushed, and half of her pink arm was resting on Qin Zheng's chest. Qin Zheng looked at the information template. Eliminate the blood feather tower branch, energy plus 4300, blood crystal plus 1200, alien crystal plus 1. Another strange crystal exploded. Qin Zheng was overjoyed. Just one piece left. The soldier reincarnation pool can evolve for the first time and give birth to soldiers with new attributes. Also, take a look at the information of the light and shadow arms. The golden armor has been upgraded. Now that he has reached level 4, his strength is equivalent to the first or second level of the Sea of Transformation. He poses a greater threat to the spirit refining realm. Even if the spirit refining realm has divine consciousness, he can deal with it. This is good news. The light and shadow troops that were nurtured at the beginning have been upgraded to level 2. There are 10 level 3 light and shadow troops that have also been upgraded. Now, the blood feather tower is destroyed. No worries about being disturbed. Qin Zheng looked at the beauty lying on the pillow and felt very happy. If I had a cigarette, I would really like to take a puff. The next day, the imperial city was shaken. There were corpses everywhere. People died in the Tianlong Mercenary Association, the Luo family, the Nangang family and other forces. At first, they all thought they had encountered an enemy. However, as bodies were discovered one after another in Tianxiang Tower and the logo of Suihu Tower was exposed, the entire imperial city was shaken, and all forces were more solemn and horrified than ever before. Miss. The Blood Feather Tower branch has been eradicated. In Qinchuan Pavilion, a thin middle-aged man reported back. The lazy and charming woman under the veil had a pair of charming eyes that also revealed an indescribable shock. The Suihu Tower branch was destroyed, that's right. But what lies behind this is too horrifying, too terrible, too puzzling, and too unimaginable. All the assassins were killed. This includes those lurking in Qinchuan Pavilion. This shows how terrifying this method is. How could she, who was so smart and wise, not fail to see this? Who did it again? Could it be Qin Zheng? Recalling everything that had happened before, the woman couldn't help but think of him. Did you underestimate him? Or is it her? Blood Feather Tower. The head of the Luo family was horrified. The overlord of the Dark World in the eastern region actually fell in the imperial city of the Great Qin Empire. It's really unbelievable. The elders of the Luo family were also indescribably shocked. One person said, I wonder if the method used this time is the same as the one that caused the Jiangxin sect to mysteriously disappear. Patriarch, I am a little suspicious. Is this the method used by His Majesty the Emperor? He is only in his 20s. How can he be so deep and terrifying? How can he master the means to destroy the Blood Feather Tower branch in such a short time? It's easy to destroy a small sect. But to completely destroy a branch of Blood Feather Tower is unimaginably difficult. After all, the Blood Feather Tower branch is in the dark. Not to mention that it was done in one night without them even noticing. We'll know soon enough whether it is or not. The head of the Luo family said solemnly. I'm really a little scared inside. After all, even a mysterious existence like the Blood Feather Tower was dealt with by someone mysterious. If the Luo family, who is located in the Imperial City, were targeted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yu Suanji, Nangang Yun, Tan Wang Gluan, and others, everyone was solemn. This is a terrible warning. Regardless of whether it comes from Qin Zheng or not, this mysterious and terrifying power exists in the Imperial City. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others are also afraid. They had heard of the Blood Feather Tower a long time ago. Although they have been hiding in the Imperial City, they all avoid intersection and do not want to provoke. It is because I am fully aware of the terrifying nature of this force. But now that this terrifying force has been easily dealt with, how terrifying must the force be to deal with him? They hoped that it was Qin Zheng's trick as others speculated. That would be best. But we should always be prepared for the worst. What if it's not? Bai Yu and Wang Zhan were also cautious and had to consider it. Therefore, they accelerated the mobilization of troops and began to arrange for a part of the Black Cavalry to approach the Imperial City. Same. Wu Yangxiang was also very panicked. This scared him to death. He was not a person who knew nothing. He had dealt with the Blood Feather Tower several times and knew how terrifying that group of people was. But, he was still dealt with. This is simply unbelievable. Is this Qin Zheng's trick? Check it out quickly. He calmed himself down, regained his composure, and ordered someone to investigate. Master Shang Huang, have the masters from Taiji sect arrived? Wu Yangxiang asked. Now, he can only rely on Tai Chi sect. We're here. After hearing about the incident at the Blood Feather Tower, Shang Huang Dao Ren was also very solemn. Fortunately, the masters of the Taiji sect had already arrived at the Imperial City. He said, my Taiji sect will fully assist the Prime Minister. The rest of the troop deployment will be up to the Prime Minister himself. Good. Everything is ready. Although Wu Yangxiang was anxious, he knew he had to proceed step by step. Certainly. The most panicked one was the Grand Marshal Chen Qing. He sat on the chair, grabbed the handle and crushed it. He had just arranged the plan to assassinate Qin last night, but this morning he was told that the Blood Feather Tower was gone. This happened so fast that he couldn't react and was at a loss. He felt like he was being watched, as if his every move was being monitored. How could it be such a coincidence? Is this another of Qin Zheng's tactics? Is it true or not? He was almost forced to collapse. It's not that he has poor psychological endurance. After all, to be able to sit in the position of Grand Marshal, you need a heart of stone and strong endurance, otherwise you will not be able to control other people. He wants to rebel. Be guilty first. Now that nothing is going according to his plan, it would be strange if he is not panicking. After all, this is like walking on an abyss. If you are not careful, you may be doomed. No matter what, things have come to this point, there is no turning back. Chen Qing's eyes became fierce and he felt ruthless. Instead of making random guesses, it would be better to strike first. The winner would soon be revealed. He mobilized the Imperial City Guards. He also ordered the 400,000 soldiers from the surrounding border counties to be on guard to stop the Black Cavalry from rushing to the rescue of the Imperial City. In the Imperial City, besides the 20,000 Imperial Guards, he could also mobilize 130,000 guards. Without the threat of the Black Cavalry, the initiative of the Imperial City's military force was in his hands. The next 2 days, Chen Qing is making arrangements. Wu Yangxiang is arranging. Bai Yu and Wang Zhan are both making arrangements. Until the third night, the Grand Marshal secretly summoned a group of court officials, including the Xiaofu, the Shangqing, the Lang Guan, the Hujun Dewei, and even the Ting Gui Yang Yi. Chapter 32. Snap. A bolt of lightning struck the night sky of the imperial city, like a bright crack in the sky. The night rain is starting to fall. Supreme Court. Yang Yi received a secret letter from Chen Qing. He had a premonition. With a serious look, he said to Madame Lu Xiao, "Madam, you leave through the secret passage immediately and go to Suzaku Street to take shelter. I will call you back to visit your parents." "Husband, has something happened?" Lu Xiao frowned. "Don't ask, remember my words." Yang Yi said, "If anything happens to me next, you must go to the palace to find Roer and ask her to protect the Yang family." After saying that, without waiting for Lu Xiao to ask, he had someone take her away. From the previous court confrontations, he knew that this day would come. So, earlier, he had asked Yang Ro to find Qin Zheng without leaving any trace, just to wait for this day. Certainly, Yang Ro didn't know. Yang Yi postponed Chen Qing's invitation due to illness. This directly angered Chen Qing, who sent troops to seal off the Supreme Court for fear that he would inform the Emperor. "If you don't stand on his side at this time, you are the enemy." Chen Qing controlled Yang Yi. No one else dared to act rashly. Everyone. The Qin government is tyrannical, secretly killing court officials indiscriminately, and openly punishing powerful officials in the court. Now, I and all of you have no way to retreat. If we don't do something, I'm afraid we will all be doomed. The fate of Lang Zongling will be our fate. In the mansion, Chen Qing made it clear directly. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They realized that a rebellion was going to happen. No one said a word, and everyone looked solemn and worried. "I know what you are worried about. No need. I have made careful arrangements, and I have the support of the sect behind me. I am sure to win, and I am not afraid of Qin Zheng at all. Everyone. You are inseparable from me. If I get into trouble, do you think Qin Zheng will let you go? Join me in the rebellion, and then we will get rid of Qin Zheng, and we will become the masters of this empire together, and we won't have to be slaves who live in fear every day." Chen Qing spoke every word in a deep voice. Every word hits these people's hearts. Everyone was silent and thoughtful. They understood Chen Qing's words. It was not only a deception but also the truth. They were tied together with Chen Qing and would prosper and suffer together. "Okay. I support the Commander-in-Chief." "No, I support your Majesty." The Sheofa stood up and bowed. With the support of the sect, this can be accomplished. When the others heard this, they gritted their teeth and bowed, saying, "We all support your Majesty." Good. With unity, we can achieve great things. Chen Qing was overjoyed. "Your Majesty." Hearing this word made him feel happy. Under the night, the palace gates are closed. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the streets of the imperial city were crowded with people, and the neat and loud sounds of armor rubbing against each other, footsteps, and rain could be heard continuously. The people of the imperial city sensed something and secretly looked through the cracks in the doors, only to see piles of soldiers and armor neatly assembled in the direction of the imperial palace in the night rain. Something big is going to happen. Many people had a bad feeling. Snap! The lightning became more rapid. The rain is getting heavier. In the Yu family alliance, on a tall building, Yu Suanji stood with her hands behind her back, looking at the imperial city in the rain. Beside him and under the pavilion, the leaders of the Yu family alliance were standing and waiting quietly. The girl's eyes were fixed. The boy also frowned. This is a real contest. I wonder if His Majesty the Emperor can handle it. An elder sighed. It depends on whether his mysterious method is strong enough. Yu Suanji said lightly, extremely curious about Qin Zheng's methods. Maybe we'll find out tonight. I hope he can get through this. The girl talked to herself. Or out of girlish sympathy. Or maybe it's because they don't want a person who is shouldering the responsibility of the world and trying his best to change it to fail. She was praying. Not only her, but the boy too. Mountain River Alliance. The commander has taken action. Those who inquire about the situation come and go frequently and report every move quickly. Many forces including the Luo family and Qinchuan Pavilion were alarmed and started to strengthen their own protection. Everyone understood what happened. Perhaps the mysterious method will be revealed soon. What the head of the Luo family cares more about is the mysterious method of quietly eliminating the Jiangxin sect and the Suihu Tower. Did it come from His Majesty the Empire? What kind of means are used? He is curious and looking forward to it. Many people are curious. Nangang family. Nangang Yun summoned all the elders. Chen Qing has rebelled. Since the Nangang family has sided with the empire, they can't just sit back and watch. Nangang Yun said directly. The situation is urgent now, there is no need to beat around the bush. The elders of the three tribes said, we can't help with the battle of weapons. What I am worried about now is the power of the sect standing behind Chen Qing. I wonder if your majesty can resist it. All we can do is to delay this force. The sixth clan elder asked, what is Jianlin's attitude? Nangang Yun said, I have already informed Jianlin about this matter. I did not refuse, but I want to see what your majesty can do. Yes, the power of the sect is too terrifying. It all depends on whether your majesty's methods are strong enough. All the elders were waiting. At this time, outside the blacksmith shop, Nangang Hanjian stood with an umbrella. The burly, muscular man stood in the blacksmith's shop and asked, what can I do? Just don't let the imperial master's mansion cause any trouble. Nangang Hanjian said softly. Rest assured. The muscular man nodded. Nangang Hanjian said nothing more and turned and left. You really trust your majesty? The muscular man shook his head and smiled, however, after so long, even I still can't see through the depth of that majesty. I was a little blind. I wonder what his method is? Even I didn't notice it at all. Ouyang Mansion. Ouyang Xiang sat in silence. In addition, there were also Yu Teifu, Ji Sui Nei Shi and other ministers in the court, all with solemn expressions. Taoist Shang Huang sat on one side, remaining calm. Chen Qing has already taken action. Yu Sen, your 10,000 men must seize control of the Suzaku Gate and open a passage for the Tianwei army. The Black Cavalry has been stopped by Chen Qing. Only when the Heavenly Guards enter the Imperial City can we be sure of victory. Ouyang Xiang ordered his trusted captain at the side. The 10,000 Imperial City Guards under his command were not in the open, but hidden behind the scenes. So, Chen Qing didn't even know who they were. Once the Imperial City falls into chaos, these people will take advantage of the chaos to occupy the Suzaku Gate. This is one of the entrances to the Imperial City. By controlling this entrance, the Tianwei army will not be hindered from entering the city. When Chen Qing and Ying Zheng are both defeated, he can reap the benefits. Moreover, he used the name of clearing the court and it was justified. I will obey your order. Yu Sen bowed, turned, and left. Ouyang Xiang turned to look at Taoist Shang Huang. 100,000 heavenly guards are just a means. If you want to overthrow a huge empire, you can only rely on the power of the sect. Taoist Shang Huang nodded, everything is ready. Military camp on the north side of the Imperial City. Piles of weapons and armor kept gathering, crossbowmen and archers stood in a row, and under the illumination of lightning, the arrows gleamed coldly and terrifyingly. At the front, a captain on a warhorse stared coldly at the barracks and shouted directly, attack! In an instant, a group of soldiers holding shields advanced towards the entrance of the barracks, and the powerful impact on the iron pillars shattered the door of the barracks. The moment the door broke, in the barracks, layers of soldiers and armor were already ready for battle. Zhao Qi was also riding a warhorse, standing in the front, staring coldly. The powerful crossbow arrows whizzed through the rain layer and shot outwards. Those soldiers holding shields retreated at high speed. Kill! The captain drew his sword with a clang and pointed it forward. Crossbow arrows also shot into the barracks, and the soldiers behind him also rushed into the barracks. Right at this moment, suddenly, numerous guards rushed out from the streets around the barracks, holding sharp spears and heavy shields, and advancing towards the rebels. No! General, we are surrounded! A deputy general's expression changed suddenly. Zhao Qi took the opportunity to shout, "Your Majesty has ordered that all rebels be killed without mercy." In an instant, soldiers from all directions surrounded and killed one after another. The other side, Wang Zhan led the remaining 70,000 guards to block other rebel troops. For these, Chen Qing took it into consideration. Therefore, he left behind 80,000 guards to guard the entrances to the imperial city and delay Wang Zhan and others. He then led 50,000 soldiers and marched straight to the palace gate. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the streets were filled with rainwater. The fighting in the imperial city was brutal. Wang Zhan personally led his troops to fight at Suanwu Gate and occupied the city gate. The moment the city gate opens, da-da-da! The sound of iron hooves rang out rhythmically. Countless black-armored cavalry rushed in. Thick black armor covered their entire bodies. There is a sword at the waist. Holding a black longbow. Carry a quiver. The remaining war horses were wrapped in layers of iron armor. The sound of metal friction is extremely heavy and dull. A black cross-sword imperial flag stood out in the lightning. Imperial heavy cavalry, black cavalry. The pupils of the warring rebels shrank when they saw these figures. Chapter 33. The rain is getting heavier. In front of the Qin Emperor's palace, Qin Zheng stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the imperial city with his cold star-like eyes. In front of him, there were layers of imperial guards protecting him. Next to him stood the swordsman Wangziu, Yan Shu, and court ministers such as Bai Yu and Li Xian. Zhang An was waiting behind him. "Your Majesty, why don't you first remove the 20,000 imperial guards in the palace? Once Chen Qing takes action, he will definitely mobilize these 20,000 imperial guards to cooperate with him from inside and outside." Li Xian was puzzled. Bai Yu, swordsman Wenqiu, Yan Shu, and others were also puzzled. Qin Zheng's eyes remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "What I want is not only to destroy Chen Qing. Killing Chen Qing is so easy and simple. Including today, the arms reincarnation pool contains a total of 590 arms with light and shadow attributes. There are 200 level 3 light and shadow soldiers alone. Any one of them is enough to get rid of Chen Qing." But what he wanted was not just Chen Qing's life. He also wants to destroy the will of those villains hiding in dark corners, always watching and coveting the empire, and crush their rebellious hearts. We must restore the dignity and prestige of the Qin Empire. All the arrangements now and the wait till now are just for this. Bai Yu and others did not understand the meaning of this statement. Just like they can't guess or see through Qin Zheng now. A moment later, Yan Qing came quickly, knelt on the ground and reported, "Your Majesty, Chen Qing has reached the palace gate. Let them in." Qin Zheng issued an edict. "I will obey your order." Yan Qing bowed, stood up and left. Qin Zheng thought for a moment and ordered, "Since Chen Qing is here, the sect members who support him are here too. You two should go too. Kill any sect members you see." Swordsman Wangziu and Yan Shu bowed and walked into the rain. The mysterious light of Yuan Li blocked the rain and not a single drop of it got on my clothes. In front of the palace gate, Chen Qing was wearing a military uniform and holding a long sword, staring at the palace gate with a cold and resolute expression. In the rain behind him, densely packed soldiers were standing ready for battle. 50,000 guards surrounded the palace. Inside the palace gate, teams of imperial guards gathered towards the palace gate, attacked the imperial guards guarding the gate, and quickly occupied the gate. The palace gate moved. The imperial guards led by Yan Qing also pretended to be alarmed and rushed towards the palace gate. Crunch! The heavy and tall palace gate was slowly pushed open. All the generals and soldiers, follow me to defeat the unjust and punish the tyrannical Qin. Chen Qing yelled. Be the first to rush into the palace gate. The soldiers behind him followed and charged in. Yanqing led the imperial guards to fight back. Kill. As soon as he entered the palace, Chen Qing quickly moved forward and confronted Yanqing head-on. With the help of 20,000 imperial guards from inside and outside and 50,000 guards, the imperial guards led by Yanqing were defeated and retreated to the gate of the Qin Emperor's palace. Yanqing. This empire has long been ruined by the Qin family and has long been corrupt. The people of the world are suffering. They need a wise ruler to lead them out of the darkness. Why would you risk your life for Qin Zheng? Just lay down your weapons and surrender. What I can give you is no less than what Qin Zheng gave you. Follow me and build a larger empire together. Chen Qing yelled at Yanqing. Although he was not worried about not being able to take over the palace, Yanqing's obstruction would increase the time it took him to control the palace. He was afraid that if he delayed too long, the 800,000 black cavalry would break through his defense line and attack the imperial city. I, Yanqing, am loyal to your majesty. How can I associate with a traitor like you? Yanqing scolded. Unmoved. Seeing this, Chen Qing's eyes became even colder, and he advised again, Yanqing, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Now the imperial city and the palace are all under my control. If you continue to resist, you will only die. At the same time, command the soldiers to continue advancing forward. Yanqing couldn't stop him. Whoever dares to stop him will die. It's still unclear who will live and who will die. Yanqing sneered, Chen Qing, surrender. Perhaps His Majesty will show leniency to you. Kill. Knowing that it was fruitless, Chen Qing simply attacked with force. Boom. Right at this moment, the palace gate at the rear suddenly closed. The loud noise startled Chen Qing and the attack came to a halt. What's going on? Chen Qing's expression darkened. Boom. The gate of Qinhuang Palace is open. On the 99 steps, teams of imperial guards, neatly armed with spears, rushed towards the door. On the surrounding palace walls, as the sound of puchi puchi was rang out, the imperial guards who were covering Chen Qing's way into the palace were mysteriously killed. Teams of imperial guards armed with crossbows quickly took over their positions and occupied the city walls. The crossbow arrow was quickly aimed at Chen Qing. We're surrounded. A captain's face changed suddenly. All the imperial guards and bodyguards led by Chen Qing began to panic and stared at the palace walls on all sides anxiously. Chen Qing. Do you really think His Majesty knows nothing? Your Majesty already knew from the moment you had the intention to rebel that you would never be able to escape once you enter this palace. Yanqing's cold voice made Chen Qing feel cold in his heart. He looked at the crossbows on the palace wall, and instead of being afraid, his eyes showed an even crazier look. Now, he has no way out. Kill! He roared and the soldiers advanced. In an instant, on the palace walls, crossbows were shooting and screams were heard continuously. The soldiers who rushed out of the Qin Emperor's palace also fought fiercely with Chen Qing and others. But, even though Chen Qing had the advantage in military strength, he fell into a trap, was surrounded, and was put on the passive side. As the crossbows and bows from the palace walls shot down his soldiers, pieces of soldiers fell in a pool of blood. Right at this moment, outside the palace gate, one after another, human figures flew through the air, their bodies filled with blood-red light. The powerful blood-colored energy evolved into terrifying murderous light, which quickly spread onto the palace walls and killed many imperial guards. Here it comes! Chen Qing was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that these were all powerful cultivators from the blood refining hall. The ordinary imperial guards' weapons and armor were crushed like ants in front of the sect practitioners. A powerful person in the Huahe realm can even break through thousands of pieces of armor with just one sword. There are quite a few people from the Huahe realm who have come this time. Kill as much as you want. A young man in blood-stained clothes descended on the palace wall. His scarlet eyes were as ferocious and bloodthirsty as those of a beast. He stared at the armor of the imperial guards on the palace wall, as if he had seen his prey and was extremely excited. Li Hun. Let's see who can kill more this time. Another young man in black armor flew over and looked down at the young man in blood-stained clothes. The blood-stained young man Li Hun sneered, "It's boring to compete to see who can kill more people. Let's see who can chop off Qin Zheng's head." After saying that, he flew towards the imperial guards and killed them all with one blow. The black-armored young man Lang Yi seemed to think that this suggestion was very good. He also outlined a cold arc and quickly rushed towards the Qin Emperor's palace. This time, 50 True Essence Realm Masters, 20 Sea Transformation Realm Masters, and 3 Half-Step Spirit Refining Realm Masters came to the Blood Refining Hall. In the rainy night sky, 3 tall figures in dark red robes stood in the air. The momentum is vast and terrifying. Even the rain stopped strangely around them. The powerful pressure makes people feel like they are carrying a heavy mountain. 50 True Essence Realm, 20 Transformation Sea Realm, 3 Half-Step Spirit Refining Realm Hall Masters. The Demon Sect's Blood Refining Hall is making a big move. Swordsman Wang Ziyu and Yan Shu flew out from the air, and their expressions changed suddenly when they saw the cultivators coming to kill them. Chapter 34. 3 Half-Step Spirit Refining Realm. The Blood Refining Hall has sent so many strong men. It seems that they are determined to get involved in the succession of the empire. In the night sky of the imperial city, the head of the Luo family was also quite surprised. Many forces were concerned about this crumbling empire, and wanted to share a part of the empire's destiny the moment it fell. But the imperial master's mansion is still there. The majesty of Lingzi sect is also there. Therefore, many sects did not dare to openly send strong men to set foot in the imperial city. Jiangxinmen is like this. The same is true for Tai Chi. You can only support a powerful official behind the scenes to gain benefits. Today, the Blood Refining Hall is making such a big fuss. It seems that its determination and ambition to overthrow the imperial power are unprecedented. He doesn't even care about the existence of the imperial master's mansion. It can be seen that the means are definitely not as simple as they seem. Qin Zheng. I wonder if your mysterious method is enough to stop it. Patriarch Luo gazed at the imperial palace. Yu Xuanji and other leaders of the imperial city forces stood under the night sky, staring at everything that was happening. The Blood Refining Hall is a 7th-grade demon sect. The background is terrifying. They come well prepared and are very difficult to deal with. The power of the 3 half-step spirit refining realm masters overwhelmed the imperial palace. Unless the imperial master took action, the only way out would depend on Qin Zheng's unknown mysterious methods. They watched too. Everyone knows that perhaps the mysterious power will appear tonight and unveil its mysterious veil. The imperial master's mansion. Xianming stood at the gate of the mansion, staring at the bloody figure in the night sky. There are many people standing around. One of them frowned and asked, "These people dared to ignore the deterrence of Lingzi sect and break into the imperial city. They are too presumptuous. Should we take action?" "Just wait." Xianming said, "With such a big commotion, Master must have been alarmed a long time ago, but since he hasn't said anything, let's just wait. Many things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Does the Master also want to see Qin Zheng's mysterious methods?" One person looked thoughtful. "Yes, but not entirely." Xianming's eyes were full of wisdom as he said, "There are too many things involved in this, and it is hard to explain it in a few words. You just need to know that the Great Qin Empire has been involved in the replacement of the eastern region. There are many things that we cannot see in the imperial city, such as the various vassal kings entrenched outside." When the people around heard this, their eyes narrowed slightly. "But, having said that, even I am curious. Qin Zheng, this kid, can actually hide mysterious means under our noses. I am a little surprised. I just wonder if this means can stop the blood refining hall. Xianming was also waiting. Yes, it's really unexpected. Others also murmured, they were curious too. The Imperial Master's mansion won't move? Are they really planning to abandon this empire? In the Nangang family, an elder frowned. Nangang Yun frowned and said, things are far from as simple as you think. For Lingzi sect, even if the empire has changed its owner, the Great Qin Empire is still the Great Qin Empire. The fate of this empire is already on the edge of a cliff. Even the Lingzi sect cannot pull it back. So, instead of sparing no effort and wasting energy to maintain it, it is better to stand aside and wait and see who pushes him down and who takes his place. As long as they can get what they want, no less, will they care who is the master of this empire. In addition, there are too many factors. For example, the most core issue is that the various vassal kings were divided, and behind them were giants who were competing silently and secretly relying on the kings to spy on this terminally ill behemoth. Few people can see these things. However, they don't care about the master of this empire, but we do. Nangang Yun raised his eyes to gaze at the imperial palace, then stepped towards it. Behind him, sword lights shot up into the sky and headed straight for the palace. The Nangang family finally took action. Okay, that's better. Watching these scenes, Wu Yangxiang was overjoyed. All this was in his plan. Just wait for the people from the blood refining hall to force Qin Zheng to reveal his mysterious methods. Immortal Master Shang Huang also laughed. At this time, an official came riding over the puddle and reported, Sir, the Suzaku Gate has been controlled, and the Heavenly Guard Corps will arrive soon. Good. The good news one after another gave Wu Yangxiang more confidence, but he held himself back and was not in a hurry. During the rain curtain, the three half-step spirit refining realm masters looked down at the imperial palace and headed straight for the Qin Emperor's palace. The swordsman Wengziu stepped forward. Carrying a 3-foot green peak on his back, it turned into green light and came out of the sheath. He dived down like a divine sword being unsheathed, and the raindrops were tainted by the sharpness of the sword, transforming into a rain of swords, rushing towards the three half-step spirit refining realm figures in an overwhelming manner. Yan Shu's eyes were deep, filled with a sense of righteousness. The rain stopped suddenly, and he took a step forward. Many shining golden words floated on his body and continued to spread outwards. Let us meet you. 4 powerful blood refining hall warriors who had reached the 8th level of the Sea of Transformation, their souls surrounded by the light of Blood Soul, flew into the void, and their elemental power transformed into endless blood light, fighting with swordsman Wengziu and Yanshu. 3 beings who are at the half-step spirit refining realm passed through the gate of Emperor Qin's palace, their eyes locked on the domineering figure in front of the palace. Protect the Emperor. Bai Yu's expression changed suddenly, he shouted loudly, and rushed to the front first. Teams of soldiers raised their heavy shields to form an iron wall. Zhang An also stepped in front of Qin Zheng. Under the pressure of such a majestic and powerful man, his whole body was shaking, but he did not retreat a single step. So powerful! So majestic, so breathtaking! This kind of godly figure is as majestic as the national teacher. He felt that his own body was not even able to block a single attack for his majesty. Ordinary ants don't know their own limitations. A figure who was half a step into the spirit refining realm snorted heavily, and the terrifying sound waves shook people's minds and even their wills. Presumptuous! Just at this moment, Nangang Yun stepped into the air. Behind him, some powerful men from the sword forest followed him into the palace. But the 3 half-step spirit refining realm masters didn't take it seriously at all. The remaining 16 sea transformation realm powerhouses took action one after another to intercept Nangang Yun and the other sea transformation powerhouses. The horrific battle waves were earth-shaking and destroyed many buildings. Even the void was distorted to varying degrees. The three beings who were at the half-step spirit refining realm stared at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold and majestic. The eyes are as sharp as a sword. Despise everything. The imperial priests can hardly protect themselves, and the Nangong family's strong men are also being held back. No one will come to help you. Your Majesty, if you don't use your methods, you may not have a chance. A half-step spirit refining realm master from the blood refining hall specifically gave him a reminder, while also watching Qin Zheng's every move and every expression. They came here for Qin Zheng's mysterious methods. Only when Qin Zheng's mysterious methods are completely destroyed can all this be officially over. Want to see my methods? Qin Zheng looked at the three people calmly. But it reveals unparalleled dignity. Another half-step spirit refining realm figure beside him smiled meaningfully and said, Your Majesty, the Empire can only rely on that method now to have a chance to turn the situation around, right? Since you want to see it, then watch with your eyes wide open. Qin Zheng's eyes remained the same as before, and he said indifferently, But I hope that you, and the blood refining hall, will not regret it and can withstand my wrath. Once this matter is over, I will find everyone in the blood refining hall. Cut them to pieces one by one, exterminate all related ethnic groups, and kill all their descendants until their bloodline is cut off. Chapter 35. Qin Zheng's voice was calm, yet carried the ruthlessness of an emperor. The voice was neither loud nor soft, and there was no emotion in it, as if it was describing a very ordinary imperial judgment. He dares to say it. Also able to say. More determined to do it. 50 light and shadow attribute soldiers are nurtured every day. In 1 year, 10 years, there will be more and more. The light and shadow soldiers are tracking and lurking. There is no other way in the world to find the blood refining hall and all the ethnic groups behind it. It is so easy. The three half-step spirit refining realm couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Judging from Qin Zheng's attitude, this is no joke. In the distance, the leaders of the imperial city's forces, including the head of the Luo family, Yu Suanji, the president of the Tianlong Mercenary Guild, the leader of the Shanhe Alliance, and some powerful men hiding in the imperial city, were also frightened after hearing this. This doesn't seem like an outburst of rage. When they reached the Sea of Transformation realm, which was relatively close to the imperial palace, even if Qin Zheng's voice was very low, these powerful men could hear it clearly, even his tone. Qin Zheng raised his hands behind his back slightly. In an instant. On the battlefield, 50 powerful true Yuan warriors from the blood refining hall were suddenly killed by sharp swords that emerged from the void. The sounds of puchi and skaki of broken necks and spurting blood rang out at the same time. 50 fountain-like blood columns splashed into the sky at the same moment. Heads flew off. The broken body paused in place, standing at attention for a moment, as if the body had not reacted at all. Only the blood vessels in the broken neck seemed to have found an outlet, and the powerful pressure squeezed the blood from the blood vessels, causing it to splatter indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 50 bodies falling to the ground instantly attracted everyone's attention. Their eyes widened and even their gazes froze. On the battlefield, swordsmen Wen Qiu and Yan Shu, who were approaching, paused in their attacks when they saw the 50 bodies lying on the ground, still splattering blood. Their hearts were shaken. Even the 4 8th level C transformation masters who were fighting against them had dazed expressions. A moment. It happened in the blink of an eye. 50 true Yuan realm masters were beheaded in unison at the same moment. They were so small and fragile that they seemed like animals with their heads lifted up by the swords, having their heads easily chopped off by the sharp sickles. Is this Qin Zheng's mysterious method? Nangong Yun, who had always wanted to see it, was also suddenly startled. He quickly withdrew from the battle and stood at a corner of the palace wall with a group of strong men from Jianlin. He stared at the fallen strong man from the blood refining hall and was shocked to the point of being at a loss. Once upon a time, they felt threatened. But they don't know how strong it is. But now, they saw it and felt it more clearly and intuitively. 50 true Yuan realm warriors are a force that cannot be ignored anywhere, but they were beheaded in an instant without even a scream or a shout of pain. Moreover, I didn't even see the person who did it. This is the most terrifying thing. They searched again and again, but couldn't find anyone. Li Hun and Lang Yi's pupils also shrank, and the mockery and bloodthirstiness in their eyes were replaced by fear and shock. Almost immediately, they moved closer to the powerful sea-transforming masters of the Blood Refining Hall. The powerful warriors of the Blood Refining Hall were also staring at the 50 corpses, cautiously searching everything around them. It's this mysterious method. The emotions in Yu Suanji's eyes fluctuated greatly, and the shock at this moment was indescribable. He was certain that it was this silent method that killed the Jiangxin sect and destroyed the Suiyu Tower branch. Now I finally saw it with my own eyes. It's really mysterious. The attack was too fast. In that instant, there was no chance to catch him. He could not be seen at all. This reminded him of a word used by the surviving bandits in Yangshan, ghost. That's right, it's as weird as a ghost. The expressions of the Luo family head and others who were watching were frozen. This was the result they had always wanted to see. Even the charming and lazy leader of Qinchuan Pavilion, who was holding an umbrella and standing in the rain, had moved eyes. The pupils of the 3 half-step spirit refining realm shrank rapidly as they looked at the 50 true Yuan powerhouses of the Blood Refining Hall who were killing everyone in the previous second and whose bodies were separated from their heads the next. The solemnity and shock in their eyes were gradually revealed. For a moment. At the same time. So fast that it's impossible to react. They finally understood why there was such a thing as mysterious disappearance in Jiangxin sect. They turned to look at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng was also looking at them, but his sharp and domineering sword eyes revealed the coldness of an emperor. Get out! Sudden! A powerful man from the Blood Refining Hall who was at the Sea Transformation Realm suddenly felt an extreme threat. He roared and swung his sleeves. Endless murderous blood light swept across the 4 directions, blasting the palace walls and the ground into pieces. A cold light burst out from right in front of him and beheaded him with one sword. Dark. Beside them, other powerful men from the Blood Refining Hall suddenly locked onto the place where the cold light appeared. The darkness was extremely sticky. It was the darkness that was killing people. They didn't hesitate. In an instant, layers of killing quickly enveloped and covered the area. The remains of the powerful Sea Transformation Realm warrior were shattered by the killing, but no one was seen. There are people around us. Before one crisis is over, another crisis arises. A strong aura of death enveloped the other Sea Transformation Realm warriors. They gave up their search and turned to defense. But a moment. Another person in the Huahe realm was beheaded. One was killed, and then another. Lang Yi and Li Hun were frightened. They stood back to back and focused their attention on their surroundings. Where? Where exactly? The other powerful sea-transforming warriors from the Blood Refining Hall also became frightened. They had no way of detecting the direction of the attack. The attackers could only strengthen their own defenses and randomly unleash large-scale killing techniques. On the other side, swordsman Wengziu, Yanshu, Nangang Yun, and others were watching. They looked carefully and seriously. Everyone can see the moment of murder. You can also see the sticky darkness and the sharp sword emerging from the darkness. But they saw no one. It was as if it had merged with the darkness. After killing people, it returned to the darkness again. Fighting against them was like fighting against the entire darkness. But being in darkness, every inch of space around is dark, full of murderous intent, and full of possible attack locations. Even a person at the spirit refining realm who has mastered spiritual awareness may find it difficult to capture them accurately. Just look at the strong men of the Blood Refining Hall who were harvested and you will know. Fear and fear. At a loss. There is no clear enemy target. Like a headless fly. Being hunted constantly. Powerless. There is even a sense of despair. Can't even withdraw. Even the bystanders were afraid of it. Is this what His Majesty the Emperor does? It doesn't give people a surprise, but rather a fear, like a nightmare. So much breath of life. They seem to be everywhere. I can clearly sense them, but I can only see darkness and cannot find any living creatures. These are assassins who have truly merged into the darkness. This forbidden power is unheard of. Above the blacksmith shop, the muscular man was staring, with shock and horror in his eyes. Different from the confusion of others. He can sense the real existence of this power. The higher your realm, the more you understand how terrifying this is. The hunt continues. It seems like a play. The 3 half-step spirit refining realm masters were filled with fear but also anger. In just a short moment, 50 true essence masters died, and 7 or 8 sea transformation realm masters also died. This seemed to be a one-sided massacre. They targeted Qin Zheng. An extremely huge and heavy pressure spread rapidly, and a man rushed towards Qin Zheng. However, he moved. A deadly threat loomed over him. A flash of cold light jumped and rushed out from his side. It appeared. The eyes of the half-step spirit refining realm figure darkened, and he formed a seal with his hands. A blood-colored net spread out at a very fast speed, splitting the void. But it was all in vain. Instead, murderous intent from the other end quietly approached, forcing him to give up and switch to defense. However, the attack was impossible to guard against, and in the brief confrontation, he had several scars on his body. He retreated quickly. He then moved closer to the other 2. The other side. 3 more beings in the Sea of Transformation realm were beheaded. This made them extremely angry. Staring at Qin Zheng coldly. Qin Zheng also looked at him coldly and disdainfully. 200 level 3 light and shadow soldiers. Each of them can easily kill the Huahe realm. If they work together, they can kill someone in the spirit refining realm, let alone someone in the half-step spirit refining realm. These people will never know that in the night sky and dark corners of this palace, there are 590 light and shadow attribute soldiers quietly hiding, blending into the darkness, staring at them intently. Qin Zheng's order to them was that they could kill as much as they wanted tonight. So, 200 level 3 light and shadow attribute soldiers, 50 of them left to protect the palace and him. 50 people attacked and killed the blood refining hall strongmen without any scruples. This is even a waste of using a butcher knife to kill a fly. The remaining 100 stood aside, watching and waiting, because there was still one target waiting to be dealt with. An assassin blending into the darkness. So this is Qin Zheng's mysterious method. Finally I can see it clearly. However, if darkness is dispelled by light, Qin Zheng, will these assassins of yours in the dark still be useful? Taoist Shang Huang murmured, with a sneer on his lips. Mr. Prime Minister, you may now take action. He turned to look at Ouyang Xiang. One after another, powerful figures shrouded in primordial light flew out from several attics outside the Ouyang mansion and came to the side of Taoist Shang Huang. Elder Hua, it's time for you to understand this method. Taoist Shang Huang looked at a white-haired old man in the front. The white-haired old man nodded. Under the mysterious light of Tai Chi, nothing can escape. Without the support of darkness, their abilities will completely disappear. I have a way to deal with them. Chapter 36. The killing continued in the palace. The remaining 300-odd light and shadow soldiers quietly approached the rebels, attacked them unexpectedly, and beheaded them with a single sword strike. Just like cutting straw, pieces of armor fell down, and blood kept accumulating on the ground under the washing of rain. In less than a quarter of an hour, tens of thousands of people had their heads chopped off, and their blood and rainwater pooled into a pool of blood. Damn it! What the hell is that? Chen Qing turned his head and saw soldiers and armors collapsing like a mountain, his eyes filled with shock, anger, and fear. Defense. He let out a frantic roar. Teams of soldiers holding heavy shields formed a circle and defended themselves with extremely panicked expressions. Even the immortal masters were hunted down wantonly without any trace of them, let alone them. Chen Qing was desperate. He had calculated everything he needed to calculate so far, even taking Qin Zheng's mysterious methods into account. But I didn't expect this method to be so horrible. At this moment he really had no advantage at all. The blood refining hall's true essence was completely wiped out. Only half of the Sea of Transformation realm remains. Swordsman Wengziu and others could not participate at all. They could only watch the sticky darkness and keep killing people. No matter if they were at the 1st or 8th level of the Sea of Transformation, all were killed without exception. The 3 half-step spirit refining realm could only watch helplessly as the powerful men of the blood refining hall died tragically. This situation is so heartbreaking. The 3 men had gloomy faces and locked their eyes on Qin Zheng again. The one in the middle who was at a half-step spirit refining state glanced around at the 2 of them. The 3 of them seemed to understand and were planning a plan. At the same time, they swooped down from the sky and headed towards the Qin Emperor's palace. The hidden light and shadow attribute soldiers also took the opportunity to launch an attack, and they were not allowed to get close to attack the Qin Emperor's palace. Deadly moves in the darkness kept coming out around the 3 people. Every move is unexpected. Blood-killing order. The 3 of them seemed to have expected it, and almost at the same time they formed a blood-colored talisman, which was like a talisman to exorcise ghosts, releasing a bright and dazzling blood-colored light. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4. After a moment, it surrounded the sky and swirled into a blood-red light shield, which continued to expand, dyeing the night sky blood-red. Kill! The 2 of them suddenly rushed out. The blood-red fierce light was like a star rain, flying in all directions, densely packed, as if trying to force out the light and shadow attribute soldiers that blended into the darkness. Or fight them off. The light and shadow attribute troops that surrounded and killed retreated at a high speed without engaging in battle. Sensing that the threatening aura around him had diminished, the figure who was half a step into the spirit refining realm hidden in the light shield instantly locked onto Qin Zheng's figure. His eyes were filled with a strange blood red. Step out of the light shield in an instant. Like a beam of blood rushing down. From a distance, it looked like a blood-red star streaking across the sky. The actions of the other 2 half-step spirit refining realm masters were merely to distract the mysterious assassins lurking in the darkness and attract their attention so as to buy him time to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Zheng. Their core purpose is to kill Qin Zheng. The absence of inexplicable death threats around him meant that the lurking assassin was forced to retreat. This was a perfect opportunity to strike. Oops! Swordsman Wengziu, Yan Shu, and Nangang Yun turned their heads and were also horrified. At the same time, they flew towards Qinhuang City, trying to block the attack. But they are too far apart. Even if you react quickly, it's too late. Although the half-step spirit refining realm is the beginning of the spirit refining realm, it is still dozens of times stronger than the sea transformation realm, and it is a targeted attack, extremely difficult to intercept. Protect His Majesty! Zhong'an roared sharply, his face becoming ferocious. That is a manifestation of fear of death. His dull and ferocious expression showed his powerlessness and despair in the face of such powerful force. The heavy shields were held high by the imperial guards and piled up layer by layer. However, the Qin government remains unshakable. The sword's eyes stared at the blood light that cut through the night sky. One could see the ripples caused by the blood light piercing through the void, as well as the arc-shaped air wave circles produced by friction. The pearl curtain of the pink yen crown is swaying. The black dragon robe flew backwards. But the light in the sword's eyes became deeper and sharper. The golden armor moved. The light and shadow attribute troops hidden in the surroundings also moved. A ray of golden light cuts through the darkness. The blood light paused for a moment. The powerful blood-colored energy dissipated, expanding the arc-shaped energy wave circle, and a blood-colored crack was cut behind the half-step spirit refining realm figure. The flesh in the crack was flipped to both sides due to the pulling of the muscles, and blood was flowing wildly in the crack. It was at this moment the half-step spirit refining realm figure felt deadly threats coming from all directions, above his head and under his feet. He moved. Attacks continued from all directions. Every assassination was a cover for the next one. His back, shoulders, abdomen, cheeks, and arms were all covered with terrible scars. Several swords pierced his body, the pain numbed him and he didn't even have time to scream. His dantian was also pierced, and his Yuan Li could no longer support him, so he fell from a high altitude to the bottom of the 99th step. Teams of soldiers and armored personnel advanced forward with thick shields, and their sharp spears shot out from the gaps in their shields and pierced his body. Damn it! The other two half-step spirit refining realm turned around and cursed, completely underestimating the number of assassins. They could only kill them from high altitude in an attempt to save the half-step spirit refining realm. Nangang Yun swung his sword across the sky. The long and narrow golden sword energy continued to expand into a giant sword that could hold up the sky, sweeping across the sky as if to cut through the void. Swordsman Wangzhe flew through the air with his sword, which turned into a long river and quickly intercepted the enemy. Yan Chu flew to the steps. A surge of righteous energy transformed into countless golden words and condensed into an ancient ode, blocking the sky in front of Qin Zheng to prevent the killing from affecting Qin Zheng. Zhang An was trembling. After several life and death struggles, he couldn't move at all. A half-step spirit refining realm being destroyed, the strength of the blood refining hall was greatly reduced. Taking action against Qin Zheng stimulated the light and shadow attribute troops. Their assassinations became more frequent. Of the remaining 10 people in the sea transformation realm, 4 were soon beheaded. Even the half-step spirit refining realm was helpless. I'm afraid this kind of assassin would dare to fight against the spirit refining realm. Yu Suanji was shocked. Witnessing the fall of a half-step spirit refining realm master with one's own eyes is enough to prove how terrifying this assassin is. And more than one. There are many more that are totally unpredictable. Unless there are any unexpected events, the outcome of this war has already been decided. This battle did allow them to witness a different Qin government. Perhaps this empire was indeed terminally ill, but no one could ignore this emperor. Rumble. Right now. Rays of light crossed the void and suddenly rushed to the palace. The eyes of swordsman Nangang Yun and Wangzhe darkened. Chen Qing also raised his eyes. Many leaders of various forces were also surprised. Although they knew that the Taiji sect was behind the Prime Minister's mansion and that Prime Minister Wu Yangxiang also had the intention of rebellion, they were unexpectedly surprised that they dared to show up after witnessing Qin Zheng's terrible methods. In this war, no one side will suffer losses and no one will benefit. Da-da-da. With iron hooves trampling the ground, teams of soldiers broke through the palace gates and headed straight for the imperial city. The leader was Wu Yangxiang. He rode his handsome warhorse to the gate of the Qin Emperor's palace and looked at Chen Qing and Yan Qing. Wu Yangxiang. Chen Qing's eyes were cold. The Grand Commandant is rebelling, committing treason. I am here to rescue you. Wu Yangxiang sneered, looked at Yan Qing and said, Master Wei, let's work together to capture and kill this traitor. His Majesty does not need your help. Leave the palace immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. Yan Qing shouted coldly. Kill without mercy? Humph. Wu Yangxiang was too lazy to talk nonsense and looked at the white-haired old man Elder Hua and Taoist Sheng Huang in the air. There were more than a dozen powerful sea-transforming warriors standing beside the two of them, locking onto every figure on the battlefield, and then their eyes locked onto Qin Zheng. You lose your temper so quickly. Qin Zheng said coldly. The methods of His Majesty the Great Qin are indeed unpredictable and terrifying to watch. Elder Hua smiled faintly, confident of victory. If you are afraid, then you should hide. If you come out to wade into this muddy water, it may ruin your Taiji sect. Qin Zheng's tone was cold. Elder Hua said confidently, since you dare to stand up, then you must be prepared. Then let me see if you are prepared enough. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes. The light and shadow attribute soldiers that we have been waiting for also began to launch attacks. The bone-chilling crisis of death permeates the hearts of everyone in the Tai Chi sect. But they didn't show much emotion. Elder Hua sneered. He raised his hand, a flash of Yuan Guang appeared, and a Tai Chi mysterious seal rose into the air, turning into a bright stream of light, and leaped into the sky. Tai Chi Xian Yin turns into Tai Chi pattern. Qin Zheng, tonight I will let you see with your own eyes how the means you rely on are destroyed by my Taiji sect. The night may be their world, but in the world of light, nothing can escape their gaze. Now! A Taiji sect Huahe realm expert shouted coldly. More than 10 people in the sea transformation realm simultaneously shot out terrifying energy towards the Tai Chi pattern on the sky, which turned into more than 10 beams of light and sank into it. In an instant, a huge and vast pressure spread down from the sky. The Taiji sect's 7th grade spiritual weapon, the Taiji mysterious seal. The expressions of Wengziu's swordsman and others changed slightly. Yu Suanji and the others were also shocked. A first-grade spiritual weapon was already rare in the world and had extraordinary power. A 7th-grade spiritual weapon was a peerless killing weapon and the most precious treasure of many sects. Its killing power was even more powerful. The Tai Chi sect actually brought the Tai Chi mysterious seal. Even the 2 half-step spirit refining realm masters in the blood refining hall became gloomy and stared at the Tai Chi pattern. With the infusion of Yuan Li, the Tai Chi pattern suddenly enlarged and covered the entire palace, as if it had built a sky curtain. The bright Tai Chi Xian light was as dazzling as the sun, shining down, illuminating the entire imperial city like daytime. The blood, rain, and corpses were all clearly visible. Elder Hua and other powerful masters of the Sea of Transformation immediately locked onto everything around them. Qin Zheng's method was to use those assassins hidden in the darkness. Now, the Tai Chi Xian Guang illuminates the entire palace, and nothing can escape detection. Without the support of darkness, they can kill it easily. So, even though they knew Qin Zheng's methods were terrible, they stood up without hesitation. Only the light shines everywhere. Mid-air. Apart from them, apart from the swordsman Wengziu, Nangang Yun, the strong men from the sword forest, and the strong men from the blood refining hall, there was no other figure. There is no trace of the assassin. This made them look stunned. The pupils of Elder Hua and Taoist Shang Huang also froze. Still no one. What's going on? Their hearts sank. There was only confusion, bewilderment, and dullness in his eyes. Everyone who was watching was also puzzled and looked at the scene in astonishment. At first, they didn't realize the Tai Chi sect's methods. But when the Tai Chi Xian light illuminated the palace, they all suddenly realized that it was intended to turn night into dawn and make it impossible for the assassins hiding in the darkness to escape. This move is indeed cruel. The terrifying Tai Chi Xian Yin was indeed not disappointing. But now that the light is shining, what about those assassins hiding in the darkness? Not one of them is missing. A look of surprise flashed across the eyes of the charming and lazy woman. The muscular man above the blacksmith shop was also stunned. Even in the Imperial Preceptor's mansion far away, the Imperial Preceptor, who was sitting cross-legged on the platform, his mind silently paying attention to everything, also had a bit of suspicion in his eyes. Even he couldn't do it. In just a short moment, he retreated out of the palace battle circle. People are still in it. But, still no trace. Even the weapons and armor in the Imperial Palace looked suspicious. Wu Yangxiang's sneer froze on his face, and his heart collapsed instantly. What he relied on was nothing more than the means to restrain the Qin government and realize his dream of becoming emperor. But now, it is of no use at all. So how can he deal with the situation? His unbearableness seemed to be even worse than Chen Qing's, and even more ridiculous. He held the reins tightly and the horse shook. With a bang, the man fell off his horse and he didn't even have the courage to stand up again. Elder Hua ignored him and looked at Qin Zheng. Stare at that face. Those eyes. The arrogance on that face and the disdain in those eyes further crushed his heart. Chapter 37. Withdraw. Elder Hua suddenly shouted loudly, his voice piercing the void and echoing in the imperial city. He was the first to turn around and rush out of the palace. The others were stunned. Only then did I react. However, it's too late. They will never know the special attributes of the light and shadow attribute soldiers. The moment the Tai Chi Xian light shines, they will merge with the Tai Chi Xian light. The attack came as fiercely as a rainstorm. 100 level 3 light and shadow attribute soldiers were lurking, waiting for them, twice as many as the number used to deal with the blood refining hall. The moment the more than 10 Tai Chi sect warriors moved, 4 heads flew up instantly. Taoist Shang Huang also felt a chill in his heart. Fear made him forget all the promises he had made. He threw out a Tai Chi talisman, which turned into a huge vortex in the opposite direction behind him to block the attack. And he rushed out of the palace like a streak of light in an instant. The others were held back and unable to escape, and were killed one by one. Looking at Elder Hua who was fleeing in panic, Yu Suanji and other leaders of the forces were all stunned. This had become a farce that made them drop their eyes. He came with full confidence and high-handedness, but in the blink of an eye, he abandoned his weapons and armor, even the 7th grade spiritual weapon Tai Chi Xian Yin, and fled desperately. Even more than a dozen powerful sea transformation realm warriors were killed in an instant. The 2 half-step spirit refining realm masters from the blood refining hall were also stimulated by this scene, and without caring about anything else, they suddenly rushed out of the palace. But it's too late. The remaining people in the Huahe realm were attacked, covered with scars, and their bodies were nailed by swords like sieves. They fell into the void. Li Hun and Leng Yi also fell in front of the gate of Qin Emperor's palace. His whole body was covered in blood, and he had difficulty trying to stand up several times, so he could only kneel on one knee on the ground. They killed too many people. Old people, children, women, the strong and the weak, all of them. The methods of killing can be cruel or satisfying. Enjoying the fear and despair brought to others, and feeling the psychological excitement and satisfaction. So, they like killing more and more. Turn killing into a game of competition. Now, this fear and despair has also come upon them, but they cannot bear it. They are afraid, tormented, and in pain in their hearts. At this moment, they can understand the feelings of those souls who were once killed by the sword. That is the ultimate desire to survive. The 2 half-step spirit refining realm warriors were besieged by more than 100 light and shadow attribute soldiers and were covered in wounds. One was chopped into several pieces, and the other was beheaded with a bloody mess and fell in front of the palace gate. The light and shadow soldiers attacked and killed the rebellious soldiers crazily. The situation turned around quickly. Yanqing led the imperial guards to counterattack. In the imperial city, the legions led by Wang Zhan and Zhao Qi wiped out the rebels. The Black Cavalry, which entered from the Suanwu Gate, appeared on Suzaku Street and blocked the Tianwei army that was attacking the imperial city. Outside the imperial city, the Black Cavalry from the 3 surrounding counties also broke through the defense line of the 400,000 border county corps arranged by Chen Qing. A part of the heavy cavalry rushed to the imperial city overnight to cooperate in suppressing the 100,000 heavenly guards. Wu Yangxiang was soaked in rain, with his hair disheveled, standing in the rain, looking distraught. When Elder Hua shouted the word retreat, he knew then that it was all over. Chen Qing, who was protected by heavy armor, also had his eyes frozen, and fell into madness and ferocity. Seeing his army being defeated, the feeling of powerlessness destroyed all his will. He is no longer the high and mighty general holding military power. He is no longer a powerful official who commands state affairs in the court and enjoys supreme power in the empire. They underestimated this young emperor who was only in his 20s. They even underestimated the mysterious means hidden behind it. So scary. So scary. Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng. Chen Qing kept murmuring in his heart. He found it hard to understand how someone who grew up under their noses could be so mysterious and terrifying, and how could he possess such extremely terrifying power. The mysterious method he had always wanted to see was something he could not afford. Nangang Yun and the strong men from Jianlin turned their eyes towards the Qin Emperor's palace. Swordsman Wang Ziyu also looked over. Hands behind back. The imperial sword is still on his waist. The sword-like eyebrows and sword-like eyes beneath the calm pearl curtain were so sharp. This young figure seemed so majestic and overbearing. He watched everything calmly and supported this turbulent situation. No one wants to believe him. Even if the empire has no way out. But he still persisted and kept looking for it. Those who despised him paid the price. Those who underestimated him were shocked by the feedback. Those who underestimated him now look up to him in awe. Everyone looked at him. Qin Zheng was looking at the sky above the Tai Chi Xian Guang. This farce of turmoil in the court has ended, but the truly terrible crises are quietly approaching, becoming more ferocious and rapid. Such matters in the court are so easy to resolve. If it weren't for the consideration of stabilizing the huge Lingzi sect first, he didn't even have to go through so much trouble. He could just order the light and shadow troops to slaughter these powerful and corrupt officials and cut them into pieces one by one in the court. The real enemy of the empire is the fate of this ruined and terminally ill empire. They are the princes. It is the sect in the empire that is above the imperial power. The Jiangxin sect, Taiji sect, and so on are just small shrimps, insignificant. The truly majestic ones are behemoths like the Lingzi sect that have dominated for 1,000 years and existed for thousands of years. In the empire, no less. Each one puts heavy pressure on the empire. The people of the Qin Empire lost their sense of belonging to the empire and even more so their sense of honor as citizens of the Qin Empire. As soon as the court turmoil was over, he had to face these things. Qin Zheng did not stop the killing of the light and shadow attribute soldiers. Zhang An woke up. After surviving the disaster, he showed a pale smile. Bai Yu was nervous. Even at his old age, he had experienced such a big event and sighed with emotion. The look he gave Qin Zheng was so odd that even this old minister couldn't help but feel awe. Even powerful officials like the Grand Marshal and the Prime Minister, who had the power to do whatever they wanted, were played around by him. Even he found this terrifying thing unbelievable. Qin Zheng stood in the Qin Emperor's palace all night. Under the peach branches in Jingzhensai, Nangang Hanjian held an umbrella and watched the imperial palace all night. In front of the emperor's bedroom, concubine Yang also stood all night. After a night of killing and continuous screaming, the people in the imperial city could not help but tremble. 300,000 imperial heavy cavalry black armored troops blocked the city gates. Dawn is breaking. The night rain suddenly stopped. Corpses piled up like mountains and the streets were dyed red with blood. In the imperial palace, the courtyard outside the main hall was flooded with blood and corpses were piled up. Da-da-da! Wang Zhan, Yan Qing, and many military officers and captains all arrived at the foot of the 99th step. Your Majesty, the rebellion has been suppressed. The traitors Wu Yangxiang and Chen Qing have been captured. Your Majesty, please make your decisions. The thief from the blood refining hall has been captured. The Tianwei rebels have been suppressed. The gates of the imperial city have been sealed, and the situation in the imperial city is under control. A personal report. The next moment, Wu Yangxiang and Chen Qing were escorted to their knees. Li Hun, Lang Yi, 2 people who are half-step into the spirit refining realm, and 3 people who are in the sea transformation realm from the blood refining hall were also captured. The Taoist priest Shang Huang was captured. Dozens of officials and captains were captured. Qin Zheng held the imperial sword in his hand and looked down at them from the 99 steps without saying a single word of mockery or disdain. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, listen to my orders. I am here. I will be here. Qin Zheng issued an edict. All ministers and officials who participated in the rebellion will be executed by Lingqi. All the officials involved, big and small, will be executed and their entire clans will be exterminated. All soldiers who participated in the rebellion will be beheaded. During this period, those who take advantage of the chaos to cause harm to the empire will be strictly investigated and their entire clan will be exterminated. Your Majesty, I admit my guilt. Please let my people go. As imperial edicts were issued one after another, many low-ranking lieutenants screamed in fear. All officials, big and small, will be executed along with their entire clans. This is simply too cruel. Chen Qing and Yu Yangxiang twitched all over, as if they had no strength left. They crawled on the ground with dull eyes. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu's eyes also paused slightly. There are so many officials, both big and small, involved in this incident. Even they dare not imagine how many people will be killed. They raised their eyes and looked at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, and a sense of coldness and murderous intent came over him. I obey your order. Several people bowed. Qin Zheng looked at the people from the blood refining hall and Taiji sect and said indifferently, drag these people out and hang them in front of the Suanwu gate. I want them to live a life worse than death and wail day and night. From today on, anyone who encounters a disciple of the blood refining hall or Taiji sect and their clansmen will be rewarded with 100 gold, 10 yuan stones, and a spiritual medicine if he cuts off one head. If he cuts off 10 heads, he will be rewarded with 10,000 gold and be granted the title of Great Qin. If he cuts off 1,000 heads, I will grant him an additional title. Anyone who wants to join the Qin will be killed. More than 1,000 people from these two sects. Any soldier or official in the Qin Empire who encounters anyone from these two sects will be executed on the spot. This imperial decree is valid forever, until all bloodline descendants of the two clans are completely wiped out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Many leaders of various forces took a deep breath when they heard this. How many people are going to be killed? Qin Zheng. How dare you? My blood refining hall will not let you go. Just wait. Li Hun's pupils were filled with fear, he glared and roared, but was dragged out. Chapter 38. The sky is still gloomy. Everything changed overnight and people and things are no longer the same. Every citizen of the imperial city could feel that the structure of the imperial city had completely changed, and the young emperor had shown his iron-blooded and tough side. The bloodstains left on the streets are the best evidence. The 300,000 imperial heavy cavalry and black cavalry that entered the imperial city took control of the situation, and their heavy killing spree intimidated everything. All forces stayed at home and fell into silence. Ah! Ah! The heart-wrenching screams continued. This is the sound of Lingqi. It's creepy to hear. Wu Yangxiang, Chen Qing, Xiaofu and other court ministers who participated in the rebellion were all executed by Lingqi. Qin Zheng. Our fate is also your fate. Ah! You can't save your empire. You can't save this ruined fate. Chen Qing roared and screamed heart-wrenchingly. Qin Zheng. The strong men from my blood refining hall will not let you go, no. Ah! Ah! Give me a quick death. The screams of Li Hun, Lang Yi, and others were even more heartbreaking. The pain of Lingqi is too desperate. They want to die but can't. Qin Zheng will not let them die so easily. Execution. At Suanwu Gate, on the execution platform, a group of people were being escorted. Following an order. Snap! The knife fell neatly, heads flew, and blood was dripping. Execution. One group was beheaded and another group was pushed up. Batch after batch. The blade has been blunted. The corpses piled up like a mountain. The scaffold is covered with blood. The executioner was so frightened that his heart trembled and his voice was shaking. The people watching from afar were also frightened and turned pale, with only intense fear left in their pupils. The blood-stained heads piled up into a mountain. One after another, the officials had their homes searched, were arrested, and were pushed to the execution ground. None of the 9 clans can escape. There are so many complicated relationships and so many people involved. Yu Suanji stood in the pavilion with her hands behind her back. The servants reported back and forth one by one. He frowned when he heard it. The beautiful girl also frowned. How can the emperor be so bloodthirsty? The boy looked at the beautiful girl and shook his head. After all, he was inexperienced and had a girlish mentality. Still killing? After a long time, the head of the Luo family asked. A servant said in a trembling voice, "They are still killing. More than 100,000 have been chopped off. All the soldiers who participated in the rebellion have also been pushed up and chopped off, without exception." The head of the Luo family frowned and fell silent. Nanggong family. An elder of the tribe also had trembling lips as he listened to the report. Will this get too far, and then it will backfire? He asked. No one can influence your majesty's decision now. Nanggong Yun shook his head. Killing soldiers and exterminating 9 clans is a matter of utmost caution, but his majesty seems to be very determined and unyielding. The so-called counterproductive effect means that we are afraid of excessive killing and causing opposition. We can't intervene at this moment. An elder from the Sword Forest said, we should think about what to do next. Nanggong Yun nodded. The Imperial Master's Mansion. Xianming frowned. A group of Lingzi sect disciples also remained silent, but their pupils were filled with solemnity. Qin Zheng's methods were so shocking and unexpected that they made them feel unprecedented fear. The majesty of the lofty Imperial Master's Mansion was crushed by the imperial power. For a moment, they forgot that they were disciples of Lingzi sect and had the support of this huge monster. Now, they can only wait for Zheng Xiao to come out. I don't even dare to go out. Afternoon. It's raining again. Beheadings continued at Suanwu Gate. Many supervising officials were replaced, and executioners were also replaced one after another. The killing continued without stopping, and the blood flowed, filling the huge square of Suanwu Gate. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, and the others were all trembling with fear at this blow. It's not a good idea to keep killing them like this. There are too many of them. If we kill them all, we'll have millions, or even more. This. I must see you. Bai Yu frowned. Neither Wang Zhan nor Zhao Qi objected. Several people immediately went to the palace. The imperial guards of the palace were moving the bodies, and the eunuchs and palace maids were busy cleaning up the bloodstains. Teams of soldiers were guarding the place, keeping them out. Outside the emperor's bedroom, concubine Yang knelt on the flat ground on the steps in front of the door. Kneel from noon to afternoon. Kneel until evening. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, soaking her from head to toe. Please have mercy, Your Majesty. She shouted towards the emperor's bedroom. It was obviously a plea for the Yang family. The Yang family did not participate in the rebellion, but since they were related to Chen Qing, they naturally could not escape. However, there was no response from the emperor's bedroom. Concubine Yang also knelt until late at night. Heavy rain covered. Qin Zheng sat in front of the dragon table with a frown on his face. Zhang stood aside. He looked at the kneeling figures outside. He said to Qin Zheng, Your Majesty, it is very cold tonight. I am afraid that concubine Yang's body cannot bear it. Qin Zheng said nothing. Zhang hesitated for a moment, then took small steps out of the emperor's bedroom and came in front of concubine Yang. My lady, please stop kneeling. You are embarrassing His Majesty. Zhang was bitter. You can't understand His Majesty's difficulty. This huge empire is all on your shoulders. It is too heavy, so heavy that it is extremely difficult to take a single step. No one to share the burden with, no one to rely on. A powerful enemy is always watching. Your Majesty. I have experienced that kind of pressure before. Just a half-step spirit refining realm being standing high in the sky, the mere pressure from him destroyed my will and made me feel an unprecedented heaviness. Standing in front of him, the slave can only tremble, without even the courage to take a step forward. Zhang An's pupils turned red as he thought back to last night. But do you know? Your Majesty will face 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 such strong men. No, they are strong men who are countless times stronger than them. Can you imagine that terrible pressure? But your Majesty is the only one who can carry it. If you don't kill a chicken to scare the monkeys and establish your prestige, if you don't deter the enemy psychologically, then the enemy will only become more aggressive and you will be doomed. Yang Fei listened and burst into tears. Kneeling on the ground helplessly. She couldn't understand. But she understood. She stayed up all night and watched all night last night, how could she not know all this? She really had no right to ask. I have no face to ask your Majesty to forgive the Yang family, but I beg to see your Majesty once. Concubine Yang bowed respectfully. Let her in. Qin Zheng's voice came from the emperor's bedroom. In an instant, the two waiting palace maids hurriedly helped Concubine Yang in. Concubine Yang knelt on the ground with a sad look on her face. Qin Zheng stared at her. Then he turned to look outside the palace. For your sake, I can give you a lighter sentence for the Yang family's matter, but from now on, you are not allowed to set foot in the emperor's bedroom again. Qin Zheng said slowly. This one sentence made Concubine Yang lose her mind and collapse to the ground. Zhang An next to him was also bitter, which meant that Concubine Yang would be banished to the cold palace. A Song of Dream Wandering in Xuxian Realm. The Cloud Sleeve Sword Dance with 9 bends and 18 sections. I'm afraid I'll be buried in the palace from now on. You know, the fact that she was arranged to stay in the emperor's bedroom showed that Qin Zheng cared about her. Moreover, there was no doubt that Yang Ro was his first woman. Qin Zheng cared a lot about it, so naturally he was moved. Qin Zheng looked at the rainy night outside. I don't feel very happy inside. He doesn't want to kill anyone. The mark of respect for life still remains in the soul. But this world is so terrible. And he was in this position, and had to bear the fate of the empire which was said to be irreversible. If he was not tough and fierce, he would not be able to restore the prestige of the empire. If the empire continues to be in chaos, more people will suffer. Therefore, to end all this, we must destroy everything that hinders the empire's progress, restore the empire's eternal cause, and restore the dignity, glory, and sense of belonging of the Qin people. When these three are back, the people of the empire will no longer suffer. Therefore, even if we have to kill 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million now, it would not matter. He has 1 million lives to spare. He took the lives of 10 million people. It doesn't matter if no one understands. Let history judge the achievements. He doesn't care. Your Majesty, calm down. Concubine Yang is just overly concerned about her family and has no intention of disobeying your Majesty. Zhang An pleaded for mercy. Qin Zheng said nothing and just waved his hands. The palace maids took Concubine Yang out of the emperor's bedroom. Zhang An also followed. When he got outside the palace, he looked at the dazed Concubine Yang and reminded her, Your Highness, please go back first. When His Majesty calms down, I will speak for you. His Majesty will not ignore you. His Majesty cares about you very much, otherwise he would not be able to follow your wishes on this matter. Also, you should practice the Cloud Sleeve Sword Dance well. Who knows, His Majesty may come to see it someday. Zhang An is good at guessing people's thoughts. Following Qin Zheng, he also has to learn to guess his thoughts. Concubine Yang laughed bitterly. Is it still possible? Chapter 39. Night. The killing on the execution platform continued, with wailing everywhere and cries shaking the sky. The entire imperial city fell into endless haze, with fear and worry permeating every corner. Many people were trembling silently. I was frightened by this tough and cruel method. The major forces distanced themselves from all involvement. No one had expected that this rebellion would lead to such a horrific situation. The murderous and tyrannical behavior of the imperial majesty also really frightened them. With the imperial cavalry guarding the city, no one dared to disobey. Even the spies from every corner of the empire had to hide deeper inside, watching everything silently and trying every possible way to leave the imperial city. Because their master needs to know everything here as soon as possible. This change is different from the previous ones. The pattern is quietly changing, which has a significant impact on the entire empire. The sooner those masters know this, the less likely they will be put in a passive position. The muscular man in the blacksmith shop stared at the imperial master's mansion all day and all night. The imperial master's mansion. Road to Taichung. The light of Tao is lingering. The spiritual charm rises. Mysterious runes swirled, releasing a faint blue divine light. Imperial Master Zheng Xiao sat cross-legged on it, his spiritual sense exploring the endless distance, including the Suanwu Gate execution ground and the Imperial Palace. The shrill screams never ceased. Even those who are half a step away from becoming a spirit cultivator are being tortured to death. This is a signal. The young emperor, whom he had never taken seriously and whom he had not even attended on the day he inherited the throne, now made him feel a heart-pounding and cold fear. You have to know that he, who is high above everyone else, carries the towering and unshakable behemoth of Lingzi sect on his back, and is accustomed to looking down on this empire. But now he had this kind of looking up attitude, which caused a great shock to his Taoism and was very irritating. Standing behind you. Can you bear the weight of Lingzi sect? During this rebellion, the mysterious methods used by Qin Zheng particularly attracted his attention. He was worried that some other force was hiding from Lingzi sect and quietly standing behind Qin Zheng. However, the fate of the empire is irreversible. No matter how hard you struggle, it will be in vain. Your father, your grandfather, and your ancestors cannot escape this fate. Each of them was as unwilling as you, but they lowered their proud imperial heads in the face of ruined fate. Zheng Xiao's voice was vague. He believed that Qin Zheng could not bear the incomparable weight of Lingzi sect's 10,000-year heritage. Without Lingzi sect, this ruined empire would instantly crush Qin Zheng to pieces. So, he doesn't worry about anything else. Supreme Court. Zhang brought an imperial edict. Yang Yi, Lu Su, and others all knelt on the ground, trembling all over. There were screams and killing outside. One by one, the officials were executed along with their entire clans. Hearing this, they were unable to sleep or eat, and were exhausted. Concubine Yang pleaded for mercy. Although Yang Yi had a connection with Chenqing and was implicated, he did not participate in the rebellion and was pardoned outside the law. Yang Yi was dismissed from his post as Supreme Court Justice. House search. Demoted to a commoner. This is what the imperial edict means. I, your humble servant, thank you for your grace. Kneeling in the rain, Yang Yi kowtowed repeatedly and took the imperial edict. This is enough to protect the Yang family, and there is no need to ask for anything else. Why? Zhang shook his head and sighed. You have caused so much suffering to concubine Yang. In order to protect the Yang family. Eunuch Zhang, what happened to concubine Yang? Yang Yi raised his eyes and looked at Zhang with his vicissitudes eyes. Your Majesty cares a lot about concubine Yang. Zhang only mentioned one sentence. Yang Yi understood the rest. If something you care about very much has thorns, no matter how attractive it is, you will only look at it without touching it and throw it aside. If it weren't for the Yang family incident, Yang Ro would be favored, so noble and happy. Eunuch Zhang, I, Yang Yi, feel ashamed of the Emperor's grace. I do not ask for forgiveness, but I ask that you help concubine Yang. Yang Yi begged bitterly. The tone seemed weak. He is not in a position to ask. Zhang An didn't answer, just sighed, turned and left. In the emperor's bedroom. After concubine Yang left, everyone was dismissed. A group of light and shadow attribute soldiers are guarding the palace, and a small number are responsible for assisting Wang Zhan and others in handling some matters. Something happened to Jinjia. In this battle, the levels of all human arms have been upgraded. The golden armor is the most obvious. He is a special soldier, a golden warrior. In terms of upgrades and capabilities, he far surpasses the ordinary light and shadow soldiers. Therefore, with the energy gained in this battle, he was upgraded to level 5. The strength has reached the realm of spirit refining. This swept away Qin Zheng's depressed mood. A soldier with light and shadow attributes at the spirit refining realm is enough to easily kill a spirit refining realm warrior, and even threaten more powerful beings at a higher level. Although it becomes more difficult to estimate as time goes on. But the improvement of the golden armor is a good start. People like Zheng Xiao are now like trash in his eyes. Even if the Jiangxin sect and other sects come, they will make him suffer. This is the confidence. But this time, Jinjia also needs to evolve. So it will take some time to complete. The further you advance, the harder it will be to upgrade. After all, the battles required and so on are not simply comparable. The golden armor is a special type of soldier and is so fast. But changing to the ordinary level 3 light and shadow soldiers is not so easy. This is a big difference between ordinary soldiers and special soldiers. Suppress the rebellion, kill a large number of enemies, energy plus 30,000, blood crystal plus 8,000, alien crystal plus 10. Today's energy is sufficient. Do you have the ability to cultivate light and shadow attribute soldiers? Weather. Information template prompts. Divert Qin Zheng's attention. Although the number of Huahe realm cultivators killed this time was not too many. However, the number of rebel soldiers killed was counted in tens of thousands. Killing a large number of enemies increased the amount of blood crystals produced, and the probability of strange crystals exploding also increased a lot. So I gained a lot this time. The energy obtained this time is enough to help him easily ascend to the true Yuan realm, or even further, which makes Qin Zheng very happy. You must not lose sight of your own strength, and you must not be careless. In addition, the number of blood crystals has reached 8,000, and the blood crystals required to upgrade the light and shadow attribute soldier reincarnation pool to level 4 will soon be enough. Especially the exotic crystals, 10 of which exploded directly. The number of exotic crystals required for the attribute troop reincarnation pool has been gathered, which is what Qin Zheng is most concerned about. The light and shadow attribute troops have brought him too many surprises, so what the new attribute troops will be like has aroused his expectations. Today's 50 light and shadow attribute troops have not yet been nurtured. But Qin Zheng did not make a choice immediately. The first attribute soldier reincarnation pool evolution requires sufficient crystals. Do you want to evolve? Weather. Information template prompts. Qin Zheng's eyes were fixed, his heart filled with extremely strong expectations, and he chose yes without hesitation. Chapter 40. Following Qin Zheng's choice, the attribute soldier reincarnation pool appeared in the emperor's bedroom. Beams of holy light filled the emperor's bedroom, blocking out all external detection. The mysterious and huge pool keeps boiling. Directly mirror out a reincarnation pool for the birth of new arms. And hovering above the first light and shadow soldier reincarnation pool, like two hovering nebulae. Also, after more than 10 seconds of changes, the reincarnation pool of the newly evolved soldiers was also different. In the middle of the pool, there appeared a towering statue of destruction wearing black divine armor. The first attribute soldier reincarnation pool evolution is completed. Attribute soldier reincarnation pool, destruction attribute / level 1. Number of destruction attribute soldiers, 0. Initial level, level 1, foundation building level 7. Required for upgrade, 1000 blood crystals. Skills, void collapse, heavenly tribulation thunder punishment, destruction of heaven and earth. Note, a level 1 destructive attribute soldier reincarnation pool can breed 10 destructive attribute soldiers every day. Destructive attribute soldiers have the ability to absorb and control destructive power, including causing void collapse, controlling heavenly tribulation and thunder punishment, and causing the destruction of heaven and earth. The higher the level, the greater the destructive damage caused. You get extra reward, Wings of Thunder. Take a look at the detailed tips on the information template. Qin Zheng was also shocked. A type of soldier with destructive attributes that can absorb all destructive forces and use them to increase their level. In addition, when they fight, they can use destructive power to cause the void to collapse, the earth to crack, and summon heavenly thunder to attack. If they upgrade enough, they can cause the destruction of heaven and earth. This is simply the purest army of destruction. If used on the battlefield or against the enemy, the destructive attribute troops will arrive and cause heavenly calamity and thunder to descend. The powerful destructive power cannot be matched by the light and shadow attribute troops. That kind of scene is also hard to imagine. The energy in the reincarnation pool of the destructive attribute soldiers is sufficient. Do you want to breed soldiers? Qin Zheng had no choice. Only by experiencing it yourself can you understand how terrifying the destructive attribute troops are. But if it is nurtured at this moment, it is only a first-level destructive attribute soldier, and only 10 of them can be nurtured. It is better to upgrade first and then cultivate the destructive troops. If it is upgraded with blood crystals, it can be upgraded to at least level 3. Once nurtured, it can become a level 3 destructive attribute troop, and there will be 50 of them in total. Anyway, there are not enough blood crystals required to upgrade the light and shadow attribute soldiers to level 4. If it is nurtured in advance, that would be a loss. Upgrade the destruction soldier attribute reincarnation pool first. Qin Zheng immediately prepared the blood crystal. 1000 blood crystals increase, twice as much as the reincarnation pool of light and shadow attribute soldiers. But he doesn't care. To upgrade to level 3, 5000 blood crystals are needed. Qin Zheng didn't even blink and used all of them to upgrade. Then I chose Yunyu. The destruction soldier reincarnation pool vibrated, and the energy in the pool swirled at a high speed. The statue of destruction also released layers of destructive light, which continued to condense. 50 light balls flew out from its brows and landed in front of Qin Zheng. Transformed into 50 tall figures in black armor. Unlike the light and shadow attribute soldiers, their faces are not covered. Each face is extremely cold, and there is a dark light of destruction in their eyes. Moreover, there are 2 female soldiers among them. She is tall and beautiful, with long hair sticking up high, slanted eyebrows, and cold eyes, like a goddess of destruction. Attribute Soldier Reincarnation Pool, Destruction Attribute Soldier. Current level, Level 3, 9th level of True Essence. 50 destructive attribute soldiers can be nurtured every day. Upgrade required, 30,000 blood crystals. Almighty Lord, we will carry out your will of destruction for you from now on. We will destroy all enemies who go against your will and eliminate the heretics who hinder the empire. 50 destructive attribute soldiers bowed respectfully. Qin Zheng was eager to see the power of the destruction army, and then said, "Show us your abilities." 50 destructive attribute soldiers without hesitation. One of the female soldiers stepped forward. I saw a wave of destruction spreading over his body. With a bang, the void around her collapsed in an instant, and it looked like a black hole absorbed all light and all matter, forming a fluid state of destruction. Moreover, this kind of destruction was spreading and dispersing. The ink's tone in the emperor's bedroom approached and shattered in an instant. As if it could crush everything. This pure destruction moves as she moves. Snap! Here. Above the clouds over the emperor's bedroom, there were roaring thunders, striking the night sky and constantly approaching the emperor's bedroom, making the lurking light and shadow troops extremely alert. The destructive power of heaven and earth is too terrifying. Qin Zheng could also feel the pure destructive power coming from outside. As long as she wants, the thunder will strike immediately. She didn't continue. But it was enough to make Qin Zheng realize the horror of this type of military force. Now they are at the 9th level of true essence, but this ultimate destructive force is enough to destroy and deter more powerful beings, and deter villains. More importantly, they can absorb destructive power and then exert even stronger destructive power, just like the god of destruction controlling destruction. Now that it is so terrifying after just a brief demonstration, Qin Zheng is even more looking forward to using it in actual combat. I grant you the name Mi Li, and you will lead them. Qin Zheng said to the female soldier. Destroy the dawn and sink into eternal darkness. Mi Li thanks the Almighty for the name. Mi Li bowed devoutly. Qin Zheng was extremely satisfied. Then he looked at the light and shadow attribute reincarnation pool, which also produced 50 level 3 light and shadow attribute soldiers. Both types of troops are extremely terrifying. This increased Qin Zheng's confidence. No one could believe him. He just needs to believe it. The exposure of the light and shadow attribute troops surprised and frightened many people. Perhaps they would be on guard, but now they don't know about the appearance of the destruction attribute troops. Let's wait and see whether it will scare them again and again in the future. Immediately, Qin Zheng looked at the extra reward. Wings of Thunder can accumulate destructive power and transform into Wings of Thunder, which can increase and strengthen the original speed by 3 times and have a powerful destructive attack. This is a surprise. It's raining heavily outside. The people in the Imperial City have complicated thoughts, and many of them have ulterior motives. Qin Zheng didn't think deeply about it at this moment. After looking at the energy, he also planned to take the opportunity to practice and upgrade to the true Yuan realm first. Now that the turmoil in the court has been settled and the prosperity of the Imperial City has been torn apart, he will have to face the real enemies of the Empire, those huge monsters. Chapter 41. One Night Training. After going through countless cycles of small and large circulations, Qin Zheng broke through to the Zhen Yuan realm. This time it consumes 20,000 energy. This is pretty amazing. The foundation he built is 10, 100, or even more times stronger than that of other immortal cultivators. In terms of cultivation, Qin Zheng was not in a hurry, but proceeded step by step. Every step is taken firmly and steadily. This is a major matter concerning his own interests and future prospects, so he will not joke about it. Let alone 20,000, even if it is 200,000, he will still take it slow. Originally, there were still more than 10,000 energies, which could be increased further. However, in order to deal with state affairs, he had to stop temporarily. He could upgrade by consuming energy, which was not difficult for him. Whoever talks to him about talent, luck, opportunity, or any other kind of unparalleled genius is talking nonsense. There is no genius in front of him. Breaking through the true essence, the energy in the Danshan Yuanhai transformed from quantity to quality, producing a special transformation, which tempered his body to make it full of blood and strong. A sense of pleasure that his body and mind were connected, that he was close to heaven and earth, and that he was in touch with vital energy filled his senses. Imperial power. Beautiful. Practice to achieve longevity. These 3 things that could never be achieved together in dreams are now all possessed by him. This incomparable happiness and joy cannot be described to anyone. Mi Li and other destructive troops are waiting. The light and shadow attribute troops led by Jinjia are also guarding in secret. He walked out of the emperor's bedroom. Zhong'an was waiting outside. Bow and salute. But when he saw Mi Li and a group of mysterious soldiers, he became puzzled and prepared to take a look. But when he met Mi Li's eyes, his heart was shocked, his pupils shrank rapidly, his whole body was covered with goosebumps, and he quickly looked away. That look is so scary. It feels like there's destruction hidden within. Even his gaze is destructive, as if it can penetrate a person's soul and shatter it. Zhang An murmured in his heart, the feeling of uneasiness was too strong. He didn't even dare to imagine that this was the kind of gaze a human could possess. Is this your Majesty's mysterious method? Zhang An tilted his head, unable to hide his shock. Qin Zheng ignored his emotions and headed towards the Qin Emperor's palace. After a moment, Zhang An came back to his senses and followed closely. Qin Emperor's palace. Everyone comes early. Qin Zheng stepped onto the dragon platform, wearing a black dragon robe, holding the imperial sword in his hand. His majestic and towering appearance seemed too much to bear. The entire court is empty. Only a few ministers including Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and Li Xian were left. Wu Yangxiang and his entire clan were exterminated. Chen Qing and his entire clan were exterminated. The Xiaofu and his entire clan were executed. Zisu Nei Shi and others were all executed along with their entire clans. The killing is still going on. Qin Zheng's sword eyes were as sharp as a weapon. He watched the scene calmly and didn't care. He had already expected this day. Long live the emperor! Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others bowed and kowtowed. No need to be polite. The clear and majestic voice of Qin government resounded. Old Wang! You will continue to be in charge of the affairs in the imperial city. The rebels outside the imperial city will be in charge of Old Bai. Those who participated in this rebellion will not be tolerated and will be killed as many as possible. Qin Zheng issued an edict. Zhao Qi, Yan Qing, and others were frightened after hearing this. Enough has been killed. The killing lasted for 1 day and 2 nights. Both the rebellious guards and the heavenly guards were killed. All the officials were executed along with their entire clans. 600,000 or 700,000 people were beheaded. The corpses are piled up like mountains. The executioners were numb from chopping. Not many executioners have the courage to carry out the execution. Wang Zhan hesitated and was about to say something, but was stopped by Bai Yu. He didn't say much, just bowed and accepted the order. Your Majesty! All the rebellious officials have been beheaded, the court is vacant, and the government is paralyzed. We must restore it as soon as possible, otherwise it will cause chaos and spread to all counties in the empire, which will cause great trouble. Bai Yu bowed. Qin Zheng looked at Wang Zhan and said, leave this matter to Elder Wang. Draw up a list of officials to be appointed as soon as possible and submit it. In addition, please draw up a list of those who have made contributions in suppressing the rebellion and submit it to me. I will clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments, and I will not treat them unfairly. I obey your order. Wang Zhan bowed, feeling quite sad and admiring in his heart. Selecting and training officials was something Qin Zheng had asked him to prepare for a long time ago. At that time, he thought that he was only trained to fight against Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang, but he never thought that it was for today. Now it seems that His Majesty had already made plans before that. Be prepared and take every step carefully. They didn't see through it at the beginning. Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang's defeat was not unfair. Even they did not understand the emperor's intentions, so it was conceivable that this young imperial majesty had grown up and possessed outstanding foresight and great strategy. The positions of left and right prime ministers will be held by Mr. Bai. Mr. Wang continues to serve as the imperial censor. Li Xian takes over the position of Xiaofu. Yan Qing continues to serve as the Wei. Zhao Qi was transferred to the position of Tinggui. Now that government affairs are paralyzed, the Qin government can only issue direct decrees to make appointments. Thank you, Lord. All the ministers bowed their hands. Your Majesty. Right at this moment, a voice was heard outside the palace, and an imperial guard entered the palace and knelt down to report, Master Tan, the president of Qin Academy, wants to see you. Tan Wangluan. Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, and others frowned. The status of Mr. Tan is very high in the empire. Even the imperial teacher Zheng Xiao has to address him respectfully. Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, and even everyone else knows what kind of terrible influence he has. Qin Zheng's sword eyes condensed, and he said, "Announce. Master Xianqitan is here to see you." Outside, shouts were heard. Moment. An old man in Confucian clothes walked into the hall with his head held high. "I, Tan Wang Gluan, greet your majesty." Tan Wang Gluan bowed and saluted. "But don't bend." Although old, his posture is like a proud plum blossom in the snow, which would rather break than bend. The self-righteousness in those wise blue eyes and the proud gaze with the head held high seemed to tell Qin Zheng that the people of Qin Academy did not care about your identity as the Emperor's Majesty. Qin Zheng looked at him with his sword-like eyes, and asked sternly, "What is the purpose of Master Tan's request to see you?" "I came here to give your Majesty some advice." Tan Wang Gluan was straightforward and his voice was sonorous. "What suggestions?" Qin Zheng asked. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others were also curious. Tan Wang Gluan said slowly, "I hope that your Majesty will put the people first, and not kill and harm the people of the world. You should educate the world with benevolence, which is the right way." Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others frowned. "Is this a roundabout way of saying that your Majesty has a murderous and violent temper? What if I insist on taking the path of killing?" Qin Zheng's eyes darkened, and he looked at Tan Wang Gluan with a domineering and sharp gaze. "Benevolent government? These bunch of pedantic nerds are talking complete bullshit. They are purely selfish and short-sighted. They only care about their own interests and cannot see through external things. Today's empire is crumbling. Can benevolent government bear the weight of those huge monsters weighing down the empire? Can benevolent policies change the wills of the vassal kings entrenched outside the country? Can benevolent government dispel the evil plots hiding in the dark and coveting the empire's eternal cause? How can there be benevolent government when the world is not yet settled? Without the power of killing, how can we establish our authority, deter villains, and protect our people? Benevolent government? This is an attempt to push the empire and him into eternal damnation." Tan Wang Gluan looked disappointed and compassionate. "If your Majesty insists on ruling the country by killing, then Qin Academy will be useless in the Great Qin Empire. From now on, Qin Academy will leave the Great Qin Empire." "Mr. Tan." Bai Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he stepped forward and asked, "Why are you making things difficult for your Majesty?" Wang Zhan also hurriedly said, "Mr. Tan, the situation is unstable now, and tough measures are needed to calm the situation. You must understand your Majesty's intentions." They couldn't help but panic. The importance of Qin Academy is unimaginable. It is the highest institution of learning for scholars in the empire. It can help educate the people of the empire and cultivate talents for governing the country. Its status and significance are extraordinary. Every empire in the eastern region has a Qin Academy, and they all support it vigorously, fearing that it will leave. After all, it is a tool for education and everyone must take it seriously. Once you leave, it will be an enormous loss. This loss will have an extremely profound and serious impact on cultural thought. Therefore, Qin Academy is so important. Tan Wang Gluan's attack really hit their soft spot. "It all depends on your Majesty's decision. Your Majesty has killed enough people. It's time to stop. Otherwise, Qin Academy will have to make such a decision." Tan Wang Gluan swung his sleeves and said, "Which empire would be without Qin Academy? Which empire dares? Qin Academy has stood for so many years, how could it be afraid of a young emperor? His students, all the people in Qin Academy, suffered a disaster, how could he remain indifferent? No matter how domineering Qin Zheng is, he must be made to bow down. Threatening me?" Qin Zheng's sword eyes became sharper. Tan Wang Gluan remained silent. "Go away." Qin Zheng flicked his sleeves, turned his head away, and said angrily, without your Qin Academy, the world of Qin will still be the same. If you, Qin Academy, want to leave, then get out of my empire and don't appear in my territory. This empire does not welcome your Qin Academy. Chapter 42. Tan Wangluan was stunned, and the astonishment in his dark eyes showed his surprise. This imperial ruler really dared to expel him from Qin Academy. Ministers such as Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, and Zhao Qi also had their eyes fixed. The status of Qin Academy cannot be ignored. For the sake of the overall situation, one should not be so decisive and leave no room for maneuver. They raised their eyes and looked towards the palace. Qin Zheng leaned sideways, his hand supporting the imperial sword, without glancing at anyone. The arrogant and contemptuous attitude, the emperor's dignity and pride seemed to be revealed at this moment. Okay, very good. Tan Wangluan laughed in anger and asked, "Does His Majesty understand what this decision means?" Qin Zheng held the imperial sword in his hand, looked up, and murmured to himself, "Flattery, I praise you too much. I am high above you and have blinded your eyes. Your arrogance has made you forget who rules this empire." Clear, sharp, and majestic voices came from the palace, echoing in every corner of the empty Qin Emperor's palace and in everyone's ears. Ministers such as Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, and Zhao Qi all looked at each other with sharp eyes. Tan Wangluan's dark eyes fixed again and again. Finally he raised his eyes and looked at the young emperor. At this moment, Qin Zheng's voice turned cold and domineering, "Now it's time for you to recall these." Tan Wangluan's expression became increasingly embarrassed, and his tone became colder as he said, "It seems that His Majesty's will seems to be. Get lost." Qin Zheng suddenly glanced sideways. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly raised, and there was a hint of coldness in the corners of his eyes. Tan Wangluan stared at Qin Zheng's back, seeing the contempt in the corner of his eyes. His face turned red with anger. He wanted to open his mouth several times, but the words were stuck in his throat. "Shame on me!" Tan Wangluan waved his hand and left the hall. For the first time, Qin Academy was looked down upon by an emperor. This is a great shame. Qin Zheng didn't even look at it. No matter how beautiful something is, if it cannot be used for oneself, it is a crime for the emperor. Many people have been blinded by these people's condescending attitude and arrogance, and have forgotten that it was the empire that made Qin Academy possible, not Qin Academy that made the empire possible. It's time to remember. Resign. Qin Zheng didn't want to listen to any more advice. He is more sober than anyone else. He has shouldered and blocked this huge empire and the vast torrent of power. How can he bear the insignificant Qin Academy? He walked out of the hall. Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, and others were about to go up to persuade them, but were stopped by Zhang. "My lords, please go back. Eunuch Zhang, we must persuade His Majesty again on this matter." Bai Yu frowned. Qin Academy was of great importance, so any action must be taken with discretion. Zhang shook his head and said, "Master Bai, even I can see clearly what is going on in this situation. How come you haven't figured it out yet? Your Majesty has been carrying this empire all along. Who is missing or who leaves, it doesn't matter to your Majesty. They cannot understand the immense weight that your Majesty shoulders, let alone the weight of the fate of the empire that he shoulders." Bai Yu's eyes trembled. Wang Zhan, Yanqing, and others were also silent, their eyes unable to conceal their emotions. Yes, they are in the game. How could they not see this clearly? At the age of 20, you bear a weight that others can never imagine. Carrying it by one person. Guarding it alone. Who can understand the lonely back? Who is qualified to condemn an emperor who is in his 20s and has his sword pointed at the endless enemies surrounding the empire? Who is worthy of it? Call. Bai Yu's eyes were slightly red. He let out a long breath, looked at the receding figure and said, "The empire is still in danger. Only when the monarch and his subjects are of one mind can the villains be deterred." I unconditionally believe in any decision your majesty makes. Wang Zhan and others also nodded. It's not that they don't understand, but that they have been stubborn and stuck in their original way of thinking. Let's go. There are many enemies watching us. We must stabilize the court as soon as possible. Wang Zhan gave a reminder and stepped out of the hall. The rebellion of Wu Yangxiang and Chen Qing was put down, and everyone understood that the structure of the imperial city had completely changed. But smart people saw the changes in the empire's structure at a deeper level, and they sincerely admired the young imperial majesty. In the Fish Alliance, Yu Suanji found several elders. Several of them are over 200 years old. Although they are old, they have clear minds. This young imperial majesty is truly remarkable. He managed to turn a dead chess piece into a living one. This is very rare. An elder exclaimed. Yu Suanji understood that this was not flattery. Because, among many people, no one can do this. Yu Suanji said, the chess piece is alive, but it depends on how the emperor of the empire moves. The prosperous appearance of the imperial city has been broken, and he has to face the dilemma outside the imperial city. This is another dead end. This dead end doesn't mean there's no way out. Another elder spoke up, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang have been eliminated, the imperial city is under control, 800,000 imperial cavalry are still guarding it, and the imperial majesty also has his own methods. The most important thing is that the imperial master's mansion is still there, and the Lingzi sect has not left. As long as the emperor can make Lingzi sect see its value and its potential to support the empire, Lingzi sect will not abandon it. On the contrary, it will support it even more. With the deterrence of Lingzi sect, those giants will hide their fangs. Another elder said, it all depends on whether His Majesty is willing to lower his stance and give up his position. It's beyond anyone's control. The elder who spoke first said, now that the imperial city's structure has been broken, we have to face the overall structure of the entire empire. This structure is not something that His Majesty can handle. We can only rely on the Lingzi sect, and perhaps we can hold on for a few hundred more years. Yu Suanji listened, her eyes filled with thought. If he wants the Lingzi sect to see his potential and continue to support him, he will need more support. Elders, should the Yu clan alliance take a stand? Yu Suanji asked. The elder who spoke first said, based on the current situation, the Yu family alliance can lean on the royal family to increase the leverage for His Majesty the Emperor and win the attention of the Lingzi sect. This will be good for the empire and the Yu family alliance as well. The other elders did not object. Yu Suanji also nodded, but could the emperor of the empire be so generous? Luo family. Patriarch Luo looked at the imperial city and exclaimed, this majesty is truly extraordinary. Now that the situation in the imperial city has stabilized, his strategy and vision are both amazing. As long as Lingzi sect sees its potential and continues to support it, the empire can still hold out for hundreds of years. As for the value, the Luo family is willing to help. Mountain and River Alliance. Several people in charge were discussing it. The leader of the Shanhe Alliance said, as long as he wins over the forces in the imperial city and has enough bargaining chips, combined with his methods, he can let the Lingzi sect see his potential. At that time, he only needs to lower his posture, and everything can be reversed. So, now it depends on Qin Zheng's attitude. If he lowers his guard and asks the Mountain and River Alliance to help him, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Giving something and asking for something are two different concepts. The Shanhe Alliance will not lower its status and offer itself up. They also have enough confidence that Qin Zheng will come to them. Because winning over forces, showing potential, and regaining the attention of Lingzi sect is the only chance to change the fate of the empire. Apart from this, Qin Zheng had no other choice. Not only them. There is also the Tianlong Mercenary Association, and many other forces think so. Because this is the situation. Chapter 43. Nangang family. In addition to the elders of the clan, there were also strong men from Jianlin, all gathered together. What they discussed was the same as what other forces were thinking. Now the chess game comes alive. That's true. Show enough potential and value to prove it to Lingzi sect. If Lingzi sect does not give up and continues to support, it will be able to suppress the huge monsters outside the empire. The Nangang family is tied to the royal family. This is also their hope. However, unlike other forces, the Nangang family does not need to express their support. They just need to make sufficient preparations to help the royal family and let the Imperial Master's mansion see it. Try to test the attitudes of other forces. If they can all be won over, coupled with your Majesty's mysterious methods, it will be enough to attract the attention of Lingzi sect. An elder of the tribe was excited. Their previous choice was correct. That Imperial Majesty was so surprising and shocking. Sitting in the palace, he crushed many rebellious villains. With him in charge of the empire and with the continued support of Lingzi sect, the Great Qin Empire would still be the Great Qin Empire. So, now it's not a question of whether to lower your posture or not. But it depends on the attitude of Lingzi sect. They must be well prepared for this attitude. Nangang Yun thought deeply. He thought a lot. The way to carry this empire was indeed what everyone had expected. It dissuaded Lingzi sect from abandoning the empire and made them increase their support again. The purpose of doing this is to intimidate the huge monsters that are eyeing outside the imperial city. Those huge monsters are lying on the ground, and the empire has nothing to worry about. Smart people can see deeper things that ordinary people cannot see through. But being too smart and thinking too deeply can often lead to overlooking the simplest things. For example, this is a young emperor with dignity. With that contemptuous attitude and that majestic figure, who would dare to frown at him? He doesn't delve into it. Because now he can't guess what the imperial emperor is thinking. He did not refute the elder's suggestion, but only suggested, win over other forces and let my Nangang family come forward. This is also something we can help with. Everyone nodded silently. Now, all forces are waiting. Jingzhen Garden. The lazy and charming veiled woman came to the pavilion under the peach branches again. You knew this all along. Her slender white hands supported her jade-like cheeks, her body leaned softly on the stone table, her unparalleled majesty was revealed, and her autumn water eyes looked at Nangang Hanjian with a bit of laziness. Nangang Hanjian stood there, the breeze gently blowing her palace skirt, lifting a few strands of black hair and passing across her delicate and flawless face. She was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, I don't know, but I believe him. Then, he looked at the veiled woman meaningfully and said, Don't forget, you lost the bet. The veiled woman said helplessly, I have reason to suspect that you and your wife have teamed up to trick me. Forget it, the situation has indeed changed now, and Qinchuan Pavilion has to help even if it doesn't want to. However, your majesty is truly outstanding. Many geniuses would pale in comparison to him. Nangang Hanjian did not argue, but just glanced at the veiled woman. Who would have thought that this woman was the richest person in the eastern region? The veiled woman looked at him, brushed her sleeves and stood up, saying, Don't look at me like that, there's something wrong with your eyes. Listen to the sound outside. In the Imperial Master's mansion. A Lingzi sect disciple said proudly, everything has finally returned to the starting point. Everyone hopes that Qin Zheng will lower his posture and ask Lingzi sect for help, show his value and potential, and seek Lingzi sect's attitude. Everyone is waiting for Qin Zheng to step on your door. This empire can't do without anyone, but Lingzi sect. The National Master's mansion is a must. If Lingzi sect hadn't been there, many covetous tigers and wolves would have torn this empire to pieces. Nothing has changed, except that there have been a few more surprises in the process. His Majesty is probably unwilling to accept that everything he has changed with mysterious means will still not be able to shake the overall situation of the empire in the end. Behind closed doors, one of them almost laughed. This is a verbal revenge after being frightened. In the past few days, they, who were high and mighty, could only hide in the imperial master's mansion, silently admiring the stunning demeanor of the young emperor. In the midst of shocks again and again, he almost forgot that he was a disciple of the high and mighty Lingzi sect. Now, the many voices outside reminded them how important Lingzi sect was and how much it could not be ignored, which made them come back to their senses. It is so shameful and annoying to see one's own shortcomings clearly, and how could one miss the opportunity to mock others with words? Xianming stood on a high platform in the imperial master's mansion, his Taoist robes fluttering in the wind. He looked into the distance at the imperial palace with an expectant look, as if he was waiting for Qin Zheng. Many people were also waiting for Qin Zheng to head towards the national master's mansion. Because, that is a kind of compromise, a lowering of posture. It's also a statement. In particular, those spies from every corner of the empire are watching closely. Once Qin Zheng steps into the threshold of the imperial master's mansion, it will cause a considerable impact on the masters behind them. The emperor's bedroom. Qin Zheng read the list of officials drawn up by Wang Zhan one by one. The positions of prime minister and imperial censor were established. He did not re-establish the post of grand marshal, but instead kept the military power in his own hands. The 9 ministers, except for the Minister of Internal Affairs, were basically established. Wang Zhan made suggestions on the list of assistant ministers, palace officials and military commanders of various ministries below, and Qin Zheng did not make many changes. After taking over, it may take some time to adjust, but it's no big deal. In addition to conferring titles and promoting officials to new posts on those who had made contributions in suppressing the rebellion, Qin Zheng also increased their rewards with yuanqi, elixirs, etc. Your Majesty, this is the account of the confiscation of property. Zhang brought a lot of account books. Qin Zheng picked up one at random and looked at it. The gold notes were counted in billions, and the various properties added up, the number was shocking. This is just a Lang Guan. Powerful officials like Wu Yangxiang and Chen Qing seized an unimaginable amount of precious stones, elixirs, and rare treasures. Their various properties were enough to offset the empire's taxes for several years. How amazing it is! With these, the empire's treasury will be able to last for a long time. It also provides guarantee for the follow-up. Let Zhang count the accounts, check them one by one, and deposit them into the national treasury. The rest will be handed over to the newly appointed Internal Affairs Minister for Grain. Now both attribute reincarnation pools have sufficient energy. Qin Zheng did not hesitate. 50 types of soldiers with destruction attributes are nurtured together with 50 types of soldiers with light and shadow attributes. Adding up, that's 100 a day. Each one is comparable to a powerful immortal cultivator. This is so terrible that no one can imagine. Right at this moment, the golden armor appeared. My lord! Jinjia worships devoutly. The golden armor was upgraded to level 5. It evolved to a level equivalent to the 5th level of the spirit refining realm. Tips given by the information template. Can assassinate those in Baodan realm. This made Qin Zheng feel very surprised. Most 5th grade sects do not have Baodan in charge, so Jinjia can easily destroy a 5th grade sect by himself. As for how vast the foundation is above the 5th rank, Qin Zheng does not have a detailed understanding. Now it's just building up momentum. So I didn't move for now. My lord! Several soldiers with light and shadow attributes came back and reported all the movements of the imperial city that they had discovered. Qin Zheng's eyes lit up. He stood up, walked outside the palace, and overlooked the imperial city. Are they all waiting for him to step into the threshold of the imperial master's palace? Wait for him to lower the steps. Waiting for him to beg them. He established his reputation by killing millions of people, but now they want to send him to the imperial master's mansion to be trampled and destroyed. It's worthless. Qin Zheng's eyes were extremely cold. He couldn't imagine that there would be such a voice at this time. And more than one. Qin Zheng raised his eyes and looked at the gloomy sky. It should be much cleaner after being washed with blood. Chapter 44. Qin Academy. Let Qin Academy get out of the Qin Empire. Qin Zheng is simply too much. He doesn't even take the teacher seriously. It is a shame for such a king to lead the empire. Upon hearing Tan Wangluan's angry explanation, the people around him glared at him and scolded him. The entire eastern region, with many empires, is filled with Qin Academy. Who dares to drive them away so rudely? Teacher, don't be angry. Qin Zheng is stubborn and self-willed. He refuses to listen to advice and is always brutal and murderous. He will eventually suffer the consequences. Let's see how long he can last. Jian, one of the 6 sons of the Qin dynasty, said. The 6 sons of the Qin dynasty are the best among the scholars of the Qin dynasty. They are talented in literature and have a righteous spirit. They are very likely to become great scholars in the future. Become a great scholar, speak eloquently, have talent that can kill people, and let your words calm the mountains. That's all. Tan Wangluan is an old man, but he values his reputation very much. As the president of the Qin Academy of the Great Qin Empire and a grand scholar second only to the title of Great Confucian Scholar, he cannot afford to lose face like this. He didn't want to bring up these painful points and let people know that he was yelled at by the emperor of a country and told to get out. From now on, students of Qin Academy are no longer allowed to serve as officials in the court of the Great Qin. If you violate this, you will be despised by Qin Academy. He said angrily. Entering the private school. This made many people frown. Yan Yi, one of the 6 sons of the Qin dynasty, said, Teacher, you have been humiliated, and it is also a humiliation to us students. How can we let this go? Yes, I will never give up. We must teach him a lesson and let him know that Qin Academy is not to be trifled with. Many people echoed. If we don't adopt the attitude of Qin Academy, it would be a joke. Outsiders don't pay much attention to the affairs of Qin Academy. What many people care more about is Qin Zheng's attitude. They all stared at the Imperial Master's mansion, wanting to see if Qin Zheng would appear there. This empire really depends on this step. So, the Nangang family is waiting. The Fish Alliance is waiting. The Luo family is waiting. The Tianlong mercenaries will be waiting. The Imperial Master's mansion is also waiting. Lots of people are waiting. Even some hidden sects are waiting. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Time passes, but no one stops waiting. 10 days later. Government was restored and order was restored. Outside the imperial city. Buwu County, the center of the 120 counties in the northern border of Qinchuan Prefecture. A vast and magnificent Zhenbei Palace is located here. Xiaoji, the king of Zhenbei, is one of the 5 kings of different surnames in the Qin Empire. He guards 120 counties in the northern border and has a northern border army of 1.8 million with terrifying combat power, confronting the Great Chu Empire. With his cultivation in the spirit refining realm, he could intimidate the villains and intimidate all the counties. At this time, in the Zhenbei Palace, in a pavilion on a hill, there were several figures sitting upright. A skinny old man in Taoist robes with a goat's beard. A handsome young man dressed in purple and wearing a jade crown. A middle-aged man sitting upright, with a tall and sturdy figure, looking intimidating without even being angry. In front of the 3 men stood a man, bowing and reporting. What they were talking about was everything that happened in the imperial capital. The 3 listened. The emotions that flashed across his eyes were different. The middle-aged man frowned and fell into deep thought. And he is none other than the Zhenbei king Xiaoji. Qin Zheng. Mysterious means. Eliminate Wu Yangxiang and Chen Qing. Killing imperial city. Listening to the details, Xiaoji's eyes narrowed slightly. After a brief moment of shock, he said, I didn't expect that he could hide so deeply and plan so well. It's really amazing that he could eliminate Wu Yangxiang and Chen Qing in one fell swoop. It's incredible. The old man with the sheep beard was also surprised, but what is even more incredible to me is the mysterious means behind the imperial majesty. Hiding in the darkness, blending with the darkness, and being able to hide in the light to the point where it is difficult to detect any trace, this is unheard of. Among the immortal cultivation sects, no sect has such a terrifying method. Master Yundao has never seen such a method. Xiaoji to the old man. The old man shook his head and said, I have been cultivating for 300 years, and have been out for 100 years. I have seen and heard a lot. Even the assassination techniques of the Blood Feather Tower, I know a little bit, but I have never seen such a method. There must be many hidden masters in the imperial city, but it is surprising that no one has noticed them. In the dark, it is like darkness, and in the light, it is like light. Only those who have cultivated the broken realm of the Great Void can possess this ability. The emperor was able to transform the imperial city. He was truly amazing. Few people can match him. Master. Prince, why are you praising him again? The purple-clothed young man on the side said sharply, if I had such great power and stood in his position, I would do better and more outstanding than him. There is nothing to praise. The tone is dissatisfied. Don't take it seriously. This is his edge. It is also his pride. As a disciple of Taoist master Xiantian Guanyun, who was predicted to become a genius in the future, how could he tolerate others being better than himself? Master Yundao said, Li Feng, don't be arrogant and look down on others. Master, Qin Zheng only relied on that mysterious method to change the situation. Why should we praise him? Besides, we still have to help the prince to overthrow this ruined empire and establish a new order in the future. Why should we encourage others to do so? Etiquette and style debate. You still have too little experience and cannot see through many things. Master Yundao said, you only look at the appearance, not the inner qualities. Think about it, the Imperial Master's mansion is here, that Imperial Master Zheng Xiao has his spiritual senses in all directions, and Chen Qing and Wu Yangxiang are always watching any movement in the court. If it were you, would you be able to prepare those mysterious methods under the watchful eyes of so many people? Succeeding the throne and holding power also means that the huge Qin Empire will be under his control. He carried this all by himself. No one helped him. If it were you, could you bear it? Not only must he bear it, he must also fight against the general trend and change the situation. It may seem like each step is easy, but in fact, each step is enough to crush him to pieces. Under the same conditions, many people would be intimidated and would give up on themselves, but he tried to change and survived. Master Yundao explained the situation to Li Feng and then laughed, praising your opponent doesn't mean boosting his morale. It also means respecting your opponent so that you can analyze his strengths and weaknesses and attack his weaknesses. Li Feng was silent. Still looking unconvinced. Master Yundao gave him some pointers, but he stopped talking and turned to Xiaoji, saying, but speaking of which, Your Majesty, if His Majesty the Emperor really steps into the threshold of the Imperial Master's mansion, there is a high probability that Lingzi sect will continue to increase its support. We must prepare early. Xiaoji thought deeply. He, along with the other four kings, was most worried that Qin Zheng would demonstrate his potential and seek continued support from Lingzi sect. The probability of this happening is very high. Once Lingzi sect increases its support, it will inevitably use means to intimidate other sects, and Xiantian Temple is no exception. This posed a considerable obstacle to his plans. Xiaoji thought deeply for a moment and said, he has moved the Blood Feather Tower, the Sword Heart sect, the Blood Refining Hall, and the Taiji sect. We can use it to create some trouble for him. In addition, Qin Zheng is a murderer who destroys the people's hearts. We can also use this to our advantage. If we can make him break off relations with the Imperial Master's office, that would be the best. My lord. Master, please let me go to the Imperial City. Li Feng listened and suddenly said, you said he is so outstanding, so I want to compete with him. Since he wants to support this empire, I will find a way to push it into the abyss. Let's see if he can hold on or I can destroy it. Xiaoji and Master Yun looked at each other, shook their heads and smiled. This is still a fight. However, being young and frivolous, how can one be without some edge? That's good. You should also try your luck and gain more experience and knowledge, so that you can sharpen your mind and make further progress. Master Yundao did not object and was supportive. Li Feng is quite outstanding, with formidable talent and a heavenly appearance, but he lacks insight and is too aggressive, so he needs to be fine-tuned. Xiaoji naturally had nothing to say. Master, rest assured. I will not embarrass you. Just watch how I push his empire to destruction step by step and defeat him. The sharpness in Li Feng's eyes became stronger and stronger. Who is better can only be known after a comparison. Qin Zheng, wait for me. Although Xiaoji knew what Li Feng was thinking, he did not stop him. He would not discuss deeper strategies with a young and frivolous boy. News came from the Imperial City and he had to make arrangements. Even if Lingzi Zhongzhen intends to continue to increase his support, he has to take that step. Certainly. Not only the Zhenbei Palace. The other kings made their arrangements quietly. The power and prestige of Qin Zheng has reached them, and the killing and mysterious methods have forced everyone to take it seriously. After all, this is not the emperor who was shrouded in the false prosperity of the Imperial City. Except them. More giant monsters at deeper levels have also quietly taken action, setting their sights on the Imperial City. Imperial City. Suanmu Gate. The bloody smell lingers for a long time. There are too many mass graves outside the Imperial City. After 7 or 8 days of killing, the blood has solidified on the ground. On a city wall. Still hanging on the corpses. They were Li Hun, Lang Yi, Shang Huang Daoren and other sect members who were tortured to death by Lingqi. Their strong vitality allowed them to still retain their breath, but they were alive just to wait for the next Lingqi, enduring a fate worse than death. This represents the murderous majesty of the Qin government. It is also a warning from Qin Zheng. Tell those who are eyeing the empire and want to push the empire into the abyss and bury it that being skinned alive, being tortured to death, and living a life worse than death will be their fate. Several people stood in the distance, looking at the corpses, with anger burning in their eyes. Qin Zheng. You are looking for death. You are looking for death. The sound of gnashing teeth in anger, with the terrible murderous intent. Chapter 45. Under the Suanmu Gate. The 4 people from Taiji sect were so angry that they were shaking and could not contain themselves when they saw the Taoist Shang Huang and the 2 Taiji sect members at the Huahe realm being tortured to death. A disciple of a prestigious sect was actually skinned alive. It was also hung on the city wall as a warning to others. This is a severe disgrace to the Tai Chi sect, and it is hung on the wall for everyone to see. It is extremely humiliating. But they didn't dare to move. There were dried brown-red blood marks under his feet. No one in this imperial city dares to challenge the majesty of His Majesty's murderous power. Not even the sect members can do that. The corpses on the city wall are the best warning. Don't do anything yet, just be patient. The leading man gave a low reminder, afraid that someone might hear him. The other few people clenched their fists so hard that a crackling sound was heard. The murderous intent and anger seemed to be about to explode, but they could only suppress it in their hearts. This matter is not over yet. I will not be able to swallow this anger if I don't teach Qin Zheng a lesson. One person swore solemnly. Then, she quietly moved away with the man. This fear of being recognized and the feeling of being extremely humble made them feel even more ashamed. Suzaku Street. It took more than 10 days for the killing caused by the rebellion to be quelled. In the Xianjiahu Tower, several young men dressed as scholars were sitting in the building, talking about the affairs of the empire and making suggestions. Their unique insights attracted the attention of many people. However, as the speech became more and more passionate, the topic became more and more acute, and the words were sharp and extremely fierce. The empire is like this: people are cold and indifferent, they don't want to change their politics, but instead they impose heavy punishments and harsh punishments, and their officials are harsh and cruel. The people are poor and miserable, but the ruler does not provide relief. Moreover, treachery and deceit are rampant, and the upper and lower classes are fleeing from each other. Many are blamed, and executions are seen everywhere on the streets. To stop killing by killing, to cut off the roots of the people, to destroy their ancestral temples and clans, to make everyone feel insecure, and yet if they still do not correct themselves, this is the beginning of the destruction of the country. One of the scholars became more and more excited as he spoke. The expressions of the guests in the building changed suddenly, and their pupils were fixed on these scholars. Although these people were pedantic and used profound words, many people could understand the meaning of their words. These are students from Qin Academy, right? They are so bold that they openly point out that His Majesty is cruel and inhumane and make such statements that will lead to the destruction of the country. Aren't they afraid of being punished? In the distance, several men almost left the restaurant immediately. If we are afraid of being punished, then all our knowledge would be in vain. One of the students who was discussing this issue turned his head and stared at the others, saying, "The Qin government did not set laws and reduce punishments, but instead used benevolence to forgive the world, but instead implemented tyranny, killing millions and causing bloodshed in the imperial city. This is the behavior of a tyrant, and will ultimately lead to disloyalty. The people are intimidated by his killing power and dare not speak out. Many ignorant people do not know right from wrong. We scholars have studied for more than 10 years to teach morality. If we don't speak for the people, what is the point of studying? You are violating the imperial authority. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Someone reminded them. After one scholar finished speaking, the other scholar sneered and said loudly, "Does this empire still have freedom of speech? Pointing out the diseases for the empire, is there anything wrong with that? Speaking for the people, what's the crime? Have you forgotten the bloody 10 days? Just like the last 10 days, there will be the next 10 days. If there is no persuasion, the indiscriminate killing of innocent people will sooner or later befall you and hundreds of millions of citizens. There are tens of thousands of scholars in the empire. If the punishment of a few of us can awaken tens of thousands of scholars to plead for the people, we will have no regrets. That's right. His Majesty has killed too many people. It's shocking to see. If he doesn't cultivate benevolence, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to the people of the world." Someone in the corner took the opportunity to chime in. This caused many people to become angry and join in this discussion. In another place outside the building, Shanhe Alliance leader Yan Baiyi and Tianlong Association president Long Shan sat opposite each other, listening quietly and smiling without saying a word. These people have no fear, something bad will happen to them sooner or later. Next to him, a servant shook his head. Yan Baiyi laughed and said, "These people are just the ones who were released by others to stand out. I heard that Immortal was humiliated in the court. These scholars are so proud and arrogant that they can't stand this. It would be strange if they didn't scold him." Long Shan also laughed and said, "I heard that someone has written a book to accuse him, digging into every word and action of the emperor, swearing at him, and even criticizing him in various ways." Yan Baiyi narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said, "You know what, these scholars are really hard to deal with. If they continue to make trouble, the consequences will be disastrous. Many people in the empire don't know their limits. Once they start making trouble together, it will be difficult to deal with them. Especially now that His Majesty is at the moment of decision. Since ancient times, many emperors have suffered at the hands of scholars, and many of them almost overthrew their empires. Now Qin Academy is spread all over the eastern region. If you touch them, the overwhelming criticism will probably be unbearable. Otherwise, how dare Qin Academy allow such behavior? Long Shan smiled and said, "This is good. It puts pressure on His Majesty. He will need more support in order to win the strong support of Lingzi sect." It's not easy to understand the meaning of the words. Alliance Leader. Patriarch Nangong wants to see you. At this time, a person came in from outside and reported. "Look, it's coming." Yan Bai smiled, stood up and said, "Goodbye." Long Shan remained silent. Not long after Yan Bai left, he also got up and went back. After all, he will probably be found soon. Mountain and River Alliance. Nangong Yunduan was sitting in the lobby. "Master Nangong, what brings you here?" Yan Bai's voice arrived before he actually arrived. He strode into the hall and bowed repeatedly. Nangong Yun stood up and bowed to each other. After Yan Bai sat down, Nangong Yun said, "Shanhe Alliance Leader, I won't beat around the bush. I'm sorry to bother you this time because I have something to tell you. Now that the court is settled and the chaos has been resolved, our Imperial Majesty is young and promising, and his strategies and tactics, as you have seen, can be said to be a blessing for the Empire. With your Majesty ruling the country, and with the strong support of Lingzi sect, we will be able to stabilize the situation and build the Empire. However, you should also understand that if you want to get the strong support of Lingzi sect, you may have enough potential. If you can get the help of Shanhe Alliance, it will be even more powerful. I wonder if the leader of Shanhe Alliance is willing." Yan Bai listened and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he raised his head and said with embarrassment, "Master Nangong, to be honest, I still need to discuss this matter with the leaders of the alliance. I'm not afraid that you will be unhappy. I should give you face if you come forward, but I'm worried that your attitude may not be the same as His Majesty's. If your Majesty can come here, or issue an imperial edict to give me some instructions, I will certainly do my best to persuade the various officials to make this happen." Nangong Yun frowned. "Feeling unhappy? This is to make your Majesty give up and lower your posture. Just to gain more benefits for the Shanhe Alliance. No discussion on this matter?" Nangong Yun asked. He understood that it was impossible to let the Imperial Majesty set foot here. "Don't worry, Patriarch Nangong. I will bring this up with the alliance. It is not easy to bow." Nangong Yun stood up, stared at Yan Bai and said, "Shanhe Alliance Leader, this Imperial Majesty is not an ordinary person, his talent and strategy are immeasurable. If you support me, I will not treat you unfairly. If you want to wait and see, then you can wait slowly." After saying that, he turned around and left. These people have no idea and don't even take them seriously. He is giving them face by showing up, but they are still not satisfied. Yan Bai frowned. Nangong Yun's tough attitude was a little beyond his expectations. This actually made him a little passive. However, the commotion caused by those scholars will increase the pressure on Qin Zheng. In addition, the Tianlong Mercenary Association and several other forces have the same attitude as him, so Nangong Yun will probably suffer a setback. Thinking of this, he calmed himself down again. Keep waiting. Even if Qin Zheng doesn't come, at least he should come with an imperial edict. If not, I'd rather not get involved. Chapter 46. The matter of the Shanhe Alliance made Nangong Yun reflect on himself. He remembered what Qin Zheng said at Nangong's house, "A clown is not worthy of attention. Choose to leave." It means not being optimistic about the empire. No one is optimistic about it. If you want to recruit them to stay, you have to pay a price. But, what is the value of the Mountain and River Alliance that makes Qin Zheng humble himself and invite him? He saw through it from the beginning. What's funny is that I, who have been in charge for many years, was confused for a moment. Your Majesty, you really surprise me. Nangong Yun shook his head. No longer went to the Tianlong Mercenary Association and other forces. Who are you? In a remote alley, 4 scholars from Qin Academy frowned and looked ahead. Several strange men stared at them intently. These people are from Tai Chi sect. You are so bold to openly insult Qin Zheng as a tyrant and spread rumors of the destruction of the country. One of the middle-aged men sneered. You are not Qin Zheng's men. Do you still want to take charge of the affairs of Qin Academy? A scholar frowned. They could all tell from the tone of voice. We are indeed not Qin Zheng's people. We also hate Qin Zheng and want him to live a life worse than death, but we need your help. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous light. He waved his sleeves and 4 streams of light turned into blades. With a puff, 4 heads flew high into the air in an instant. Killing them is like crushing ants. I heard that Qin Zheng's mysterious method kills people invisibly and he likes beheading people. These scholars who insulted him were beheaded in this way. Deacon Chong Yi, do you think Qin Academy will associate it with that mysterious method? The middle-aged man said coldly. Look at the golden-clad figure standing with his hands behind his back. It was the deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall of Taiji sect, a powerful person at the 2nd level of the spirit refining realm. Originally, the affairs of the imperial city were only handed over to Shanghuang Taoist and others to handle. Due to the prestige of Lingzi sect, it was not easy for the soul refining realm to appear here openly. But now, the Qin Empire has actually issued a kill order against the Taiji sect, and it is to exterminate the entire clan and kill them all. This has made the Taiji sect extremely angry, so naturally, they don't care about these things anymore. Deacon Chong Yi said indifferently, regardless of whether there is any association or not, the death of someone in Qin Academy will stimulate those scholars. Then, naturally someone will lead the charge to Qin Zheng. There are too many things hidden in the imperial city. But they were all arranged by giants from every corner of the empire. If Lingzi sect increases its support for the empire, they will not be able to sit still. Spread the news here. He said something and turned and left. The others followed. Soon, Jian, one of the 6 sons of the Qin dynasty, came with a group of scholars. When he saw the 4 decapitated heads, his pupils shrank and he felt a little afraid. A-hole! You even dare to kill people from my Qin Academy! A scholar was angry. It must be Qin Zheng. Another person became angry. They had also heard of Qin Zheng's mysterious method of killing people invisibly and eliminating enemies silently. The body of Jiang Xinman has not been found yet. The destruction of the Blood Feather Tower branch remains a mystery as to who was responsible. Jian frowned. If Qin Zheng wanted to take action, there was no need to target only these few. But he didn't explain. Now, someone has died in Qin Academy, which has caused panic among the people. It has also made the public even more excited, with people hurling insults, slandering, and writing articles and books. The Emperor's bedroom. In 14 days, 700 level 3 light and shadow attribute soldiers and 700 level 3 destruction attribute soldiers were added. Who can imagine this terrifying power? Qin Zheng is especially looking forward to the destructive killing power of the destructive attribute troops. My lord! A troop with light and shadow attributes appeared and reported everything that had happened in the imperial city recently. Including the strong men from Tai Chi sect who came to the imperial city. Nangang Yun joined the Mountain and River Alliance. Scholars criticized verbally and writtenly, etc. This is not unexpected. After dealing with Yu Yangxiang and Chen Qing, they would have to face the enormous pressure from every corner of the empire, all of which were doing their utmost to destroy the empire and push it into the abyss. In this drama of national destruction, there are more than 1 or 2 clowns playing the role. 1 or 2 people can't create such a big stage. There are too many peepers to catch them all, so let's just do it hastily. Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes were cold and fierce. Golden armor also appeared. My lord, shall we wipe out these imperial heretics of the Taiji sect? Jinjia asked. Anyone who goes against the will of the Qin government and the order of the empire is a heretic in Jinjia's eyes. However, he would not move without Qin Zheng's order. Qin Zheng stood up and looked outside the emperor's bedroom. After a moment's observation, he said, I want not only their lives, but also their entire Taiji sect. Since they are here, let them lead the way. Let Meili and the others go, and you assist them. It's time to see the power of the destructive attribute troops. The Taiji sect, like the Jiangxin sect, is a fifth-grade sect. Its foundation is indeed terrifying in the eyes of the world, but it is not in Qin Zheng's eyes. Even if one is at the Baodin realm, the golden armor can be destroyed. With that group of people leading the way, the light and shadow attribute troops can find Tai Chi sect in an instant. As for the rest of us, everyone seemed to be looking at him. How could he not satisfy them? Your Majesty! All the rebels have been killed, and each department has performed its duties. Outside the imperial city, the rebellions in the counties have all been quelled. The Black Cavalry has wiped out the remaining forces of Chenqing and is stationed in Shaoyang, Nanyang, and Tishan counties, awaiting Your Majesty's orders. All the proceeds from the confiscation of property have been deposited into the national treasury. In the court, Qin Zheng stood in front of the dragon throne with his hand on the imperial sword, his back to the ministers, and listened to their reports without saying a word. Your Highness! In addition to Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, Yan Qing, Zhao Qi, Li Xian, and others, there are also Yun Ting, the commander of the Empire's heavy cavalry Black Cavalry, and the newly promoted Taifu Zhou Yuan, Diank Yan Shu, and Zisu Naishi Guang Lu. Yan Shuxiu was a man of noble character, well versed in classics, and capable of governing a country. He proposed to serve as an official in the court, and Qin Zheng did not refuse. The officials in the court were also carefully selected by Wang Zhan, and they handled government affairs conscientiously and in an orderly manner. Your Majesty! The imperial city has been secured and the situation has stabilized. Should we transfer the Black Cavalry back to their original station? Yun Ting asked. The Black Cavalry can just guard the 3 counties, no need to dispatch them again. Qin Zhendao. When everyone heard this, they became confused. Wang Zhan said, Your Majesty, the Black Cavalry is here to intimidate the counties. If they leave their original station and are transferred back to Shaoyang and other 3 counties, I'm afraid the deterrent effect will be reduced, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage. Is there an opportunity? The jackals lurking in the darkness are more terrifying than the enemies on the surface. They are like ants, hiding in invisible corners, quietly digging at the dam of the empire. Only by draining the water that covers the dam can we really know where the excavation has taken place. Qin Zheng's words made all the ministers think deeply. Nowadays, the princes have their own troops and occupy many counties. The empire now controls very few counties and territories, and must rely on intimidation to maintain them. If Your Majesty intends to reverse the situation, you must first start with the counties that you can still control. Without the deterrence of the Black Cavalry, many hidden enemies would be eager to come out and be exposed to the public. At that time, you can clean it up purposefully. You can master it firmly. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but admire the strategy displayed by this young emperor, which was becoming more and more terrifying and surprising. Your Majesty's foresight makes me admire him. Wang Zhan bowed. All the ministers were also secretly shocked. It was not unfair that Chenqing and Yu Yangxiang were defeated by such an emperor. Right at this moment, Qin Zheng suddenly turned around, his sword-like eyes slightly fixed, revealing a cold and stern voice, and said in a majestic and cold voice, Recently, I have heard some bad remarks. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, Zhao Qi, and other ministers all looked at each other with fixed gazes and bowed. You all know. Seeing these people's actions, Qin Zheng raised his eyes slightly. I have indeed heard something. Bai Yu bowed and said, A group of students in Qin Academy have no intention of studying, but have been bewitched and used foul language. I have sent people to investigate. Check. Did you find out? Qin Zheng flicked his sleeves. He held up his sword, walked to the throne, and said coldly, without deterrence, people will become reckless, and if they are allowed to do so, they will act recklessly. The Empire's food has given them a lot of free time, and they wantonly trample on the Empire's dignity. Do you want to test the sharpness of my sword? As he spoke, he suddenly turned his head, and his instant of cold and dignified majesty made all the ministers tremble in their hearts. They all bowed. Dare not look directly. Then I will satisfy them. Perhaps hanging a sword over their heads will make them sober up. Chapter 47. Qin Zheng's words were quite murderous. Even veteran officials like Bai Yu and Wang Zhan, who had experienced countless hardships, felt a chill that went through their bones. No one dares to touch the weapons that have been tempered by millions of lives. The majesty of this young emperor is increasingly majestic and awe-inspiring. However, the group of students in Qin Academy were indeed hateful. At a time when the court was unstable and the ministers were busy handing over government affairs, they were too unscrupulous to stir up trouble, slander the king, and curse the empire. Before, when Tan Wanglun was in the court, they had tried to persuade him to stay, but they didn't expect that the situation would turn out like this now. The murderous intent in Qin Zheng's eyes was very strong. He ignored the disrespect towards Tan Wanglun. Let him decide whether to leave or stay. But now, Qin Academy actually cursed the empire and insulted him in public, and brought out his affairs and the secrets of the royal family to criticize and smear him. And not just one or two. Although I know there are too many people behind the scenes fanning the flames. But he no longer cared. This group of people pushed Qin Academy forward to plot against him, so he did as they wished and stirred up the imperial city once again. Attract attention here, the destruction attribute troops and light and shadow attribute troops can deal with Tai Chi sect. We were originally lacking a cover. Now that you're sticking your head out, I'd feel really bad if I didn't chop it off with my sword. Also, thousands of years of history were in his mind, and by learning from history, he could understand these corrupt scholars very well. If you provoke them, they will write books and biographies to slander you wantonly, which is enough to falsify history and make you a sinner for all eternity. Especially a behemoth like Qin Academy. Spread across the Eastern empires. Their writings, words, and works can fool the people, portray him as an unforgivable tyrant, and plant this idea in the minds of the people in the Eastern region. But he is not afraid. No matter how sharp the pen tip is, it cannot match the sharpness of the ice tip. No matter how vast the written works are, they cannot stop the flames of imperial power. If they are not useful to the empire, he will push them all into the sea of fire. The empire was in crisis and had long been in ruins, so he had nothing to worry about. After re-establishing the imperial order, he had enough time to cleanse this legacy. Therefore, he doesn't mind having a book burning and burying of scholars. If they want to be superior, then break their spine. Zhao Qi, listen to my orders. Qin Zheng shouted, then turned sideways to think for a moment, and said coldly, I will give you military power, mobilize the imperial city guards, and arrest all the rebels in Qin Academy. Anyone who participated in this will be punished and beheaded immediately. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be killed without mercy. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and others were solemn. Zhao Qi also frowned. Looked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Qin Academy is located throughout the empire. If the Qin Academy in the imperial city is moved, it will probably trigger a series of reactions. Qin Zheng raised his sword eyes, turned around and looked down, saying, Anyone who dares to act rashly will be killed. I obey your order. Zhao Qi bowed. Then Qin Zheng turned and left. The ministers left one after another. Wang Zhan, Bai Yu, and Yunting all stayed and met Qin Zheng outside the hall. Your Majesty, we have just put down the rebellion in the imperial court, and many people have been killed, which has caused panic among the people of the imperial city. Will it exacerbate this panic if we launch another attack now? Bai Yu reminded. These issues must be considered carefully. Killing 1 million people was already enough of a deterrent, and if Qin Academy was attacked again, it would inevitably cause discomfort among the people. Qin Zheng stood in front of the stone railing and looked at the imperial city. Of course he knew all this. But I have to kill. He not only wanted to vent his anger, but also planned to attack Tai Chi sect. Killing and helping at the same time. Since he wants to take over Qin Academy, he must also appease the people of the imperial city. Let's issue an edict. Qin Zheng said slowly. Bai Yu and others listened attentively. The empire built by the Qin people with 800 years of hard work is now surrounded by enemies, which have disturbed the people's hearts. Bandits are rampant and plundering the people. Enemies from all directions have insulted our Qin power and broken our backbone. It is difficult for the people to stand up and look up at the sky, and it is difficult for them to walk around with their heads held high. This is the hatred of the people, the humiliation of the men, and also my pain. I am determined to reverse the changes, restore the order of the empire, promote the dignity of our people, and make all parties submit to us. Qin is the most respected in the universe. All the citizens of the Great Qin Empire must abide by the law and obey my protection. The sects dare not deceive you, the heavens dare not oppress you, and the enemies dare not humiliate you. You are of the same mind as me. Husband's pain. Stand up and look up at the sky, walk through the world with your head held high. Wang Zhan and Bai Yu were silent. My heart was in a daze. 800 years of wind and frost have broken the spines of countless people and numbed their hearts. Now, a resounding voice like this is needed to awaken them. Yunting also stared at the figure. Maybe no one understands. But he still carries the empire forward alone, looking for the dignity and prestige he had 800 years ago. How could he not be moved by such a back view? Qin Zheng looked into the distance, thought for a moment, and realized that these words were beautiful but meaningless, so he continued, in addition to this edict, let the ministers draft tax reductions. As for the attitude of the National Master's office, don't pay attention to it. Tax reduction. All three of them were stunned for a moment. It has been many years since I last touched this. As the empire declined, in order to gain more support from the Lingzi sect, taxes had not been adjusted and had been increasing all the time. If taxes are reduced or exempted, it will be unprecedented in appeasing the people. Now that the homes of many corrupt officials have been raided, the imperial treasury can support itself for many years, so reducing or exempting taxes is indeed feasible. Except at the National Master's mansion. Once this cake moves, it also means that the offerings to Lingzi sect will also move. However, Qin Zheng no longer cared about their attitude, so there was no need to consider it. With the good thing of tax reduction and exemption, who would care about the nonsense of Qin Academy? Yunting. Qin Zheng suddenly said. I will be here. Yunting bowed. I am going to move the Mountain and River Alliance and the Tianlong Mercenary Association. Qin Zheng turned around, looked at Yunting and said, you decide the reason. Just make it reasonable. Wang Zhan. Bai Yu. Attack the two major forces in the imperial city? How did these two offend this person? Yunting didn't say anything more. He knew Qin Zheng had his own reasons, so he said, I will obey your order. I will arrange for swordsman Wang Ziyu to help you in the open, and there will also be people helping you in secret. Qin Zheng reminded. The power of the Empire's heavy cavalry black cavalry is not comparable to that of ordinary armies. They can fight against immortal cultivators. Yunting is also a strong man who is half a step into the realm of spiritual refinement. He has a strong killing instinct. Without the advantage of spiritual awareness, even a man in the realm of spiritual refinement is not his opponent. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to control the 800,000 black cavalry. Yunting bowed. After dismissing the three people, Jinjia and Meili also came. My lord. Those people from Taiji sect have their every move locked. Jinjia reported back. Qin Zheng nodded and said, you take 500 people to lurk in the dark and find out the background of Taiji sect. Meili will bring 500 people to follow behind. I will draw all attention to the imperial city. You must solve it as soon as possible. The Taiji sect is a sect of immortal cultivation, and everyone in the sect is an immortal cultivator. A lot of energy and blood crystals will be generated, and even a lot of strange crystals may explode. Perhaps it would be enough to help him upgrade the levels of his light and shadow attribute soldiers and destruction attribute soldiers. Once they are all upgraded to level 4 or level 5, he would be able to intimidate the villains. Moreover, energy can also help him level up. This is his purpose. Obey my lord's command. They both said devoutly. My lord, what about your safety? Jinjia is worried. With him guarding the place, even the strong men in Baodin realm dare not act recklessly. If he left. Don't worry about me. Qin Zheng. Although Jinjia and Meili each took away 500 attribute soldiers, there are still thousands of soldiers in the imperial city, most of which are level 3. Each of them can deal with the Huahe realm. Who dares to be presumptuous? Moreover, 100 of them can be bred every day, so is there any need to worry? Jinjia and Meili also unconditionally obey the will of Qin Zheng. Everything is ready. With so many eyes watching, I will not let you down. Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes focused and he turned around to overlook the imperial city. Imperial city. Suzaku Street. Killing people in the dark, is this the mind of an emperor? If you can kill 1, 2, 3, or 4, can you kill the thousands and thousands of students in Qin Academy? Killing in secret, shame. Upon hearing that their students had been assassinated, many students were not afraid. Instead, they became excited and furious, believing that it was Qin Zheng who had used mysterious means to kill people secretly. They cursed as they walked out of the building. However, at this moment, a rapid and orderly sound of armor rubbing against each other suddenly came from outside. Chapter 48. With the sound of loud bangs, they quickly approached the restaurant. There is a team of Imperial Guards. Many people avoided it. 6 students from Qin Academy also came out and looked at this team of Imperial Guards. Their eyes fixed, but they were not afraid at all. They pretended to be calm and raised their heads high to show their power. The leading officer glanced at the men, his eyes cold, and shouted, "Catch them!" In an instant, the guards drew their swords, immediately surrounded them, and captured the 6 people at a very fast speed. Although the strength of the guards cannot be compared with that of immortal cultivators, their warrior-level strength is also very terrifying. These scholars have not yet cultivated their righteousness, so how can they compare? He was captured without any resistance. How dare you? I am a student of Qin Academy. Among the 6 people, a young man wearing a white scholar's robe glared at the official and said, "If you touch us, you will be punished by the entire Qin Academy in the eastern region. Is this the basis for your reckless slander of His Majesty and curse of the Empire?" The official stared at the 6 students coldly. Yes. Qin Academy is spread throughout the eastern region and is rooted in various empires. It has a huge influence and far-reaching power and possesses extraordinary power. If we move against them, we will not only have to face the students of the entire empire, but also all the students of Qin Academy in the entire eastern region. This is an existence that even the majestic and vast forces cannot ignore. So, let these students of Qin Academy think themselves noble and superior, and even if they are unscrupulous and fearless, they still think that the empire dare not do anything to them? Qin Zheng is cruel, this is a fact. Can he dare to do it and not dare to let people say it? The young man in white scholar's robe argued with Mu Yi. The official slapped him hard on the face, twisting his face to the side, with a blood-red palm print covering half of his face. The other 5 people's pupils shrank. The people watching around were also shocked and watched quietly. You! Mu Yi glared at the official angrily. Are you a Qin person? Are you a citizen of the Qin Empire? The official asked twice, with anger in his eyes. The empire is in crisis and surrounded by enemies. Your Majesty is carrying the empire forward alone, seeking change, reshaping the empire's dignity, and picking up the glory and stability that everyone desires. I don't ask for anyone's understanding. Everyone in the court is working hard. You are a bunch of rubbish. You eat the empire's food but you dig at its back. It's indulgence that makes you act recklessly, right? Take away. The official angrily shook his hands and turned away. A group of soldiers escorted 6 people to Suanwu Gate. The citizens who were left watching frowned, thinking about the official's words, and fell silent. I'm innocent, why are you arresting me? If you abuse killing, this empire will be destroyed sooner or later. I am a student of Qin Academy, a disciple of the bachelor, how dare you? Throughout the imperial city, the guards quickly arrested students from the Qin Academy, collected their various works and treatises, and escorted them to the Suanwu Gate. In an instant, the entire imperial city was boiling again. Those who were waiting for Qin Zheng to set foot in the National Master's mansion were also shocked by this sudden move. No one expected that Qin Zheng would actually dare to attack Qin Academy. This is not good. After all, I am still young and energetic, and lack a bit of composure. At the window of a restaurant, a middle-aged man in luxurious attire looked at the captured Qin Academy students and shook his head. Sitting next to him were a few handsome men and beautiful women who were also wearing special costumes. This is a specially made costume, unique to the Duanmu family, one of the 5 major families in the empire. These people are none other than the descendants of the Duanmu family. One of the boys asked in confusion, why did 4th uncle say that? The middle-aged man said, the Qin Academy cursed the empire and insulted the king. Obviously, someone is behind it. Everyone knows that His Majesty has demonstrated amazing strategies and great potential to stabilize the empire. It is very likely that he will receive greater support from Lingzi sect again. But now, someone has pushed Qin Academy to the forefront, making Qin Zheng and Qin Academy confront each other. I see. The young man suddenly realized, Qin Academy is spread all over the eastern region and has a great influence, enough to rival the overlord. If Qin Zheng deals with Qin Academy, the pressure will fall on him. Anyone who wants to support him will have to examine the threat posed by the behemoth Qin Academy, which could undermine the possibility of further support for Lingzi sect. In that case, Qin Zheng fell into the trap. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. In terms of strategy, he is indeed extraordinary, but he lacks composure. He was provoked by the students of Qin Academy and became completely angry. I am afraid that he fulfilled the wishes of many people. Another young man said, anyway, the family sent us here to investigate Qin Zheng's mysterious methods. Now that the imperial city is in chaos again, the mysterious methods will also be activated, and we will know soon. The place where they were was imprisoned by the middle-aged man's special spell, and no one could hear their conversation. The young man has nothing to worry about. But the girl next to him was not happy. She pouted and said dissatisfiedly, I want to play in the imperial city for a few more days. Middle-aged people ignored it. Instead, look outside. Qin Zheng was plotted against, so the pressure from Lingzi sect would be much smaller for those forces that cared about it. Carrying it alone means facing many enemies alone. Unfortunately, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, let alone tens of millions of hands. In a villa in the imperial city, many beautiful figures with snowy hair stood on a high attic, overlooking every move on the street in the distance. They are tall, slender, and well-proportioned. They wear white dresses embroidered with snowflake patterns. Their skin is whiter than snow and their temperament is cold, just like ice elves. And these are people from the Ice Valley, a 9th grade sect in the westernmost part of the empire. Like the Duanmu family, they also came to investigate Qin Zheng's mysterious methods. Blend into darkness and blend into light. Missing trace. This kind of mysterious method can only be possessed by those who have mastered the destruction of the void and the celestial beings. Many people are very curious. He attacked Qin Academy. What was his plan? At the front, a gorgeous woman with her hair tied up in an icy hairpin was looking at the street. Her face was as cold as an iceberg, and her sapphire-like blue eyes gave people a feeling of being otherworldly and keeping people at a distance. Big sister, is Qin Zheng really as strategic and far-sighted as the rumors say? A beautiful woman on the side was suspicious. If he really has far-sighted strategies, how could he not see through this? Yes. I've heard about him before, how outstanding he is, how strategic he is, and how brilliant his calculations are. It's possible that he can't see through this scheme that even a discerning person can see, right? Or maybe he was enraged and lacked judgment. Others also said. At this moment, someone suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, by the way, I saw people from Thunder Cloud Pavilion and Sword Forging Villa coming to the Imperial City. Now that the mask of the Imperial City has been torn off, it's no wonder that everyone wants to come in and spy on it." The beautiful figure called Senior Sister's blue eyes were still cold and without any emotion. She looked into the distance, wondering why Qin Zheng made this wrong decision. Not just him. In several locations near Suanwu Gate, people from Liun Pavilion and Zujian Villa were also thinking about it. But, in comparison, they were more interested in seeing Qin Zheng's mysterious methods and the attitude of the National Master's office. Suanwu Gate Execution Ground. The dark red dried blood stains cannot be washed away. The bloody killing half a month ago still fills the void, making this place as eerie and terrifying as the underworld. Zhao Qi sat on the execution platform, looking at the captured students of Qin Academy. Even though they were pushed here, they all held their heads high and looked defiant. "How many did you kill?" Mu Yi roared. The official ignored him, and the escorting soldiers also ignored him. A team of soldiers escorted 10 people to the execution platform. "How dare you!" The 10 men struggled frantically and roared, "If he kills us, can Qin Zheng resist the saliva of scholars all over the world? Let me go!" But the escorting soldiers didn't buy it at all. Just lock their heads and put them on the gallows. This made the other students' pupils narrow and they began to become restless. "What are you afraid of? The head was chopped off, but there is only a scar as big as a bowl. If Qin Zheng dares to kill us, he will surely be cursed by all the students in the East region, and his reign as emperor will be over." Many people shouted. Still holding his head high, his eyes were filled with anger, disdain, and defiance. Seeing that these people refused to compromise, the officials were furious. If these people gave in, they would report to the emperor and perhaps they could save their lives. But even now, he is still so self-righteous. "Keep your heads high and don't kneel down." The official looked at Mu Yi and the others and snorted coldly. "Kneel down? What a joke! A man's knees would rather be broken than kneel down. Don't even think about beheading me, even if I'm skinned alive, don't even think about making me kneel down. We are not wrong." Mu Yi sneered. Chapter 49. Execution. Zhao Qi threw down the execution order. 10 executioners stepped forward, raised their knives and brought them down. Snap! 10 heads fell at the same time, and blood spurted out. In an instant, all the students who were struggling and flailing their arms in anger stopped. The scene was silent. Everyone was stunned. Those pairs of pupils contracted rapidly, their eyes were fixed on the 10 corpses with broken necks, and when they were closer, they could even hear the sizzling sound of blood spurting out. "A hole!" Someone uttered a trembling curse. Everyone came back to their senses in an instant, and roared like crazy. A team of soldiers continued to recruit 10 people. "Let me go!" Crack! He chopped 10 more people, and blood splattered on the ground. Many people began to tremble, and the disdain and dissatisfaction in their eyes gradually disappeared. Mu Yi's pupils were also trembling, and his hands were clenched tightly. Cut! Zhao Kike is not as long-winded as Lang Guan. He had supervised executions before and was used to this kind of scene. Many people who were still arrogant the previous second became weak in the next moment, were dragged onto the execution platform, and were beheaded directly. That blade is so scary. Let everyone start to tremble and feel weak all over. They overestimated their own will. Those roars were not a sign of their unwillingness to accept the outcome, but rather their final stubbornness. If you are not afraid of death, it means the butcher's knife is not hanging over your head. How can pride withstand the blade of the butcher's knife? I know I was wrong. Adults, I have my own life. In an instant, many people fell to the ground, kneeling and begging for mercy. But Zhao Qi ignored it. Cut them down in batches. Fear and despair made everyone abandon Qin Academy and the noble and proud character of the students, and they all cried and begged for mercy. Mu Yi is no exception. Seeing the people around him being dragged onto the execution platform, his whole body began to tremble. He didn't kneel. But my crotch is already wet. The official took a glance and showed disdain. If Mu Yi could still maintain his previous attitude, he might have looked up to him, but just like this. Mu Yi could sense the look in Lang Guan's eyes. He felt ashamed and his face was burning, but his inner will was constantly collapsing. Crack! The moment he was attacked by the butcher, Mu Yi's whole body trembled, his legs went weak, and he couldn't even hold on to his 2 soldiers, and fell to the ground. My lord! I know I was wrong. I was just impulsive at the moment. We just wanted to vent our anger. Mu Yi raised his eyes and looked at the official pleadingly. Not only him, but many people with backbone also knelt down at this moment. It's not that they are not afraid, but they are too concerned about their reputation and are just disguising their inner fragility. They are more afraid of death than anyone else. They didn't expect that they would really kill them all. Qin Academy doesn't care about them. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. It's too late for you to ask for help now, you piece of shit. The official snorted softly. How could he easily take back the butcher's knife? Take it with you. As soon as he shouted, the soldiers dragged the man to the execution platform. No, don't kill me, I am a student of the bachelor. Mu Yi struggled frantically, his eyes red and he roared ferociously. The smell of blood wiped out any bit of his pride. Qin Academy. Surrounded by teams of soldiers. Zhao Qi stepped in with the imperial edict in his hand. Tan Wangluan, Yan Yi and others stood in front of the academy. However, Jian is missing. How dare you? This is Qin Academy, what do you want to do? Yan Yi shouted angrily. A huge and righteous energy swept out like a storm, making the void buzz and the surrounding branches rustle. All the soldiers in armor that came in were rolled back. Although the 6 sons of the Great Qin were scholars, they were full of righteousness and their cultivation was not inferior to that of the Sea of Transformation realm. Their huge righteousness made it difficult for all the soldiers to take a single step forward. Tan Wangluan stared at the imperial edict in Zhao Qi's hand, with endless anger in his eyes. Zhao Qi stilled himself, opened the imperial edict, and read, Qin Academy has disobeyed Qin laws, cursed the empire, insulted the king, conspired with the enemy, disrupted the government, and disregarded the empire. Their crimes are extremely serious and must be arrested immediately and beheaded as a warning to others. I decree this. They're trying to capture us. The expressions of the students standing behind Tan Wangluan and others suddenly darkened. Tan Wangluan said in a deep voice, Qin Zheng has thought it through. Can he withstand the spit of hundreds of millions of Qin students in the East region? Your Majesty has thought it through. Zhao Qi closed the imperial edict and said, compared with the empire, the spit of hundreds of millions of Qin students is nothing. We, the ministers, can bear it. It is Scholar Tan who has received the emperor's grace, but in times of crisis, he brought the empire into danger, losing the scholar's sense of gratitude. This is despicable. Capture them all. If there is resistance, kill them on the spot. Zhao Qi made a move. Who dares? Yan Yi shouted, and a breath of great energy turned into celestial phenomena, rolling in the clouds above the Qin Academy, attracting the attention of many powerful people. Thunder Cloud Pavilion, Ice Valley, Duanmu Family, Sword Forging Villa, Taiji Sect, etc. All the strong men hiding in the imperial city came to investigate. Tan Wangluan and the 6 masters of Qin are no different from other scholars. They cultivated the Great Qi and, it could be said, they could reach the sky in one step and became powerful immortal cultivators. Ordinary weapons and armor can't deal with it at all. Especially Tan Wangluan, whose righteous spirit of 200 years is too unfathomable. If anyone wants to touch him, Qin Zheng has to use his mysterious means hidden in the light and darkness. And this is what they pay special attention to. The Nangong family, the Yu family alliance, the Luo family and other forces are also paying close attention. Before, they all wanted to get closer to the court and had made a decision. But now this incident has pushed Qin Academy to the opposite side of the Qin Empire. They wanted to see what the Imperial Majesty was planning. Or was he really just angry at the moment and made such a decision without considering other things? Zhao Qi frowned. Looking towards the clouds, he saw an image of a golden heavenly book covering half of the sky, forming a heavy oppression that brought him unimaginable levels of suppression. Right at this moment, 10 mysterious soldiers suddenly walked out from behind Zhao Qi. They were tall and mighty, wearing black armor, with 3 dark air currents wrapped around their bodies. They had cold expressions, and their eyes were filled with a deep light of destruction. Just standing there, an extremely dangerous aura of destruction is shocking. Tan Wangluan's eyes also darkened. His eyes focused on the 10 people, locking onto the 3 dark air currents, and he felt an incomparable pure destruction. Could this be? Those strong men who were standing high in the clouds and watching also felt the heart-pounding destruction and were horrified. Qin Zheng's mysterious method. Don't they say that they lurk in the light and darkness, invisible and intangible? At a high place in the sky, the people from the Duanmu family who were being protected by the middle-aged man looked on in confusion. What pure destruction! There was also an instinctive fear in the dark blue pupils of the beautiful senior sister of the Ice Valley. Could this be the mysterious assassin that is hiding? Nangong Yun was also surprised. First time seeing them actually show up. Wow, it finally showed up. The beautiful girl next to Yu Suanji looked surprised as if her true identity had been revealed. Even the lazy beauty in Qinchuan Pavilion took the rare trip to see those 10 figures. The man from the Imperial Master's mansion came over with his spiritual sense to investigate. The man from the blacksmith shop also came over to investigate, frowned, and murmured, "He just revealed his tricks so easily. Doesn't he know that mystery can shock people?" Chapter 50. Qin Zheng's mysterious methods have been exposed, and his deterrent power will be greatly weakened. Coupled with the opposition to Qin Academy, it is enough to drag him back into a dead end. Outside the Qin Academy, the watching deacon Chang Yi sneered. The other Tai Chi sect members nearby also silently agreed and stared at the 10 figures. They all knew that many forces and many people's eyes were actually focused on Qin Zheng's mysterious methods. Assassination without leaving any trace. Even the spiritual consciousness could not make out the human figure, which merged with the light and darkness, leaving no form or trace. It was an almost unsolvable assassination move that could not be cracked unless one was strong enough at the Baodan realm or above. And there are many such mysterious assassins. Therefore, many people are afraid. I just want to find out, is it a human or a legendary ghost? Now that this has been exposed before our eyes, it has really fulfilled the wishes of many people. Now, Qin Zheng's deterrence is estimated to not increase, but will be weakened a lot. The attraction to Lingzi sect will also be greatly weakened. We will be back to the starting point again. Deacon Changji, should we go and rescue Shang Huang and the others now? Ahwahe Realm asked. Everyone's eyes were drawn to Qin Academy, which was a good opportunity for them. Deacon Changyi frowned and said, let's take a look first. Understanding Qin Zheng's mysterious method will help us to be on guard. After hearing this, several people nodded silently. Lurking in darkness and light to assassinate is indeed a headache. It is okay if you don't encounter them. But if you do, and don't understand them, you may not be able to get away with it even if you reach the spirit refining realm. Several people stared silently. However, they didn't know that next to them, the light and shadow attribute soldiers were also staring at them. 4 people in total. 3 ninth levels of the Sea of Transformation. A second level of spirit refinement. In order to avoid causing a big noise and affecting the plan, the light and shadow attribute soldiers must complete the attack and kill at the moment when they are distracted, and seriously injure one person so that he can escape. At this time, Qin Academy. The smell of destruction becomes stronger. Zhao Qi and others looked at the backs of the 10 people and felt unprecedented fear, and were instinctively wary of them. The power of destruction looms over the world. An imperial heretic who has strayed from the will of our Lord. Accept the judgment of destruction. A soldier with destructive attributes ignored Yan Yi's righteous suppression and stepped forward. The 3 surrounding black air currents swirled even faster. Bang! The void around him collapsed. Shatter the void. In that instant, everyone's pupils froze. Only a strong person above the Baodin realm can cause horrific damage to the void. This. In an instant. Even the muscular man in the blacksmith shop and Zheng Xiao from the Imperial Master's mansion were moved. Tan Wang Gluan's eyes also narrowed. Boom! The shattered void continued to spread, destroying all matter. Zhao Qi and others retreated in horror. The strange image of the Haran heavenly book in the clouds seemed to be pulled and turned into streams of golden light, which were absorbed by the destruction around this destructive attribute army. The greatness will last forever, and its reputation will be passed down through the ages. Yan Yi's expression changed suddenly. He waved his sleeves and a golden pen came out, releasing brilliant golden light. He picked up the pen and drew a mark. The seal contained a surging amount of energy, and it absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, and rushed towards the destructive attribute soldiers. That destructive attribute soldier rushed forward violently. Destroy the void and shatter the seal of the book. Everything around was destroyed in an instant. The extreme destruction frightened the students of Qin Academy so much that they retreated again and again. The remaining 4 of the 6 sons of the Great Qin also took the opportunity to condense a majestic image. One person stares at the chessboard. As a chess piece fell, the killing power of heaven and earth condensed and transformed into a golden killing light, rushing towards the destructive troops. A man used his finger as a pen to draw a shocking killing spear that fell from the sky. The other 2 people spoke articles, each word contained a majestic aura, and it turned into a golden article hovering between heaven and earth. The area within 100 miles of Qin Academy was completely suppressed. It was as if there were huge mountains pressing down on the sky. Even the warrior-level guards found it difficult to move. As expected of one of the 6 great Qin scholars, who is not even as prestigious as a scholar, yet has such terrifying might. I'm afraid he can fight against a half-step spirit refining realm. The middle-aged people from the Duanmu family were exclaimed. Become a great scholar, cultivate the body of a great scholar, and you can shake the heaven and earth. These people are so outstanding. The destructive attribute soldiers were unmoved. In the golden world, his pupils became like black holes. He could not see anything except destruction. He opened his hands suddenly. A black cross sword was pulled out from the shattered void in front of him and leaped high into the sky. He suddenly grasped the black hilt of the sword with both hands. And he closed his eyes, as if praying devoutly in front of the sword. The next moment. Discipline. The will of the Lord of Destruction is coming. Those eyes of destruction suddenly opened. That jet black hair suddenly exploded. The sky and the earth suddenly turned dark. Endless thunder of destruction suddenly tore open the sky, like a thunder dragon of destruction roaring and smashing down. Snap! Boom! The void is shaking and the sky is being torn apart. The ultimate aura of destruction spreads in the imperial city. A pillar of lightning emitting blazing light penetrated through in an instant, causing the chessboard to collapse, the killing spear to shatter, and the golden words to crumble in endless arcs of electricity. Yan Yi's pupils shrank. Golden light came out of his mouth, and endless golden words condensed into a huge golden fist that smashed towards the lightning pillar, but was instantly shattered. Qin Academy is so majestic that it has no regrets and will not be harmed by the heavenly punishment or thunder. Tan Wang Gloom could no longer sit still. His dark eyes focused, and the vital energy from all directions was drawn away and gathered around him. A vast golden force burst out from his body. The majestic aura comparable to that of a person who has reached the half-step Dan realm was revealed at once. The entire academy was swept away. The terrifying wave spread throughout the entire imperial city. No one was not moved. No one expected that this Mr. Tan would be so terrifying. Even Zheng Xiao was shocked. He practiced hard for 300 years, but his practice was not as good as this scholar's 200 years. His noble spirit is simply incredible. Boom! A huge golden cauldron rose slowly into the air, receiving the mighty lightning strike. Boom boom! The lightning column hit the cauldron, causing brilliant destruction, but it was absorbed by the destructive attribute soldiers, and his power became stronger and stronger. The pillars of lightning continued, as if connected to the sea of thunder in the sky, endless. From a distance, it looks like a silver pillar that penetrates the sky and the earth. Tan Wang Gloom took action. The 9 destructive attribute soldiers behind him also moved. They were also filled with destruction, shattering the void. The black eyes of destruction condensed, and 9 more destructive lightning pillars appeared in the sky, piercing through the sky and earth in an instant, hitting the Qin Academy, directly blasting through the golden cauldron, and continuing to bombard the ground. The earth seemed to be pierced through and cracked apart, with stone slabs, soil, and everything else blown away. The guards outside the Qin Academy were blown away. Zhao Qi was shocked to the point of vomiting blood, and was also thrown to the other end. Under the terrible destructive force, the students of Qin Academy were destroyed and merged into the soil, buried together with the entire Qin Academy. 3 of the 6 Qin princes including Yan Yi died instantly. Tan Wang Gloom transformed his great righteousness into a Qin Chunkai Ulu which surrounded his body and took on the destruction from heaven and earth. The golden words were shattering and yet constantly condensing. 10 soldiers of destructive attribute, holding black cross giant swords, surrounded the shattered void, bathed in lightning arcs, and rushed towards Tan Wang Gloom in an instant, slashing the Qin Chunkai Ulu with 10 swords. The layers of golden glowing text dimmed a bit in an instant, and shattered a lot, shocking Tan Wang Gloom so much that he took a few steps back. He retreated. Yan Yi and another one of the 6 sons of the Qin dynasty lost their protection and were shrouded in destruction. Their noble aura was shattered, and they were hit by the shattered void and fell into the cracked earth. Gurgle. Everyone who was watching widened their eyes. The disbelief in his eyes was so strong that it seemed to become tangible. Emotions such as shock, fear, and disbelief made them open their mouths wide, with expressions frozen on their faces. Looking at the endless thunder and lightning above the Qin Academy, the 10 lightning pillars connecting heaven and earth, and the destroying void that was shattered layer by layer. The Qin Academy and the earth were destroyed and cracked. They were all stunned. Is it the mysterious method from that night? Is this it? No matter how cautious Nangang Yun, the head of the Luo family, Yu Suanji and others were, their mentalities collapsed instantly after they saw the destroyed restricted area. It looks scary. Not to mention facing it. Tan Wang Gluan is a grand scholar who is half a step into the Dan realm, with a noble spirit cultivated over 200 years. They were all forced to retreat. You can imagine how horrible this is. This is definitely not the mysterious method they saw that night. Absolutely not. If not, then this is the Imperial Majesty's. After thinking about it suddenly, Yu Suanji, the head of the Luo family, Nangang Yun, Longshan, Yan Bai and other leaders of the forces felt a tremor in their hearts and looked towards the palace involuntarily. I was so moved that my heart was overwhelmed. If this is really another method, then His Majesty is really not just a person with foresight. Chapter 51. Snap. Looking from afar at the Imperial Master's mansion, the destructive lightning pillars were like laser beams shot from the ground to the sky, connecting heaven and earth. The continuous destruction distorted and shattered the space above the Qin Academy. Xianming and others felt heavy-hearted after seeing this. It's so scary even from a distance, let alone being in that area. On the Taoist platform where he was in seclusion, Zhang Xiao's golden pupils flickered, and his calm face was filled with emotion. He was almost certain that this was not the same method used that night. The aura of destruction emanating from these 10 figures is too strong. Even if they are hidden deeply, it can be sensed. They are definitely not using the same means. This means that Qin Zheng has 2 methods. Moreover, this method is to control the heavenly punishment thunder to destroy. This is borrowing the destructive power of heaven and earth. And it is the divine punishment that all living beings fear most instinctively. It was actually easily controlled by 10 soldiers. No. It was as if they were part of destruction itself, and the heavenly punishment of thunder was like their hands and feet, allowing them to use it at will. This is what moved him the most. Thinking of this, he also took it very seriously. Under his nose, this young emperor had developed to such an extent that the word terrible could no longer describe him. The muscular man is also more shocking than you can imagine. No one understood better than him the horror of controlling the heavenly punishment of thunder. Even he was shocked. Maybe her decision is right. The muscular man murmured and turned towards the palace. Qin Zheng was the young man whom he looked at seriously for the first time, but he could not see through him. It seems like you can never guess what he is thinking. The people from the Duanmu family looked at the beautiful young man in astonishment, with exaggerated expressions of shock frozen on their faces, making them look a little dull and funny. But no one could laugh. They turned to look at the middle-aged man and said, "Fourth uncle, is this Qin Zheng's mysterious method? This is not an assassin, this is the Lord of Destruction." The middle-aged man frowned, his heart was shaken, and he remained silent. This is indeed different from what has been rumored. Or maybe the rumor is wrong. Otherwise, this is another tactic of Qin Zheng. If it is the second one, then he should be ashamed of his previous thoughts. It is his short-sightedness to easily judge and deny a strategic emperor who is being watched by various forces. This trip is really worth it. He thought to himself. This. Control the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. It's really eye-opening. The always calm blue pupils of the eldest sister of the Ice Valley also began to show ripples. This is the same principle as how we control ice in Ice Valley. A charming woman next to him said, with a suspicious tone. No, the same. The senior sister looked at it carefully, but she couldn't find out what was different, but there was a big difference. Others chewed on these 3 words and watched carefully. The other side. The 4 people from Taiji sect were also so shocked that they focused all their attention on the 10 arms with destructive attributes. Right at this moment, soldiers with light and shadow attributes suddenly appeared. For a moment, the 3 people in the sea transformation realm were beheaded instantly. Butler Changyi was unable to react in time. A sword flashed out and pierced him through the back. The pain made him wake up quickly. The spiritual consciousness spread out in an instant. Just now I realized that there were fluctuations of life and terrible murderous intent all around. A vast amount of energy burst out from his body, and his spiritual consciousness formed a terrifying spiritual pressure that suppressed the area within a radius of 10 miles, capturing every move and detecting all subtle fluctuations. This is the horror of the spirit refining realm. Able to sense the existence of light and shadow attribute soldiers, and predict with spiritual consciousness. But when I felt the fluctuations of hundreds of waves, Chang Yudianzi's mentality collapsed in an instant. How to fight this? How to prevent it? Don't mention him alone. Even if there are 10 more spirit refining realm cultivators, they won't be able to defend against so many. He knew that this was Qin Zheng's mysterious method, and he soon realized that Qin Zheng had known their whereabouts for a long time. However, he did not expect that Qin Zheng was so cruel that he actually arranged hundreds of such terrible assassins in order to kill them. This is no longer overestimating them. But I want to make sure that they are not killed by accident. It's so cruel and outrageous. At this moment, Jinjia took action. Countless spiritual consciousnesses of Changyi Dianji suddenly rushed forward at several times the speed, and with one sword they directly chopped off Changyi Dianji's arm. Deacon Changyi cried out in pain, there was no way to defend against it. Damn it! He spread a Tai Chi mysterious light, and the vast and surging Yuan power filled the entire street, flattening it in an instant, as if to kill all the lurking people. As for how many people on the street were killed by this move, he didn't care at all. At the moment of attack, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance, rushing out of the imperial city. He just wants to escape. All the others get lost. Nothing can stop him. Not to mention saving Shanghuang Dao Ren and others. The golden armor stared. Follow along too. His purpose was not to kill, but to scare Changyi Dianzi and scare him back to Taiji sect to lead the way for them. Otherwise, even if he was at the second level of spirit refining, in his unconscious state just now, the golden armor would be able to kill him with the first strike. And he didn't even have time to resist. There were countless casualties on the streets here, and the guards rushed over quickly. The other side. Qishan Academy has become a ruin. Zhao Qi and others moved away as quickly as possible. The 10 soldiers with the attribute of destruction were so violent that they rushed towards Tan Wanglun like warriors of destruction. The light of destruction surrounding them shattered the golden words as soon as it touched them. Even the soil and rocks in the air were instantly crushed and annihilated. But this is not the scariest thing. The 10 lightning pillars seemed to be connected to their bodies, with lightning following them. Wherever they went, they destroyed the place, as if telling others that they would be destroyed if they got close. The extent of the violent destruction not only made others gasp in amazement. Lian Tan Wanglun was also shocked. He had a righteous spirit comparable to that of a person who was half a step into the Dan realm, but he was unable to actively approach and attack the 10 people. As long as he took the initiative to attack, he would be hit by their destructive light and the terrible thunder, and he would be the one who suffered. He is a scholar. There are means of attack, but not too many. Qishan Chunkai Olu is a classic book for cultivating righteous energy, but it can only be used for defense. The attack he mobilized was to use the righteous energy to control the energy of heaven and earth to kill. But this kind of killing is useless in the face of pure destructive power. 10 men held long black cross swords in their hands, flashing them continuously and slashing at Tan Wanglun. From a distance, it looked like Tan Wanglun had done something outrageous to both humans and gods, and was being punished by heaven, with 10 destructive lightning bolts chasing after him. The endless lightning nets shattered the void with crackling sounds, destroying everything in their path, bringing great visual shock to people. The beautiful girl next to Yusuanji was so shocked that her mouth opened into an O shape. It seems like it can fit a goose egg. The young man also swallowed his saliva, looking stunned. A grand scholar who had lived for 200 years, a powerful man at the half-step Baedan realm, a divine figure, was being chased and beaten like this? He couldn't help but turn his head and look towards the direction of the imperial city, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The previous methods were terrible enough and left unforgettable memories. Now, there is another one. It's really surprising again and again. The royal palace. On the 99th step of the emperor's bedroom, Qin Zheng stood with his hands behind his back as he watched 10 moving pillars of destructive lightning covering an area of destruction. He was extremely satisfied. The terrifying degree of the destructive attribute troops was beyond his expectations. This is just one type of destructive attribute soldier. In addition to the heavenly punishment of thunder, there is also the collapse of the void, the destruction of heaven and earth, and so on. Once they are used, no one else can possibly be hit by them, whoever is hit will be destroyed. And there are currently more than 10 types of soldiers with destructive attributes. There are more than 700 more. There will be more in the future, 10,000, 100,000. 10 of them together have such power, what about 500? Qin Zheng turned his eyes to the other side. Mi Li brought 500 soldiers with destructive attributes and followed to Taiji sect. What kind of scene would it be if 500 human-shaped destructive lightning rushed into Taiji sect together? Chapter 52. The void around the 10 destructive attribute soldiers collapsed, creating an extreme destructive zone. They surrounded and attacked, and this area expanded. Together with the heavenly punishment thunder calamity that was mobilized, it connected the sky and the clouds, and seemed endless. It seems like you can't afford to offend or touch him. Also, the light and shadow attribute troops are quietly lurking on the edge, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Tan Wang Glun was protected by Kishan Chun Kaiolu and possessed the strength of half a step into the Dan realm, so it was not so easy to deal with him. Before he could break through, the light and shadow attribute soldiers could only wait. The 10 types of soldiers with destructive attributes continuously absorbed the destructive force generated by the destruction, becoming stronger and stronger as the battle went on. The pitch-black giant cross sword slashed through the void, like a black line of destruction, constantly destroying the righteous spirit. The powerful destruction was so devastating that Tan Wang Glun was so shocked that he couldn't spit it out in public. We can't continue this fight. Don't even touch it. How to fight? His old face turned pale. If he mastered a little more of the sex-killing attacks, it would be more than enough to deal with these 10 soldiers. But he only cultivated a breath of righteous energy, had not yet developed the body of a great scholar, was unable to condense supernatural powers, and only had internal strength and righteousness. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to defeat even a strong man from a sect who was at the 3rd or 4th level of spiritual cultivation. He also knew that Qin Zheng had an even more terrifying assassination method that remained a mystery to this day. I'm afraid he's been lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity. This young emperor was so terrifying that even he was amazed. He even regretted getting involved in this mess. After all, even if Yu Taipu and others were his students, they were also court officials of the Qin Empire. This is a rebellion and is a heinous crime. Loyalty to the emperor and patriotism are written in the classics and teachings of Kishan Academy. If you violate this, you deserve to be punished. Even a teacher should be despised. However, the majestic and lofty Kishan Academy fostered his arrogance, and he suppressed the prestige he had built up over 200 years. He openly challenged the emperor in the court, relying on his seniority to vent his anger, which even he could not convince. Liang Cheng made this mistake, so he regretted it. But his temper was such that even if he was wrong, at the age of over 200, he would not admit his mistake and surrender to a kid like Qin Zheng. Looking at the ruins of Kishan Academy, he knew that if he didn't leave now, he might never be able to leave. By then, I'm afraid he would have lost all the face he had accumulated over the past 200 years. So he took a step to the sky. The golden words flowed to his feet like a river. Qin Zheng, you little BD. You are cruel and merciless, killing people all over the world. You will ruin the country's fortune of 800 years. I will watch your empire collapse from afar. Tan Wangluan's words echoed throughout the imperial city. After 200 years of self-cultivation, he ended up with such an embarrassing and shameful ending. If the fight continues, he will lose face even more. Qishan Chunkai turns into a long bridge between heaven and earth, spanning heaven and earth. Tan Wangluan seemed to have ascended to heaven. He took a step forward and his figure became more distant, as if he was already at the horizon. This is the special method of Qishan Academy, 1 great energy, 2 points of heaven and earth. 1 step into the sky. The person second only to the great scholar, who is comparable to the half-step Baedan realm, has made up his mind to escape, and even the Baedan realm may not be able to stop him. But even so, everyone was shocked. It was really shocking that the man who had cultivated his noble character for 200 years, the famous Imperial Grand Secretary, an old immortal figure, was beaten so badly by 10 soldiers that he fled in shame and indignation. The light and shadow attribute soldiers are also unable to further assassinate. The 10 destructive attribute troops also stopped. The heavenly punishment thunderbolt gradually faded away, and the shattered void also flowed back like a whirlpool, gradually recovering, and the black giant cross sword merged into the whirlpool and disappeared. But the devastation in those pupils is still heart-wrenching. This kind of heavenly punishment thunder is pure destructive power of the sky. Its killing and destructive power is terrifying. Even my Liun pavilion has to be careful when using it. I didn't expect it to be controlled by just 10 soldiers. What a Qin Zheng! The battle is over, and everyone in Liun pavilion is solemn. When it comes to the power of destructive thunder, they are the most qualified to speak. Because the Liun pavilion practices thunder magic, and they master not only the mysterious thunder on the ground, but also the heavenly thunder. It can be said that the ways of playing are also strange and varied, and they are very skilled. However, this was the first time they had seen someone so skillfully control the heavenly punishment of thunder and make it move and destroy along with the person controlling it. No, it completely overturned their understanding of the techniques of controlling thunder magic. This seemed to tell them that heavenly punishment and thunder could be played like this. Maybe everyone underestimates Qin Zheng. A square-faced man who was the leader of Liun Pavilion frowned, and a cold light flashed in his sharp eyes. This method may give many people an unimaginable shock. In a tea house, a handsome young man took a sip of tea and smiled meaningfully. It's a bit scary. Next to her is a big-eyed beautiful girl with pigtails. Her eyes are bright and delicate, and with 2 dimples, she is quite pretty and cute. Find a chance to meet him. It's a pity that we don't get to see her style. I just wanted to talk to him. The young man lowered his voice when he said the following sentence. What is hidden behind this empire is too complicated and too terrifying. Maybe Qin Zheng himself doesn't understand what he is facing? And the reason why he knew some of it. The reason was revealed to him by a 400-year-old wise man of the family during a casual chat. After hearing those secrets, he was moved and shocked. The beautiful girl held her chin with her hands, her big eyes full of question marks, but she didn't bother to ask, and muttered, "You make me curious too." Call. Nangang Yun let out a breath. In the family, all the elders also breathed a sigh of relief. A great and capable emperor. I am convinced. The elder from the 6th clan stroked his beard and smiled. Before, they were worried that the empire and Qishan Academy would be in conflict, and the mysterious means would be exposed, causing immeasurable loss of prestige to the emperor of the empire. However, the 10 soldiers severely taught them a lesson for their thoughts. It's not that His Majesty is unstable, but that he is hard to see through. 10 pieces of armor. The strong and old men in Jianlin also looked at each other. Many people may have overlooked one point, that is, the means of destruction possessed by these 10 weapons are the same. It's not strange if 1 or 2 are the same. If all 10 soldiers were like this, that would be a bit scary. Because. Will there be more? This is something that makes people think deeply and be wary. After all, they all know that there are more than a dozen ways of assassination. The lazy beauty glanced in the direction of the palace and turned away. Yu Suanji, Luo family head and others all have their own thoughts. Longshan and Yan Bai frowned, feeling a little regretful. They understood that perhaps the imperial edict would not come. Will you take the initiative to send it up? It is not easy to think in silence. The imperial edict has arrived. Suddenly, a shout suddenly sounded outside the door. Yan Bai was suddenly awakened. He placed his hands on the table, his eyes fixed, and he looked a little stunned and unbelievable. At this time, an imperial edict came from the palace. Could it be that Nangang Yun persuaded His Majesty to issue this imperial edict to make his position clear? What's going on? Didn't Nangang Yun refuse at that time? Never mind. He stood up and straightened his sleeves. Chapter 53. Boom boom. Outside the Shanhe Alliance headquarters, teams of black armored cavalry gathered. They were wrapped in thick black armor and wearing specially made black helmets, which made them look particularly grim and domineering. They have cross swords on their waists. There was a procession holding black longbows. There is a team holding black spears. The warhorse under him was also covered in black armor. The heavy, murderous aura turned into a gust of wind, blowing the black cross-sword empire flag whistling. The people from the Mountain and River Alliance were also moved by what they saw. Because, these are the Empire's heavy cavalry, the elite killers, the Black Cavalry. Many masters of the Shanhe Alliance also came out. Yan Bai also knew something was wrong from the report from his servants, so he stepped out. His eyes looked towards the tall and burly figure in the front. It is not easy to know him. It was the commander of the Imperial Black Cavalry, Yun Ting. Yan Bai was puzzled. He frowned and stepped forward to ask, I wonder what General Yun is doing in the Mountain and River Alliance. Yun Ting sat on a tall warhorse, looking down at Yan Bai and said, Yan Bai, you, the Mountain and River Alliance, are so bold that you dare to secretly instigate the students of Qin Academy to disrupt the order of the Empire, insult His Majesty, and curse the Empire. What crime should you be punished for? Disrupting the order of the Empire? Insult the king. Yan Bai's face suddenly changed, and he became angry in an instant. He swung his sleeves and said, General Yun, you must have evidence before you speak. Not everyone can frame me in the Shanhe Alliance. False accusation. Yun Ting's sharp eyes focused and he shouted, bring him up. In an instant, the three scholars were escorted to the front. When they saw Yan Bai, they pointed at him and said hurriedly, it was he who asked us to write a book to curse His Majesty. A-hole! How dare you frame me? Hearing the three scholars' false accusations, Yan Bai was shaking with anger. In his rage, murderous intent was filled in his eyes, and a powerful aura of the 9th level of the sea transformation realm instantly pressed towards the three scholars. Presumptuous! Yun Ting shouted, and the powerful murderous aura overwhelmed Yan Bai's momentum. Yan Bai suppressed his anger, raised his eyes to look at Yun Ting, and asked in a cold voice, General Yun believes their false accusations. The evidence is irrefutable. It doesn't matter whether this general believes it or not. Your Majesty believes it. Yun Ting uttered a few words coldly. Hold the imperial edict in your hand and raise it forward. In an instant, Yan Bai's head suddenly exploded. He was not a fool, so how could he not understand the meaning of these 4 words, Your Majesty believes it? It was Qin Zheng who wanted to attack him and the Shanhe Alliance. This was the attitude of Qin Zheng that he had been waiting for. But not lowering your posture. But destroy and crush. Otherwise, how could such a crude accusation that could not stand up to scrutiny be used to accuse the Shanhe Alliance? It's not easy to arrest Yan. Seize everything in the Mountain and River Alliance. If there is resistance, kill them without mercy. Yun Ting gave the order. The Black Knights advance. Many powerful men rushed out behind Yan Bai. Yan Bai waved his hand to stop him. He raised his eyes to look at Yunting and said, I want to see His Majesty the Empire. Your Majesty is not someone that anyone can see if they want to. Yunting refused mercilessly. Just a tiny person. How could one be worthy of gazing at the majestic body that was carrying this huge empire forward? How could the imperial power, which had been established by killing millions, lower itself to recruit this insignificant mountain and river alliance? Is it suitable? Yan Bai's heart was shocked. The fist is clenched tightly. The humiliation, grief, and anger are beyond words. Before, he put on airs and waited. Now he asks for a meeting, but is ignored. At this moment, he finally understood that in front of the emperor, the huge mountain and river alliance was really worthless, and he had overestimated the significance of the mountain and river alliance's existence in this empire. Overestimated the value that the Shanhe alliance could bring to the Qin government. But he thinks he is right. He is just seeking more benefits for the Shanhe alliance. He raised his eyes to look at Yunting, and the black cavalry behind him, and said with a cupped hand, if this is my fault, then I will take the responsibility alone. I beg General Yun to spare the mountain and river alliance. Everything is up to your majesty. Yunting signaled the black cavalry to arrest the man. The strong man behind Yan Bai was about to take action, but was scolded by Yan Bai, stop. This is the emperor's feat, we should respect His Majesty, don't be presumptuous, I believe His Majesty will find out the truth and exchange our innocence. Yan Bai dare not move. I can't move. The fate of Qin Academy has not yet come to an end. The 200-year-old monster was also beaten and fled. The destroyed weapons and armor were like a nightmare, causing people to be unable to sleep or eat. The imperial power is overbearing, who dares to challenge the Qin government's military force? I'm afraid these people are not enough to kill. He completely understood this self-awareness the moment Tan Wangglun was defeated and fled. As long as you don't resist or admit it, you can just wait for the old guys from the Shanhe alliance to help you. Yan Buletin Yi was not escorted. Others were also escorted and did not dare to resist. The Mountain and River Alliance made a move. The Tianlong Mercenary Association and other forces with ulterior motives were also trembling in fear. Longshan was trying like crazy to find a way to meet Qin Zheng. But they were all rejected. The Black Cavalry sealed off the Tianlong Mercenary Association and captured Longshan and others. First there was Qin Academy. Now they have taken action against the Tianlong Mercenary Association and the Shanhe Alliance. One shocking move after another made the imperial city even more excited. More and more forces have sent spies here, setting their sights on the palace. The Emperor's bedroom. Energy plus 3000, Blood Crystal plus 1800, Alien Crystal plus 2. After looking at the prompts in the information template, Qin Zheng was satisfied. The higher the level of the enemy killed, the more blood crystals will be generated and the more energy will be gained. Therefore, Qin Zheng put a lot of effort into dealing with the Tai Chi sect this time. Tan Wangglun ran away, he was not surprised nor worried. The older you get, the more afraid you are of death. Even if the golden armor appeared there to assist the destructive attribute troops, it is estimated that it would not be able to kill this old guy. After all, I'm afraid of death. If Jinjia was there, he would probably run even faster. Now we just have to wait for Tai Chi sect. The mobilization of a complete sect inheritance was also the first confrontation between the imperial power and the sect power, which made Qin Zheng attach great importance to it. 500 level 3 destructive attribute soldiers. 500 level 3 light and shadow attribute troops. It depends on their effects. It's time to practice hard. Qin Zheng returned to the Emperor's bedroom. Fish Alliance. Yu Suanji glanced at the beautiful girl next to her and said with a faint smile, Wai Wei, don't you want to see the true appearance of the Emperor with your own eyes? Dress up nicely and your uncle will take you to the palace to see him. Real. The beautiful girl's eyes lit up and her face was full of anticipation. Dad, aren't you afraid that your uncle will come after you? But at this moment, the young man said meaningfully. This cousin is so simple-minded. She hasn't understood her father's thoughts yet and just keeps laughing foolishly. He knows something. Yu Suanji glared at him and angrily said, "What are you doing? You little BD, if you had 1% of His Majesty's strategy, you would be able to help me. You've been daydreaming all day long. You're comparing me to someone else again. I'm not bad either. Didn't the head of the Luo family praise me? You should be happy to have me as your son." The young man looked depressed. This moment was his fault. Roll. Yu Suanji laughed and cursed. Outside the imperial city. Phew. After escaping danger, Deacon Changyi spat out a mouthful of blood, hurriedly treated his wounds, and looked back at the imperial city with a pale face. The fear in his eyes was indescribable. More than 100. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise, I would have died there. Butler Changyi gritted his teeth, his face showing pain, anger, and fear. This time he was really scared. Witnessing the assassination method with his own eyes made him understand what Shang Huang Taoist and others had experienced. There were 2 items in total for him. A sword that chills the heart. Cut off the arm with one sword. If he wasn't in the spirit refining stage, with a strong physique, terrifying vitality, and recovery ability, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it. The feeling of death at that moment still scares him to this day. Where did Qin Zheng get all these tricks? No, we have to rush back to the sect as soon as possible to heal our wounds. Moreover, we must inform the sect master of these things. Qin Zheng is too scary, and we must find a way to kill him as soon as possible, otherwise, it may be a disaster for Taiji sect. Deacon Changyi knew that Qin Zheng had issued a cruel imperial decree to kill the Taiji sect. Either you die or I die. Qin Zheng must be eliminated at all costs. However, the power of the sect must be mobilized. Qin Zheng, wait for me. After Deacon Changyi briefly controlled his injuries, he looked up at the imperial city and quickly flew away. Chapter 54. Qin Academy is finished. The Tianlong Mercenary Association and the Shanhe Alliance were also dealt with. But it's not over yet. Many figures who had always been hiding in the dark began to exaggerate the threats, causing panic among many forces in the imperial city towards the court. This made many forces in the imperial city feel uneasy and they prepared to evacuate the imperial city as this was a dangerous place. It also increased the tension in the imperial city. And this achieves the purpose that those mysterious figures want. Let the Qin government and the people of the imperial city become alienated, and wait for a suitable opportunity, which will transform them into a powerful force against the court. The appearance of destructive troops made many people alert and passed the situation here to every corner of the empire. More and more people are coming to the imperial city. This has exacerbated the turbidity of the water in the imperial city, making it even more difficult to control. Also, Tan Wangluan escaped, but the empire had 1,800 counties and a vast territory. There were many students in the Qin Academy, and at his call, this force also began to move. Achieved the goals of many people. Everything that seems to happen inadvertently is actually controlled by someone behind the scenes. It's because this empire is so delicious. It's too big. It's so easy to get. It makes too many tigers and wolves salivate. Pairs of eyes stared intently. Bai Yu stood on the city wall, looking at the endless rivers and mountains, his eyes filled with too many emotions. The Bai family and the royal family have been together for 800 years, and their bloodlines are stationed here and have merged with the land here. Watching it gradually become devastated, he felt so powerless. Taizhu. Great Ancestor. Taizong. I'm afraid we, the old ministers, can no longer protect this 800-year legacy. Bai Yu's eyes turned red. Who wouldn't be jealous of the empire's might? A feast created by thousands of tigers and wolves. One conspiracy after another. Now, only the young emperor is left to carry the burden. Too tired. He was so tired that it made him feel distressed. The disguise of false prosperity that once maintained the imperial city can also numb people's hearts. Now the disguise has been completely torn off. You will have to face those countless bloody fangs. It's as if there is no hope at all. It's so stressful that I can't breathe. This incomparable weight would crush anyone who couldn't carry it, but it forced the person to carry it and bear the weight. This fate that millions of people could not bear fell on his shoulders alone, and no one could share it with him. He felt distressed. Bai Yu secretly wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. As that person said, the enemy is watching. He shouldered everything without saying a word, so what qualifications did he have? He still needs to deal with the chaos in the imperial city. Let those evil spirits and monsters mess around for a few days and make a big fuss, then the attack of tax reduction will be more effective. Bai Yu restrained his emotions and stood there for a long time. Qin Zheng asked Bai Yu and Wang Zhan to handle the affairs of the court temporarily. He used the energy he gained to advance to the 4th level of true essence. But this is not his goal. Although the energy is gone, there are still many spiritual medicines and yuanqi in the treasury, and yuanqi and spiritual medicines can also be used to extract energy. So, Qin Zheng issued an order, ordering Zhong'an to transport yuanqi and elixirs from the national treasury every hour. Looking at the boxes of yuanqi, Qin Zheng was also surprised. This is just a drop in the bucket for the national treasury. This is just the proceeds from the confiscation of property. The entire empire has 1,800 counties, which is vast and boundless. How terrifying must the taxes collected be? How much did the Lingzi sect take? How shocking must it be? Just from this point, we can get a glimpse of it. Qin Zheng picked up the Yuan stone and activated the sword heart technique. Energy +2. Energy +2. Soon, a box of yuanqi was used up. Then, he picked up the elixir. Energy +10. Energy +20. Energy +10. The energy of elixir is several times greater than that of stone. This made Qin Zheng breathe a sigh of relief. He did not need to refine yuanqi and elixirs like immortal cultivators, slowly remove impurities, temper them, and then transform them into Danshan Yuan high power and integrate them into his body. He just needs to extract it from the attribute soldier's reincarnation pool. It can be said to be too easy. In front of him, talking about the level of cultivation talent is pure nonsense. After a while, all the yuanqi and elixirs that were moved were gone. Qin Zheng circulated the great circulation and the small circulation, and his blood, bones, muscles, skin, etc. were constantly forged. Since he practiced the sword heart technique, the effect of tempering and forging was better. After all the energy was used up, Zhong'an sent over a few more boxes. Delivered for 2 consecutive days. Guanglu, the internal historian in charge of grain, was also confused. Eunuch Zhang, are you sure this is for His Majesty? Guanglu was puzzled. Zhong'an said, Master Nishi, I dare not lie about this matter. Forget it, since it is your Majesty's order, I will naturally do it. Guanglu smiled and said, when His Majesty asks about it, you have to help me speak up. Don't worry. Zhong'an nodded and left with the yuanqi and elixir. Qin Zheng extracted the energy from hundreds of boxes of yuanqi and elixirs, and successfully cultivated to the 9th level of Zhen Yuan. A huge amount of energy was consumed, and even Qin Zheng was surprised at the amount of energy his body could carry. After all, if he were a cultivator, he would have reached the Sea of Transformation realm long ago. Zhong'an! Qin Zheng shouted. The slave is here. Zhong'an hurried into the hall, bowed and waited. Tell Guanglu to move all the available yuanqi and spiritual medicine from the national treasury to the emperor's bedroom. Qin Zheng issued an edict. Zhang En was also confused. After a moment, he came back to his senses, and without asking any more questions, he quickly conveyed the order. Guanglu and other officials in the Ministry of Grain and the imperial household had no choice but to move boxes of yuanxi and various grades of elixirs to the emperor's bedroom. It directly filled up the emperor's bedroom. 5 days later, Qin Zheng has broken through to the Sea of Transformation realm. The Danshan Yuanhai is as vast as the ocean, and the majestic and terrifying Yuan force is extremely terrifying. In the Sea Transformation realm, the Yuan force condenses into liquid, turning into a Yuan force ocean. The Yuan force ocean continues to grow to its extreme and can resonate with the heaven and earth. Using the will of heaven and earth to condense the spiritual consciousness, one can reach the spirit refining realm. To refine the spirit is to temper the spiritual consciousness and connect with heaven and earth. Use the power of heaven and earth to further refine the ocean of energy, condense it into a yin-yang golden elixir, embrace the Danshan Yuanhai, release endless power, communicate with the power of heaven and earth, and you will reach the Danbao realm. To break through the third level of the Sea of Transformation realm, Qin Zheng used up all the yuanxi and elixirs he had obtained from the house search. The sword heart strategy is complete. All that's missing is the sword concentration. A sword across the sky and sword heart to suppress the prison have both been cultivated to the level of perfection that all sword heart disciples dream of, but find difficult to reach. The tremendous power made Qin Zheng clearly feel what it meant to cultivate immortality. At this moment, in the imperial city, as uneasy emotions continued to ferment under the impetus of those figures hiding in the dark, the imperial court suddenly announced to the world that taxes would be reduced by 20%. And it was announced to the world along with Qin Zheng's edict. In an instant, the imperial city is boiling. All the forces were stunned. Those who were secretly fanning the flames were also stunned by this attack. This move meant that all their efforts over the past few days had lost their meaning. The practical benefits are enough to erase the inner prejudice and anxiety. At this time, in the Yunchu Mountains in Yan'an County in the south of the empire, there is a vein of heaven and earth. The Tai Chi sect is in a dominant position. At this moment, in the Tai Chi Grand Hall, the 32 elders of Taiji sect listened to Deacon Chong Yi's report with solemn expressions. A mysterious assassin killed the Huahe realm in an instant. He harnessed the weapons of heavenly punishment and thunder, and beat Grand Scholar Tan so hard that he fled without caring about his dignity. Is Qin Zheng really so terrible? Tai Chi Master Yu Fu's brows were tightly furrowed. Master, I dare not hide this from you. Although I am at the second level of spiritual cultivation, I have no chance to resist under such tactics. If I had not been decisive and escaped quickly, I would not have been able to come back alive. Butler Chong Yi explained. Elder Taiji looked at Deacon Chang Ji's injury and did not doubt his words. He said, if this is true, Taiji sect must carefully consider its next plan. Qin Zheng announced to the world that he would destroy all the descendants of our Taiji sect, including the clan members. It seems that he is not joking. Why not just charge directly to the imperial city and destroy that court with one clan's strength? Lingzi sect is in charge. If we defeat it, we will be the first to come out. What are you afraid of? Qin Zheng wants to destroy the Taiji sect's inheritance. He has already pushed the Taiji sect into a dead end. We might as well go all out. Everyone is afraid of Lingzi sect, so no one dares to take action. I guess Qin Zheng is relying on this. If we take ruthless action and catch him off guard, there may be unexpected changes. If we want to take action, we have to ask the ancestor to step in. There was a lot of discussion in the hall, and the atmosphere was full of murderous intent. Even Yu Fu's expression was gloomy and he had some thoughts in mind. And at this moment, outside the Taiji sect, 500 figures of destruction wearing black armor stared at the Taiji sect's mountain gate. Chapter 55. Who are you to dare to stay in front of the Taiji sect's mountain gate? The two Taiji sect disciples in the foundation establishment stage who were guarding the mountain gate looked at the 500 figures that appeared outside the mountain gate. They stepped onto the steps in front of the mountain gate and shouted coldly from a high position. But when faced with 500 pairs of destructive eyes, their heads buzzed, their bodies straightened, and they stood there in a daze, with the arrogance on their faces replaced by paleness and fear. It's like facing 500 gods of destruction. The extreme sense of destruction in those pupils made their souls tremble instinctively. Go, go, go back quickly. One of them instantly withdrew his gaze, not daring to look directly at her. He shouted twice with a trembling mouth, then turned around and rushed back into the mountain gate. The other person also trembled, turned around and ran away. What the hell is that look? It's like I'm going to collapse after just one look at it. How the hell should I know? The two of them cursed without caring about their image, as if venting their inner fear. Mi Li stood in the front. She was tall and flawless, with slanted eyebrows and eyes filled with devastation and coldness. Her entire body was shrouded in an air of ultimate devastation, like a goddess of destruction. She stared at the mountain gate and waited. The light and shadow attribute troops have sneaked in to investigate. The Taiji sect occupies the Yunchu Mountains, which is extremely vast and has tens of thousands of disciples. 3 beings who are half a step into the Dan realm. 29 levels of spiritual refinement. 145 sea transformation realms. The remaining ones in the Zhenyuan realm and the foundation building realm are countless. This is the power on the surface. The light and shadow attributes of the troops are almost understood. In the Tai Chi hall, Yu Fu's eyes became sharp, and he said with determination, "It's time to teach Qin Zheng a lesson. If Taiji sect kills Qin Zheng, it will indeed become the first to stand out and will also face pressure from Lingzi sect. But don't forget, there are too many people coveting this empire. Once he falls, those giants will come out of the dark corners and eat him up bite by bite. I'm afraid Lingzi sect won't be able to withstand it. The empire is like this, so all the sects in the world are hesitant to do anything. It's not because they are afraid of Lingzi sect, but because they are afraid of the risk of being crushed to pieces if they stand out. This empire wants to wipe out the Taiji sect, so the Taiji sect has nothing to worry about. Although Qin Zheng is a man of great strategy, he is too eager for quick success. He deserves to be killed. He deserves to die." Other elders spoke out one after another, supporting this decision. Deacon Changyi was overjoyed. At least all the strength of the sect is enough to destroy the mysterious method that scared him to death. And when they decided, Metropolitan. Outside the hall, an urgent shout was heard. An elder stepped out. After a moment, he walked in again with a drastic change of expression, which made all the elders confused. 500 soldiers in black armor are coming outside the mountain gate. The elder reported back. Armor. You mention, and all the elders frowned. A soldier in black armor. 500. Deacon Changyi's pupils shrank and his heart thumped violently. Could it be that kind of armor? He thought of the 10 figures in Qin Academy. That horrible destruction still makes him tremble, and there were only 10 of them. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking tremor echoed in the Yunchu Mountains. Deacon Changyi didn't waste any words. He turned into Yuan Guang and rushed out of the Tai Chi Great Hall in an instant. He stood on a pavilion on a mountain peak, and used his spiritual sense to explore the mountain gate in the distance. In an instant, he locked onto the 500 figures that had rushed into the Tai Chi sect, saw the destructive airflow surrounding them, and detected the familiar destruction. His consciousness was so frightened that it shattered. His face turned a little paler. The pupils were filled with deep fear. Sure enough, yes. And, a full 500. Thinking back to the destructive scene caused by the 10 people from Qin Academy, he trembled all over. How can there be so many? Qin Zheng, you are so cruel, so cruel. He roared in his heart. At this moment, No matter how stupid he was, he understood that it was not his luck before, but they wanted him to lead the way, find the Tai Chi sect as soon as possible, and then send these 500 destructive soldiers over. But this is 500, that's absolutely insane. No, 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 apart from this, there must be some mysterious means of assassination. They must be coming. Deacon Changyi was like a frightened bird, and immediately used his spiritual sense to look around. He felt that the ghostly figure from the nightmare was everywhere, staring at him not far away, one by one. It made his hair stand on end and he dared not move at all. He could only use his spiritual sense to frantically explore and guard every corner around him. At the same time, layers of defense protect the body. Various defensive spiritual weapons were summoned, and he wished he could turn himself into a defensive spiritual weapon. He was really scared. The sense of death and insignificance brought by the two sword strikes completely shattered his strong will. Yu Fu and others also stepped into the air and explored outside the mountain gate with their spiritual sense. When they saw the 500 soldiers rushing in, their faces changed drastically. Master, this is Qin Zheng's mysterious method. Qin Zheng has sent a total of 500 people here. Taiji sect is in danger of being destroyed. We must ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion as soon as possible, otherwise, we can't stop them. Deacon Changyi turned around and sent a message to Yu Mansion through his spiritual consciousness. Yu Fu stared at him with a cold expression and ignored him. I'll go clean them up. Beside him was an elder at the 5th level of the spirit refining realm. He took a step into the air and passed through the mountains like a stream of light, arriving in front of the 500 soldiers with the attribute of destruction. Presumptuous! He shouted loudly, and the terrifying spiritual pressure from his mind came down like a raging torrent. At the same time, people stepped into the air and fell down. His entire body was enveloped in a mysterious light that alternated between yin and yang. Terrifying energy continued to gather throughout his body, causing the void to twist and hum. The 5th elder is here. Seeing the strong man from Tai Chi sect appear, all the disciples of Tai Chi sect were overjoyed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. After Mi Li killed a true Yuan realm figure in an instant, he raised his eyes and looked at the elder of the 5th level of the spirit refining realm who was coming to kill him. Bang! A moment. The void around her collapsed, turning into endless destruction. With one step forward, destruction followed, completely destroying the powerful spiritual pressure and energy waves of the 5th elders. The surrounding zone of destruction spread for thousands of meters and rushed towards the 5th elders. How is that possible? The elders who were watching saw the void around Mi Li collapse and turn into a surrounding area of destruction, which could move with her. They were so shocked that they cried out in surprise. Yu Fu also frowned, and was quite shocked in his heart. Is this Qin Zheng's mysterious method? The 5th elder was no longer as relaxed as before. The zone of destruction surrounding Mi Li brought him an unimaginable deadly threat. He waved his hands, and a 4th-grade spiritual weapon sword slashed through the air. The surging Yuan Li turned into layers of destructive blade light, slashing down on the destruction area, causing terrifying vibrations. There is no entanglement in destroying Li. The tall and graceful figure was suspended in mid-air, and her pupils suddenly became like black holes, hiding endless destruction. Both hands suddenly opened forward. A black cross sword was pulled out from the shattered void in front of her and leaped up in front of her. She suddenly grasped the black hilt of the sword with both hands. And he closed his eyes, as if praying devoutly in front of the sword. The next moment. Discipline. The will of the Lord of Destruction is coming. Those eyes of destruction opened, and 2 beams of dark destructive light burst out. The long hair tied up high flew back. The sky and the earth darkened. Endless thunder of destruction suddenly tore open the sky of the Yunchu mountains, like the roar of a destructive thunder dragon, gathering into a pillar of lightning emitting blazing light, piercing through in an instant. Snap! There was a deafening sound of a bang that shook the earth, and the fifth elder was frightened so much that his eyes almost popped out. The next moment he swung out his fourth great spiritual weapon, a slashing sword, to block it. But it was blasted into pieces in an instant. A huge destructive lightning network covered him in an instant, and with a bang, it blew him away and smashed him into a mountain. Bang! The mountain was struck by the lightning column, which directly blasted through the mountain. The Tai Chi disciples below were blown into pieces and mixed with dust, rocks, and wood chips. Heavenly punishment, thunder, tribulation. Yu Manchen and all the elders widened their eyes and gasped as they looked at the lightning pillar that connected the sky and the earth. Get started. Yu Fu quickly came to his senses, turned into a ray of light, swept across the mountain in an instant, and rushed towards Mi Li. Sniff sniff. A moment. The elders of Tai Chi sect turned into streams of light like immortals and seemed to descend from the sky. The spectacular scene was so spectacular that even the disciples of Tai Chi sect were excited. It's like a celestial being descended to earth from heaven. Right at this moment, all the destructive attribute soldiers behind Mi Li also flew into the air. One after another, pitch-black cross swords were slowly pulled out from the destructive area in front of them. Their hands were neatly grasped on the cross hilts. The eyes of destruction burst out with a terrifying light of destruction. An imperial heretic who goes against the will of our Lord. Accept the punishment of destruction. They prayed earnestly. A moment. The sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and clouds rolled. The sky covering hundreds of thousands of miles seemed to be sprinkled with ink, turning into an extremely thick darkness. The boundless sea of thunder roared and made all the living beings below tremble. Bang! 500 destructive lightning pillars pierced through the void, connecting heaven and earth. The group of strong men who were rushing down stopped. They were all terrified, their pupils dilated, and their expressions froze on their faces. Looking at the 500 destructive lightning pillars densely spread across the Yunchu mountains, piercing through the poles of heaven and earth and blasting through the mountains, even Yu Fu's heart was trembling. Is this Qin Zheng's mysterious method? This is not to destroy the Taiji sect, but to destroy the world. How can we fight this? Those Tai Chi sect members who were standing on the various peaks and watching were stunned in fear. Looking at this shocking scene of destruction that was rarely seen in the world, their minds went blank and they lost all ability to think. The man stood there stiffly, as if his body and soul were separated by fear. He didn't move an inch, and stared with his mouth open as wide as if a wash basin could fit in it. Withdraw! Yu Fu let out an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying sound waves echoed among the mountains. The powerful warriors who seemed to have come from outer space retreated madly almost in an instant. Mi Li killed him in one step. The 499 destructive soldiers behind him also moved. 500 destructive lightning pillars penetrated in an instant. The destructive lightning network spreads in every corner. People's hearts are trembling rapidly. The mountain is shaking. The grass and trees are shaking. Even the mountain gate is shaking. Chapter 56. The heavenly punishment thunder calamity moved together with 500 destructive arms, crushing every inch of Taiji sect's land with a crackling sound. Even the Huahe realm couldn't withstand the extreme destruction, so it was even more difficult for Taiji sect disciples in the Zhenyuan realm, Foundation Establishment realm, and Qi Training realm to contend with it. People were destroyed to pieces as the destructive lightning net rolled over them. The Tai Chi sect members were so frightened that they retreated rapidly. Yu Fu, the great elder and other powerful men stood on the top of the mountain, staring solemnly and fearfully. Yu Fu's entire body was enveloped in the mysterious light of Tai Chi. He took out the 7th grade spiritual weapon Ni Shui sword, took a step forward, and the vast energy of the 9th level of spiritual refining burst out. He slashed with the sword, and a line of separation between heaven and earth was opened. A long and narrow sword energy stretched for thousands of feet, cutting through the sky, trying to cut off the destructive lightning pillar. The Great Elder and other powerful people in the spirit refining realm also came to their senses. They didn't dare to force their way into that area of destruction. However, the powerful cultivation in the spirit refining realm and the ability to see through the details with spiritual awareness are enough to help them fight against this kind of heavenly punishment and thunder tribulation. They held spiritual weapons. Strands of terrifying murderous aura burst out. It is extremely dazzling and bright in the dim world. Each strike was directed towards the destructive lightning pillar, colliding with the destructive lightning, constantly destroying and ruining it. Melee and other destructive soldiers held pitch-black cross swords with layers of pitch-black electric arc light surrounding the sword bodies, slashing at the destructive attacks. When the two kinds of destructive energy collided, the sky was filled with terrifying destructive energy. Soldiers with destructive attributes can absorb the destructive force generated by collisions and enhance their destructive power. For them, the destruction caused by every attack is the source of their power. The more terrible the destruction, the more horrific the damage it causes. The more destructive power they absorb, the faster they increase. 200 powerful men to deal with the Tai Chi sect's Huahe and Lian Shen masters. The remaining 300 rushed towards the disciples of Tai Chi sect. Qin Zheng's order was to completely destroy the Taiji sect and erase all his heritage. So, their purpose is pure. Whether it is the Qi refining realm or the foundation building realm, all will be destroyed. The destruction of one mountain after another. The shrill screams continued. The hilltops were flattened. Ah! Suddenly, a mournful scream echoed through heaven and earth. I saw a strong man at the fourth level of the spirit refining realm, whose body was pierced by the destructive thunder clan, and he let out a scream towards the sky. A surging web of destructive lightning covered him. A series of crackling blows tore his skin and flesh apart, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets in pain. This moment, he had no other thoughts. Just want to get away as soon as possible. However, just as he had this thought, a dozen destructive soldiers quickly surrounded him and trapped him in the center. A dozen destructive lightning pillars seemed to form a cage between heaven and earth, trapping him inside. This old man is finished. Looking at the layers of extreme destruction areas surrounding him, his heart turned cold and his eyes were filled with despair. Not only was he alone. Moreover, he became a wounded little lamb, allowing these hungry wolves like human-shaped lightning to rush over him. One after another, the pitch-black cross swords chopped down in unison, and destructive lightning struck him, blasting him from the sky to the mountain, and then into the mountain. As if this wasn't enough, they wanted to blast him into pieces. The bombardment continued for dozens of times. Seeing this, Yu Fu and other Taiji sect strongmen were horrified, and their thoughts of rushing to the imperial city and killing Qin Zheng were shattered without a trace. Whoever dares to go is seeking death. Puff! Suddenly, when these powerful men in the spirit refining realm focused their attention on the destructive attribute troops, all the light and shadow attribute troops hidden in the light attacked and killed them in an instant, except for the golden armor that was prepared to deal with the old monster from the Taiji sect. Attack at the same time. More than 70 people in the sea transformation realm were beheaded in an instant. The heads of the 8 spirit refining realm cultivators were chopped in half, and their souls and consciousness were instantly destroyed. The 3 soul refining realm masters were cut in half. Appearing unexpectedly. Even the highly alert butler Chang Yi was frightened. It was as if when he was concentrating on watching the scary ghost, someone suddenly patted him on the back. It made his body tremble. He is so familiar with this. Looking at the several soul refining realm masters who were killed in an instant, some of them had higher cultivation than him, but they were also killed in an instant. He was almost 100% certain that he had been fooled in the imperial city. Those 2 swords were meant to deliberately save his life. You know. At that time, there were more than 100 mysterious assassins surrounding him and staring at him. How could one possibly escape from that state? What's funny is that he was planning to go back to the sect and ask people to kill him in the imperial city, but he didn't know that Qin Zheng was deliberately trying to wipe out the Taiji sect's lair. I destroyed the sect with my own hands. His face was filled with anger, self-blame, and fear. Yu Fu and several other powerful men who were at the 8th or 9th level of the spirit refining realm noticed the killing and reacted quickly. Rays of Tai Chi mysterious light hovered in an area several kilometers around them. Where the hell are they hiding? The living spirit refining realm experts looked around nervously, their consciousness exploring again and again, as if frightened, and randomly attacked the surrounding void. Dozens of powerful men from the sect were killed in an instant. This also includes the realm of refining the spirit. Moreover, there was no figure who made the move. It should be Qin Zheng's invisible assassination method. He knew how terrifying it was when he heard about it before, but he still underestimated it. Besides, he turned his eyes and stared ahead. Hundreds of human-shaped lightning surrounded the 3 spirit refining realm and a dozen sea transformation realm sect warriors. And hundreds of other human-shaped lightning bolts that are slaughtering Tai Chi sect disciples. This is also Qin Zheng's method. If we don't take it seriously, our clan might be destroyed and our inheritance cut off. Please come out and protect our Taiji sect. He activated his spiritual consciousness, released terrifying energy, and shouted towards several sacred peaks deep in the Tai Chi sect. The rolling sound waves penetrated the space barrier and reached the depths. He waved his hand. A spiritual bead surrounded by yin and yang air currents slowly rose into the sky, continuously expanding, and turned into a little sun, suspended in the clouds of the Yunchu mountains. Layer upon layer of Tai Chi mysterious light transformed into a Tai Chi pattern, instantly spreading to infinity and colliding with the destructive lightning pillar, as if to cut it off. At the same time, the mysterious light of Tai Chi was waving, absorbing the vitality of the heaven and earth and the power of the earth's veins, forming a terrifying suppression, pressing down the space in all directions and curbing the hidden mysterious assassin. A beam of Tai Chi mysterious light gathered together, piercing through the void in an instant and blasting into the depths. Deep in the distance, strings of ancient seal characters releasing yin and yang divine light rose into the air, like divine chains, winding upwards to form a mysterious chapter of yin and yang. On the Taoist platform in the sacred peak, 3 vast figures bathed in the mysterious light of Tai Chi opened their eyes, and 2 rays of yin and yang golden light burst out from their eyes, piercing through the mountain. I have only been out of business for 200 years, and yet a villain dares to mess with Taiji sect. He is courting death. The next moment, they follow the light. The figure has appeared in the void outside. The majestic and vast divine consciousness covered the Taiji sect, locking onto the destructive lightning pillar that connected heaven and earth, which was destroying the Taiji sect's land, causing their eyes to darken and their rage to be unstoppable. One of the old men took the lead. Like a flash of sword, it travels 1,000 miles in an instant. Descending to the top of Tai Chi Great Hall. His grey hair fluttered. His eyes released yin and yang golden light like 2 magic lamps, and he seemed like a god from heaven, sacred and extraordinary. The majestic and vast power of the half-step Baodan realm was 100 times more terrifying than the righteous energy that Tan Wangglun had cultivated for 200 years, and it pressed the air in the void to the point that it stopped flowing. You dare to act so recklessly in Taiji sect? Are you tired of living? Looking at the destructive troops slaughtering the Tai Chi sect disciples, he shouted loudly and the sky shook. The destructive lightning pillar connecting heaven and earth even shook. The rolling sea of thunder also keeps collapsing. Chapter 57. Ancestor Yang Ming is here. The ancestors have finally come out of seclusion. When the Tai Chi disciples saw the towering figure at the top of the Tai Chi Great Hall, they were overjoyed. This old ancestor is just 1 step away from entering the Baodan realm. Once you enter the stage of Baodan, your Yuan Li will be transformed into golden elixir magic power, and you will open up the mysterious gate of life and death. At that time, you will become the Jindan Venerable who is worshipped by all. Master the terrifying power that is thousands of times beyond the half-step Dan realm. Although he has not yet achieved a breakthrough, he already possesses the majesty of a venerable being that is admired by all. It is one of the 3 pillars of Tai Chi sect. The old man came out. That was enough to cut off the destructive lightning pillar of heaven and earth and sweep away everything. Let alone 500, even another 500 would not be enough to kill them all. Thinking of this, they rushed towards the Tai Chi hall at high speed. Ancestor Yang Ming has come out of retreat. They are the only ones who can clean up this situation. Yu Fu and other Taiji sect strongmen looked at the domineering and majestic figure bathed in divine light, and they were shocked and overjoyed. Patriarch Yang Ming is a powerful being who is only one step away from entering the Baodan realm. He has accumulated nearly 200 years of experience in the half-step Baodan realm, which is not comparable to the 9th level of the refining spirit realm. Even if there is a mysterious assassin hiding in the light, invisible and intangible, it is difficult to hurt him at all. There is enough ability to reverse the situation. Thinking of this, they took a step forward and moved towards the Tai Chi hall. After all, the ubiquitous assassination method is too terrifying. Even the soul refining realm cannot protect itself. Only by relying on the Yang Ming Patriarch can those invisible and mysterious assassins be deterred. Next second. Very soon. Behind the head of the Yin Yang Patriarch. A flash of sword light. That towering and domineering head flew up directly. The footsteps of powerful men such as Yu Fu and the Great Elder came to an abrupt halt, their eyes popped out, and at this moment, they were unable to think at all. The Tai Chi sect disciple who was flying over stopped for a moment. Staring in amazement. The expression of joy froze on his face. Staring intently. I am sure I am not mistaken, it is the head of Patriarch Yang Ming. The headless body fell to the ground, and blood spurted out of its broken neck with a loud hissing sound. With a bang, it hit the top of the Tai Chi hall. The blood vessels in the broken neck kept spurting blood, flowing down from the rubble ditch. An old ancestor who had been in seclusion for 200 years just came out today, and hadn't taken any action yet, and he was gone just like that. Looking at this majestic and vast figure, he saw his head being chopped off right in front of him, like a blade of grass. Layer upon layer of fear, like a nightmare, instantly filled everyone's mind. The 2 old ancestors who arrived later suddenly stopped in the sky high above the Tai Chi Grand Palace, and their vast and boundless spiritual awareness spread out layer by layer. I could clearly sense that many breaths of life were lurking right in front of me. However, but I can't see anyone. However, they did not hesitate at all. With one step in the air, the man rushed towards the flying head of Yang Ming Patriarch like a flash of light. Patriarch Yang Ming is not dead yet. Different from the Huahe realm. When one reaches the realm of half-step Dan, the spirit and soul are entangled, and the consciousness is not wiped out, so one can still survive for a period of time. Even, one can be reborn after losing an arm or a body. The 2 ancestors are ready to rescue Ancestor Yang Ming. But light and shadow attribute soldiers are faster. Kill 4 or 5 of them. Sword lights flashed. The head was chopped into 7 or 8 pieces. At the same time, the light and shadow attribute soldiers launched another attack. The people in the sea transformation realm were killed instantly one by one. The defense of the spirit refining realm was also broken by the destructive attribute troops, which kept hacking and destroying, and 3 or 4 more spirit refining realm troops died. A-hole! The 2 ancestors were furious. With a palm full of anger, he was ready to hit Patriarch Yang Ming's head. But soon they felt a terrible threat of death looming over them, and the destructive attack that was about to hit them turned and hit their right side. With a bang, the space exploded. A layer of extreme killing exploded, shattering a large area of void on the right and creating a huge storm. But this is useless. Because the one who made the move was the golden armor, specifically prepared to kill them. Since the evolution of the golden armor, its speed and defense have been enhanced, and its light and shadow attribute ability to blend into light and darkness has also continued to increase, making it more difficult to detect. Therefore, the other level 3 light and shadow attribute soldiers were easily detected by the two ancestors, but he was not detected. This is the effect of enhanced attribute capabilities. Now, with his level 5 strength, he is capable of killing a powerful Dan Master. He was not worried about dealing with these two old ancestors who were at the half-step Dan realm. The golden armor was hidden in the light, and the golden wings of light also blended into the light, increasing his speed and constantly looking for weaknesses to assassinate. There are also 50 level 3 light and shadow attribute soldiers assisting him to complete the kill as soon as possible. The remaining 450 light and shadow attribute soldiers, together with 500 destruction attribute soldiers, worked together to kill Yufu, the Great Elder and other powerful men. The Huahe realm cultivators were beheaded one by one. The 29 soul-refining realms were almost wiped out by the assassinations and destructive attacks of hundreds of assassins and 500 destructive attribute soldiers. Yufu felt extremely cold in his heart as he watched the strong men being killed one after another. Butler Changyi was also in despair. He rushed towards the destructive attribute soldiers, unleashing his powerful killing power, ready to kill a few to vent his hatred. Talent Rush Half. 4 light and shadow attribute soldiers locked onto him, attacked in an instant, and cut him into 5 pieces. The methods of the two half-step Dan ancestors are terrifying. One blow flattened a mountain. Even the destructive lightning column was interrupted. The powerful killing power knocked away many destructive soldiers. Several soldiers with light and shadow attributes took the opportunity to attract the attention of the two people. Jinjia attacked again, piercing the back of one person's head with a sword and pinning him out from the eye. The powerful destructive force of the sword energy instantly tore the head apart, just like a watermelon. A hole! The remaining Yingxu ancestors roared in shock and anger. As soon as he came out of the death barrier of 200 years, he encountered a disaster of death, which made him angry. Run, run! Yufu also roared. This situation seems to be irreversible. If we can keep a few Tai Chi sect disciples alive, it won't be considered a break in the inheritance. Yu Mansion locked onto the boundless sea of thunder. The blood reverse sword turned into a beam of bright sword light, breaking through the darkness and stretching for thousands of miles. The surging sword intent was like the surging waves of a river, blocking the light and shadow attribute troops. He rose to fame overnight. Eyes shining. The hair is blown away. The strength in his body kept running, and in an instant it broke through the body and exploded, crashing into the sea of thunder. With a loud bang, the entire sea of thunder collapsed in an instant. The destructive lightning column was also shattered. Yu Mansion's self-destruction. Forming layers of destruction. The destructive attribute soldiers such as Mi Li were constantly absorbing, and the destructive power was continuously increasing and was not affected. The collapse of the destructive lightning column did not mean that it was impossible to control the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. They kept killing. The Taiji sect's disciples fled frantically, and when they were left alone, they were easily killed by the light and shadow attributes. The Great Elder was also surrounded and killed by a dozen light and shadow attribute soldiers. With the attack of Mi Li and others, a spirit cultivator of the 8th level was also wiped out alive. Ancestor Yingxu was injured. Eyes full of red. Looking at the situation that he was powerless to change, he gave up. He shattered the void with a punch and fled towards the outside of the Yunche mountains. The golden armor chased him to a plain outside the Yunche mountains and killed him. After collecting his things, Jinjia returned. Now the Taiji sect has been almost destroyed. Several powerful men above the 6th level of spiritual cultivation who resisted stubbornly were also killed by him. Use the light and shadow attribute troops to clear out the remaining Tai Chi sect members. The destructive attribute takes away all the resources of Tai Chi sect. After everything is done, evacuate quickly. Ancestor Yingxu. A figure flew across the sky, passed by the destroyed area on the plain, and saw the tragic death of old ancestor Yingsu. His pupil shrank. He had a bad feeling. Rushing towards the heart of Tai Chi sect at high speed. Looking at the completely destroyed Tai Chi sect, his heart trembled. Who did it? He kept probing. Sniff sniff. Beams of light streaked across the sky and descended upon the Taiji sect. Looking at the powerful Taiji sect members being killed one by one, their expressions were filled with horror and shock. One of the purple-haired men frowned, looked at the figure and asked, "Master Yu, what's going on here? I just got here too." The figure frowned. A clean kill. Dozens of powerful soul refiners, not a single one survived. From the time the strange phenomenon appeared in the Yunchu mountains to the time we appeared here, the time interval was not very long. It is unimaginable that the person who did it could destroy a sect that has completed its inheritance in such a short time. Several figures in the sky also started to analyze. More of a fear. Who wouldn't be afraid of this kind of means? Even the ancestor who was half a step into the Dan realm died suddenly. If I don't investigate it clearly, what will I do if it happens to me one day? Now, the imperial city is in chaos, and chaos is starting to break out outside too. Is this gluttonous feast about to begin? An old woman frowned. Madam Jian, please be careful when you speak. I heard that the current emperor is not a simple person. If you say that, be careful not to cause trouble for the Qian family. Patriarch Yu narrowed his eyes and reminded. Humph. Just pretending. The old woman snorted, a hint of sarcasm on her wrinkled old face, and then said, "What can that little kid of the empire support and how much can he bear? Tear off the fig leaf of the imperial city, and this empire is half-footed on the abyss. Everyone knows it. Your Yu family has occupied Yan'an County, so I'm afraid you're just waiting for this feast. That kid is so pitiful. He is so exhausted from carrying all the things he has to carry. He is facing the fate of being crushed to pieces and being watched by jackals. I'm afraid no one in the world is suffering as much as him. Instead of worrying about the young emperor, Madame Jian should investigate what happened here. If you don't find out, it will be bad for everyone." The purple-haired man shook his head. When it comes to hypocrisy, who can compare to this old lady? She wants to test everyone's thoughts and attitudes, and even involves the young emperor. So what if he is suffering? So what if I'm too tired? This irreversible fate had already begun. Who made him bear it? The royal family all ran away. He is the only one left, maintaining this illusion. Isn't he destined to face all this? Chapter 58. Imperial City. The move of tax reduction and exemption caught many people who were hiding in the dark and adding fuel to the fire by surprise. The carefully planned plan was defeated by Qin Zheng in one move. This made them extremely annoyed. But they were omnipresent and quickly reacted. Turn your attention to the Imperial Master's mansion. The Empire's tax reduction means that the offerings provided to Lingzi sect will be affected. This touched upon the core vested interests of Lingzi sect. Zheng Xiao will not sit idly by. You know, Qin Zheng never stepped into the threshold of the National Master's mansion and never lowered his posture to Lingzi sect. Now he is doing this again, which will only intensify the constant rift in the relationship between the Empire and Lingzi sect. This also gave them a little comfort. The Luo family, the Yu family alliance, the Qinchuan pavilion, the Nangong family and other forces are also watching this. They were on the side of the royal family. The strategy of this imperial majesty is now extremely admirable and no one dares to underestimate it. After a few rounds of fighting, he eliminated the Qishan Academy, the Tianlong Mercenary Association and the Shanhe Alliance, and also won the hearts of the people in the imperial city. I'm afraid not many people can see through his plan. Now, it depends on how to maintain the connection with Lingzi sect. In addition, the Qishan Academy was taken care of, and the Imperial Majesty once again demonstrated a powerful method, attracting many forces from all sides of the empire to quietly enter the imperial city. The more you stir this muddy water, the more muddy it becomes. The situation in the empire was becoming increasingly out of control. The extreme tension and the terrible gloom made them feel suffocated. They couldn't imagine what kind of terrible pressure the 20-year-old imperial majesty in the palace had to bear alone. In the palace, the light and shadow attribute soldiers' reincarnation pool has sufficient energy. Do you want to breed soldiers with light and shadow attributes? The destructive attribute soldier rebirth pool has sufficient energy. Do you want to breed soldiers with light and shadow attributes? Whether Qin Zheng chose yes. Gained 100 more attribute soldiers. In 6 days, a total of 300 light and shadow attribute soldiers and 300 destruction attribute soldiers were nurtured. As the number continues to increase, Qin Zheng's confidence is also increasing. The light and shadow attribute troops explored the situation of the imperial city one by one, including the situations of Liun Pavilion, Ice Valley, Sword Casting Villa, Duanmu Family, Qingfeng Valley, Jianyu Ancient City and other forces, and reported them to him. The veil of the imperial city was torn open, and the eyes of the tigers and wolves also came closer. Qin Zheng was not surprised. This is his purpose. Throw a piece of meat out and see how many tigers and wolves hiding in the dark will be eager to come out. Suddenly, the information template has a new prompt. Eliminate countless enemies of Taiji sect. Energy plus 1500000. Blood crystal plus 365,000. Exotic crystal plus 540. The sudden reminder made Qin Zheng's eyes freeze and he was overjoyed. Jinjia and the others completed the mission so quickly. You know, only after Jinjia and the others complete their mission can the attribute soldier's reincarnation pool extract energy. And this time, the amount of blood crystals and energy is unprecedentedly terrifying. It is dozens or even hundreds of times the number of enemies clearing out the imperial city. More than 500 exotic crystals were discovered. You know, to upgrade the attribute troop reincarnation pool to level 4, only tens of thousands of blood crystals are needed. Obtaining such a large number of blood crystals is enough for the upgrade. Also, the most important thing is that the number of hetero crystals can complete the second evolution. This is what Qin Zheng is looking forward to the most. There are enough blood crystals. Do you want to upgrade the attribute soldier reincarnation pool level? When the information came out, Qin Zheng chose yes without hesitation. 20,000 blood crystals are required to upgrade the light and shadow attribute soldier reincarnation pool. 30,000 blood crystals are required to upgrade the destructive attribute soldier reincarnation pool. At the same time, upgrading is also completely sufficient. The light and shadow attribute soldier rebirth pool has been upgraded to level 4, and 100 light and shadow attribute soldiers can be bred every day. The number of blood crystals required for the next upgrade, 280,000. The destructive attribute soldier rebirth pool has been upgraded to level 4, and can breed 100 destructive attribute soldiers every day. The number of blood crystals required for the next upgrade, 340,000. Additional rewards, National Destiny Chapter, Imperial Swordsmanship. Bonus. Qin Zheng was very happy and his luck was indeed a little better. He looked at the chapter on National Destiny and the introduction to Imperial Swordsmanship. The chapter on National Destiny is divided into the chapter on Imperial Power, the chapter on Generals and Ministers, and the chapter on Common People. By practicing the chapter on National Destiny, one can gain the blessing of the Empire's national fortune, increase one's potential for cultivation, and encounters, etc. The stronger the national destiny, the more it can influence the people who maintain the empire. For example, when enfeffing court officials, if they practice cultivation, they will have more potential, luck, and blessings than ordinary people. No matter where they go in the empire, they will be protected by the empire's national destiny. To enfeff the common people, they will stand out from the crowd and excel. This is considered a blessing. The more loyal you are, the higher your official position will be, the more protection and blessings you will receive from the country, the faster your cultivation will be and the higher your blessings will be. You will coexist with the country, and the country will prosper and the people will prosper. Qin Zheng understood that it was a bit like the Jade Emperor conferring the title of a god, very special and powerful. Can attract talents to the empire. Whoever is enthroned will be blessed by the fortune of the empire. The speed of cultivation of practitioners will increase dramatically, students will be able to possess great righteousness and become well educated, court officials will be powerful and dignified, common people will become talented, and talented people will become handsome. No one can refuse. As long as he gave it. Too many people begged at my feet. But right now, it's not the time. The generals and ministers chapter can only be given to important court officials such as Bai Yu, Wang Zhan, Yun Ting, and Zhao Qi. The imperial sword skill is a powerful sword skill that cultivates the imperial power and tyranny. It has 3 types: beheading the entire family, burying millions of corpses, and the supremacy of imperial power. It is a magical sword technique, much stronger than the sword that blows across the sky. What we cultivate is the emperor's tyranny and the imperial power over the world. With one sword of imperial power, all people kneel. Once the imperial power is endowed with supreme majesty, this sword can make heaven and earth submit. Qin Zheng was very satisfied. This harvest really surprised and delighted him. After a look, there are still a huge number of 300,000 blood crystals left. Qin Zheng did not continue to escalate. The blood crystals required to upgrade the attribute soldier reincarnation pool increase almost tenfold, and the required amount becomes more terrifying as time goes by. Qin Zheng didn't find this strange. The energy required to nurture more advanced attribute soldiers is also terrifying. He was mentally prepared. Level 4 light and shadow attribute soldiers and destruction attribute soldiers are enough to deal with the spirit refining realm, and their number has also increased to 100 per day. This is enough to surprise the behemoth in the corner of the empire. He focused his attention on the alien crystal. The 300 exotic crystals required for the second evolution of the attribute troop reincarnation pool are enough to complete the evolution. Once evolved, you can get new attribute soldiers. The light and shadow attribute troops and the destruction attribute troops brought him too many surprises. Now, there's one more available. It made him look forward to it even more. If it is strong enough, the remaining blood crystals can be used for upgrades. The second attribute soldier reincarnation pool evolution requires sufficient crystals. Do you want to evolve? Qin Zheng made a prompt decision and chose yes. Chapter 59. The attribute soldier reincarnation pool appeared in the emperor's bedroom. Same as before. Another attribute soldier reincarnation pool is mirrored. The holy light shines. It makes the emperor's bedroom look sacred and magnificent. After a short period of evolution, a new attribute soldier reincarnation pool is formed. In this pool, there also stands a golden statue holding a golden shield, giving people a strong sense of heaviness. The second attribute soldier reincarnation pool evolution is completed. Attribute soldier reincarnation pool, diamond defense attribute / level 1. Number of King Kong defense attribute soldiers, 0. Initial level, level 1, foundation building level 7. Blood crystals required for upgrading, 800. Skills, golden bell, strength shield, spell shield. Note: the level 1 diamond defense attribute soldier reincarnation pool can breed 10 defensive attribute soldiers every day. Diamond defense attribute soldiers have the ability to absorb all defensive materials such as earth, metal, rock, etc., and transform them into defense. They have a power shield that can defend against physical attacks, and a spell shield that can defend against spell attacks. Level 1 soldiers can cast 10 layers of golden bell covers. As the level increases, the number of golden bell covers increases. Qin Zheng was silent for a few seconds. After carefully reading the tips of the information template, I finally understood it. Absorbs rock shields. It can absorb the power of the earth and turn it into an earth shield. Can absorb metal power and turn into diamond shield. It can defend against physical attacks at close range and magical powers at long range. In addition, it has the Golden Bell defense, and as the level increases, the Golden Bell defense will gradually increase. This also shocked Qin Zheng greatly. This is an unstoppable defense. Only by possessing an absolutely powerful destructive force that is much higher than the defensive attribute of the King Kong troops can the defense be forcibly broken. Used for large army battles, it can be said to be a terrifying shield that moves sideways. This kind of strength was beyond Qin Zheng's expectations. Although he didn't know the specific effect yet, he could understand the horror of the defense of this type of troops. Take a look at the remaining 317,800 blood crystals. Upgrading the King Kong defense attribute soldiers to level 4 requires 29,800 blood crystals. The remaining upgraded light and shadow attribute troops are enough to be upgraded to level 5. Think of this. Qin Zheng did not hesitate. Prepare the upgraded blood crystal. The light and shadow attribute soldier reincarnation pool has been upgraded to level 5, and 200 light and shadow attribute soldiers can be bred every day. The number of blood crystals required for the next upgrade, 1,500,000. The diamond defense attribute reincarnation pool has been upgraded to level 4, and can breed 100 diamond defense attribute soldiers every day, with 500 layers of golden bell cover. Number of blood crystals required for the next upgrade, 290,000. Number of xenocrystals required for the third evolution, 5,000. The energy in the diamond defense attribute reincarnation pool is sufficient. Do you want to nurture it? Whether. Qin Zheng made a choice. 100 beams of light flew out and transformed into 100 level 4 diamond defense attribute soldiers, filling the emperor's bedroom. Wear golden armor and a golden helmet. Each of them is muscular, tall and strong. Holy Lord, may you be most exalted. 100 soldiers with diamond attributes bowed devoutly. Number of King Kong defensive attribute soldiers, 100. Attribute level, level 4. Note, level 4 diamond defense attribute arms are comparable to the 8th level of the Sea of Transformation, with 500 layers of golden bell defense. 500 layers of golden bell? Qin Zheng's sword-like eyes also condensed. He looked at the person in front of him and said, "Show me your golden bell cover." The defensive soldier bowed devoutly. The whole body was filled with golden light. A layer of golden bell enveloped him. A light and shadow soldier nearby punched hard, and it was like hitting a golden bell made of rare fine iron, making a dong sound, but it failed to destroy it. The defense was quite amazing. Immediately following, layer upon layer of golden bell covers were added. Even if one layer is broken, there are still 499 layers left. It's insanely strong. Just imagine this. Hundreds, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of high-level Vajra defense troops stood side by side, with millions of layers of golden bell cover cast. Even if they stood there and let the powerful celestial beings attack for several days, they would probably not be able to break through all the layers. Qin Zheng thought about it and asked them to wait outside the emperor's bedroom. Nowadays, the number of military units being bred is increasing, and a special area needs to be created. Count it down, that's enough. Qin Zheng looked outside the palace, his sharp sword eyes revealed endless ambitions. Although the level 5 light and shadow attribute soldiers are not as powerful as special soldiers such as the golden armor, each one is enough to deal with strong men above the half-step Baodan realm. 200 are bred every day. With such a huge number, even the majestic and vast Yuan Shen realm with a single thought reaching the sky would not be able to withstand the endless attacks of the level 5 light and shadow attribute soldiers. Including level 4 defensive attribute soldiers and level 4 diamond defensive attribute soldiers, 100 can be bred every day. From this moment on, this empire no longer needs the deterrence of Lingzi sect. It's time for it to stop grabbing this empire. In his eyes, the existence of that imperial master's mansion had completely lost all value. Those who have been waiting for him to set foot in the imperial master's mansion and want to see him lower his posture and beg for mercy from the Lingzi sect are destined to be disappointed. This is the real joy. On those towering shoulders, the military force forged by the imperial power was finally carried. Now that the false prosperity has been torn apart, use the imperial power to slaughter those monsters that are eyeing the empire. Qin Zheng swept away the heaviness in his heart. Immediately, after looking at the energy, he prepared to upgrade his own strength. Although he has cultivated to the 3rd level of the Sea of Transformation, he didn't feel enough. Now that he has enough energy, it can help him upgrade to a higher level. 1.5 million energies, no matter how much I accumulate, should be enough to upgrade to the spirit refining realm or above. Qin Zheng was thinking in his mind and temporarily ignored the increasingly turbulent situation in the imperial city. The more muddy the environment is, the more people will try to fish in troubled waters. With light and shadow attribute soldiers lurking to investigate any situation, he has nothing to worry about. Take this opportunity. He consumed the energy he had gained and upgraded to the 9th level of the Sea of Transformation in one fell swoop. He began to concentrate his spiritual consciousness and upgraded to the spirit refining level. Suzaku Street in the Imperial City. A man in special clothes walked into a yard. In the yard, it turned out to be a group of people from the Duanmu family. In the yard, the young boys and girls who were just about to go out looked at the person who came in surprise. In the house in the courtyard, the middle-aged man serving tea also frowned and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "Fourth Lord. Something big happened in Yan'an County." The man walked into the house and bowed to the middle-aged man. "Is it important?" The middle-aged man became curious and asked, "Go ahead." The Taiji sect was razed to the ground. All disciples dead. 3 ancestors were also beheaded. The mountains where the Taiji sect had settled were flattened, as if they had been punished by heaven. Not a single living thing was left. From what people at the scene and near the Yan'an County teleportation platform have said, a team of 500 soldiers passed by. They were wearing black armor and had a strange aura that gave people a sense of destruction. This method came from this imperial city and was related to the one in the palace. The man reported one by one. Bang! The middle-aged man crushed the teacup, his eyes froze, his pupils shrank rapidly, he couldn't believe it. The young boy and girl were also shocked when they heard this. "Are you sure? Why is there no movement in the imperial city now?" In middle age, one tries hard to suppress emotions. The man said, "That's for sure. At that time, I was preparing to return to the family through Yan'an County, and I happened to encounter this incident. I knew about it in advance, so I arranged for someone to send the news back to the family, and I also came to inform you. The news over there should reach the imperial city soon." After hearing this, the middle-aged man looked solemn and his mouth was dry. He was about to pick up the teacup to moisten his throat. Only then did I realize that I had already crushed the teacup. 500 pieces of armor. A sense of destruction. Heavenly punishment. It reminded him of the 10 destructive weapons and armors of Qin Academy. In the case of... That's horrible. 500 in total. This made his heart tremble violently. I understand. What a young majesty. I am short-sighted. This is a diversionary move. The middle-aged man laughed, his laughter was a little pale and self-deprecating. Before, when dealing with Qin Academy, he thought that Qin Zheng had fallen into a trap, that Qin Zheng lacked composure and was being led by the nose. I didn't expect that I was too shallow and ignorant, and couldn't see through Qin Zheng's far-reaching plans. There was a commotion in the imperial city. All eyes converged. Give him enough time to eradicate Tai Chi sect. This has deceived everyone. This young emperor is so terrible. He sat back in his chair. The young men frowned, watched, listened, understood some things, and seemed to be secretly competing with each other in their hearts. Same age. This makes them look like waste. The girl's eyes were full of curiosity, excellence, and light, which were always so attractive. This huge empire weighed on his shoulders, making him breathless, yet he could still toy with people and applaud them. It really made people want to explore him. Chapter 60. The Duanmu family remained silent about the affairs of Yan'an County and did not reveal a single detail to anyone. Although he knew he couldn't keep it secret, news would soon reach the imperial city. But sitting behind the chessboard and watching allows you to see more clearly than being deeply involved in it. I don't understand, the empire is in chaos. I see clearly that it is a game between one person and many tigers and wolves. No one would be stupid enough to guess the result. In this feast, whoever can remain patient until the food is served will be satisfied. Qingfeng Valley is here. The evil sect of the blood refining hall quietly hid underwater. The people from Jiangxinmen forgot their lesson and continued to wade into this muddy water. The group of sword maniacs from Jianyu ancient city have also arrived. These are all people with extraordinary strength and background, and only they themselves know what their purpose is. 2 days later. There's news from Ice Valley. The eldest sister's icy blue eyes were filled with ripples. Qin Zheng made such a big fuss in the imperial city. Is it to destroy Taiji sect? What is the meaning behind this? She couldn't figure it out. In terms of knowledge, as the eldest senior sister of Ice Valley, she is not inferior to anyone. He is well informed, has a plan in mind, and is able to handle things, consider issues, and plan steadily. But it seemed that in this situation, she didn't even have the qualifications to look up to Qin Zheng. A woman nearby asked doubtfully, "Senior sister, do you believe that those 500 pieces of armor are really the kind of destructive armor that can be used against Tan Wang Gluan? Does Qin Zheng really have so many?" This is what she is most curious about. 10 is scary enough. Although Tan Wang Gluan's methods are not enough, his 200 years of noble spirit is of no small importance. Tan and Wang Lun were forced to flee in defeat. The power of the destructive armor is obviously strong. Now, if there were 500 of them attacking together, even she couldn't imagine what the scene would be like. It can almost be confirmed. Judging from the situation at the scene, there may be another mysterious assassin who did it. Senior sister's analysis. In that case, some people may not be able to sit still. The woman was as cold as ice water, and even her sneer chilled her to the bone. Then, thinking of the purpose of this trip, she asked, "Do you want to act now?" The eldest sister did not answer. She thought for a while in silence before saying coldly, "It's not the right time." The woman nodded. Only by getting the timing right can you get the desired effect. The Ice Valley received the news, and Liun Pavilion also received a message. The people in Jianyu ancient city also knew about it. More and more people learned about the tragedy of Tai Chi sect. Everyone was shocked and surprised. Only the blood refining hall and the sword heart sect felt uneasy. Especially the blood refining hall. Qin Zheng openly issued an order to destroy one of the two sects that inherited the clan's lineage. Now, Tai Chi sect has gone first. It was razed to the ground, leaving no living thing. The 3 great ancestors were collectively beheaded and died tragically. It seemed like a death knell. Makes them feel uneasy. Where did Qin Zheng get those weapons? I've never heard of them. Who is supporting him behind the scenes? In a private house. A family of 6 were lying there, their blood seemed to have been drained out, their bodies shriveled up, and they died in a horrific and miserable way. Not far away, at a table, there were several figures wearing black and red hoods. It turned out to be someone from the blood refining hall. Even the ancestor who was half a step away from the Dan realm died suddenly. This force was too threatening to the blood refining hall. It was like a sword hanging over their heads, making it impossible to sleep or eat. No matter how powerful the destructive armor is or how many mysterious assassins there are, we must investigate as soon as possible. The Blood Knife Patriarch is about to enter the Imperial City. He came out of seclusion this time just to kill Qin Zheng. We cannot make any mistakes at this time. The leading man reminded in a deep voice. The others were delighted. The Blood Knife Patriarch came out of seclusion specifically to kill Qin Zheng, so how could Qin Zheng still be alive? As long as Qin Zheng was killed, the deterrent effect of the Imperial Edict would be useless to them, and they would not have to worry. One of them reminded, I heard that a great man of the first rank will come to the Blood Feather Tower. Maybe then, we can ask him for cooperation, and the chances of killing Qin Zheng will increase even more. The leading man immediately warned in a cold voice, before the Blood Blade Ancestor arrives, it's best not to cause trouble. There is a conspiracy behind the Blood Feather Tower mixed with the monster. If you get involved before everything is done, no one will have a good ending. Master Li is right. Several people nodded repeatedly, not daring to act rashly. The leading man then raised his eyes and looked outside the door. From here, he could see the direction of the palace. And his face was surprisingly similar to Li Hun. There was hatred in those pupils. Because Li Hun is his son. He witnessed the torture outside the Suanwu gate with his own eyes, but he didn't even dare to collect the bodies. The grief and pain made him so hateful that he swung his bloody energy and smashed the bodies of the 6 people into pieces. The news of the destruction of the Taiji sect was constantly magnified. The imperial city was in an uproar. The people who stirred up trouble in the water were once again stunned. The 500 mysterious weapons and armors were like a nightmare, making them feel a little afraid. Everyone has seen the horror of the 10 destructive weapons of Qin Academy. No one can underestimate the power of 500 identical destructive weapons working together. One by one, the spies quietly left the city and delivered the information to every corner of the empire as soon as possible. In the palace, Qin Zheng consumed 2 days' energy. He used his own energy to draw the energy of heaven and earth to refine his consciousness, and finally he developed divine consciousness and achieved the realm of divine refining. And in one fell swoop broke through to the half-step Baodan realm. Finally, he stopped at the half-step Dan realm. It's not a bottleneck. He has no bottleneck. But he is at the half-step Baodan realm. To break through to the Baodan realm, the energy required is too huge, and even 1,000,000 energies might not be enough. The yin-yang golden pill is not easy to condense. Especially the power of heaven and earth must be mixed in. No wonder some people who are half-step to the golden core realm are stuck for hundreds of years in accumulating experience. This just shows how terrifying the Baodan realm is. Once you have achieved the state of Baodan, you can be respected by others as the master of golden elixir. This is a huge watershed in spiritual practice. Only when you step forward can you be considered a strong person. The fact that one Baodan can suppress thousands of people who are half-step Baodan realm is not just empty talk. This also shows how terrifying the golden armor is. The horror of level 5 light and shadow attribute soldiers. Being able to kill a person in the Baodan realm is quite amazing. Certainly. Now he has it. There are thunder wings, light and shadow attributes, imperial swordsmanship, and a sword across the sky. Also, he mastered the sword heart technique and condensed an imperial sword heart in his danshan, which incorporated the characteristics of the imperial sword technique and was different from the ordinary sword hearts practiced by the sword heart sect. This sword heart is blessed with imperial power and has infinite power. Combining these factors, the Baodan realm is nothing to him. Qin Zheng moved his spiritual consciousness. Observe closely. It encompasses the imperial palace and extends outward to the bustling streets, avenues, and alleys, all of which can be seen. So mysterious and magical. Qin Zheng was in a good mood. It's so cool. It's not that he has become a master. Instead, the realm of cultivation that the world had once fantasized about, fabricated, and ridiculed became a reality, and he had achieved this realm. He stood up with a frown. Walk out of the bedroom. Have fun. And at this time, the Nangang family also prepared good news for him. Chapter 61. Nangang Family. The corridors and pavilions are bustling with people coming and going. It's extremely busy. The 6 clan elders were arranging and directing. Nangang Yun stood outside a hall, listening to the servant's report with a shocked look on his face, and glanced at the servant with a little suspicion. The servant immediately said in a serious tone, "This is absolutely true. The news came earlier, but no one disclosed it in advance. The Nanyang County Magistrate sent someone to inform him. The situation has been confirmed, but it is not certain whether it was done by your Majesty." Nangang Yun took a deep breath. From everything that was said orally, he guessed that the destruction of the Taiji sect was most likely caused by His Majesty. The recent commotion in the imperial city might just be a cover for this. But he was not shocked by this terrible strategy. Instead, he was shocked that a 5th grade sect with 3 people at the half-step dance stage was destroyed in an instant without leaving a single creature alive. What kind of powerful force could do that? And there are a full 500 weapons of destruction. It's really scary to see so much displayed at once. Back off. Nangang Yun dismissed the servants and fell silent. What's wrong, Patriarch? The 6 clan elders came over and saw that Nangang Yun looked worried. Nangang Yun came back to his senses and said perfunctorily, "It's okay. How are the preparations for the Queen's ceremony going?" The elder of the 6 clans smiled and said, "The clan is ready and will not lose any standards. Feng Chong has also come and set a date. The Zaohua festival in 3 months will be held together with the Queen's ceremony. The palace also needs to be decorated. Feng Chong will report this to your Majesty." Shogo Festival. Nangang Yun was also satisfied with this arrangement. The imperial power was revealed and witnessed by both heaven and earth. This day was of great significance. The Emperor's bedroom. Qin Zheng stood on the 99th step with his hands behind his back. The surrounding area is guarded by soldiers with destructive attributes and diamond defense attributes. 2 days. An additional 400 level 5 light and shadow attribute soldiers, 200 level 4 diamond defense attribute soldiers, and 200 level 4 destruction attribute soldiers were added. Qin Zheng transferred a part of them and incorporated them into the Imperial Palace Guards. In particular, the Vajra defensive troops are the core barrier to ensure the safety of the palace. They not only possess strength and magic shields, but also hundreds of layers of powerful golden bell covers, which are enough to deal with strong people who want to destroy the palace. The Imperial Palace is the center of imperial power, the place where dignity and majesty are concentrated. It's the Dingai Needle. Nothing can happen here. Moment. Jinjia and Mi Li are back. In other words, they had returned early and just saw Qin Zheng practicing and did not disturb him. Holy Lord! The heretic of the Empire who went against your will has been destroyed. Mi Li replied sincerely. And handed over a few special rings. Qin Zheng turned sideways, took the ring and looked at it. The material is special, a combination of gemstones and rare fine iron. It is engraved with many fine lines, as well as special ancient seal characters that are so subtle that they cannot be seen by the naked eye. Storage ring. Qin Zheng's spiritual consciousness probed in. What meets the eye is a grey haze. It was like a room without walls, surrounded by grey fog. And inside this space, there are filled with rare treasures, Yuanqi magic medicine, magic weapons and black stones, gold bills and money, etc. Several rings are available. The number is huge, incomparable to previous house searches. Except for the 7th grade spiritual weapon Ni Shui sword. There is also the 6th grade spiritual weapon Tai Chi Xian Ming Pearl. The Tai Chi sect's main exercises include Tai Chi Yin Yang Chapter and Tai Chi Xian Guang Lu. and the sex magic spells Xian Jiyan and Tai Chi swordsmanship. All categories are available. But there are no advanced ones. Qin Zheng didn't take it too seriously. I did notice two strange stones. A piece of bloodstone that exudes a strong murderous aura and is covered with blood vessel-like lines. It is formed naturally and is not finely carved. It can absorb spiritual consciousness and is quite mysterious. A piece of metal stone that looks like iron but is not iron, looks like gold but is not gold, and is marked with the words Divine Gold from Outer Space. Qin Zheng left them. The rest, high-level spiritual medicines, etc., were too many to be taken into consideration. Except for some gold notes and other money that were handed over to the national treasury. Qin Zheng ordered Zhang An to build a loft to store all the magic skills and rare treasures in the world. Also, this time, the Tai Chi sect will be destroyed. The levels of Jinjia and melee have been upgraded. The golden armor is stronger. By working together with other level 5 light and shadow attribute soldiers, we will be more confident in dealing with Tongtian Yuan Shen. Melee was upgraded to level 4. Some attribute arms have also been upgraded to level 4. Qin Zheng was extremely satisfied. Yo! Suddenly, a cry echoed in the imperial city. Loud and sharp. Mixed with a sense of pressure. It seems to be able to penetrate the space barrier and reach every corner. Everyone in the imperial city heard it. They all raised their eyes and looked. A hurricane rushed through the ancient towering city walls and spread to Suzaku Street, casting a vast shadow on the street. The citizens on Suzaku Street looked up, as if the sky was covered. A huge monster flew past. That was a big green bird. More than 20 feet long. A golden crown on the head. The eyes are shining. Its body is covered with handsome green feathers, which look like sharp swords in the strong wind. Its wings spread out like clouds hanging from the sky, overlooking the world from above. That posture is proud. Noble. Majestic. The breath is sacred and extraordinary. Thousand Illusion Blue Bird. The brother and sister from Zujian Villa walked out of the restaurant and stared at the huge shadow, their eyes suddenly froze. Thousand Illusion Blue Bird. The middle-aged man of the Duanmu family. The eldest sister of Ice Valley. Liun Pavilion, Qingfeng Valley, Jianyu Ancient City, Liangxu Hall, and so on. No matter how high their cultivation was, no matter how respected their status were, at this moment, their expressions were solemn and their eyes were filled with horror. How could they not recognize the Thousand Illusions Blue Bird of Lingzi sect? It symbolizes the dignity and prestige of Lingzi sect, representing the identity of the overlord of the eastern region. It interprets the majestic and noble. Wherever it appears, it represents the will of an overlord. In the whole world, even the vast empires can hardly touch the edge of the overlord. More importantly, its arrival here seems to have brought about a decision attitude that everyone has been waiting for a long time. It has finally arrived in this imperial city. Many spies raised their eyes, their gazes burning. How many times have I looked forward to it? Watched for so many days and nights. I have seen it today. Yo! A loud voice exploded in the sky and earth, as if announcing the supreme majesty of Lingzi sect. It held a letter in its mouth, crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, and crossed the endless void, just to fly to the National Master's mansion standing in the Imperial City. Swish! In the Imperial Master's mansion. Zheng Xiao opened his eyes, and two rays of divine light burst out. People follow the light. Appeared in the clouds of the National Master's mansion in an instant. Shrouded in brilliant primordial light. Everyone is shaking. Xianming and other disciples flew out together and watched the giant green shadow from afar. Every face is filled with pride. Every pair of pupils was filled with pride. The cries of the cries awakened the Lingzi sect's majesty hidden in their blood, ignited their blood, and the strong sense of honor made their postures become supreme and noble. Wherever it is, the prestige of Lingzi sect is there. This is the meaning of Thousand Illusions Blue Bird. The majestic momentum came like a tornado, covering the sky of the Imperial Master's mansion. The Thousand Illusions Blue Bird stopped in front of the Imperial Master's mansion. The divine eyes stared at Zheng Xiao. Zheng Xiao bowed, cupped his hands, and performed the sex salute. The Thousand Illusions Blue Bird looked down, spit out a blue divine light from its mouth, and the letter in its mouth flew to Zheng Xiao. This letter should be delivered to Qin Zheng.